This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 2788. You know what? You're not very convincing right now. I really want a dog so I can put you in 18 different positions. Gushi lifted Shirhouchen up and down, shook him up and down, and after weighing him, he spoke bluntly. This sentence immediately silenced Shirhouchen's words. Her face flushed red with anger. She tried to persuade Gushi, but she had nothing to offer. She wanted to threaten Gushi, but found she couldn't. She wanted to fight, but found she couldn't even move. At this moment, Shirhouchen finally understood that in Gushi's eyes, she was a clown. All she needed now was a red nose. Gushi had no intention of following Master Ho Chen's lead. After crossing the Ghost Gate wall, he simply skipped it and entered the underworld of this game world. Thanks to countless patches, the underworld of this game world before him was a mess. Even the great sage of peace wouldn't be able to fix the chaos here. He just had to raise it and start over. Just a few steps past the Ghost Gate, Gushi sensed 4 or 5 different kinds of Yin and Ghost energy. Not each one had a clear source, but Gushi could sense that these Yin and Ghost energies shared distinct characteristics. While they couldn't be clearly distinguished, anyone could sense the different auras. Let alone a veteran like Gushi. Glancing toward the underworld from the Ghost Gate wall, Gushi locked onto a location and headed for it. What luck! Gushi muttered. He had never expected to see the Yin energy carrying the aura of the Fengdu Emperor here. This was quite unexpected. Even in the game world where Li Yufang was born, with a level cap of 45, the underworld's top bosses only reached the level of the Taishan Lord. And in this world, where the level cap was barely above 40, the aura of the Fengdu Emperor was actually quite surprising. As for the auras in the other locations, they were also quite impressive. Gushi could clearly sense the aura of the highest caliber of Buddhism, some Taoist influences, and even the thick underworld aura of the Emperor's aura. In short, the auras in this underworld were quite chaotic. If he hadn't detected the aura of the Fengdu Emperor, Gushi would have definitely sought out the official government of the underworld to inquire about the situation there. Although the underworld had been patched up to this point, judging by the speed at which the ghost soldiers outside were advancing, it still had some administrative systems in place. At most, these systems were simply full of loopholes. This was actually the best time for them to speak up. For who knows when, 1 or 2 people might arrive to settle accounts. They might simply scratch the Book of Life and Death, or simply open up hell and release the ghosts. It would also be easier for Gushi to come and investigate. Most importantly, Gushi knew clearly that the black players were intent on becoming NPCs, so that after death, they would be reincarnated or reborn through the underworld. After all, they chose their own path. So, within this underworld, there must be a Book of Life and Death recording their circumstances. That's what Gushi was looking for. But for now, Gushi ignored the thoughts of these swindlers. He headed directly towards the location where the aura of the Fengdu Emperor was emanating. At most, as he passed the underworld palace, Gushi raised his hand and tossed a few of his own books of life and death. These books of life and death would automatically fly to the underworld palace and record some information. As for how much they could record, that depended on how many books of life and death were stored within the underworld palace. From what Gushi saw, the books of life and death here were probably incomplete. Even the positions of Ghost King, Ghost Emperor Yama, and Judge were probably unoccupied. If Gushi had just dropped some of his books of life and death at this moment, not many would have noticed. Of course, Gushi was just doing it casually. Not even Shirhouchen, who was being carried by Gushi, noticed his action. All she knew was that after Gushi passed through the gates of hell, he quickly headed in one direction. Judging from his speed, Gushi was clearly familiar with everything before him, and knew the layout of the underworld. At this moment, a thought flashed through Shirhouchen's mind. This time, I truly encountered a powerful demon. The Gushi before her must be a ghost king, intent on unleashing all the ghosts and monsters of the underworld and devouring the entire Daxing dynasty. Shirhouchen was completely helpless. She could feed the demon with her own body, but that didn't mean she would actually feed it. She wanted to live too. In the past, she had always let others sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the world, but she had no intention of committing suicide herself. Especially being eaten after death. That's not a good way to die. Shirhouchen naturally lowered his head, his mind racing, pondering whether he could deal with Gushi. At this moment, Gushi had already reached the location where he had detected the presence of the Emperor of Fengdu. Upon entering this place, Gushi's first impression was one of desolation. This place before him must have once been a palace, but after countless years of erosion by the wind, only a few ruins remained, aside from the visible foundations. Gushi let the evil coffin stop in front of the palace gate and casually hung Shirhouchen on it. He then walked inside step by step. Stepping onto the ruins of the palace, Gushi felt as if he were stepping into a temple of the gods. But this feeling was noticeably weaker. Gushi pondered for a moment and realized that the original owner of this place must have been Emperor of Fengdu. It was just that the game world before him was most likely just a reflection of him. It's even possible he didn't even project a shadow, and what he projected here was merely a path leading to the two exclusive red outfits for the Emperor of Fengdu. Just like Gushi's pantheon, once it reaches a certain level, he can project it into a game, becoming that game's pantheon. For unknown reasons, the Emperor of Fengdu ignored the projection, ultimately allowing this place to become what it is today. Since then, this game world has restarted countless times, each reboot bringing about changes in the underworld. Over time, the palace before him naturally became what it is today. Walking through the ruins of the Emperor of Fengdu's palace, Gushi closed his eyes, sensing the location where the Emperor of Fengdu's aura was strongest. This was where Gushi needed to find it. And behind Gushi, the head of the goddesses immediately released sacred moonlight, sending out moonlight spirits to search for anything they could take away. After all, the Emperor of Fengdu was Gushi's current destination. Any item here can play a significant role for Gushi. Chapter 2789. Stepping on the broken tiles, watching the black weed sprouting from the cracks, Gushi's heart stirred. He half-crouched, reached out, grabbed a weed, and yanked it upwards. A faint smile then crossed his face. Ghost Power Grass, read a special weed influenced by powerful ghost power, imbued with both undead and life energy. It can be used as a power-up item for undead or life-type red equipment, increasing the progress of a specific red equipment path by 10%. It seems Gushi's guess was correct. This is a palace abandoned by a certain Fengdu Emperor. Originally, the palace's paths, belonging exclusively to the Fengdu Emperor, affected the weeds. Eventually, these weeds transformed into this thing called Ghost Power Grass. However, Gushi was somewhat surprised by the Ghost Power Grass. After all, Gushi hadn't expected it to be useful for life-type red equipment paths. After some thought, Gushi simply began searching in this abandoned square. Under Gushi's personal care, he pulled out a large quantity of Ghost Power Grass. Gushi discovered that the number of units of red equipment enhancements he gained wasn't proportional to the number of Ghost Power Grass he pulled. 10 intact Ghost Power Grass stalks counted as 1 unit. If they were accidentally broken or hadn't fully grown, 20 loose stalks would count as 1 unit. The roots of the Ghost Power Grass didn't count, so pulling more would be useless. Taking all the Ghost Power Grass together, Gushi had harvested a staggering 41 units. This was a huge profit. Gushi pondered, raised his hands, and the Ghost Spirit flowers began to scatter. Many blue and white Ghost Spirit petals landed on the Ghost Power Grass. From a distance, it looked as if the Ghost Flower were covering the Ghost Power Grass. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to Gushi. Apart from the Fate choice, all 4 paths of the Ghost Flower could be enhanced by the Ghost Power Grass. Gushi knew his plan with a single thought. Currently, 1 unit enhanced the path by 10%. 40 units would be enough to enhance the 3 paths of the Ghost Flower to a powerful level. As for the rest, it would depend on the situation. Remember, the last time Gushi obtained the Stone Bone, he used it to enhance the Temple of the Goddesses, the leader of the goddesses. At that time, he discovered that the enhancement items there were said to increase the level by 10% each time, but that was calculated based on the level of a normal red armor. When using a powerful red armor, the enhancement items only increased the level by 2%, and the level of enhancement decreased as the level increased. In other words, Gushi was currently in a difficult position. 40 units of Ghost Power Grass. If I strengthen 4 paths, I can upgrade all 4 to the strong level, and also raise the Ghost Flower to the strong level. But Fate's choice didn't have any use for it. The extra 11 units of Ghost Power Grass couldn't be strengthened no matter where I put them. But not using them seemed a bit wasteful. In the end, Gushi decided to see which path showed the most noticeable improvement after strengthening and use it there. If that didn't work, he could use the remaining units on the Night Blood path. After all, since acquiring the Holy Moonlight, Gushi's Night Blood path had become less used. Under Gushi's distribution, the Ghost Flower petals automatically swirled up like a tornado. These Ghost Power Grasses were continuously ground into powder within the petals of the Ghost Spirit Flower, eventually merging into the flower itself. Having absorbed the power of the Ghost Power Grass, the Ghost Spirit Flower immediately blossomed and produced seeds. However, this was the first time Gushi had seen a Ghost Spirit Flower bear fruit. Usually, it would produce seeds directly. The fruit of the Ghost Spirit Flower was the size of a pomegranate, filled with new seeds. As the seeds fell to the ground, Gushi noticed that the seeds seemed to have changed again. Now, all the ghost spirit flower seeds had a black, metallic shell. This was something Gushi had never expected. Gushi examined them more closely, and discovered that all 3 of his ghost spirit flowers key paths had reached the powerful level. As long as his destiny choices also reached the powerful level, his ghost spirit flower would become a powerful red equipment. The benefits of reaching the powerful level were more than just that. Gushi noticed that, due to the enhanced power, the choices he had made while in red equipment had now reached the standard. In other words, Gushi can choose another path to become a new aura. Of course, if Gushi still chooses Infinite Resurrection as his battle aura this time, the effectiveness of the battle aura will be further enhanced. At the same time, some new path effects can also be developed. While it won't be as powerful as the head of the goddesses, it will definitely be much stronger than Death's mane. Just like the previous Yin-Yang transformation, with Gushi's original strength, he could almost completely transform an entire city into a netherworld. But now, it's different. Gushi can transform an area as large as an entire province into a netherworld. The range of influence suddenly expanded immeasurably. Gushi felt that if he had possessed this level of skill back in the Lilia Star region, he could have personally performed the transformation, transforming Yin and Yang one region at a time. Instead of using the wind to spread the Nether Spirit Flower across the entire planet, the Nether Spirit Flower attraction could now directly draw the entire city's inhabitants to the Yellow Springs Road, or even directly to the underworld. Most importantly, Gushi could do much more with the Nether Spirit Flower attraction. For example, like now, Gushi flicked his hand, and a blue and white Nether Spirit Flower floated out of his hand. The Nether Spirit Flower slowly expanded in the air, eventually transforming into a white paper figure with blue clothing. This paper figure wasn't truly an undead spirit, but rather a kind of intelligent puppet. Gushi hadn't expected the Nether Spirit Flower attraction to be used in this way. Their combat effectiveness was uncertain at this point, but the mere presence of these paper figures clearly provided Gushi with considerable assistance. After testing the enhancements of the 3 paths, Gushi raised his hand again. A large number of ghost spirit flowers formed a path. This was the Knight's Blood path, which had been affected by the ghost power grass. The path itself looked ordinary, but Gushi noticed that there were some minor changes within the Knight's Blood path. In addition to the original Black Blood Knights, Undead Servant, and Undead Laborer, the Knight's Blood path now had a 4th and 5th type of troops: Ghost Power Straw Men and Ghost Power Beasts. The name suggested that these 2 new types of troops were influenced by the Ghost Power grass. Ghost Power Straw Men were scarecrows, not killed by Gushi and his men, but simply transformed from the souls of nearby creatures drawn to the Knight's Blood path. They served no functional purpose, merely serving as background figures within the Knight's Blood path. Ghost Power Beasts were transformed from slain beasts. Although there were only 3 types currently, chickens, dogs, and pigs, they were still more natural than transforming into Undead Servant or Undead Laborer. Chapter 2790. After gaining the power of the Ghost Flower, Gushi became even more interested in the abandoned palace before him. However, after a brief tour, even after his Moonlight Undead had dismantled everything they could, Gushi still couldn't find any more red suit enhancement items. It seemed that the Fengdu Emperor's palace was just a temporary projection. The ability to produce ghost power grass was merely an accident. However, among Gushi's Moonlight Undead, several architects proved to be quite capable. They drew the layout of the Fengdu Emperor's palace. Most importantly, they also created a reconstruction of the ruins. This gave Gushi a glimpse of what the Fengdu Emperor's palace might have looked like. Beyond that, the Fengdu Emperor left nothing behind. Faced with this, Gushi couldn't help but sigh at the usefulness of the dedicated road. The Moonlight Undead were even more spiritual than the paper figures conjured by the Ghost Flower. To reach this stage, the Nether Spirit Flower must at least reach the level of the path of advancement. Putting away the palace map he had just drawn, Gushi headed towards the spot where the evil coffin had stopped. Just from this moment, Gushi had already gained a deeper understanding of the Fengdu Emperor's path. Like the Taishan Lord's Majesty said, the Fengdu Emperor also possessed his own exclusive items. However, the Fengdu Emperor's exclusive items were truly exclusive, with 2 exclusive red items usable only by the Fengdu Emperor. These 2 exclusive items were a crown, or hat, and an axe, which could be used as both a weapon and a ritual vessel. As for the names of these exclusive red items, the names remained uncertain. The Fengdu Emperor's Master's Manual in Gushi's hand only recorded the material collection, crafting, maintenance, and usage instructions for these 2 exclusive red items. The only certainty is that the materials needed to craft these 2 exclusive red outfits must undergo a ceremonial ceremony at the Taishan Lord, and a ceremonial ceremony at the Yin Emperor before they can be used. In other words, even if sufficient materials are available, crafting can only begin after the Yin Emperor reaches level 50. This item is still too far for Gu Shi. But just now, Gu Shi had grasped the path taken by the Fengdu Emperor, who had left the palace here. For Gu Shi, these were all gains. Gu Shi pondered as he walked towards the evil coffin. It was not until he reached the evil coffin that he remembered that he had hung Shirhaochen on it. Shirhaochen now looked completely different from when she had been hung there. She was now drenched in sweat, her hair plastered to her forehead and flowing down her body, clinging to her clothes. Giving Shirhaochen a glance, Gu Shi knew that she was still unconvinced and was still trying to escape. It was Gu Shi's mane of death that bound her. Although Gu Shi wasn't on death's string, the red thread between the Yang and the Yin was not something a mere human could easily break free of. Shirhaochen's frantic struggles only sapped her energy, leaving her with no chance of freeing herself from the red thread. Seeing Gu Shi approach, Shirhaochen could only gasp for air, unable to utter a single word. Gu Shi glanced at Shirhaochen and said calmly, "Behave yourself. If you keep struggling, I won't mind finding a higher spot to hang you up and let everyone see what a struggle you, a Grand Master of the Great Qing State, can muster." Gu Shi glanced at Shirhaochen and said, "I can tell you clearly, even if your clothes are torn, my thread will not break." With that, Gu Shi simply pointed, and Shirhaochen slammed down on the evil coffin. Gu Shi sat at the front of the evil coffin, not even glancing behind him. But he could smell a sour odor. So, even when a beautiful woman sweats profusely, her body feels sour. Gu Shi muttered to himself, and headed back to his chosen location. Gu Shi had rushed here immediately because of the presence of the Fengdu Emperor. Now that the Fengdu Emperor's remains had been taken by Gu Shi, his next move was naturally to investigate the news he had heard from Yi Zhudi, and to investigate what the black players had done. In this underworld, Gu Shi felt like home. With the Death Lord's effect activated, it was fine if the ghosts here didn't see Gu Shi, but if they did, they would treat him like a family member. Gu Shi was given whatever he wanted. If Gu Shi simply said he was out of soldiers, a large number of ghosts would immediately join his forces. It was easy for Gu Shi to find out anything he really wanted. Throughout his stay on the evil coffin, Shirhoin watched Gu Shi visit one palace complex after another. Every time he passed a palace complex, he would dismount from the evil coffin and visit, asking questions and inquiring about something. Gu Shi noticed that even within the same underworld, the various issues of ownership, administration, and management were still a chaotic mess. There were over a dozen underworld organizations, large and small, each with its own distinct entities behind them. Besides the Fengdu Emperor's palace, which Gu Shi had taken down, there was also the underworld of Lady Pingxin, the underworld belonging to the King of Hell, underworlds governed by heaven, underworlds governed by Taoists or Buddhists, and so on. Of these, the underworlds governed by heaven and Buddhism were the most powerful. When Gu Shi approached them, while they didn't seem indifferent, they also displayed a certain arrogance. The underworld governed by heaven, in particular, seemed to have a direct line to heaven. The underworld governed by Buddhism was the one that most intrigued Gu Shi. They clearly recognized Shirhaochen's identity, but they didn't ask any further questions. They simply spoke of the hardships of life, and hoped Gu Shi wouldn't mess around and release the demons from the underworld into the human world. Gu Shi simply listened to these words. During his journey, Gu Shi had learned quite a bit. Of all the underworld systems, the Buddhist underworld was the most troubled. Every time Yi Shuangfeng fell seriously ill, if it wasn't serious, it would be fine. But if it was, and she was led down by the underworld messengers, she would be immediately sent to the underworld managed by the Buddhist sect. They said boasting could change one's fate, that they could borrow lifespans, and that the wrong souls hadn't been dealt with. Regardless, the Daxingwing underworld tour definitely started here. Although the Buddhist underworld didn't say much, Gu Shi had eyes, and could see many things at a glance. However, because Shirhaochen was still hanging on the evil coffin, and Gu Shi was searching for clues about the black player, he didn't ask about the details. Finally, through Gu Shi's unremitting efforts, he finally discovered some information left by the black player in a seemingly inconspicuous underworld. Chapter 2791. Not even a hint of pretense. Standing before the Hell's Yamen, Gu Shi couldn't help but shake his head. It's dark beneath the lamp, truly dark beneath the lamp. Gu Shi had never imagined that these shady players would truly abandon all pretense and simply carve everything they had into the walls of the hell. After all, which good family's hell's walls would have seven-eyed black goats, pink-purple octopuses, and one-eyed monsters covered in mouths carved into them? These didn't look like serious, good things. Gu Shi reached out and lifted the evil coffin, carrying the beleaguered Shirhaochen to the wall of the Hell's Yamen. Come and identify these things on the wall. Do you recognize any of these? At this point, Gu Shi finally remembered Shirhaochen's purpose and carried her around the wall a few times. When Shirhaochen lowered her head, Gu Shi decisively lifted her chin and made her look at the things. However, Shirhaochen truly had no idea what was happening. Many of the things on the wall were new to her. You're just a piece of crap. Gu Shi, seeing Shirhaochen's reaction, couldn't help but understand. If she weren't the imperial preceptor of the Daxing dynasty, carrying the great karma of the Daxing dynasty, Gu Shi would have killed this guy long ago. Why would she keep such a person around? Forget it, asking you is pointless. Gu Shi muttered, and behind him, a garrison gate appeared. A blood disaster unit emerged. Gaze upon the rank and size of this blood disaster unit, Shirhaochen's expression changed. Only then did she understand that Gu Shi was not what she had imagined. Gu Shi's strength could easily flatten the entire Daxing dynasty. Shirhaochen swallowed and said, I say. Gu Shi hadn't expected Shirhaochen to say such a thing at this moment. He looked at Shirhaochen with some confusion. These aren't our gods, but I have come into contact with them. The first time I met them, they gave me something. Here, Shirhaochen paused noticeably. What things? In future history textbooks, they say they're from the future. They say Yi Xuanfeng is the greatest emperor of all time. That's why our Cixin sword sect has always supported Yi Xuanfeng, without hesitation. Hearing this, Gu Shi wanted to laugh. Yi Xuanfeng had walked this distance countless times, and this world still had history? You must be kidding. In Gu Shi's eyes, this game world had no history. At least, history wasn't something you, Shirhaochen, could wait for. You have to remember who they are. They call themselves members of the Sha cult, saying they exist to absorb evil energy. Every time there's a major war, a large amount of evil energy is generated. They come here to absorb this energy. And they say they can't absorb the evil energy they themselves create. They can only absorb it from various battlefields at specific points in history. So, you believe it? Gu Shi glanced at Shirhaochen, feeling that these people had no idea what was going on. No one in their right mind would believe such a thing. How could a woman who could deceive the world believe such a thing? But on second thought, it made sense. After all, Shirhaochen's perspective was limited. She didn't know much about the world of games. Moreover, this game world constantly repeats itself. Aside from those who died, no one remembers what happened in the previous round. So, she had no idea what would happen in the future. It was quite reasonable for her to be deceived by the black players. Never mind. I can't blame you for this. The Sha organization? Sha cultists, Shirhaochen repeated. So they showed up this time? Yes, they will show up and produce something to prove their identity. My master has a way to connect with them. They can immediately gain my master's trust. And they keep their word. They don't participate in any war plans. They don't stir up conflicts behind the scenes. They simply gather evil energy on the battlefield. And the final benefits are even ours. After collecting the evil energy, we claim to have helped to liberate the souls of the dead on the battlefield. The final reputation and everything else is ours. Shirhaochen explained. But she spoke faster and faster, as if she believed these black players were good people. Gu Shi listened carefully before asking. Where are they now? They can't just appear and disappear, right? No, they have needs. They say they're undocumented and lack their own identities. So, we assign them identities. I see, Gu Shi was just saying, these undocumented players can't be completely devoid of anything. Then where are they? In Luoyang, the abbot of Jingchan Temple heard about them, and believed they were born Buddhists. Willing to accept them. Gu Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain after hearing this. This was the beginning of the routine. That Jingchan Temple had probably long been a gathering place for black players. Every time a black player came, they could obtain a new identity from the Jingchan Temple. After all, in this game world, Buddhism and Taoism were considered detached from the world. No one knew how many people were hidden within the Buddhist temple. Adding a few new people was a normal operation for the Buddhist temple. This was how black players integrated into the game world. You could say that Jingchan Temple was the main city of the black players. After knowing who the enemy was and where they were, Gu Shi smiled. Since Shirhaochen was willing to talk about something, Gu Shi naturally had to ask more questions. Come and sit down. Gu Shi raised his hand, and the red thread of the underworld flowed down from Shirhaochen's body. He released Shirhaochen, who had been bound for so long. Gu Shi patted the evil coffin and sat directly on it, motioning Shirhaochen to sit beside him. Shirhaochen thought for a moment, and didn't immediately approach Gu Shi. Instead, she straightened her clothes and wiped the sweat off her head. Then she walked over to Gu Shi and sat down. As she sat down, she tilted her body, trying to distance herself from Gu Shi. Sure Haochen also understood that she wasn't in her best condition. She had no allure at all. Getting too close to Gu Shi at this moment would only cause him to resent her. Even a little bit of that was not what Sure Haochen wanted. She was well aware of her strengths. She also knew what she should do. But before, when facing Gu Shi, she always thought that she was the imperial master, so she could be superior. Now that she understood her status, her attitude immediately changed. Chapter 2792. Tell me about what happened this time. Seeing Shirhuin seated, Gu Shi didn't try to take advantage, but simply inquired about the events of this week. What do you want to know? Gu Shi was about to speak when he realized that Shirhuin didn't remember several weeks. Some things seemed flawed to Gu Shi, but to him, they were common sense. Finally, Gu Shi changed tack. Tell me about your actions regarding Yi Xuanfeng. Don't bring your own thoughts, just tell me what happened recently. Shirhuin thought for a moment, then finally spoke. At this point, he had to admit that Shirhuin was specially trained. At times, she truly understood. Even when she spoke about other things, she would make small adjustments according to her own habits. And these things would slowly stir Gu Shi's heart. But Gu Shi's mind at this moment was as hard as a block of iron. He listened intently as Sure Haochen explained the story of Yi Xuanfeng. Because Sure Haochen and Yi Zhudi had different perspectives, they viewed things differently. They would present the same story in two different ways. If one didn't know it was the same story, one might think they were talking about different things. But if one knew it was the same story, one could see things from different perspectives. After listening, Gu Shi handed Sure Haochen a bottle of water. Have some water first. Here's something to eat. Gu Shi brought out the snacks and meals Lingxi had brought. After all, telling these stories took more than a day. Adding in the events at Yizhudi, and the time Gu Shi spent wandering the underworld, Gu Shi had already been in this game world for several days. Gu Shi, however, had Lingxi bring him food every day. Sure Haochen hadn't eaten anything. Although her condition allowed her to survive for extended periods without food, relying solely on cultivation, she had already exhausted a great deal of her energy. Not eating also has a significant impact on her physical strength. Now that Gu Shi was willing to give her a break, Sure Haochen felt that Gu Shi was a good person. After Sure Haochen finished eating, Gu Shi said to her again, "Now, tell me the story you told me again, but without so much detail." Wouldn't he be tired of telling it? Sure Haochen felt a little apprehensive. How long would it take to tell it all over again? Gu Shi frowned at Sure Haochen's expression. Why you don't want to? No, I do. I tell you whatever your majesty wants to hear. This time, Gu Shi didn't just sit there and listen, as he had done before. As Sure Haochen spoke, Gu Shi peppered him with questions. Each question hit the nail on the head, leaving Sure Haochen unsure how to respond, taking ages to react. This time, the conversation dragged on even longer. Gu Shi also learned some of the information he'd been hoping to uncover. It revealed connections within the game world and the possible locations of the black players. Most importantly, Gu Shi learned about the Buddhist layout. Oh, the Buddhist layout for this round. This week, the Buddhist sect was truly making a big move. Their plans were beyond the realm of immortal cultivation or martial arts. They were going all out. They wanted to drag down both the Heavenly Court and the Taoist sect, making Buddhism the state religion of the Daxing dynasty. They had invested heavily in this endeavor. The person in charge, this time, had to be from the Daxing dynasty. They couldn't be a foreign barbarian, nor could they be from the previous dynasty. And the Daxing emperor, Yi Xuanfeng, couldn't live much longer, he was too powerful. If Yi Xuanfeng were allowed to live, it wouldn't be a case of barbarian people and barbarian religions invading the Central Plains, but rather the Daxing dynasty swallowing up all the barbarian territory and assimilating it into Daxing. So, how to quickly achieve these two conditions became the most crucial step for the Buddhist sect. And the black players also got involved. They proposed an idea that was highly feasible. And the Buddhist sect agreed to this plan. However, the price the Buddhist sect paid was that the evil gods behind the black players would become Buddhas within Buddhism. At the very least, they would have to be bodhisattvas. And they would have to gain recognition from Buddhism and the world. Even Buddhism couldn't handle such a thing, it would have to resort to some tricks. If the black players' suggestions weren't so feasible, Buddhism would have been unwilling to do such a thing. Of course, the black players' operation was truly ingenious. Their plan was to find a couple and prepare a child at the beginning of the Daxing dynasty. This would be the child of the Daxing dynasty. Then they would be sent to a place beyond the reach of time. Let this child grow up in a time-warp place. Then he'd be released when he grows up. So, This child is from Daxing, and he is indeed, since he was born after the Daxing dynasty was established. And he's already grown up. Yi Xuanfeng, meanwhile, is only in his middle age. He can still wait for the child to return with his gift. This is exactly what the Buddhist sect wants. Gaining Yi Xuanfeng's support, but not receiving enough benefits. In this way, the empire Yi Xuanfeng built through his efforts, and everything he left behind, will all fall into the hands of the Buddhist sect. This involves more than just a great empire, but also abundant luck and even Yi Xuanfeng's life force. For the Buddhist sect, these things are invaluable treasures, the foundation for its future development. In other words, for the future prosperity of Buddhism, a mere Daxing dynasty is nothing. Even if several dynasties were sacrificed, the Buddhist sect could still do it. Of course, all of this was pieced together by Gu Shi through his own methods, from Shi Haochun's words. Shi Haochun himself certainly hadn't thought that far ahead. And Gu Shi noticed something. Yi Xuanfeng must have known about this too. However, he adopted a tacit attitude toward the Buddhist sect's actions. It was as if he said, "I know what you're thinking, but I won't say it. I just watch." This situation made Gu Shi doubt one thing. Whether Yi Xuanfeng had his own agenda. Whether he also had some black players behind him. After all, conflicts between black players were common. Most importantly, there was a certain difference between black players and cultists. Black players weren't necessarily members of any particular sect. Sometimes they became black players out of their own ambitions. So, supporting the eternal victor of this gaming world was actually quite normal. Chapter 2793. After asking all the questions, Gu Shi let Master Ho Yin play aside, while he pondered how to handle the situation next. Sending out a large army to take over the entire game world is the simplest and most direct method. Many game worlds polluted by hackers have been cleared out in this way. But behind the game world before him, Gu Shi felt something. This feeling was similar to the one he had felt when he first met Zulong. In the end, Zulong finally produced the acts of creation. Although Gu Shi didn't know the origins of the wild twin phoenix before him, he felt that he was probably on the same level as Zulong. After all, he possessed great luck. Even if he didn't have the red equipment now, it didn't mean he wouldn't have it in the future. It also didn't mean that he didn't have some ideas. So, the simplest and most brute force method was actually the hardest to use. So, Gu Shi had to analyze who was the enemy, and who was the friend in this world. The hackers were definitely all enemies. Gu Shi had no intention of letting the forces supporting the black players live. Thus, anyone or any force that could reach Yi Xuanfeng and exert a positive influence on her became Gu Shi's potential allies. Among these, the Buddhist sect was immediately excluded by Gu Shi. Gu Shi glanced at Shi Haochun, who had been driven far away, and immediately formed an idea. Shi Haochun, already subdued by Gu Shi, was quite sensitive to his gaze. The moment Gu Shi looked over, Shi Haochun reacted immediately, quickly standing up. "It's okay." Gu Shi waved at her and began to consider how to break the impasse. At this point, Gu Shi understood that his greatest advantage lay in the power of the underworld. With such a magnificent underworld before him, he certainly deserved a share of it. The position previously occupied by the Emperor of Fengdu was inappropriate. But since the underworld was occupied by a black player, it would be embarrassing for the underworld. If Gu Shi didn't take such a prime territory, who would? With this in mind, Gu Shi pulled out his soul return seal. As soon as the seal was displayed, the word soul returns to Chongxi, destiny belongs here lit up. Chongxi decree. Gu Shi raised his hand and pressed the soul return seal down heavily before the gate of the underworld palace. The ghost messengers and undead spirits, who had been guarding the area, all looked at Gu Shi. Gu Shi had been hovering in front of their gate for over 2 days. Because of Gu Shi's Death Lord abilities, these ghost messengers and undead had no intention of chasing him away. In their eyes, Gu Shi was merely wandering around, barely affecting them. Now, as Gu Shi produced his heavy seal, they realized that Gu Shi had been targeting them from the very beginning. At this point, these ghost messengers and undead were furious. They were furious for a moment, ready to charge out, but before they could even break through the gates of their own government office, they all retreated obediently. This was because these ghost messengers had discovered that Gu Shi had immediately unleashed a regular force. This force was Gu Shi's Blood Disaster Corps. The Blood Disasters that emerged had all retained their position in the regular army by defeating 10 of their equals. This time, Gu Shi directly summoned a team. This was the standard for a leader leading 1,000 men. If Gu Shi were in charge, the number might be smaller. But in this game world, it was considered a large army. You have to remember that when Yi Xuanfeng's black armored cavalry was at its peak, it numbered around 3,000 to 4,000 men. He couldn't afford any more. As for the entire Daxing Dynasty army, it was roughly 300,000 to 400,000 elite troops. These troops were not even a fraction of Gu Shi's men. Even if they were more lethal, what could they do? Gu Shi could easily crush them with a wave of men. The current situation was no different. The 1,000 blood disasters released by Gu Shi were considered an elite force by some. This was especially true for Shi Haochen, who was not far away. Her emotions were truly turbulent. When the blood disasters were released, she kept thinking, if such an army were sent to the battlefield, who could stop it? Although the current city walls are over 100 meters high, the blood scare were clearly titans. Not only were they massive, but they weren't exactly clumsy. They were incredibly agile. Most importantly, they were a magical unit, both ranged and capable in close combat. They could be used anywhere, except as assassins and rogues. As soon as the 1,000 or so men emerged, they didn't even use the main entrance. Instead, they scaled the wall and plunged into the underworld government building left by the unscrupulous players. After the blood scare entered, the underworld officials tried to resist. However, without even raising their heads, the blood scare stomped heavily on them. The ghost messengers were immediately kicked away. Before they could even climb back up, a blanket of lightning appeared around the blood disasters. This was the effect of the electrostatic force field aura. Normally, this electrostatic force field aura wasn't very effective, at most paralyzing enemies within its range. But now, it was considered a magical skill. Because most Eastern ghost soldiers, and undead, were afraid of lightning. There was no need for the blood disasters to take direct action. Some of the undead here were electrocuted to death by their own force. And the blood disasters weren't the type to sit back and do nothing. For ghost messengers of this size, the blood disasters simply pressed their hands down, unleashing poison gas or spears directly into the ground. Each strike killed a significant number of ghost messengers. After a few attacks, these ghost messengers, far from bothering Gu Shi, wished they had 2 more legs so they could run away at the first opportunity. But Gu Shi had no intention of letting them go. Seeing that the blood disaster had completely entered the government office, Gu Shi immediately gave his orders. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Gu Shi's voice was resolute, and this direct command frightened Shi Haochen, who was standing far away. She had been analyzing Gu Shi's personality for a long time, hoping to influence him in a targeted way. But she had never imagined that Gu Shi would be such a ruthless and murderous person. This kind of person is the most difficult to influence. No one knows when such a person will strike a fatal blow. When trying to persuade them, if one is not careful, one could end up in trouble. Faced with such a person, all Shi Haochen and his men could do was guide them. Of course, this wasn't about guiding such a ruthless and murderous person. Their only option was to lead other obedient people to fight such an enemy, using their lives to deplete their vitality. But the problem was that they were now in the underworld. They already reached the underworld. How can this living energy still be wasted? For a moment, Master Haochen was also confused. Chapter 2794. The 1,000 blood disasters acted with remarkable speed. In just a few minutes, everything here was cleared. All the Yin messengers were thrown into a corner, quickly becoming part of the government office's Yin Qi. Afterwards, without the blood disasters making any movement, the government office before them rapidly expanded to a size large enough for them to enter and work. After completing all this, the blood disaster leader opened the government office gate and ushered Gu Shi in. Gu Shi then walked over to Shi Haochen. Before Gu Shi could even make a move to lift him up, Shi Haochen stepped behind him. This step was already considered a sign of Shi Haochen's submission. You have to remember that in the war-torn era before the founding of Daxing, young heroes from both the demonic and righteous paths followed her side. Even the older generation treated her with courtesy. I had never expected to encounter such a situation with Gu Shi. This made Shi Haochen quite upset. But no matter how upset she was, this wasn't the human world, this was Gu Shi's territory. If she didn't behave, Gu Shi would send her straight to hell. Gu Shi glanced at Shi Haochen, unsure of her change of heart. As long as this guy didn't cause any trouble, it would be fine. Entering the government office, Gu Shi noticed a difference from the typical Eastern government office. A typical Eastern government office was a quadrangular courtyard with 5 entrances. From the front gate to the ceremonial gate, then to the main hall, second hall, and third hall, it was divided into these areas. Generally speaking, the entire government office was a small society, with all jobs fulfilled here. But the black players weren't like that. Each one of them, no one, was an Eastern-style necromancer. The fact that they had a government office here was entirely due to their backing. But that was all they could do. Expecting them to truly build a government office like the Eastern underworld, keeping everything meticulously organized, was impossible. If they truly had that kind of ability, who would want to be a black player? So the government office was a complete mess. Aside from the lobby, none of the other necessary features were present. Furthermore, when Blood Disaster entered, some buildings had been specially enlarged to facilitate his entry and exit, so the government office before them was clearly different from its normal appearance. Gu Shi simply glanced at it, ignoring everything else, and headed straight for the lobby. Shirhuin, who was following Gu Shi, just happened to see several book-like objects floating out from behind Gu Shi, drifting to different locations within the government office. These were all Gu Shi's life and death registers. Gu Shi needed to know the situation in the government office before him, and using the Book of Life and Death was the most convenient way to investigate. After all, the Book of Life and Death was for record-keeping. Anything found there could be recorded. Shirhuin was unaware of this, and she was still curiously observing the scene before her. At this moment, Gu Shi had already taken his seat in the center of the hall. Gu Shi glanced at the items on the table in the hall. The official seal that had originally been in the government office was gone, and the ink next to it was almost dry. It was obvious that this government office had not had an official seal holder in it for some time. Normally, only the ghost messengers and the ghost soldiers were present. This shows that the black players aren't omnipotent. They likely relied on the power of the evil spirits behind them to occupy this place. If a black player dies, they can be reincarnated here. No need to go through the reincarnation passage or anything like that. As for the methods of the underworld, they are also unavailable here. At most, they have their own base in the underworld. Now that Gu Shi has arrived, the black player's escape route has been cut off. Gu Shi placed the soul return seal on the seal stand, automatically becoming the master of this government office. From now on, Gu Shi will be one of the 10 Yama kings of this world's underworld. King Chongqi. Of course, the total number of the 10 Yama kings, and which of them truly holds power, is still uncertain. But Gu Shi simply placed the soul return seal and closed his eyes, trying to sense his authority in this underworld. In the end, Gu Shi discovered that his authority in this underworld was quite high. It could be said that he had no authority at all. He has no authority to judge, no authority to initiate reincarnation, no authority to dispatch ghost soldiers, no authority to suppress ghosts, nothing this, nothing that. The only thing he has is that as long as Gu Shi sits in this position, he is officially the king of hell. Although not one of the 10 courts of hell, he has all the necessary underlings and judges under his command. But this number is the minimum standard. In total, there are 4 judges and 20 underlings, not counting the servants he recruits himself. The underworld only recognizes these 24 people. As for territory, starting from the outer wall, everything within the walls is considered Gu Shi's. Of course, Gu Shi saw the extent of the wall. He had simply charged right over it. In other words, when no one was watching, the wall might be somewhat useful. But as long as someone was watching, the wall was no longer effective. However, Gu Shi didn't care. After promoting the Blood Disaster leader to judge and assigning him to stay where he was, he picked up the Book of Life and Death, which had just recorded everything. Before the Book of Life and Death returned, the Book of Life and Death Gu Shi had previously sent out also flew back. These books of life and death contained some of the underworld's most grievous records. Gu Shi glanced through them, and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed the underworld was even more complex than he imagined. Because Gu Shi noticed that the Book of Life and Death recorded at least nearly 100 deaths of Nozukichi. And every one of them was either a battle or an unjust death. Anyone with common sense would know that this was a problem. After all, the names might be the same, but the dates of birth, places of birth, and families of birth couldn't be the same. And it happened exactly the same hundreds of times. But the underworld allowed everything to happen. If they didn't know what was going on, it would be truly unacceptable. Now that Gu Shi had an identity, some of the underworld secrets no longer needed to be kept secret from him. If Gu Shi had been willing to inquire, he could have learned more important information. But Gu Shi had no intention of inquiring. In Gu Shi's mind, he knew who was the protagonist, who was the boss. That was enough. For the rest of the story, Gu Shi didn't need to follow their train of thought. If he had continued to follow their train of thought, his entire trip would have been in vain. So now was just the right time. Gu Shi had his own temporary base, his status in the underworld. Next, he could go meet the world's strongest He Xuanfeng. Chapter 2795. Before Chang'an City, Gu Shi once again stood before the Xuanwu Gate. This time, Shirhuin was not following him. After the young girl finished sharing what she knew, Gu Shi escorted her to the Pantheon. One must admit, although this young girl had been brainwashed, she still held a high status in this game world. Since Gu Shi was reluctant to let her go, she became the first goddess in Gu Shi's pantheon. Her primary duty was cleaning. Of course, she had other uses too, such as the extra tile in the pantheon's floor due to her presence. Gu Shi also acquired a relatively special blessing. The blessing of righteousness, a blessing that combined the effects of a diplomat and a death lord, allowed Gu Shi to voluntarily surrender to Gu Shi in the name of justice when interacting with ordinary people. Note, the living here, and transform into an undead, becoming his subordinate. When Gu Shi first heard that Shirhaochen possessed this ability, he was visibly stunned. He hadn't imagined that the Death Lord's abilities could be enhanced in this way. He also hadn't expected Shirhaochen to possess such abilities. It was clear that Shirhaochen was a formidable individual. Many people, presumably under her rhetoric of righteousness, had inexplicably surrendered their belongings. Fortunately, this skill now belonged to Gu Shi. Apart from anything else, even for this blessing, Gu Shi wanted Shirhaochen to remain alive, to live in the pantheon. After making arrangements for Shirhaochen, Gu Shi immediately returned to the human world. He had originally intended to return to the moment he had taken Shirhaochen away. But Gu Shi found himself unable to do so. Of course, this wasn't because Gu Shi's dual red item resonance wasn't working. It was because the world before him had been patched so many times that he couldn't even tell which round it was. If Gu Shi were to activate the dual red item resonance, it would undoubtedly cause chaos within these patches. Who knew, the moment Gu Shi looked up, he'd find himself in a completely different story. Gu Shi had come to have a good talk with Yi Xuanfeng. He wasn't here to start another round. So, Gu Shi simply didn't jump back to the moment he'd taken Shirhaochen away, but instead returned directly from the underworld to the human world. Returning to Chang'an City, Gu Shi noticed that the soldiers at the Xuanwu Gate hadn't changed. They were still the same multi-leveled force. But Gu Shi could clearly sense that the atmosphere in Chang'an City was not right. There was a distinct sense of tension within, despite being relaxed on the outside. It was clear that Yi Xuanfeng was aware of the arrival of someone in Chang'an City. He had even received a warning from the Buddhist sect. But now, Yi Xuanfeng was a little unsure of what he was thinking. Gu Shi pondered for a moment, then entered Chang'an City directly. In Chang'an City, Gu Shi saw a situation similar to the underworld. Due to the many modifications, Chang'an City still had the original layout of 3 palaces, 25 streets, and 108 wards. But the things inside had completely changed. At least from Gu Shi's perspective, Chang'an City was already a place of rampant demons, a demonic aura rising to the sky. Entering Xuanwu Gate, Gu Shi had only glanced at the direction, and before he could decide which ward to visit, he heard the sound of a gong not far away. Who's there? How did you get in? Gu Shi was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that because of the Xuanwu Gate fortification, this place had become a forbidden area? Gu Shi was actually a bit unfamiliar with the layout of Chang'an City. The tight defenses here weren't due to the Xuanwu Gate fortification. It was because Xuanwu Gate was located opposite the Taiji Palace, one of the 3 great palaces in Chang'an City. It was also the emperor's residence. Normally, entry was prohibited. Last time, Gu Shi had stayed at Xuanwu Gate for too long and was targeted for this very reason. This time, he went straight into Xuanwu Gate and even peered around the Taiji Palace area. He looked like he was coming for an assassination. Who else would these people target if not Gu Shi? Gu Shi couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the large number of soldiers closing in from all directions. In the dark night, blood moved, and Gu Shi disappeared into the darkness, as if he had never been there. Upon seeing this, the soldiers quickly blew their horns, sounding the Taiji Palace's highest alert. Gu Shi then realized how many people were stationed nearby. He didn't even know where they'd been hiding initially. How could they have suddenly emerged? These soldiers were only average, somewhere between level 18 and 22. Oh, and that's the highest level. Most soldiers were at 3 or 4 levels. Clearly, they survived the previous weeks, otherwise they wouldn't have such level data. It seemed these were Yi Xuanfeng's personal guards. Why were these people here? Could it be because Wild Twin Phoenix was nearby? Gu Shi pondered for a moment, then extended his hand. A large number of silk threads drifted outward. Bloodline net. At the same time, each strand of the bloodline net held a single nether spirit flower, invisible to normal humans. This was something Gu Shi hadn't been able to achieve before. You must know that the nether spirit flower only resonates with Death's Mane through a single path. The other 2 red items can only be used in conjunction with each other. There's no way to create a linkage or resonance. But this time, things were different. Gu Shi's nether spirit flower had 3 paths enhanced. Although the nether spirit flower hadn't been upgraded to a powerful level, its quality had been significantly improved. This resulted in these very delicate petals. These petals were all capable of activating the Nether Spirit Flower's effects. Most importantly, landing on the Bloodline Net didn't affect its function. Instead, Gushi could use the Bloodline Net to bind to these Nether Spirit Flowers, creating a Nether Spirit Flower booby trap. If these soldiers hadn't acted recklessly, these Nether Spirit Flowers wouldn't have activated. But if they acted recklessly, the Nether Spirit Flower would instantly shred them into pieces, turning them into nutrients for the Nether Spirit Flower. As he released the Blood Thread Net, Gushi couldn't help but exclaim. Through the Blood Thread Net, Gushi finally understood why he was being targeted. So he ran into someone else's backyard. He didn't explain it clearly. At first, Gushi had thought the Xuanwu Gate was the main gate. What good family would fight at their back door? So, Gushi had always assumed that Yi Shuangfeng was defending the enemy outside their main gate. He hadn't expected the final outcome to be this way. This made Gushi feel a little awkward. Just as Gushi was thinking of leaving and returning after the security here eased, he suddenly turned and looked in a certain direction. Chapter 2796. Gushi's immediate glance in this direction wasn't due to the sudden appearance of powerful individuals. Rather, it was because he saw a long string of level numbers. The level number above this person's head was at least 10 meters long. Even from a distance, even if he couldn't clearly see the person's face, he could still see the long string of numbers. Not to mention Gushi's sharp eyesight, he saw the situation at a glance. It seemed this was an old man who had fought alongside Yi Shuangfeng for countless years, surviving every cycle restart. Such an old man was a close confidant of Yi Shuangfeng. Even if he wasn't currently with Yi Shuangfeng, he knew of Yi Shuangfeng's plans. He could even communicate with Yi Shuangfeng. At the very least, his status and role were higher than that useless goddess, Shi Haochen. Thinking of this, Gushi simply stopped hiding. He dodged and came directly in front of the man. As he approached, Gushi saw the man before him. His face was sallow, his eyes were bulging, his beard thick, and his eyebrows thick. He was clad in heavy iron armor that gleamed with a cold gleam, the weight so heavy that a normal person couldn't even stand. Yet he wore it casually, as if it were ordinary clothes. As Gushi approached, he glanced up at Gushi but said nothing. However, Gushi could clearly notice that his hands were hanging naturally, and a pair of whips were tucked at his feet. Also, he had a bow and arrows slung at his waist. It was clear that he was a master fighter, skilled in both close combat and ranged combat. Gushi could also see that his legs were bent unnaturally, suggesting that he was a cavalryman or a pedestrian. Even at a low level, this kind of formidable individual would still possess considerable combat power. Gushi glanced at the levels above him. The highest was level 35, roughly the same as Shi Haochen. The lowest was level 11. Presumably, in even the most ordinary historical timeline, he wouldn't be a mere soldier. As Gushi studied this person also studied Gushi. When Gushi emerged, he made no effort to conceal his presence. The head of the goddesses behind him loomed high above, gazing intently at the person before him. This person was startled. Although he had no recollection of each restart, but under the Buddhist tradition, numerous strange beings frequently appeared in Chang'an City. A two-headed, six-armed being like Gushi was no big deal. He had even seen a 24-headed, thousand-armed being in a mural. The arms were as long as a peacock's. But his combat power wasn't strong either. But why did Gushi, despite appearing to be of a low level, exude a sense of danger? It felt as if he would die if he really attacked Gushi. He had experienced this feeling before, but never as intensely as this time. But he also knew he couldn't retreat. He was now guarding Yi Shuangfeng's chambers, protecting her safety. If he retreated, Gushi could enter the chambers and attack Yi Shuangfeng directly. This was absolutely forbidden. Thinking of this, he took a step forward. Who are you? Emperor Armor. Gushi had come forward directly, naturally not concealing himself. He had directly used his imperial title. This aura startled him. Having experienced war, he had seen many people with imperial aura, dragon aura, and the title of emperor. Not to mention the others, even the few killed by Yi Shuangfeng, who didn't have some dragon aura or something, and the one who left the Central Plains and went to Southeast Asia, his imperial aura was even stronger than Yi Shuangfeng's. But didn't they all die at Yi Shuangfeng's hands in the end, so he wouldn't mistake the title of emperor and the imperial aura. But he wasn't quite sure what such an emperor was doing here. Could he be trying to take over the Central Plains? Who are you? You can call me Jingda. What are you doing here? I happened to be passing by here and heard Master Haochen mention Yi Shuangfeng. I wanted to talk to him. Compared to his attitude towards Zulong and the others, Gushi's current attitude was somewhat casual. But this was normal. For one thing, Gushi didn't know Yi Shuangfeng's situation. At least, Gu Shi didn't know Yi Xuanfeng's status in the martial arts world. On the other hand, it was because Gu Shi hadn't seen Yi Xuanfeng and hadn't felt the pressure she brought. Most importantly, Gu Shi himself was now a Red Emperor, possessing 3 pieces of red armor, 2 resonant and 1 exclusive. He had just emerged from the red armor game world. How could Gu Shi be so frightened by such an ordinary game world? If he hadn't found the black player yet, if Gu Shi hadn't figured out how to deal with the game world before him, he could easily flatten it and use it as his own underworld battlefield. So his attitude towards this game world was clearly different. Gu Shi's attitude towards Yi Xuanfeng was naturally different from his attitude towards Zulong. Seeing Gu Shi's attitude, Jingde didn't make a scene or attack him directly. He knew it was futile. He needed to wait for Xu Bao to arrive, and the two of them could work together to keep Gu Shi out of the palace. As long as Yi Xuanfeng was safe, their safety wasn't important at all. Gu Shi saw Jingde's increasingly perplexed expression, and he understood his intentions. Hey, don't let your imagination run wild. I have no intention of clashing with your emperor. His ideas and actions have nothing to do with me. I'm only here to chase down a few guys and patch things up. Whether your emperor is dead or alive is actually of no importance to me. The reason I came to you is because you're considered the legitimate rulers here. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Jingde could only half believe and half doubt. Still, he stubbornly stood in front of Gu Shi, preventing him from entering the palace. This behavior infuriated Gu Shi. He considered killing the man in front of him several times and charging in. But in the end, Gu Shi suppressed this thought and addressed Jingde directly. Wasn't what I said clear enough? Or do you simply not take me seriously? I give you one more chance. Tell your emperor to come out and see me. If he's still a man. Gu Shi's words infuriated Jingde. What do you mean by still a man? Yi Xuanfeng is the strongest carbon-based life form of this century. Okay, it's just that Yi Xuanfeng is busy dealing with some matters right now. She's completely unavailable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for Jingde to guard here. Looking at Jingde's ignorant expression, Gu Shi finally couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward, ready to strike with the Secret Realm sword staff in his hand. Chapter 2797. That's not how you use a staff. Jingde had barely spoken when Gu Shi felt his grip loosen, and the Secret Realm sword staff vanished from his grasp. Gu Shi knew his melee skills weren't great, but he hadn't imagined they were this bad. He couldn't understand what had gone wrong. Luckily, Jingde didn't pursue, or else Gu Shi would have been dealt a heavy blow. However, Gu Shi noticed that while Jingde's skills were considerable, they were still far inferior to the Xian Longzhu he had met earlier. Although Jingde's attack had caused Gu Shi to doubt himself, it hadn't left him feeling unworthy of life. However, the 2 pairs of arms behind Gu Shi's back immediately drew their respective weapons, while Death Mane immediately restrained Gu Shi. If Jingde had any chance of attacking, Death Mane would have carried him to safety. Watching Gu Shi's reaction, Jingde's eyes narrowed, and he was about to strike first. Just then, a voice rang out from behind Jingde's guard post. Jingde, don't be disrespectful. Jingde stepped back upon hearing this. Then, Gu Shi saw a long string of numbers emerging from the darkness. After the numbers traveled 7 or 8 meters, Gu Shi spotted a slightly chubby, middle-aged man in a yellow robe walking out. No need to introduce himself. Gu Shi knew from the level number above his head that this man was the true protagonist of this game world, Yi Xuanfeng. But his face was somewhat pale at this moment, as if he had been seriously ill and had just risen from his bed after hearing the noise outside. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that Yi Xuanfeng's eyes were red, with dark circles around them. It was obvious that he hadn't had a good rest in a while. However, Gu Shi could tell that his sleeplessness wasn't due to being too busy with work or anything like that. Rather, it was due to being frightened or experiencing other stresses that kept him awake. This intrigued Gu Shi. How could someone like him, someone who had fought on the battlefield and seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, be afraid? Anyone who was afraid would have been dead and left in a state of confusion. Gu Shi understood this best. Ever since becoming a necromancer, Gu Shi hadn't felt any fear at all when seeing corpses or anything like that. So, there was clearly something wrong with his situation. At this point, Li Xuanfeng also said to Gu Shi, I'm not sure how to address you, young man. I'm Yi Xuanfeng. Gu Shi stared at Li Xuanfeng for a long time, noticing that he didn't have the airs of an emperor. Instead, he acted like a man of the world, acting with openness and dignity, giving off a natural and gentle vibe. It wasn't like what he's seen in the cutscenes at all. Facing such a person, it was hard for Gu Shi not to feel a fondness for him. Emperor Gu Shi, the king of the underworld. Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, then finally gave his name. Outside the world, identity and status are self-given. As expected, When Gu Shi revealed himself to be the king of the underworld, Yi Shuangfeng couldn't help but sigh. Is my time up? Seeing Yi Shuangfeng's nonchalant attitude towards life and death, Gu Shi was taken aback. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. At least it wasn't my fault that you're in this state now. I'm here only to capture a few people, and it has nothing to do with your majesty. Gu Shi's target this time was still the hackers. After all, the presence of hackers had instantly transformed the game world from PvE to PvP. It even affected Gu Shi's layout of the underworld battlefield. As for the existence of Yi Shuangfeng, Gu Shi truly didn't care. At least, in her current state, Yi Shuangfeng didn't display the talent or grace of ancestral dragon. At most, she was a bit gentler, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Yi Shuangfeng merely rolled her eyes, not expressing disbelief. Instead, she smiled and said, "Is there anything you need? If so, I can help you." His attitude, "We only met once, but we're best friends," still touched Gu Shi somewhat. "Sure, please help me find these people." Upon hearing about such a good opportunity, Gu Shi pulled out the Book of Life and Death and produced a list of names. These lists recorded the identities that black players, after dying in battle, were reborn into this game world. Of course, there were also some powerful black players who didn't actually die in battle, but instead chose a better identity through their own means. At the same time, some people wanted to change their identities, while others wanted to accomplish something big and needed a legitimate identity. Some even wanted to change their identities just for fun. This kind of thing was easy. After all, the underworld of this game world was even more shabby than the human world, as porous as a sieve. Anyone with a little ability can stir up trouble in the underworld. Even if you don't have the ability, you can still buy what you want with a little money. In any case, with every restart, every round, the black players will switch their identities. But no matter how they change their identities, their origins remain. Everything is recorded in the underworld. Gu Shi occupied the underworld government office belonging to the black players, and obtained their records in the Book of Life and Death. Now this has become a death warrant for the black players. Gu Shi only needs to take the Book of Life and Death and go after them one by one, and none of them will escape. Looking at the Book of Life and Death that Gu Shi produced, Yi Shuangfeng hesitated and asked, "Is this a family tree?" "Uh-huh." Hearing Yi Shuangfeng's question, Gu Shi burst into laughter. "Do you think I use this family tree to kill people according to the tree?" "Yeah, I always feel like I'd done this before." Yi Shuangfeng thought seriously, but ultimately shook his head. The situation with the aristocratic family was a bit troublesome, and it wasn't something he could directly address right now. Right now, Yi Shuangfeng could only maintain his base. The aristocratic families could only slowly manage through various means. He had thought of killing everyone with the family tree, but he truly didn't have the ability to do it. These were just his dreams. Now that Gu Shi had come out with a book, it was natural that this was his first thought. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Yi Shuangfeng also laughed. "So that's how it is. If it's not a family tree, it's easier. I can help you with that. At least when it comes to finding people, no one is more efficient than me." As Yi Shuangfeng spoke, he flipped open the Book of Life and Death in his hand. Seeing the first name on it, Yi Shuangfeng was stunned. He knew this person. Chansuni Wang. Chapter 2798. Why, you recognize him? Gu Shi glanced at Yi Shuangfeng and couldn't help but ask a question. Yi Shuangfeng's reaction was strange, as if Gu Shi had found his closest relative first. However, Gu Shi had inquired before arriving, and Yi Shuangfeng's father, Yi Yuan, was already dead. As for his brothers, they had already been met at Xuanwu Gate. His 3 sons seemed barely grown up. Who could this Chansun be? At this moment, Yi Shuangfeng said somewhat awkwardly, "This is my Taishan." "Taishan? Lord of Taishan? No, it seems he's my father-in-law." "Oh, this Goose King is Yi Shuangfeng's father-in-law." No wonder. If Gu Shi really follows this Book of Life and Death, he might end up killing Yi Shuangfeng's family. If he kills Chansun Goose King, then what about Yi Shuangfeng's wife and the children she bore him? There was simply too much to discuss here. So much that Yi Shuangfeng simply couldn't give up. At this point, Yi Shuangfeng was also in a dilemma. He looked at Gu Shi and said hesitantly, "How about we forget about this one and move on to the next one?" Gu Shi shook his head helplessly. He knew there was nothing left to discuss next. The first one was like this, and the next one would surely be the same. There was absolutely nothing to discuss here. Rather than hoping Yi Shuangfeng would sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice, it would be better for Gu Shi to take action and destroy the world himself. Seeing Gu Shi's reaction, Yi Shuangfeng knew that some things were simply not negotiable. Thinking of this, Yi Shuangfeng glanced at Gu Shi. Finally, he spoke calmly. One day. Gu Shi blinked, confused by Yi Shuangfeng's implication. I give you 1 day. Run as far as you can. After 1 day, I mobilize my troops to pursue you. If you die, don't blame me. As Yi Shuangfeng spoke these words, his aura suddenly flared. He looked completely different now. Although his eyes were still crimson, and he looked sleep-deprived, his confidence was at its peak. He seemed to have no regard for Gu Shi's status at all. Perhaps in Yi Shuangfeng's eyes, anyone who could stand before him was within his reach. Even the king of hell, so what? He simply couldn't find the way to the underworld. If he did, he could still kill them. Are you sure? Gu Shi's eyes narrowed. Was he just courting death? He must have known how many troops he had under his command. If you want to fight, then go ahead. Gu Shi pointed a finger at Yi Shuangfeng, about to say something. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind Yi Shuangfeng. Erlang, no. Gu Shi looked up and saw a woman, plainly dressed and calm, approaching from behind. As she emerged, Yi Shuangfeng's aura became calmer. It was clear she was influenced by her. Hangxi, I knew. Why are you out? I heard you were angry, so I came to check on you. You haven't rested well in days. You can't stay angry like this. The woman walked up to Yi Shuangfeng and reached out to touch his brow. Gu Shi felt like, with just that, he had enough dog food. This guy really didn't take him seriously. But by then, Gu Shi already knew who this person was. After all, while the Book of Life and Death records the black player's information, everything else is also recorded quite comprehensively. The name Hangxi I knew, like Yi Shuangfeng's, doesn't sound like something a normal person would use. After seeing it, Gu Shi naturally wouldn't forget it. She was the daughter of Changsun Yi Wang, the Changsun family. It seemed she was someone who could persuade Yi Shuangfeng. No wonder Yi Shuangfeng had fallen out with Gu Shi over Changsun Yi Wang. It seemed their family relationship was truly exceptional. It's okay. We fought countless battles from the beginning until now. I've seen all sorts of storms. I don't care about this little thing. I'm not going to kill him. Didn't I give him a day? Go back and rest. Your body isn't in good shape. If you keep working yourself up like this, you might not be able to handle it. Yi Shuangfeng paid no attention to Gu Shi, who was still standing nearby. He was only trying to persuade his wife. Meanwhile, Jingda raised his whips and stared at Gu Shi. Just now, he had thought Yi Shuangfeng and Gu Shi could have a good talk. Now, it seemed they were still enemies. Don't blame him for being rude. Yi Shuangfeng's promise to give Gu Shi a day was hers, not his. As soon as Gu Shi left Taiji Palace, he would immediately send troops to pursue him. Gu Shi must not be allowed to live to see the sunrise tomorrow. Thinking of this, Jingda looked at Gu Shi as if he were looking at a dead person. As soon as Jingda looked over, Gu Shi reacted. He could even guess what Jingda was planning. Gu Shi understood Jingda's thinking. After all, his men did the same. On a large battlefield, the best enemy is the one that's been killed. Living enemies always present a nuisance. To ensure nothing goes wrong, Gu Shi often kills potential enemies in advance. So he immediately knew what Jingda was planning. This kind of enemy is a good enemy. And Gu Shi had an idea. What if Jingda were killed? In the face of a double death, would he become a single undead, or a chain of undead? If only one undead was transformed, what level would he be? Would he choose the highest level, or the first? Seeing Gu Shi's gaze, Jingda's expression grew even more irritated. He wanted to raise his whip and strike Gu Shi to death right then and there. At this moment, Yi Shuangfeng said, Jingda, let him go. I said I give him 1 day, and that's 1 day. After 1 day, the entire black armored cavalry will attack and deliver his head to me. I will use his head to open the path to the underworld. At this, Jingda's eyes flashed with excitement. He ignored Gu Shi's presence and said directly, Your Majesty, have you made up your mind? Are we really going to charge into the underworld? Of course. I asked that monk, and the underworld has many loopholes. The Buddhist sect has considerable power in the underworld. Not to mention the others, even his disciples, destined to be his disciples, have torn up the Book of Life and Death in the underworld. We have enough fighting power to sweep through the underworld without any problem. After all, the spirits in the underworld right now are all defeated by us. Gu Shi felt somewhat helpless. Hey, please consider the situation. I'm still here. Can you guys just hold yourself back a bit? Chapter 2799. After a few words, Yi Shuangfeng finally remembered Gu Shi. Brother Gu, you only have 1 day. I hope you can make the most of it to escape. Without further communication with Gu Shi, he led his wife back. Gu Shi blinked, feeling that the situation before him bore a resemblance to Shi Haochun's ideas. For the greater good, surrender everything your own men have. And you actually did. You promised to defend the city for you. Even if you're my enemy, I help you. And even if you want to kill me, you trust me and hand over all your military power to me during the defense. What a messed up idea. Even women's magazines wouldn't dare write this way. But some people have actually taken this path. Most importantly, Yi Xuanfeng is clearly influenced by this line of thinking. For the sake of appearing righteous, they make many choices. Of course, their righteous actions aren't without benefits. The righteous Yi Xuanfeng would gain the support of the Buddhist community. And all the righteous forces in the world would support Yi Xuanfeng. At that time, all those who oppose Gu Shi would be cast into the ranks of the evil sects and become public enemies. But Yi Xuanfeng had forgotten one thing. Just because he was affected by such a power didn't mean Gu Shi would be affected as well. Most importantly, Gu Shi truly didn't care whether he was righteous or evil. Gu Shi was a necromancer. While he had never fought in a war to annihilate a nation, he had just fought a war to exterminate a clan. He was willing to communicate with Yi Xuanfeng because he was a relatively rare existence, the protagonist of a game world. But being willing to communicate doesn't mean fear. One day, right? Then I'd like to see how many soldiers you can mobilize in a day, and how effective they are. Thinking of this, Gu Shi gave Jingda a provocative smile. After that, Gu Shi didn't move, and he simply disappeared into the darkness. Gu Shi's action startled Jingda. He had previously harbored murderous intent towards Gu Shi because he couldn't even hold his weapon firmly. He was clearly a weakling with no melee ability. Let alone letting such a person escape for a day, even if he escaped for 3 or 5, their military would still be able to track him down and easily kill him. So, when Yi Xuanfeng said this, although Jingda was considering how to preemptively eliminate Gu Shi, he didn't stop Yi Xuanfeng's choice. But now the situation was different. Gu Shi was clearly a magician. Magicians are good at ranged spells, and their melee skills are weak, which is understandable. Letting a magician go. Giving him another day? He's courting death. Your Majesty, this is truly audacious. Blow the horn. Black armor cavalry, gather as many as you can and mobilize them. The horn blew again quickly. Yi Xuanfeng and Chansun Hangsinu, who were in the palace, also heard it. Yi Xuanfeng didn't blame Jingda for immediately mobilizing troops. He dared to give up power, which showed his deep trust in his generals. Hangsinu, however, asked with some concern, Erlang, that emperor armor doesn't look easy to deal with. Isn't this a bit too radical? It's okay, even if it's difficult to deal with. It's not like I haven't killed Yama before. And this time, he came to me on his own initiative. I was originally thinking of finding another opportunity to have old Ghostway slay a dragon, and then have the Buddhists help open the door to the underworld again. No need now. Kill this King Chengshi. I already have the souls of the 13 wild kings in my hands. If I then take on the authority of one of the 10 kings of hell, I can still do it. But Erlang, wouldn't that be a bad idea? After all, those stick monks saved you before. Why not? Don't they always want to become Buddhas? Open. A passage to the underworld, ruling over the underworld, isn't that also what Buddhas do? They might even be willing to do. Besides, for this matter, we borrowed and owed everything we can, past, present, and future. Even if things don't go well now, it's too late. As long as you act according to our plan. After this is accomplished, we have a place in the west, and a place in the east. Heaven and earth will all be ours. The Daxing dynasty will also be the starting point of our immortal dynasty. Si Hongnu didn't understand any of this. She only knew that Yi Xuanfeng had been working hard on her health over the years. So, she didn't try to persuade him much, but simply leaned against Yi Xuanfeng. Yi Xuanfeng listened to the horn outside, and a moment of calm came into his eyes. His plan, which combined countless ideas from Buddhism, Taoism, the Orthodox way, the demonic way, the black players, the cult, the underworld, the human world, and the imperial qi, was finally reaching its final step. As long as this step was accomplished, he could then embark on the path to the immortal dynasty. Then, he would rule the immortal dynasty forever. As for his sons, let them be. Neither the Crown Prince succession law nor the Xuanwu Gate succession law would affect them. They just had to be obedient sons. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through Yi Xuanfeng's mind. Should he give his sons some flaws? Should he let them fight among themselves? Perhaps that was a good idea. After this matter was settled, we'd deal with it later. A thought flashed through Yi Xuanfeng's mind. His gaze fell to the ceiling. Yi Xuanfeng's bedroom was made of pure copper. On the ceiling were traces of scratched out lines. This was specially built by a certain generation of Yi Xuanfeng after they discovered that the world would restart, and he would lose all his memories and start over. This pure copper bedroom would only appear after Yi Shuangfeng completed the Xuanwu Gate scramble and became emperor. Let Yi Shuangfeng see the plan engraved on the ceiling. Of course, to ensure the plans weren't leaked, all the plans have been broken down into individual tasks. Whenever Yi Shuangfeng completed a task, he would cross it off. This time, Yi Shuangfeng had already crossed off the final task. In other words, after all his hard work over the previous weeks, it was time to reap the rewards. Yi Shuangfeng felt incredibly powerful. He also sensed that this harvest would be a significant improvement for him. The underworld meant nothing. He was a man destined to conquer the heavens and the Buddhist realm. It was precisely because of this that he dared to disregard Gu Shi. However, Yi Shuangfeng didn't know that the black players had concealed something from him. For example, where the black players profited. Another example, the Sha cultists knew that even higher quality items existed above the orange equipment level. Chapter 2800. Outrageous, outrageous indeed. As he left Taiji Palace, this was the only thought in Gu Shi's mind. This was a provocation to him. Gu Shi had originally considered giving the game world's protagonist some respect. Now that was completely unnecessary. The people of this world should be dead. Let them all become ghosts. Gu Shi looked towards the Taiji Palace and snorted heavily. Yotsukiji was a good ghost. Dragging him up shouldn't be a problem. There were even those old ghosts killed by Yi Shuangfeng. Some of them had spent countless rounds in the underworld. Every restart prevented them from entering the Ghost Gate, forcing them to wander the Yellow Springs Road. This intensified their already simmering resentment. Release them, and Gu Shi wouldn't even have to do anything himself. These ghost soldiers would take revenge on their own. Not to mention, Gu Shi had just reorganized the regular troops, and they were still thinking about how to upgrade them to main or elite units. How could they miss such a good opportunity? This battle was certain to be won. Gu Shi took a look at the surroundings of Chang'an City. This was a suitable battlefield. Why not start the battle here? Afterward, they could turn this place into a new Death City. Gu Shi nodded, having already made up his mind. Just then, a voice rang out from not far away. You? In the past, Gu Shi would have waited for someone to approach and greet her. What era was this? Gu Shi clearly possessed immense strength, so why would anyone pretend to be so arrogant? The person who wanted to greet Gu Shi felt a chill on her forehead before she could finish her words. Gu Shi's finger pressed against her forehead. Only then did Gu Shi take in the woman before him. After a long pause, Gu Shi finally spoke. Poor or a ghost? The woman looked puzzled. She had considered various possibilities for her encounter with Gu Shi, but she had never imagined he would ask such a question. I'm a living person, and I'm not poor. I believe I'm a living person, but I'm not so sure about not being poor. If you're not poor, why are you wearing all white? Can't your clothes be dyed? If you're not poor, why don't you even have shoes? Aren't you afraid of stepping on something? When Gu Shi first asked the question, the woman still had a desire to explain. But when Gu Shi asked the last sentence, her expression suddenly changed. Here, she felt like, if you say anything more, I turn hostile, kick you in the face, and shove my foot in your mouth. Thankfully, the woman wasn't so impulsive. She suppressed some of her thoughts. Even though Gu Shi was pointing a finger at her, she still managed a faint smile. Did you take away that troublesome Shirhaochen? Who are you? Hearing the name Shirhaochen, Gu Shi's murderous intent noticeably faded. Shirhaochen's old rival, you can call me Cece. The woman introduced herself. As to why she was Shirhaochen's old rival, she didn't explain, and Gu Shi didn't ask. Gu Shi simply noticed that the level above her head was similar to Shirhaochen's, both with only 2 levels, and their levels were almost identical. It was clear that the term old rival was correct. But Gu Shi was a little confused as to why she had jumped out. Could it be that she, like Shirhaochen, was trying to persuade him to make a small sacrifice for the greater good? At this moment, Cece said, You're in big trouble, don't you know? The Taiji Palace has just issued an order for all black armored cavalry to return to their formation. Chang'an City is under lockdown tonight, and you must be killed before dawn tomorrow. Oh, they reacted quickly. What about you? Aren't you afraid of them? Me? What do I have to be afraid of? Cece said with a smile. I just hope things get as chaotic as possible. After all, only in chaos can I get things done. Well, are you confident? If not, I can get you out of Chang'an City. I can even get you out of the Daxing dynasty. I can take you as far as... Gu Shi glanced at Cece, and saw a flicker of confusion and bewilderment in her eyes. She looked as if she had discovered something unusual. What's wrong? What did you discover? Gu Shi asked curiously. Nothing, just feels a little strange. Isn't the Western Region's protectorate on the border of Daxing? How come there's suddenly a place called Five Elements Mountain? This situation doesn't seem right. Cece didn't understand the situation, but Gushi did. This was probably something stitched in during some other playthrough. Due to excessive power or some other reason, even after the playthrough was restarted, this place wasn't erased and started over. The only thing that can be erased is the memory in people's hearts. If you think about it carefully, you have some memories. At this moment, Cece seemed excited. Five Elements Mountain sounds like a good place. Since we can't stay in Daxing anymore, we can move the Holy Sect's headquarters to Five Elements Mountain. By then, it'd be considered a land grab for Daxing, and a land expansion for the outside world. Either way, it's a win. Gushi shrugged. Good luck then. I really don't need your help. But as a token of my gratitude, if you want to move to Five Elements Mountain, you better leave Chang'an City quickly. Because Chang'an City won't be long. Gushi's words shone with confidence, startling Cece. She looked at Gushi, sizing him up and down. Finally, her gaze settled on the heads of the goddesses floating behind him. Isn't that your true form? You're overthinking it. While there's still some time, take your people and leave happily. If you're any later, you won't be able to leave the city. Unexpectedly, Cece became interested in Gushi. She grabbed his hand and said, Come on, it's only noon. Let's find a place to eat. Let me see your strength. How about relying on you to just say a few words, and have us abandon everything here and leave the city? Do you think that's realistic? I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat. Gushi didn't have much hostility towards Cece. At least she wasn't as condescending as Shirhauchen. Gushi naturally had no intention of killing Cece. His words were quite sincere. But Cece wouldn't let Gushi leave. No, you come here, so you have to let me treat you at least. They say you get dumplings on board, and noodles on the way out. Either I treat you to dumplings, or I give you noodles. The word sounded familiar to Gushi. Has he been teased? This game world is truly bizarre. Some people provoke him, and others tease him. Is it because they stitched so many things together that they lost all sense of their own rank? Chapter 2801. Night quickly fell upon Chang'an City. Standing on the wall of a certain market district in Chang'an City, Gushi looked at Cece beside him, and said with some resignation, Tell me, you were acting this way, and that this afternoon. What exactly do you want to do? I want to destroy this city. Cece said seriously. There's no place for our holy sect in this city anymore. Those people in the holy sect are still trying to make peace with them. They don't even realize how survivable Chang'an City is right now. At this point, Cece's eyes shifted, and she leaned against Gushi. You're different. At first, I just wanted to ask where you sent that woman, Shirhauchen. But then, I realized you truly don't care about Chang'an City. In your eyes, it's a dead city. That's rare. At first, I really wanted to help you escape. But now I want to join your plan and destroy this city. Is that okay with you? Gushi glanced at Cece and asked a final question. Are you on the same level as Shirhauchen? Of course. Although I lost back then, it wasn't because of my strength, but because she was incredibly good at saving face and persuaded many helpers. If it were a one-on-one fight. Cece hadn't finished her words when she noticed the surrounding shift. She and Gushi appeared in a void. There were only 5 tiles in the void. Shirhauchen, whom Cece had been talking about, was sitting on one of them, lost in thought. Seeing Gushi approach, Shirhauchen quickly stood up and straightened his clothes. However, upon seeing Cece accompanying Gushi, Shirhauchen's expression changed slightly, then his smile deepened. Your Majesty, why did you bring her here? She said she's as good as you, so I brought her in for you to see. Cece was visibly taken aback. She had never seen Shirhauchen like this before. But looking at Shirhauchen's wrinkled, slightly smelly clothes, Cece understood Shirhauchen had been beaten into submission. This situation delighted Cece. What she despised most were green tea girls like Shirhauchen. But the men in this world couldn't resist their attraction. They surrounded Shirhauchen every day, calling her fairy. But things were different now. After being beaten like this by Gushi, Shirhauchen had lost all his remaining dignity. This was truly good news. At this moment, Gushi also looked at Cece. You seen it, she's now serving as a goddess in my pantheon. Do you have the same thought? Goddess? She looks like this, so she can be called a goddess, haha. Cece pointed at Shirhauchen and laughed happily. Even though I want to say no, I have to admit, the pantheon has accepted it. Gushi shrugged. Gushi had originally thought Shirhauchen was just a decoration in the pantheon. But he hadn't expected Shirhauchen to actually survive here. Because of the void energy and pantheon energy, Shirhauchen doesn't feel hungry, and her physical strength and vitality even recover faster than in the outside world. During her regular practice, her cultivation speed is also greatly improved. At most, the clothes she wore couldn't be changed, and they started to smell after wearing them for so long. But Shirhaochen didn't care. For her, as long as she survived, that was a good thing. Gu Shi, seeing that Shirhaochen had survived in the Temple of the Gods, and was even helping to run it, and most importantly, had given it a decent blessing, he left Shirhaochen alone. Cece's question prompted Gu Shi to add this. Shirhaochen then turned to Cece. Cece, this is a great place. Do you want to stay with me? I stay with your sister. Cece, who had been feeling a bit cheerful just now, immediately responded to Shirhaochen's words. If Gu Shi hadn't immediately dragged Cece back to Chang'an City, the two of them might have come to blows in that tiny temple of the gods. Back on the wall, Cece was visibly stunned for a moment before reacting. Sorry, that wasn't my true self just now. Please forget everything. Cece felt a little embarrassed for once. She took Gu Shi's hand, hoping he would forget everything that had just happened. But Gu Shi just smiled, and said he would take Cece to the Pantheon. On the one hand, he wanted to prove to Cece that he was strong enough and hoped she would invest all her money, not just squeeze it out bit by bit like toothpaste. On the other hand, he wanted to test how the Pantheon classified goddesses. Gu Shi had a feeling that the classification of goddesses shouldn't be based on rank. If that were the case, he could simply recommend a few high-ranking women to the Pantheon, and there would be no need for anyone else. Just after Cece was brought into the Pantheon had actually given Gu Shi a three-choice option. Just like the Midping path when Shirhaochen was sent to the Pantheon, Shirhaochen's option was to transform into a decoration while alive, transform into a decoration after death, or remain in the Pantheon as a divine servant cleaning the place. Cece's option was to transform into a decoration while alive, transform into a decoration after death, or remain in the Pantheon as a divine guard in combat. Besides the transformation into a decoration, which remained unchanged, the two paths were clearly different. Of course, Gu Shi believed that even if they were transformed into decorations, there would be a clear difference. There would also be a clear difference between transforming alive and transforming after death. Of course, Gu Shi hadn't yet tried out the different transformations between the two, so he couldn't say which of Cece and Shirhaochen was better. The only thing he could be sure of was that Cece was right. She and Shirhaochen were on the same level. This also helped Gu Shi understand how to find the goddess. Gu Shi planned to ask Cece if she was willing to come with him after this battle. If she was willing, that would be great. If not, Gu Shi could also try to see what it would be like to be transformed into an ornament after death. Cece didn't know this. After expressing her apology, Cece's mind shifted away from that. Before, she had simply judged the situation based on Gu Shi's gaze. In her mind, she was perfect in every way, so there was no reason to always be the loser. But now it was different. Based on Cece's judgment just now, Gu Shi's strength was overwhelming. Just what Gu Shi had demonstrated, what others could see, was enough for Cece. A 50% chance of success wasn't a gamble anymore. It was choosing victory. She, Cece, had gone all in. Chapter 2802. Is this the benefit you're talking about? Cece, who chose to go all in, brought Gu Shi to a place and demonstrated her utmost sincerity. After all, she had just made a request to Gu Shi, hoping he would do her a favor. After destroying Chang'an City, she hoped he would hand over all the children under the age of 5 to her. She wanted to use these children to rebuild the holy sect. Gu Shi naturally agreed to Cece's request. Gu Shi wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. He wouldn't even involve children. As Gu Shi pondered this, the soul of the octopus-headed child floated through the sky. Of course, Cece didn't see it. After Gu Shi agreed, Cece brought him to their holy sect's base in Chang'an City. Underneath this base lay an ice cave, containing 3 corpses that looked somewhat similar. Gu Shi had a need for corpses, but not all of them were to his liking. Ordinary corpses can only be used as resurrection materials, so Gu Shi wouldn't be very appealing. Also, although the corpse before him had been preserved by the ice, it had clearly been left there for too long, having become somewhat hardened. In ordinary terms, it had already become zombie flesh, useless. But Cece said with certainty, I saw you were collecting some things. You were even willing to accept someone like Master Haochen, so I thought you have some use for them. This is the body of my master, this is the body of my master's daughter, and this is the body of my master's granddaughter. 3 generations of their family died in the Battle of Xuanwu Gate. 3 generations of the family are here, Cece explained to Gu Shi. But Gu Shi understood the meaning behind Cece's words. Cece's master must be just like Cece, both considered goddess level. Even if it's a little older, an old A8 is still an A8. It won't be looked down upon simply because of age. Cece's master is a goddess, so naturally her daughter and granddaughter are also of the same level. This was Cece's decision upon discovering she was collecting goddesses. Let me see. She reached out and pressed on one of the corpses. Sure enough, the Pantheon sent back a notification. The corpses are considered goddess level, but since only the corpses remain, transforming them into decorations while still alive or sending them directly to the Pantheon is no longer feasible. The only option left is to transform them into decorations after death. Yes, these are considered goddess level, even though they're already dead. She reached out and pressed on the other two corpses, his expression changing involuntarily. It turned out that when she pressed the button, the Pantheon had given a new clue. Because these were two generations of mother and daughter, there was a bond system. The ornaments transformed into them were in the same direction, and the power of the ornaments and the goddess's blessing would be increased by 15%. With each additional mother and daughter pair, the bond would be further strengthened. Of course, these weren't just any mother and daughter, but these three. Guess I have to search the underworld sometime to see if there are any clues. She muttered to himself, then immediately sent the three corpses into the Pantheon. Cece couldn't see as the corpses were being brought into the Pantheon. Sherhalchen had sensed something, but didn't know what was happening. Only she could clearly see that 3 more tiles had first appeared inside the Pantheon. Then, a force field-like layer appeared in the void, and 3 ribbons, resembling flowing sleeves, entwined themselves around the edges of the Pantheon's tiles. Clearly, the 3 goddess-level corpses had been transformed into 3 ribbons adorning the Pantheon. And the length and color of the ribbons were still optional. The only benefit was a new blessing. The weapon force field grants she and his subordinates a temporary weapon-related blessing, allowing them to master a weapon they never encountered before. That was the description provided by the Pantheon. However, she felt it himself. Because of the combined effects of 3 similar blessings, combined with the bond between the mother and daughter, this weapon mastery was incredibly powerful. This could instantly elevate she or his subordinates to level 15 mastery of a single weapon. If you were to compare, it was almost like someone who had never learned anything before could instantly become a wing-level player after acquiring a weapon. In other words, if she wielded his staff sword now, he wouldn't be instantly knocked away by Jingda. He could even perform a few sword moves. Instead of just slashing around with the sword like before, he didn't seem to be able to do much further. Of course, she felt he couldn't advance any further. After all, his class was limited. Level 15 mastery was already the limit. To improve further, he would either need a few more blessings or a corresponding class. At this thought, Gushi's eyes lit up again. Cece had no way of noticing the changes in the Temple of the Gods, but seeing Gushi's reaction, she knew she had done the right thing. Cece, always willing to offer advice, said, "Well, am I right?" "I have what you want, sir." "Very good. I agree to your terms. After Chang'an City is captured, all the children in Chang'an City. No, I eliminate some of them, and the rest will be yours. Also, after I leave, you can use my reputation to your advantage. Of course, if you're willing to join my Pantheon, I grant you permission. Forget it, I have my own goals." "But is Sherhalchen enough alone?" "What do you mean?" "Sherhalchen's master is on D-Top Peak, near Chang'an City. And Sherhalchen's master wasn't the most beautiful one on D-Top Peak. She was just a replacement. The most beautiful one left with the evildoers, and gave birth to a daughter. Her daughter is even more famous than Sherhalchen. If you need us, we can capture them all and bring them to the Pantheon." Cece immediately came up with a new idea. Upon hearing this, Gushi felt Cece had the potential to become a treacherous official. "I really like all her ideas." At this moment, Cece continued, "Besides all this, I know a secret about Emperor Peak. There are the remains of Hang Shuang." "Who is Hang Shuang?" Gushi asked, somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of this name since entering this game world. "You don't know Hang Shuang?" Cece looked at Gushi in disbelief. Gushi shook his head decisively. "I only been here a short time. Isn't this normal? Well, there's still some time before dawn. Let me tell you, this Hang Shuang is a formidable figure." Chapter 2803. Hang Shuang, an ancient Taoist figure, was of the same generation as Guang Qingzi. However, after the Zhou dynasty conquered the Shang dynasty, Hang Shuang traveled west and later became a Buddhist bodhisattva. To achieve this status, he even transformed from a male into a female, a celestial being. Therefore, the disciples of the Cixin Sword sect are all female. Over the years, everyone has assumed that Hang Shuang is a female. Only ancient sects like the Demon sect know that Hang Shuang was originally a male. Ever since Yi Shuangfeng ascended to power, he issued an order stating that the Shuang character in Hang Shuang's name conflicted with his own, Yi Shuangfeng's, and should be avoided. So, Hang Shuang's name was forcibly changed to Hang Ci. Perhaps in a few years, even disciples of the demon sect like Cici will use the name Hang Ci when referring to Hang Shuang. Listening to Cici's self-deprecating words, Gu Shi's expression grew solemn. No wonder. What's wrong? Cici looked at Gu Shi. She couldn't understand why Gu Shi was so nervous about such a small matter. At this moment, Gu Shi said, nothing. Everything has been connected. It seems that our Majesty Yi Shuangfeng is doing something big. What big thing? Cici was still puzzled. Aren't you well informed? Do you know the name of Yi Shuangfeng's queen? Hang Ci knew what's wrong. Cici had only said this before her expression grew serious. She wasn't stupid to begin with, but there were many things she hadn't anticipated. It was simply because of her position that she couldn't see clearly. After Gu Shi pointed it out, it was clear to her that she understood the cause and effect involved. Yi Shuangfeng's queen was named Hang Ci Nu, so that definitely wasn't changed after Yi Shuangfeng ascended to power. No matter how powerful Yi Shuangfeng was, he wouldn't have changed his wife's nickname. It could only have been given to her immediately after she was born. Back then, Hang Ci was still called Hang Shuang. If Yi Shuangfeng truly wanted to seek divine protection, he should have named his wife Hang Shuang Nu. Calling her Hang Ci Nu directly, who would believe there wasn't some premeditation? And Hang Ci Nu's father was the highest-ranked black player on the list. There's definitely something fishy going on here. It's just that Gu Shi has more comprehensive information, so he's more likely to speculate. Cici knows less, and there's much she can't imagine. Seeing Gu Shi still analyzing the situation, Cici couldn't help but ask, such an important discovery, aren't you anxious? Why should I be anxious? Things have already come to this point. What's the point in being anxious? The biggest issue is just a matter of who survives, the enemy or me. Kill Yi Shuangfeng and everything will be fine, Gu Shi said calmly. But Gu Shi was still mentally reviewing Yi Shuangfeng's plan. According to the information Gu Shi had received, if the matter of Yi Shuangfeng's queen's name wasn't a coincidence, then Yi Shuangfeng was truly planning something major. He was planning to push his wife into the position when Hang Shuang changed her name to Hang Ci and her faith began to deviate. While the name Hang Ci wasn't fully settled and Hang Shuang hadn't yet properly understood her identity, Hang Ci's slave could benefit from the incense. And this wasn't the most important factor. Gu Shi also had news that the Buddhist sect was also planning a major event, presumably led by Hang Shuang. In other words, Hang Shuang could have earned a significant amount of merit in the process of completing this major undertaking. But with Yi Shuangfeng's manipulation, some of the merit would have gone to Hang Ci. If Hang Ci's slave hadn't been there, at most the merit would have been listed in his name, and Hang Shuang could have taken it back anyway. But with Hang Ci's slave present, while Hang Shuang was temporarily indifferent, Hang Ci's slave had the right to take some of the merit. For a mortal, even a small amount of merit could significantly increase her strength. Not to mention that Yi Shuangfeng seemed ambitious. After acquiring these merits, the Baitian Gate on the north side of the Heavenly Palace could be called the Xuanwu Gate. It's just that Yi Shuangfeng was unlucky. If he had only faced the humans from the depths of the game, his plan would have had an 80% chance of success. If Yi Shuangfeng had been willing to have a good conversation with Gu Shi when he arrived, and if there had been no conflict between the two, the plan's chances of success would have reached 90%. After all, Gu Shi initially had a favorable impression of Yi Shuangfeng. He was willing to support Yi Shuangfeng's ideas. However, Yi Shuangfeng treated Gu Shi as an enemy, saying he would give him one day to escape, clearly showing disdain for him. So now the success rate of his plan would be infinitely close to zero. Because with Gu Shi around, he couldn't succeed. Even if the people behind Yi Shuangfeng stepped up, it would be useless. With their limited fighting power, Gu Shi alone could handle everything. Seeing Gu Shi's confidence, Cici didn't want to discourage him. But Yi Shuangfeng's previous record was truly astonishing. It was as if the heavens were on his side. Cici's Daoist heart had been shattered. Cici hadn't dared to propose a battle with Yi Shuangfeng, only thinking that Gu Shi was truly determined to destroy Chang'an City and take all the children within. When Cici had met Gu Shi before, she had intended to help him escape. Even after discovering the Five Elements Mountain, her goal was to leave the Daxing dynasty and reign supreme. She hadn't mentioned bringing outsiders into the Daxing dynasty. This alone explains why Cici had been able to survive in Chang'an City all these years. It wasn't because she had turned over a new leaf, nor was it because she was kind, but because she had been frightened and coward. Even after Gu Shi's words, Cici's mindset hadn't changed. Gu Shi glanced at Cici, and saw that he had no intention of joining the attack on Yi Shuangfeng. In the end, He simply waved his hand. Forget it, you can leave now. Don't worry, I keep my promise. After I wiped out all of Yi Xuanfeng's troops, I sent a red signal into the sky. If you see that signal, you can enter the city. If you don't, run as far as you can. Why, do you think you lose? I definitely won't lose. If you don't see my signal, I definitely use my ultimate move, destroying everything in sight. This world will become unfit for human survival. Don't even think about having any children in this city. This entire world will be unfit for human survival. You better run as far as you can. Don't try to get yourself killed here. You're so beautiful. It would be a shame if you died. Gu Shi stroked Cece's face, then turned and headed out. His goal was simple: the entire city of Chang'an. Chapter 2804. A night passed, the sky gradually brightened, and the sound of hurried horse hooves echoed throughout Chang'an City. Gu Shi, standing on a wall surrounding a certain market square, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Horses racing inside Chang'an City? What are they thinking? Why don't you just set up your battle array inside Chang'an City? But the residents of Chang'an City seemed accustomed to this kind of situation. Rather than panic, they climbed up the walls or onto the rooftops to peer out. Gu Shi noticed that each of these residents was strong and muscular, wielding either a longbow or a saber. Aside from their lack of armor, they looked no different from the warriors outside. It was clear that Chang'an City was a place where soldiers served as civilians in peacetime, and civilians served as soldiers in wartime. Even some women carried buckets of hot water to the walls, but it was unclear what they were using the water for. A truly harmonious city. Gu Shi thought to himself, it's a shame the city is gone. Because last night, Gu Shi had traveled through all 108 wards of Chang'an City, deploying the prepared city gates in each one. Under the darkness of the bloody night, no one could see such a large city gate. However, Gu Shi's troops were able to pass through the gates and enter Chang'an City ahead of time. It can be said that just last night, Gu Shi deployed 13 million troops in and around Chang'an City. The number of troops entering Chang'an City was approximately 5 million. This army consisted entirely of Gu Shi's regular troops, including blood disasters, corpse wizards, and ordinary undead troops. Every 1,000 men were led by a leader, every 10,000 by a hero, and every 100,000 by a chieftain. As for generals and overlords born of victory, I'm sorry, I don't have any. Gu Shi currently lacks even a captain of 10,000 men, let alone anything else. For now, Gu Shi still utilizes the hero system. To ensure this force of over 10 million wouldn't be wiped out the moment it appeared, Gu Shi deployed a sufficient number of leaders to attack. Of course, Gu Shi's powerful leaders were also deployed. Upon hearing that they would be engaging the cavalry, Amilcar was the first to sign up. In his view, his Aurora Knights were meant to engage the cavalry head-on. Fighting only infantry, no matter how many people were killed, would be meaningless. But Amilcar discovered that he wasn't the only one with this idea. Gu Shi's leader, who commanded the White Cavalry, shared the same sentiment. As soon as he heard the name of the Black Armored Cavalry, he wanted to fight them, because he had a feeling that they were somehow connected to the White Cavalry he commanded. At the same time, outside Chang'an City, 8 million troops were dispatched, garrisoning various locations within the city. Unlike the troops within, most of them arrived in dump trucks. 10 dump trucks were assigned to a group, each led by a hero, to guard a specific area. It was the same arrangement as when Gu Shi first participated in the game war. No one cared what you did within that area, all you had to do was hold it and kill any enemies that passed through. Until further orders arrived, they simply held their positions. Long ago, Gu Shi had done this sort of thing. But things were different now. Gu Shi could assign others to do the work. And Gu Shi's men were all incredibly excited. They all focused on defending their territory and hoping the enemy would arrive sooner. Amilcar's luck was somewhat unfortunate. He had always assumed that cavalry attacks would only occur on the plains. So, he chose to deploy his troops near the main gate of Chang'an City. If attacked, he could immediately head to the battlefield outside. As for the leader of the White Robe Iron Cavalry, he wasn't so lucky. He deployed his troops on Suzaku Street in Chang'an City. He had originally planned to charge out as soon as the battle began. But they never expected Yi Xuanfeng to actually start the battle in Chang'an City. So, this time, the leader actually had the upper hand. He immediately gathered the White Robe Iron Cavalry, converging them on Suzaku Street and preparing for the charge. The White Robe Iron Cavalry was only a portion of Gu Shi's Death Knight force. The number wasn't large. The leader only led 10,000 White Robe Cavalry. Gu Shi had originally wanted to assign him other units, but as everyone knows, cavalry moves quickly and is also known to charge. Units that couldn't keep up with the cavalry were simply abandoned. Over the years, Gu Shi's only knightly order was the Aurora Knights. Other cavalry units did exist, but they couldn't form a unified system. The primary reason was that the cavalry was insufficient in number, and the limited number of troops capable of keeping up with the cavalry made it impossible to form a legion. Hence, the situation we now had with a leader commanding only 10,000 men. But facing the black armored cavalry, this was no problem. The black armored cavalry regrouped, numbering just over 3,000, close to 4,000. They had a long list of ranks listed above them, but in battle, only one rank could be utilized. And no matter how mediocre Gu Shi's white robe cavalry were, they were still a champion unit. They had joined Gu Shi's team relatively early, receiving numerous upgrades, and their weapons and equipment were of exceptionally high quality. It could be argued that even if they were returned to by Xian side, they would still be the strongest. After seeing the black armored cavalry emerge from the Taiji Palace, the white robe cavalry immediately raised their weapons and began to bless themselves with luck. Rainbows descended from the sky, landing on the white robe cavalry. This unusual phenomenon also caught the attention of the black armored cavalry. Normally, Yi Xuanfeng was the only one in command of the black armored cavalry. Of course, when Yi Xuanfeng wasn't in command, Jingde and Xu Bao would lead the charge at the front. Especially Xu Bao, whom Jingde had always mentioned. He was Yi Xuanfeng's strongest single-handed champion. Normally, whenever Yi Xuanfeng appeared, Xu Bao would always be by his side. This time, Yi Xuanfeng did not lead the troops himself, so Xu Bao, armed with his twin maces, stood at the forefront of the black armored cavalry. He stared intently at the rainbow falling from the sky, pondering with some confusion, before finally turning and pointing his maces at the spot where the rainbow had fallen. Enemy cavalry appeared in Chang'an City. Who could possibly have played such a joke? Wasn't this a slap in his face? No, we must eliminate all these cavalrymen. As for the escaped Gu Shi, time has not yet come. Now is not the time to worry about him. Xu Bao suppressed his uneasiness and spoke calmly. The enemy is strong, but not as strong as we are. The enemy is numerous, but they will only die at our hands. Now, black armored cavalry, charge. Hearing Xu Bao's command, the black armored cavalry began to jog their horses, then finally charged at full speed. Chapter 2805. Just as the black armored cavalry charged, Gu Shi's voice was heard from Chang'an City. Undead Scourge, begin. At Gu Shi's command, all the city gates appeared within Chang'an City, and a large number of undead troops emerged from their hiding places, or from the city gates. Last night, Gu Shi had already laid out all the plans, determining which areas and who would be in charge. When the undead rushed out, they immediately launched their attacks from their planned positions. Ever since defeating Octopus Head, Gu Shi had developed an interest in this type of planned combat. In Gu Shi's eyes, this type of combat might not result in a sudden, decisive victory over a larger force. But no matter what, this type of combat was impossible to defeat. Especially when the enemy had sufficient manpower, this type of combat was simpler and more effective. This approach would not only catch the Daxing Dynasty's troops off guard, but also ensure the capture of Chang'an City in a short period of time. However, as the undead army moved out, the various forces hidden within Chang'an City also emerged. Each district reacted differently. From some, bursts of Buddhist chanting emanated, from others, a thick surge of energy surged, and from still others, various strange phenomena appeared in the sky. It was clear that the forces within Chang'an City understood that Gu Shi's attack was indiscriminate this time. If they didn't unleash their full might, they would surely be the ones to perish. Therefore, all factions brought their full might to bear. Gu Shi had not only provoked Yi Xuanfeng, but also unleashed all the old guard hidden within the Daxing Dynasty. But the question was, did Gu Shi care? He didn't care, he was just out to stir things up. After his undead were released, Gu Shi immediately activated his infinite resurrection aura. He also activated his infinite counterattack aura, but this time, it wasn't as effective as the infinite resurrection aura. After activating the infinite resurrection aura, all the undead went berserk. The undead already had no regard for their own life or death, and now with the infinite resurrection aura, their state became even more unbridled. Facing the strange phenomena within Chang'an City, they ignored them and charged forward. The fastest of the group was naturally the Blood Disaster Force. After all, the Blood Disaster Force was the most powerful of Gu Shi's men, possessing the most diverse fighting styles. Whether in melee combat, ranged attack, or spell attacks, they were highly skilled. Just 1,000 or so men could wipe out tens of thousands of enemies. As soon as they appeared in Chang'an City, they immediately realized that it was the perfect battlefield for them. In this place, they could exert their greatest influence. When facing different enemies, Gu Shi's other undead had to consider whether they could defeat them, or whether they could control themselves. But Shuizai didn't need to consider these things at all. They simply charged forward and killed. The enemies standing before them, regardless of their background, could all be destroyed with a single blow. Most importantly, while the blood disasters may appear undead, they are immune to damage from holy light and the like. The Buddha's light and qi and blood, which are abundant in Chang'an City, do little to harm the blood disasters. On the contrary, qi and blood hold a strong attraction for them. It was as if they were clearly telling the blood disasters, "I'm here, come and fight me if you dare." If the blood disasters hadn't seen this, it would have been fine, but once they did, they had no intention of letting them go. So, the blood disasters immediately rushed out, casting spells as they went. However, the first contact with Yi Xuanfeng's men was with the cavalry. When Gu Shi dispatched his troops, the white robe iron cavalry and the black armor iron cavalry had already collided. The man named Xu Bao was a formidable figure. In the instant the two types of cavalry collided, he instantly eliminated 7 white robe iron cavalry members. This fighting prowess astonished even the white robe iron cavalry leader. Finally, 5 brave-level white-robed iron cavalrymen simultaneously charged in front of Xu Bao, halting the enemy's charge. But these 5 brave-level white-robed iron cavalrymen were unable to suppress Xu Bao. They felt they were being outmatched. If the battlefield weren't so large, the 5 of them would have occupied every position, and Xu Bao might have surrounded more than just the 5 white-robed iron cavalrymen. Under these circumstances, the white-robed iron cavalry leader didn't share Amilcar's concern for the cavalry's reputation. In this leader's mind, cavalrymen were soldiers, and so were all other soldiers. The Xu Bao before him was practically invincible in cavalry combat. While he didn't know how well he would fare in infantry combat, he assumed it wouldn't be too bad. A head-on fight wouldn't win. The only way to defeat him was to outsmart him. And these outsmarting methods involved nothing more than poison and curses, or unprotected attacks like sonic waves. As for the ghost's immunity to physical attacks, it probably wouldn't work on Xu Bao. Xu Bao's qi and blood were incredibly dense, easily dispersing ordinary ghosts in his presence. Furthermore, he seemed to possess some kind of buff, enhancing his attacks against ghosts. Letting the ghost through would be a death sentence. So, it was better to trap him with humans, than attack him from a distance with curses and poison gas. So the leader immediately set a corresponding signal to the surrounding area, and he used Xu Bao's location as the coordinates. The leader requested a curse or a poison gas spell from a corpse wizard. After sending this message, the leader turned his attention to the battlefield between the two cavalry. Compared to Xu Bao's side, the battle on the front battlefield clearly showed the white-robed cavalry holding the upper hand. Whether the white-robed iron cavalry or the black-armored iron cavalry, they were both elite units accustomed to cavalry combat. Ever since Gu Shi's military reforms, all his units have achieved a record of 10 or more victories. The white-robed iron cavalry before him were no exception. They had forged their victories through sheer force, combined with their coordinated efforts and the leader's command, effectively overwhelming the battle-hardened black-armored iron cavalry with sheer numbers. The black-armored iron cavalry, on the other hand, relied on their own combat prowess to engage the white-robed iron cavalry, which outnumbered them by a factor of 2. For a time, they even managed to dominate the white-robed iron cavalry. If the leader hadn't arranged matters with Xu Bao and focused on the front lines, the current situation might have been completely different. Thankfully, everything was now in place. At the leader's command, several toxic mists descended from the sky, and the nearby corpse wizards immediately locked onto Xu Bao, unleashing tons of damage. Chapter 2806. No one can escape a concentrated attack. This is an eternal truth. Even if Xian Longzu were here, Gu Shi would have said the same thing. Let alone just Xu Bao. After Xu Bao defeated several brave-level white-robed cavalrymen, and before the others could fill their positions, a cloud of green mist descended upon him. In just a moment, Xu Bao's entire body turned green. The moment the poison entered his body, Xu Bao understood what the enemy was planning. Although he had encountered poison before, he had never encountered anything like this. Besides direct health loss, there were all sorts of negative effects. Slowing down and armor penetration were the basics, and there were also mixed poisons with various effects. However, once the poison touched him, Xu Bao's combat effectiveness plummeted. He had previously held the upper hand against 5, but now he was struggling against 3. If this continued, his combat effectiveness would soon decline even further. At this moment, Xu Bao refused to resign himself to his fate. Every single one of the generals following Yi Xuanfeng was a man of unyielding resolve. Faced with this situation, Xu Bao's first thought wasn't to retreat, but to fight head-on. Xu Bao's target was the leader before him. He could see that he was commanding everything. If he could kill the leader, the situation would be easily resolved. But at this moment, the leader immediately mobilized 5 other brave-level white-robe cavalrymen to directly block Xu Bao's attack. At this point, Xu Bao unexpectedly jumped on his horse's back and, fully armored, took flight. If Gu Shi were here, he would have noticed that the power within Xu Bao was transforming from qi and blood into a divine force. It felt like a qualitative shift from quantitative change. But in reality, this wasn't a transformation of divine power. Rather, Xu Bao was leveraging a portion of the nation's destiny. This was a rare technique. Only someone like Xu Bao, trustworthy enough to command Yi Shuangfeng, could directly call upon such power. If the nation's destiny continued to rise, Xu Bao might even become a deity among the people. Just as Hang Shuang transformed into Hang Xiai, with a powerful national destiny, nothing is impossible. Under the influence of this divine power, the green poisonous aura within Xu Bao's body was expelled, lingering only 3 inches from him. Instantly, Xu Bao's fighting ability returned to its original level. Just as Xu Bao was about to charge the leader, a barrage of lightning struck him from the sky. This lightning was a temporary long-range attack from the nearby blood disaster, having received a message from the white-robe iron cavalry leader. Secret demonic lightning. This move appears to be a lightning strike from a distance, but it actually has many variations. If combined with the poisonous dark clouds and poisonous rain spells that Xuezai possesses, the combined power can transform into a weather-like, ultra-large-scale, ultra-long-range magic, a toxic lightning storm. At this moment, several such toxic lightning storms were already forming within Chang'an City. The attack on the Xu Bao was merely the aftermath of their impromptu attack. They hadn't focused their full attention on this attack, they had simply received a call for help from nearby, and with their precise positioning, they had simply made a casual attack. But even this single blow dealt Xu Bao a heavy blow. Xu Bao had assumed that Gu Shi's ranged attacks were mostly poison gas or similar. So, his divine power enhancement was primarily focused on this. But he had never expected a sudden lightning attack at this moment, and a precise one at that. His divine power could protect against poison, but not lightning. Under the barrage of lightning, Xu Bao's body was completely charred black. But Xu Bao was quite remarkable. He had survived so many lightning attacks. The leader, observing this situation, quickly requested another long-range concentrated fire attack. This time, the blood disaster's attack arrived slightly faster than the corpse witch's. Another wave of approximately 1,000 lightning bolts descended from the sky, accurately striking Xu Bao's body. This time, Xu Bao truly could not withstand it. After the lightning, Xu Bao's body was completely charred. But the next moment, everyone noticed Xu Bao's location. A strange musical sound echoed from there, and then Xu Bao's spirit appeared in the sky. At first, he was still heavily armored, but soon the color of his armor changed, becoming more festive, as if it were about to celebrate the new year. And Xu Bao did a rather strange gesture. This was something a normal person wouldn't do, at least not in combat. He held a mace in each hand, one raised above his head, resting on the back of his head, the other pressed against his abdomen. Simultaneously, he lifted his left foot, placing the mace next to it. It looked like a rather strange pose. After Xu Bao's appearance took on this form, he briefly flaunted himself in the sky, before transforming into a streak of light, and soaring towards a certain part of Chang'an City. That location wasn't towards the Taiji Palace, but rather a short distance away. Something seemed to be under construction there. Gu Shi naturally witnessed such a grand spectacle. Looking in the direction Xu Bao flew, Gu Shi's face was filled with confusion. Others saw Xu Bao's magnificent and festive appearance. But Gu Shi, through the head of the goddesses, saw something different. It was as if Xu Bao's soul was being influenced by some force, converging in a single direction. This force would combine Xu Bao's soul with some strange entity. Eventually, Xu Bao would become a god. Oh, this was the absolute judgment of the pantheon. But this god was a powerful one, not one subjugated by the pantheon, who could simply be called a goddess. Gu Shi thought for a moment. He seemed to have heard of this behavior somewhere. Oh, right. Gu Shi waved his hand, and the headless corpse wizard from the secretariat was immediately summoned. The headless corpse wizard was somewhat confused as to why he was there. To avoid work, Gu Shi hadn't contacted the secretariat in the few days since entering the game. Li Yufang was almost exasperated, but it was useless. After all, the contracted undead under Gu Shi knew Gu Shi's personality. When Gu Shi didn't want to work, he was usually nowhere to be found. So the summoned headless corpse wizard was also confused. Could it be that Gu Shi had a change of heart and wanted to work again? After finding the headless corpse wizard, Gu Shi pointed in the direction Xu Bao had left and said, I remember you mentioned the situation when the Shan Empire was being pursued by the heavens. Come and see, is the situation here similar? Chapter 2807. Gu Shi can be quite sharp at times. Sometimes he acts recklessly without considering the situation, but other times, as long as his train of thought is right, he can instantly recall where he's encountered a similar situation and find the closest approach to the correct answer. This time, the same thing happened. Upon hearing this, the headless corpse wizard ignored the various documents he needed to sign. Sir, which direction are you in? Can you take me there? Of course. Gu Shi raised his hand, and a group of Black Blood Knights, accompanied by undead servant and ghost beasts, quickly appeared nearby. They will protect you. Just follow them. It was enough for an expert to understand the situation. Gu Shi quickly made his arrangements and returned to his original position, closely watching the battle in Chang'an City. Although the undead scourge had only begun less than an hour ago, Gu Shi now had complete control of the battle in Chang'an City. After all, with the undead attack and the massive army being unleashed directly into the city, Chang'an City could muster very few troops. Under these circumstances, Gu Shi quickly seized control of the situation. It could be said that, aside from a few positions held by major factions, the entire area had been largely destroyed. But Gu Shi had been perplexed as to why Yi Xuanfeng hadn't emerged yet. With Yi Xuanfeng's personality, he had declared, 800, 800, at Xuanwu Gate. While he couldn't pull off a feat like 28 cavalry charging 5,000 men, facing such a crisis, he would rather die in the charge. It was completely illogical that Yi Xuanfeng hadn't appeared yet. Not to mention, the reaction from the Taiji Palace was also quite odd. Aside from the black armored cavalry emerging from the Taiji Palace, there was no other reaction at all. Could it be that he had simply deployed all his forces to the Xuanwu Gate? Gu Shi wasn't Li Xuanfeng. His attack methods had become increasingly simpler. In a battle that could be fought head-on, Gu Shi never resorted to flanking from behind. So what was Yi Xuanfeng doing now? In reality, Yi Xuanfeng was still in his chambers. The battle reports from outside were streaming back rapidly. When the white-robed cavalry and the black-armored cavalry clashed, Yi Xuanfeng knew he had met his match. The subsequent, instantaneous attack on Chang'an City also made Yi Xuanfeng realize that this would be the greatest danger he would ever face. Yet, at this moment, Yi Xuanfeng's eyes were filled with excitement. He had a feeling that if he seized this opportunity, he could be reborn from the ashes and establish an immortal dynasty on Earth. Hang Senu, which one do you think is better, the Daxing Immortal Dynasty or the Great Tang Immortal Dynasty? Chan Sunshur listened to Yi Xuanfeng and smiled, saying, any name is fine. As long as it's a human dynasty, even calling it the Immortal Dynasty is fine. Yi Xuanfeng smiled, Hang Senu, it's great to have you. Let's keep it like we did before. You stay home and I be back soon. With that, Yi Xuanfeng stood up. Several women quickly arrived from outside, and helped Yi Xuanfeng change into her iron armor. The armor looked quite ordinary, without any gleaming cold light or flowing streams. It was also inferior in style to the heavy armor worn by Xu Bao and the others. It looked like ordinary, normal armor. But when Yi Xuanfeng donned the armor, a thick, bloody aura emanated from him, as if he had just emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. At this moment, Chan Sunshur changed into female armor, picked up a battle axe, and stood guard in front of the bedroom. She had guarded her children in the same way during the Battle of Xuanwu Gate. It was the same now. She believed that Yi Xuanfeng was only away for a short while, and would return victorious soon. The more urgent it was, the more she needed to remain calm and not cause trouble for Yi Xuanfeng. After donning his armor, Yi Xuanfeng glanced at Chan Sunshur again, turned, and headed out. Behind him were soldiers carrying his weapons: a lance, a long sword, a saber, a bow, and arrows. These were all his usual weapons. He usually decided which weapon to use based on the day's circumstances. This time, however, was different. Yi Xuanfeng immediately brought all her weapons and equipment, determined to fight to the death. After leaving the bedroom, Yi Xuanfeng did not head outside the Taiji Palace. Instead, she turned and headed the other way. If Gu Shi were present, he would have noticed that the place Yi Xuanfeng was heading to was the resting place of Xu Bao's soul after his death in battle. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, a small platform appeared before Yi Xuanfeng. Atop the platform stood a 3-story building. Outside the building were numerous life-size stone statues, all facing north. Among these statues were civil officials, military generals, and some who clearly looked like figures from the martial arts world. Upon arriving here, Yi Xuanfeng heard a voice. Erlang, why are you here? Didn't I tell you that the conferred god ceremony can't begin until the Lingyan Pavilion is completed? Father-in-law, It's not that I wanted to come, but Chang'an City is in chaos right now. The enemy has already reached the city, and I'm worried about the conferred god ceremony. Yi Xuanfeng spoke seriously. The one residing in the Lingyan Pavilion was none other than the ostensibly deceased Changsun Yiwang, Yi Xuanfeng's father-in-law, and the father of the Changsun family. He was also the one at the top of Gu Shi's must-kill list for the black players. But from their conversation, it seemed the black players were up to something. Don't worry. Although my conferred god list is in fragments, it's still somewhat effective. I can't guarantee a high deity position, but a minor one is certainly possible. As long as we secure the merit for this major Buddhist event, once the luck is right, those elite soldiers and generals who died in the previous battle will be immediately deified and become our heavenly soldiers and generals. You can rest assured about that. No matter how much I cheat others, I wouldn't cheat my own daughter. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about Chang'an falling. Father-in-law, why don't you mobilize some of the power of the conferred god list first? Once I kill that King Chengxi, I return the power to the conferred god list. Erlang, that won't work. You don't know? The power of the conferred god list isn't something a mortal can wield. I'm doing this for your own good. Good for you, you idiot. Yi Xuanfeng had just arrived in front of the small building. He no longer pretended. He grabbed the lance at his side and rushed towards the building. Changsun Wang, the black player in the small building, clearly hadn't expected Yi Xuanfeng to charge straight in. He immediately stood up and reached for his weapon. But he never expected Yi Xuanfeng to be so much quicker than him. As soon as he rushed into the small building, he stabbed Changsun Wang in the chest with his spear, pinning him to the ground. Chapter 2808. Changsun Yiwang hadn't expected Yi Xuanfeng to be so decisive. He had always heard that Yi Xuanfeng was a child of destiny, always choosing the right path when faced with difficulties. But he had always sided with Yi Xuanfeng, and had no intention of becoming her enemy. So, even though he knew Yi Xuanfeng was the protagonist, he didn't really feel her dominance. And his mission each week was only one: give birth to a beautiful daughter, give her a good name, and then marry her to Yi Xuanfeng. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with him. For the rest of his time, he would either lie down early, lie down outside, or lie down in this desolate place while guarding the fragments of the list of the gods. As for what would happen after the list of the gods was used, he had no idea. In any case, no one had ever used it while he was guarding it. Every time it was about to be used, a black player would come and restart the game and enter the next round. He had no idea what it was used for. Anyway, ever since someone spoke with Yi Xuanfeng in a certain round, this thing has been appearing in the Lingyan Pavilion from time to time. This time, Changsun Yiwang had to face Yi Xuanfeng's attack head-on. After being pinned to the ground by the horse lance, Changsun Yiwang finally heard Yi Xuanfeng's voice. You, a lonely, escaped ghost, dared to possess the body of the emperor's father-in-law. I knew something was wrong from the beginning. Now, please die. This world Yi Xuanfeng even made his usual rhetorical remarks, trying to maintain his position of justice. This was Yi Xuanfeng's habit in this round, I guess. After all, Yi Xuanfeng had killed even his own brothers. If he were to follow his usual attitude, he wouldn't have cared much about what others thought. 800 is 800, kill them, kill them. But this world has somewhat affected him. Yi Xuanfeng had to let Gu Shi escape for a day before he could kill him, and even had to find a plausible excuse to kill his father-in-law. I don't know how this world has shaped someone like Yi Xuanfeng into this state. Watching Changsun Yiwang die, Yi Xuanfeng raised his lance, lifted Changsun Yiwang's corpse, and headed towards the stairs of the small building. Inside the small building, just like outside, were many portraits. However, these portraits were mostly portraits. There were many distinct differences among the portraits. Some were in black and white, others in color. If one looked closely, one would see that some of the portraits were Yi Xuanfeng's enemies, others were his subordinates. But most of the enemies were in color. I don't know what these portraits meant. Yi Xuanfeng didn't linger on this floor for long. He quickly reached the third floor of the small building. Unlike the numerous portraits on the lower two floors, the third floor only had 24. Several of these had been transformed into color, including Xu Bao, who had recently died in battle. Now everyone could see that these portraits and figures were of those who were supposed to die. Normally, they were in black and white, but after death, their colors would change. When the number of those who were supposed to die was complete, the list of conferred gods would be activated, and Yi Xuanfeng would confer the title of deity. However, Yi Xuanfeng had never come across the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods had always been managed by shady players, particularly members of the Sha cult. Furthermore, this investiture of the gods was not the official version. For a while, it was called the Investiture of the Gods Edition. Even though it had been revamped, it was still broken. Some powerful beings could not be sealed. The only deities that could be sealed were those like the door gods and the city god. Of course, Yi Xuanfeng's plan revolved around the investiture of the gods. First, Yi Xuanfeng himself, his target was the Purple Emblem Emperor. Then, as he had previously stated, his target was the authority of Han Shuang and the Buddhist sect. The investiture of the gods rallied the nation's forces to claim the title of emperor, deceiving Han Shuang into believing that the Buddhist sect would rule the world in the future. The two combined could establish an earthly celestial dynasty, even if they swallowed up everything Buddhist. After all Buddhist plans were geared towards the future. If Yi Xuanfeng survived in the future, the Buddhist sect's plans would be useless. Everything Yi Xuanfeng had accomplished during his numerous reboots was now stored here. Now was the perfect time to reap the rewards. However, just as Yi Xuanfeng was about to retrieve the list of the gods, he accidentally glanced at Xu Bao's portrait, and was visibly stunned. When he arrived, he hadn't received the news of Xu Bao's death in battle. He had no idea Xu Bao had actually died. Looking at Xu Bao's portrait, Yi Xuanfeng, who had originally intended to retrieve the list of the gods, paused noticeably. But Yi Xuanfeng immediately hardened his heart, and said to Xu Bao's portrait, "Xu Bao, don't worry. When I complete my plan for the earthly immortal dynasty, I will definitely confer you the title." Before he could finish his words, a strange sound of music emanated from outside the Lingyan pavilion. Jingde, also dressed in festive armor and holding two whips, flew in, striking a posture exactly opposite to Xu Bao's. When he saw Yi Xuanfeng, Jingde's soul visibly froze. Then Jingde straightened and addressed Yi Xuanfeng. "Your Majesty, the Chongqi king cannot be defeated by force. I hope your Majesty can find another solution, even borrowing troops and manpower, rather than engaging him head-on." Yi Xuanfeng ignored Jingde's words, and looked at him with a sorrowful expression. "Jingde, I didn't expect you'd be in trouble too. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have refused King Chongqi's cooperation. The father-in-law was going to die anyway, so why did I go to such lengths to protect him? I ruined you all. Your Majesty, this isn't your fault. That King Chengxi is a ghost king from the underworld. We humans and ghosts can't coexist. Your Majesty's choice was correct. As a general, dying on the battlefield is my destiny. Dying for your Majesty is better than dying in bed. But your Majesty, King Chengxi himself is no simple matter. Chang'an City has now become a ghostly place. This is beyond human control. Your Majesty, if you want to kill King Chengxi, you must call in a more powerful force." Jingde was the first general under Yi Xuanfeng to come into contact with Gu Shi, and had witnessed their interactions. He knew exactly where the conflict between the two sides stemmed from. But now that the fight had begun, there was no point in regretting it. Now Jingde was preoccupied with how to defeat Gu Shi, and how to help Yi Xuanfeng achieve victory. This was also the sentiment of all of Yi Xuanfeng's generals. They were actually quite good generals, powerful and loyal. For Yi Xuanfeng, they weren't afraid to die in battle. It was just that Yi Xuanfeng had chosen the wrong enemy. No matter what plans Yi Xuanfeng had for the earthly immortal dynasty, Gu Shi wouldn't be his primary enemy. Fighting Gu Shi was the most pointless thing they could do. Chapter 2809. Hearing Jingde's words, Yi Xuanfeng sighed inwardly. He also understood that he had made the wrong choice this time. But Yi Xuanfeng was never one to regret. He'd do it. If it succeeded, that was fine. If it failed, he wouldn't regret it. "Jingde, you go ahead. After I kill King Chengxi, I definitely give you, and the people of Chang'an an explanation." Jingde nodded and finally walked towards his own portrait. Although Jingde's ranking would be higher than Xu Bao's, for some reason, the moment he stood in the portrait, he gave the impression that he and Xu Bao were a pair. After seeing Jingde return to his seat, Yi Xuanfeng sighed, and walked directly to the center of the third floor of the small building. There lay a patched yellow silk scarf. Due to the damage and patches, many of the words on it were blurred. Only about 7 or 8 words could be clearly seen. Parts of it had clearly been patched up and covered. Yi Xuanfeng glanced at the silk scarf, feeling somewhat helpless. This scarf was merely a fragment of a replica. Many of the names were obscured. The fact that it was even of any use now was already quite remarkable. You still want to choose from any of the 365 main gods? Dream on. The fact that Yi Xuanfeng could find the word Zhongtian on this fragment of the conferred god list was already quite remarkable. I wonder if it was because Han Shuang had offended the god of Xiandao, but the god of Xiandao's position was clearly established. After killing Gu Shi, Yi Xuanfeng planned to divide the god of Xiandao's power between Jingde and Xu Bao, letting them serve as their own gate gods. Now he still had to gather all his strength to activate the Zhongtian Emperor, gaining sufficient power to kill Gu Shi and establish the earthly immortal dynasty. Yi Xuanfeng thought for a moment, then reached out and placed his hand on the silk scarf. The next moment, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky. The fate of Daxing immediately flowed towards the scarf. Yi Xuanfeng also wrote his name beneath the Zhongqian Emperor. As he wrote his name, the Zhongqian Emperor's position lit up, and the previously obscured text slowly revealed its previously erased text. Zhongqian Ziwei Beiji Emperor. However, as this name illuminated, the rest of the conferred god list burst into flames. Aside from the already clear Xianao god, all other positions and names became few. Yi Xuanfeng hesitated, but ultimately did not stop it. He knew this would end the Changsun family's path to deification. But he had no other choice. If he didn't, everyone would die. As for why Xiandaoshan remained, it's likely that this imitation of the investiture of the gods was originally copied from this deity. This is the original, and the others are supplementary additions. For a god of unknown rank to attempt to plagiarize the leader of the four imperial gods, and still manage to leave his name behind is a pretty good imitation of the investiture of the gods. When the title of Zhongtian Ziwei Beiji Dadi appeared, Yi Xuanfeng's aura instantly changed. Originally, Yi Xuanfeng had been somewhat brainwashed in this round. His style is that of someone with extreme luck, unparalleled righteousness, gentle and refined, and always prioritizing justice before anything else. Even when the Xuanwu sect fought, it was only because his brother had taken the path of evil that he took action. But now, things were different. Yi Xuanfeng was like a multiple schizophrenic waking up simultaneously. Apart from anything else, his eyes were constantly shifting, changing between fierceness, dominance, kingly righteousness, and tenderness. This shift had happened countless times, and even Yi Xuanfeng's face had transformed through various states of age, middle age, and youth. Finally, he raised his head. The long list of level data above Yi Xuanfeng's head had completely disappeared. Only level 40 remained. This was the level cap in the current game world. It could be said that, with just a single click, Yi Xuanfeng had instantly become the strongest being in this game world. Of course, this was only relative. With his current level, he could easily defeat anyone else in this game world. But he was probably not up to the task of defeating Gu Shi. After all, while Gu Shi's level wasn't high, the few red pieces of equipment he possessed were truly remarkable. Most importantly, Gu Shi was a necromancer. Yi Xuanfeng's strongest forces were no match for Gu Shi. Now Yi Xuanfeng could only rely on himself to fight Gu Shi. This was because he had never encountered a necromancer before, and didn't know their tactical characteristics, which led him to make such a presumptuous decision. If he knew more about necromancers, he certainly wouldn't have thought so. After reaching Gu Shi's level, most necromancers would choose to command from behind. They might even hand over command. Melee? That's impossible. Gu Shi wasn't a death knight. However, Yi Xuanfeng had seen Jingda knock Gu Shi's weapon away so easily, and he had assumed Gu Shi was also a melee fighter. At least the kind who would proactively attack on the battlefield. As long as he could kill Gu Shi, his plan still had hope. By then, leveraging Gu Shi's power, and with the 13 stick monks occupying his place, he could open the passage to the underworld. He only needed to slay the defeated ghost soldiers still outside the ghost gate to restore sufficient combat power and troops. He would then have a chance to rebuild the immortal dynasty on Earth. Now, all Yi Xuanfeng needed to do was strengthen his weaponry. Yi Xuanfeng raised his hand, transferring some of his power to the lance in his hand. At this moment, several black portals of light suddenly appeared around Yi Xuanfeng. Before the portals opened, voices emanated from within. What's going on? Why did the conferred gods activate prematurely? Yi Xuanfeng, is that you? What did you do? Stop! Now is not the time to activate the conferred gods. Several players spoke as they stepped out of the portals. Their levels were all quite high, with the lowest being level 35. They also had a wide variety of professions. As they emerged, they were completely rude to Yi Xuanfeng, pointing fingers at him and making comments. If Yi Xuanfeng hadn't started his own plan before, he might have tolerated it. But now, Yi Xuanfeng was short of energy. Unable to enter the underworld, he couldn't use the defeated ghost soldiers blocking the ghost gate as energy. He had also nearly exhausted the fortunes of the Daxing dynasty. If he wanted to strengthen his lance, he would either have to use his own flesh and blood and mental energy to do so, consuming the accumulated energy accumulated over so many rounds, or he would have to find another energy source. These black players showed up at the perfect time. Yi Xuanfeng smiled at them. Chapter 2810. Huh? Gu Shi, standing somewhere in Chang'an City, staring intently at the Taiji Palace, was suddenly startled. He suddenly felt as if he had seen the Griffin Black Throne transform into a red suit. A fake red suit appeared here? No, This aura must be fragments of a genuine red suit combined with a large amount of orange equipment burning, creating the effect of a red suit. Yi Xuanfeng, I really underestimated you. Before discovering the red suit's involvement, Gu Shi wasn't anxious. Carrying 3 pieces of red suit, Gu Shi was invincible wherever he went. But now that the enemy had a red suit, even the possibility of one appearing, Gu Shi had to deal with it in advance. Thinking of this, Gu Shi raised his hand, and a ray of moonlight suddenly appeared in the already bright sky. Under the moonlight, many ghostly spirit flowers floated outward. Some of the more spiritually minded people in Chang'an City could see the scene before them. Not to mention Yi Xuanfeng, who was in the Lingyan Pavilion. After killing several black players and draining their energy with his lance, Yi Xuanfeng immediately sensed a shift in his surroundings. It was already daylight, but the 3-storied building had inadvertently darkened. Only moonlight streamed in through the window. For someone like Yi Xuanfeng, even the slightest anomaly could reveal the surroundings. The situation before him was practically a warning of danger. Yi Xuanfeng immediately leaped out, lance in hand, leaping directly from the 3rd floor of the Lingyan Pavilion. As Yi Xuanfeng leaped, Gu Shi had already appeared nearby, riding the nether spirit flower. Seeing Yi Xuanfeng holding the lance, Gu Shi spoke calmly. Isn't this His Majesty Yi Xuanfeng? How could His Majesty become like this after just 1 day's absence? Before Gu Shi could finish his words, another wave of movement could be heard nearby. Several black portals of light appeared on the ground nearby. As soon as these portals opened, before the people inside emerged, curses were heard directed at Yi Xuanfeng. Yi Xuanfeng, you rebelled, haven't you? Do you know who helped you? That's right, you're courting death. Why waste time arguing with him? Just kill him and start over. Before they could finish their words, they all stopped. The black player who had just emerged from the black portal had spotted Gu Shi standing on the rooftop of the Lingyan Pavilion, glaring at everyone below with a sneer on his face. The black players were all bewildered. What was going on? Had they come to the wrong place? But Yi Xuanfeng and Gu Shi didn't have such concerns. In their eyes, everyone except themselves was an enemy. Faced with the increasing number of black players, neither of them took them seriously, instead keeping their eyes fixed on the other. In the end, it was Gu Shi who struck first. Death String. Gu Shi swung his hand outward with force, and the mane of death transformed into numerous silk threads, swirling towards Yi Xuanfeng and the black players. Yi Xuanfeng thrust his horse spear upward, severing the threads entwined around him. The black players, however, had not anticipated the immediate attack. They failed to dodge the entanglement of the threads, and the force of the death string sliced their bodies into pieces. To deny the black players a chance to turn the tables, Gu Shi not only sliced through their bodies, but also their destinies. Amidst all this, Gu Shi did glean some information from Death Mane. These black players weren't hiding in a single place within this world, but rather at different points in time. Each black player had their own unique timeline. In their own world, they were practically invincible. If anything went wrong, they simply rebooted. No wonder they were usually hard to find, and when they reappeared, they emerged through a black portal of light that Gu Shi couldn't understand. Gu Shi remarked that no matter how well they hid, they wouldn't be lost. For these black players, time repeated itself within their own timeline. This meant they could indulge in debauchery, cultivate, kill whenever they pleased, and accumulate everything they possessed. No one would care. Even if they destroyed everything, things would return to normal the next day. As long as nothing happened, they preferred to stay within their own territory. This time, however, Yi Xuanfeng's resistance lured all the black players to the current timeline. And then, there he was, Gu Shi. The death string could not only shred their bodies, but also sever their fates. With just one blow, not a single black player could escape. As these black players perished, Yi Xuanfeng clearly sensed something was amiss. He seemed to have some unusual memories. Those were memories of Yi Xuanfeng from the previous weeks. This made Yi Xuanfeng clearly sense that something was amiss, and he was a little confused as to what was going on. But how else could it be? Hadn't Gu Shi completely eliminated the black players? Without the support of fate, the cycles these deceased black players had existed in immediately collapsed. With nowhere else to go, Yi Xuanfeng's memories of that cycle naturally ended up in the mind of the current Yi Xuanfeng. Yi Xuanfeng now understood the fact that he had been constantly rebooting. Most importantly, he seemed to understand what these black players were up to. At this point, Yi Xuanfeng had already begun to consider having a proper conversation with Gu Shi. He knew clearly who his biggest enemy was and who wasn't. But in the end, Yi Xuanfeng didn't approach Gu Shi to negotiate. Now there was no going back. If only he had encountered something like this yesterday. Yi Xuanfeng could have easily borrowed Gu Shi's strength. Now that Gu Shi's army had entered Chang'an City, His troops were already engaged in a brutal slaughter. How could Gu Shi hold back? Forget Gu Shi. Even if Yi Xuanfeng were in Gu Shi's position, he wouldn't hold back. So this battle had to continue. And Yi Xuanfeng had to win. Thinking of this, Yi Xuanfeng, having regained more memories, raised his lance and thrust it upward, charging towards Gu Shi. At the same time, 3 battle auras immediately appeared beneath Yi Xuanfeng's feet. 2 of these were battle auras that automatically emanated after he reached level 40, and another emanated from the lance in his hand. It was clear that the lance had absorbed the energy from the black player, and had undergone a transformation. Gu Shi sensed the aura of the pseudo-red suit emanating from the lance. Yi Xuanfeng had begun to master the lance's power. He was now brimming with confidence, certain to strike Gu Shi with all his might. But at this moment, red lines suddenly appeared behind Yi Xuanfeng. Chapter 2811. Red Thread of the Underworld. Yi Xuanfeng, about to charge towards the Lingyan Pavilion, was immediately dragged into the underworld. But at this moment, Gu Shi immediately realized that his choice had been wrong. It seemed he had given Yi Xuanfeng some advantage. Yi Xuanfeng must have had the intention of entering the underworld. However, as an emperor of the mortal realm, he didn't have the ease of entering and exiting the underworld that would attract cultivators or players. Most of the stories Gu Shi had heard before involved Yi Xuanfeng being lured into the underworld and frightened by the ghost soldiers he had killed. This led Gu Shi to believe that Yi Xuanfeng didn't want to enter the underworld, that he was afraid of the ghost soldiers in Yizhuti. So, when Yi Xuanfeng charged towards him, Gu Shi thought of using the red thread of the underworld to drag Yi Xuanfeng into the underworld, to his home turf. But Gu Shi never expected that when Yi Xuanfeng arrived in the underworld, he would be like a fish entering water. He was completely different. With a single thrust of his lance, he instantly dispatched 2 of Yi Tsukiji's ghost soldiers. At the same time, a fighting power began to emerge from Yi Xuanfeng that was unbecoming of his current level. Clearly, this fighting power held within it a presence reminiscent of life and death, or as a starlight. This indicated that Yi Xuanfeng had gained powers not originally his. He was now accumulating strength and improving himself. If Yi Xuanfeng continued to fight like this, Gu Shi might actually be unable to defeat her. As soon as Gu Shi realized this, he immediately brought Yi Xuanfeng back to the human world. At the same time, the Nether Spirit Flower activated its yin-yang transformation, transforming the entire Taiji Palace into a netherworld. Yi Xuanfeng had just killed 3 Yizhuti, and 1 Wang Shichong, and his skills were just fine. After being sent back by Gu Shi, Yi Xuanfeng knew he would never return to the underworld. The way he looked at Gu Shi changed. Gu Shi could lead people to the underworld, and that was what he wanted. If he could kill Gu Shi, everything on Gu Shi would be his, right? So Yi Xuanfeng rushed towards Gu Shi again. But this time, Gu Shi retreated. Gu Shi had witnessed Yi Xuanfeng's recent situation. This man's melee ability far surpassed his own. Fighting him in close combat would be like fighting Jingda before. There was no chance of winning. So, focus your fire from a distance. Gu Shi retreated, raising his hand, and a beam of moonlight fell on Yi Xuanfeng's head. Yi Xuanfeng was then enveloped in moonlight, carrying the moonlight wherever he went, making him a target for Gu Shi. Then, a black-feathered arrow descended from the sky, piercing Yi Xuanfeng's face. Facing the incoming arrow, Yi Xuanfeng deflected it with a flick of his lance. It felt as if the attack was simply an ordinary arrow fired. That sense of composure was not something an ordinary person could achieve. From this alone, Gu Shi could tell that Yi Xuanfeng's lance had reached the level of a pseudo-red suit. Otherwise, a normal shield wouldn't be able to stop the black-feathered arrow. He had to kill him before he could fully grasp the red suit's abilities. A thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind. At the same time, numerous attack methods flashed through his mind. These attacks weren't all red suits. Gu Shi also had some of his own. For example, the nuclear Gatling gun. After retreating a distance, a large number of death avatars and bone dragons appeared behind Gu Shi. The last time Gu Shi used the sacred moonlight to simulate various death avatars, he had gained a certain understanding of their use. It could be said that Gu Shi's use of death avatars had reached the 4th stage. It was no longer the initial stage, where 1 death avatar participated in the battle. It was no longer the later stage, where 2 death avatars combined to unleash immense power. It was no longer the later stage, where large numbers of death avatars self-destructed. Gu Shi now had a new approach to using death avatars. He began to understand the true nature of death avatars. What is death? Why is this an embodiment of death? These released death avatars and bone dragons immediately dispersed in all directions. They did not attack Yi Xuanfeng, but instead rushed into the Tai Chi Palace. As the death incarnation, the bone dragon, charged in, the leader of the goddesses behind Gu Shi immediately noticed the rapidly increasing concentration of death aura nearby. Every living being in the Taiji Palace bore the mark of death. This was a warning and a hint. You will never escape the fate of death. At this moment, Gu Shi pressed the death mask on his face. He noticed that a node in the middle of the death incarnation tech tree had lit up. This was a reminder to Gu Shi that his understanding of the death incarnation was correct. The death incarnation was not just a means of attack, but also a messenger for the necromancer. Death messengers, notifying others of their time of death. These death incarnations will be able to do far more than their predecessors. They are no longer soldiers on the battlefield, nor are they bombardments. They will possess more unique traits and paths. That's right. Paths. As the death incarnation, the bone dragon, circled the Taiji Palace, Yi Xuanfeng sensed something was clearly amiss. Everything in the Taiji Palace seemed unfamiliar to him. It was filled with a sinister aura, as if it were under siege by ghosts. No, even more terrifying than a siege by ghosts. This situation was clearly not right. Gu Shi was trying to turn this place into the underworld. Turning the entire human world into the underworld? Wasn't he afraid? Yi Xuanfeng was startled, immediately understanding Gu Shi's strategic plan. After all, Gu Shi had intended to drag Yi Xuanfeng to the underworld from the very beginning. It was clear he wanted to fight on his home turf. After discovering that Yi Xuanfeng was in the underworld, especially with the advantage over Yi Tsukiji and his men, he returned to the human world to fight. What was before him was clearly an attempt to transform Taiji Palace into Gu Shi's underworld battlefield. Yi Xuanfeng couldn't let that happen. After all, Taiji Palace was his territory. And his family was still there. Even if Yi Xuanfeng himself didn't care about the difference between the underworld and the human world, his men couldn't. Besides, Gu Shi was definitely trying to drag Yi Xuanfeng into the underworld battlefield, which meant he had a certain degree of confidence in this matter. Although he didn't understand why Gu Shi was doing this, Yi Xuanfeng knew one thing. He must not let the enemy achieve what they wanted. So Yi Xuanfeng raised his lance and struck at a death incarnation, a bone dragon. But at that moment, all the death incarnations, bone dragons, plunged into the ground. Then the entire ground suddenly shifted. Chapter 28:12. The earth shook, deathly light erupted, and bones pierced through like a forest. After the death incarnation, the bone dragon sank into the ground beneath the Taiji Palace. Its body immediately transformed, merging with the earth. This transformation concept was borrowed from the octopus head. However, the octopus head used his death incarnation as the foundation for a large city, allowing his death city to move freely. But Gu Shi didn't want that. What he wanted was a battlefield suitable for his own battles. The death maze was a good option for Gu Shi. As the death incarnation, the bone dragon, entered the ground, a vast maze of bones appeared, centered around Yi Xuanfeng. On the surface, the death maze before him appeared to be a maze of dirt and bones. But in reality, it was not. This was most convincingly demonstrated by Yi Xuanfeng, who was trapped within the maze. When the death maze appeared, Yi Xuanfeng's first thought was actually to escape. After all, he was at a high level, possessing powerful attributes, and he was also a martial artist. He could scale a wall over 100 meters high, so the maze before him wasn't that high. It was only 10 meters at most. What was there to worry about in a maze like this? But as Yi Xuanfeng ran along the maze's walls, he realized something was amiss. He kept running upward, never reaching the top. Finally, running out of breath, he landed on the ground, realizing the maze's walls were still only 10 meters high. This situation was definitely problematic. And the situation wasn't limited to that. Yi Xuanfeng discovered that the maze before him was incredibly complex, and no matter how hard he ran, he couldn't find a way out. What frustrates Yi Xuanfeng most is that the maze is filled with dangers. Bone dragon heads occasionally emerge from the walls, biting at Yi Xuanfeng or spitting green light. Yi Xuanfeng fails to dodge several times and nearly dies at the hands of the bone dragons. Yi Xuanfeng's most important weapon, the lance, faces a significant problem at this point. It's too long. A normal lance is over 3 meters long. It's designed for horseback combat. Yi Xuanfeng has come here specifically to kill Chansana Wang. Using the lance against an ordinary black player is perfectly acceptable. But in a maze like this, like the narrow alleys before him, it's no use. The narrowest part of the maze is less than 50 centimeters wide, making it impossible for a heavier person to walk sideways. The widest point was only about 1.2 to 1.5 meters. A lance could only thrust straight ahead and slash upwards and downwards. A horizontal sweep was impossible. Additionally, there were no warhorses. Furthermore, the maze twisted and turned, and after only a few steps forward, there was a turn. He had no way of charging forward. So Yi Xuanfeng's fight was quite frustrating, and his most important weapon was completely unusable. As time passed, more and more death avatars and bone dragons entered the underground, and the death maze slowly underwent a transformation. It would be a mistake to simply consider the maze transformed by the death avatars to be a rigid one. The death avatar is considered one of the 3 divine skills because it possesses the same level of effects as the Death City and the Death Lord. However, most necromancers haven't mastered the 3 death skills. Those who have mastered them rarely seriously examine the changes within them. They haven't even noticed the state of affairs when quantitative change leads to qualitative change. And right now, Gu Shi is experiencing precisely this state. After enough death incarnations, the bone dragons have entered the underground. The land around Taiji Palace has finally taken the shape Gu Shi desired. The walls that originally formed the maze, having already determined Yi Xuanfeng's location, slowly began to close inward. The top of the maze quickly closed, transforming the maze into an inner space. At the same time, various doors of varying sizes began to appear on the walls of the maze. If Gu Shi were inside the maze, he would have discovered that these doors were actually ghost gates. However, these ghost gates all belong to the underworld of this world. They all come from the underworlds of all previous rounds. Behind these ghost gates lies a deep murderous intent against Yi Xuanfeng, a desire to tear her to shreds. Even Yi Xuanfeng, trapped within the maze, could sense the danger behind these doors. However, the doors hadn't opened yet, and the demons within couldn't escape. If the doors opened and the demons rushed out, he would be in such a difficult position, killing only 7 or 8 enemies before being entangled by the demons. By then, he would have been completely defeated. Thinking of this, Yi Xuanfeng clenched the lance tightly. Concentrating all his strength into the lance, he chose a direction and, with all his might, prepared to thrust forward. This was the strongest attack the lance could unleash after its enhancement. However, Yi Xuanfeng hadn't fully mastered this move yet, and most importantly, the lance hadn't fully transformed. The lance hadn't absorbed enough energy yet, so it could only temporarily reach a few red-level armors. Originally, once it absorbed enough energy, it could become a pseudo-red level armor. But now, it was stuck halfway. Even so, Yi Xuanfeng didn't dare use it prematurely, fearing that this was her only chance. Right now, Yi Xuanfeng really couldn't care less. Looking up, the maze's ceiling had already appeared. And from the nearby door, a thick murderous intent emanated. If he didn't use this move now, would he be waiting for death? In this situation, Yi Xuanfeng naturally couldn't care less. He immediately prepared to unleash his ultimate move, ready to break through the death maze and burst out. But how could the death maze transformed by Death's avatar only have this few tricks? Before the door even opened, the murderous intent descended directly upon Yi Xuanfeng. Then the death maze squeezed inward. Originally, the death maze, which had occupied a vast area, nearly enveloping the entire Taiji Palace, suddenly collapsed into a ball in the blink of an eye. A vast mass of bones and earth pressed relentlessly toward the center. Simultaneously, the body of the bone dragon, the embodiment of death that had previously melted into the earth, seemed to be forced out from within the ball of earth. The bone dragon's wings spread out, tightly pinning the ball of earth and bone, preventing it from expanding further. At this moment, Yi Xuanfeng had already prepared his final attack. As the 4 walls pressed against him, he raised his lance with both hands and struck outward with a powerful blow. Chapter 28:13. Boom! The combined force of Yi Xuanfeng's attack, the final squeeze of the death maze, and the murderous intent behind the ghost gate, which intensified tenfold at the final moment, actually detonated the entire Taiji Palace. This explosion was only slightly smaller than the one that untied the red suit. The smaller I mean here doesn't refer to the power, but rather the range. At least it didn't flatten the entire game world, but only affected the entire Taiji Palace area. It was precisely for this reason that the power of the explosion was slightly increased. Gu Shi initially considered standing in the sacred moonlight and ignoring the blast. Later, Gu Shi considered entering the temple of the gods to avoid the blast. Finally, Gu Shi was forced to retreat beyond the blast's range, watching as it destroyed everything in the Taiji Palace. This massive explosion even blew a hole in the sky. Over the Taiji Palace, the sky darkened. It was clearly daytime, yet Gu Shi could see the stars in the sky. It seemed this explosion was truly powerful. Gu Shi muttered to himself, about to see if Yi Xuanfeng had left anything behind, when he suddenly noticed something unusual and looked up at the sky. Some of the stars in the sky were particularly bright. For some reason, when Gu Shi looked at these stars, he felt as if they were connected, like a giant crab perched in the sky. When Gu Shi looked up, he spotted a pair of eyes on the crab's shell, staring intently at him, as if he had disturbed something. Gu Shi hadn't noticed this before. The crab constellation, formed by the stars in the sky, didn't have much of an impact on Gu Shi. At most, it would just blow a hole in the sky. It wasn't a big deal. But with that glare from those eyes, Gu Shi knew it was the work of the shock cultists. It was also the reason the game world before him kept restarting. And the core of this game world was Yi Xuanfeng. When Yi Xuanfeng died, the shock cultists would swiftly spring into action and start a new game world. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Gu Shi's mind. It was something he hadn't dared to consider before. Is Yi Xuanfeng truly so invincible? Is his luck really that good? Is it possible that all the new rounds left in this world are the result of Yi Xuanfeng's survival, and that the worlds where Yi Xuanfeng died early were already restarted and erased? If that were the case, then the shock cultists must have absorbed far more evil energy than imagined. Gu Shi looked up at the crab constellation in the sky and immediately released a beam of sacred moonlight in that direction. Just as Gu Shi was about to throw the city of death hidden within the sacred moonlight into the crab constellation, a voice rang out from the center of the recently bombed Taiji Palace. Who else? Gu Shi looked in the direction of the voice, startled. At this moment, Gu Shi noticed that Yi Xuanfeng, with half his face missing, was standing in the center of the Taiji Palace. His heavy armor was gone, and only a fragment of the lance he held remained. Yet, judging by his appearance, he was still alive. Gu Shi also noticed a thick black aura surging from Yi Xuanfeng. Evil energy. This aura had caused Gu Shi great harm before. Last time, Gu Shi had nearly gone mad from the evil energy. And Yi Xuanfeng's current condition was even worse than the last time Gu Shi had been exposed to it. He carried with him the evil energy generated by the restart of many worlds. Just as Gu Shi had suspected, even in this game world, even a restart would only leave behind the worlds where Yi Xuanfeng had won. The worlds where Yi Xuanfeng had lost were simply wiped out. Perhaps they had methods to mitigate the impact of the evil energy. Perhaps they relied on this evil energy to improve themselves. But Yi Xuanfeng couldn't do that. He was the core of this world, the key to the restart, not a being like the evil cultists. He couldn't use the evil energy to grow. He had no way of becoming immune to it. Most importantly, many of these erased worlds were wiped out due to Yi Xuanfeng's death or defeat. Although most of this evil energy was absorbed, some still fell upon Yi Xuanfeng. Normally, as long as Yi Xuanfeng won and established the Daxing dynasty, the nation's destiny would overwhelm everything. Afterwards, by borrowing a little future luck from the Buddhist sect, no evil energy could affect Yi Xuanfeng at all. But this time was different. To enhance his abilities, Yi Xuanfeng activated the list of gods ahead of time. He absorbed all the power accumulated from so many rounds of the game into his own body. These powers contained a component of evil energy. Afterward, Yi Xuanfeng used a black player to strengthen his lance. While the lance didn't reach the level of a true red item, it did reach a pseudo-red level. Finally, thanks to Gu Shi's ultimate, Yi Xuanfeng fought tooth and nail. Following the explosion just now, Yi Xuanfeng had a sudden inspiration and directed all the damage onto the Yi Xuanfengs from the previous rounds. He used countless Yi Xuanfengs to take the blow in his stead. This caused all the Yi Xuanfengs in those rounds to suffer, and their worlds were naturally wiped out immediately. As the primary cause of all this, Yi Xuanfeng couldn't even contain the evil energy. But Gu Shi didn't know this at the moment. He saw Yi Xuanfeng raise his head, his remaining eye already glowing crimson. You deserve to die. Gu Shi pouted, about to say something, but noticed the crab in the sky had already fixed its gaze on Yi Xuanfeng. The crab seemed drawn to the evil aura emanating from Yi Xuanfeng, and even starlight seemed to be trying to slide down from the crab constellation and land on Yi Xuanfeng. Damn it! This is my trophy. Gu Shi's face was filled with displeasure. Yi Xuanfeng was his trophy. He had already beaten her to this point. He couldn't let anyone take it. At this moment, under the influence of the evil aura, Yi Xuanfeng raised the half-broken lance in his hand and thrust it forward with all his might. I am the great emperor of the purple star of the North Pole in the central sky. I will not die here. Buddhism, I agree to your request. I will give the world to the future Buddha you choose, even if it's a woman. Now, lend me the fortune that will bring prosperity to Buddhism. As Yi Xuanfeng thrust, a ball of light suddenly appeared in front of his lance. The ball of light was filled with a pale golden glow. As it was dragged towards Yi Xuanfeng, the chants of countless people could be heard from within. Buddhism flourishes. Chapter 2814. As the ball of light in Yi Xuanfeng's hand emitted this sound, Gu Shi felt everything around him shift. Layer after layer of clouds appeared in the blasted hole in the sky. Above these clouds sat Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of all sizes. They towered high above, their bodies radiating a white golden glow. They kept repeating a single sentence: the rise of Buddhism. Standing outside the Taiji Palace and observing all this, Gu Shi suddenly understood why Yi Xuanfeng's dynasty was called the rise of Buddhism. Perhaps the Buddhists had this plan for its rise from the very beginning. Yi Xuanfeng had achieved so many victories despite the covert manipulation of Buddhism, the direct provocation of the demon sect, the obstruction of his father and brothers, the instigation of shady players, and the subterfuge of the evil cultists. He was undoubtedly a genius. Even before Gu Shi arrived, he had the opportunity to balance everything and obtain what he desired. It was a pity that Gu Shi's arrival disrupted the balance. Most importantly, Gu Shi and Yi Xuanfeng clashed. Finally, the situation has become what it is now. The more talented and powerful Yi Xuanfeng is, the more Gu Shi cannot afford to keep him. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's eyes grew serious. It looks like a chaotic battle is about to begin. While thinking this, Gu Shi informed the troops still fighting in Chang'an City, telling them to be prepared for any emergency. And at this time, the Buddhas in the sky weren't just here to show off. Although their Buddha light was a bit strange, a white light with a hint of gold, it was still quite effective against evil spirits. Under their slogans, the evil aura emanating from Yi Xuanfeng significantly diminished. Most importantly, the crab constellation in the sky was also slowly being affected, and even threatened with expulsion. At this point, the crab constellation in the sky also reacted. They all saw how determined Yi Xuanfeng was. The evil cultists did not want Yi Xuanfeng to escape their control. Furthermore, their crab constellation wasn't a force they could wield casually. It was a force they had borrowed from higher-level black players. Every time they used this power, the resources they expended could literally drain them of their skin. The reason they had previously launched this attack was purely because Yi Xuanfeng was about to escape their control. They had still wanted to try to save her. Now, they realized the situation was not right, and it seemed there was no need for rescue. This time, Yi Xuanfeng was doomed. Why not just reboot? So, the crab constellation in the sky took the initiative and launched a new move. Standing below, Gu Shi could see the stars in the sky becoming increasingly distinct. The constellations were no longer disguised, and a crab-like shape, formed from the stars, appeared in the sky. The crab's enormous claws clamped down on the nearest Buddha. The Buddha was pinched and instantly transformed into a bubble. Gu Shi now realized that these Buddhas were all fake. This is too chaotic. The entire city of Chang'an is in turmoil. Gu Shi looked up and down, his gaze shifting between the sky and Yi Xuanfeng. He sensed that although Yi Xuanfeng was haunted by evil spirits, he still had his own ideas. He was actually using the Buddha's light and evil spirit within himself to create a balance. The basis of this balance was the dragon energy of the Daxing dynasty and his own imperial aura. I wonder where Yi Xuanfeng got the confidence to play with his body like this. If this had happened to Gu Shi, he would have already upgraded and cleared his abnormal state. But Yi Xuanfeng seemed quite excited. Listening to the voice of the Buddhist Daxing, watching the crab constellation grow increasingly solid in the sky, Yi Xuanfeng burst into laughter. Amidst this laughter, Gu Shi noticed the phantom of an emperor appear behind Yi Xuanfeng. The phantom was shrouded in starlight, but his eyes held a hint of doubt. As he appeared behind Yi Xuanfeng, Gu Shi could clearly see his brows froze slightly. His eyes seemed to convey a question. How could I be such a loser? A flicker of helplessness flashed through his mind, and finally, he shook his head and pressed hard against Yi Xuanfeng's head. It wasn't until the Emperor's phantom made contact with Yi Xuanfeng that he realized what had happened. Just as he was about to look back, he saw the white golden light and dense malevolent aura enveloping him converge, finally forcibly drawn out by the influence of the Daxing dynasty's national destiny, and Yi Xuanfeng's own imperial aura, forming a dragon behind him. At this moment, Yi Xuanfeng's remaining eye also turned from crimson to its original clear color. Wisdom had regained its upper hand, and Yi Xuanfeng immediately understood what was happening. He was about to say thank you when the Emperor's phantom behind him vanished. As the Emperor's shadow vanished, Gu Shi and Yi Xuanfeng both saw a brilliant flash of starlight across the purple sky. Beneath the starlight, a banner fluttered. The banner bore the word Tang. At the same time, Gu Shi saw, through the head of the goddesses behind him, that the Emperor's shadow had immediately severed his connection with Yi Xuanfeng. It was as if he had come to help Yi Xuanfeng one last time, and that Yi Xuanfeng would have no further contact with him. Gu Shi could understand this situation. Gu Shi suspected that Yi Xuanfeng was a projection of the Emperor. If he performed well, the Emperor might have given Yi Xuanfeng some support. After all, his own projection had already reached level 40, and was doing quite well. A little support would have been a bit of a face-saving gesture. But now, Yi Xuanfeng had clearly messed everything up. Not only was he imbued with a great deal of evil energy, but he had also sold out the future of his own kingdom. What good was there in keeping such a waste? He already done his part with his projection, by coming over to take a look. What? Could it be that he still wanted his real body to come and help? You're overthinking it. Helping to resolve the current problem, and then severing all ties with it, that's true decisiveness. If Gu Shi had encountered something like this, he had made the same choice. If Gu Shi could understand the situation, how could a political animal like Yi Xuanfeng not understand it? He didn't show any resentment. Instead, he understood that now was his chance. All the negativity within him had been removed. Though he looked miserable now, he had actually regained his full strength. The state he was in at level 40, when he had gained the remaining power from the list of gods. At the same time, the half-broken lance in his hand was now usable again. Yi Xuanfeng felt like he was back to full strength. Chapter 28:15. In the sky, the Buddhists and the Sha cultists engaged in battle. On the ground, Yi Xuanfeng felt herself back in good shape. Gu Shi even saw several more black light gates appear nearby. It seemed the previous chaos had also attracted the attention of the black players. The remaining black players also rushed over. The situation suddenly became interesting. Gu Shi stared at the dragon behind Yi Xuanfeng, a composition of Sha Qi, Buddha's light, national destiny, and imperial energy, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. It seems the best way to deal with Sha Qi is to let the dragon devour it. Gu Shi immediately activated the weird dragon aura. The Sha Qi, which had already transformed into a true dragon, flew out of the aura under Gu Shi's control. As soon as Gu Shi moved, Yi Xuanfeng immediately noticed the situation. In Yi Xuanfeng's eyes, Gu Shi's hatred value ranked very high. After all, Yi Xuanfeng believed that if Gu Shi hadn't intervened, he could have achieved what he wanted, step by step, at his own pace. The earthly immortal dynasty would then be his, and the Buddhist resources could belong to the Chansun clan. He could let his eldest son bear the evil spirits of the black players and the evil followers. The most the evil spirit would affect him would be his mental state. His eldest son didn't have to ascend the throne, and even if he became disabled or insane, he could still support him. What a brilliant plan, but once Gu Shi arrived, everything was ruined. He managed to change Hang Shuang's name from male to female, and then changed it to Hang Ci. Through various means, he tried to divert Hang Shuang's achievements. In the end, everything was in vain. He hadn't been able to kill Gu Shi before. Now it was different. Gu Shi dared to challenge him. Who else could he kill? With this thought, Yi Xuanfeng no longer cared about the impending clash between the Buddhists and the Sha cultists in the sky and charged directly towards Gu Shi. As Yi Xuanfeng charged, a number of bewildered black players burst out from the Black Gate of Light. They were the most confused beings in this battle. They had been enjoying themselves perfectly well in their own rounds. But then, their rounds were interrupted. If they hadn't run fast, they might have been wiped out too. Of course, they had to rush out to see who had ruined their good fortune. As soon as they emerged, they saw Yi Xuanfeng charging towards Gu Shi. Though these black players didn't know Gu Shi, they knew Yi Xuanfeng. The one being attacked by Yi Xuanfeng was definitely an enemy, so they attacked together. So, these black players immediately rushed towards Gu Shi. They seemed even more loyal than even Yi Xuanfeng's 800 most elite personal soldiers. As Yi Xuanfeng charged towards him, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally back on track. Gu Shi thought, pressing his hands to the ground. Those rushing towards him all caught a whiff of floral fragrance. Looking up, they discovered they had unknowingly burst through a sea of blue and white blossoms. Every time they ran, they kicked up a flood of petals. And as they were stained by the petals, their bodies slowly became part of them. Just like the clothes of some of the weaker black players had already turned blue and white, they might lose their clothes if they continued running like this. But these black players found it impossible to stop. They kept charging forward, but couldn't escape, let alone reach Gu Shi. Gu Shi had no intention of paying attention to these black players. At this moment, Gu Shi's entire attention was focused on Yi Xuanfeng. As Yi Xuanfeng charged forward, Gu Shi realized that the half-broken lance in Yi Xuanfeng's hand was no longer the incomplete, easily controlled red equipment weapon. This thing was now at the level of a red equipment weapon. Even if it was a pseudo-red equipment weapon, it was still a red equipment weapon. If Gu Shi tried to deal with Yi Xuanfeng as before, it wouldn't be so easy. While Gu Shi was thinking about this, Yi Xuanfeng was already about 700 or 800 meters in front of him. Yi Xuanfeng leaped up, raised his right hand, and aimed the half-broken lance, held in reverse, at Gu Shi's head and stabbed it. Bloodline net. Gu Shi raised his hand, and layer after layer of bloodline net wrapped around Yi Xuanfeng. When Yi Xuanfeng leaped, he felt confident He could kill Gu Shi with a single blow. But as he descended, he realized something was amiss. With every inch he descended, his body grew heavier. Before he even reached Gu Shi, the blood thread webs covering his body were already visible to the naked eye. It was as if he had just burst from a red spiderweb. Gu Shi, having unleashed the blood thread webs, didn't even move. He moved directly in front of Yi Xuanfeng's attack to a position to his side and rear. Yi Xuanfeng immediately realized something was amiss, but he didn't even have a chance to change direction. Under the influence of the blood thread webs, his attack pierced the ground. Boom! As the half-broken lance stabbed into the ground, Gu Shi saw the earth explode, a thick aura of flames emanating from it. Fire magic? That didn't seem likely. Gu Shi quickly calculated the stats of the enemy's red armor. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Xuanfeng's weapon wasn't magical. However, close combat could cause such a massive explosion, Gu Shi hadn't yet figured out. However, while powerful, it wasn't beyond Gu Shi's imagination. As Yi Xuanfeng's strike landed, Gu Shi could already sense that only a layer of the blood-threaded net had been burned, not completely. This showed that, while the stats countered each other, they weren't completely suppressed. The power wasn't enough to completely negate the effects of normal red armor. The fake red armor couldn't possibly reach the power of normal red armor. While Gu Shi was analyzing, Yi Xuanfeng had already risen from the ground. The previous attack had no effect, and Yi Xuanfeng knew Gu Shi wasn't going to be easy to defeat. But not fighting was unacceptable. Now, they were in a life-or-death struggle, with only one left alive. Even if Yi Xuanfeng wanted to give up, Gu Shi wouldn't let him go. Thinking of this, Yi Xuanfeng's eyes twitched, and he tapped the ground with his toes, charging towards Gu Shi again. This time, he didn't leap high, nor did he raise the half-broken lance above his head. Instead, he lowered his right hand, holding the lance in his hand, the tip of the lance trailing along the ground. As Yi Xuanfeng ran forward, the tip of the lance scraped against the ground, instantly igniting the entire blood-threaded net Gu Shi had laid. Flames followed Yi Xuanfeng's lead, charging towards Gu Shi. It was as if Yi Xuanfeng was leading a vast army of flames, charging towards Gu Shi. At this moment, Gu Shi actually smiled. He felt a surge of soul surging within the flames. The power of the soul is controlling the power of fire, concentrating it all on the tip of the lance, preparing for a fatal blow. Chapter 28:16. What kind of attack is this? Gu Shi saw Yi Xuanfeng charging at him again, and without a second thought, he unleashed Death Mane once again. Several threads of varying colors flew toward Yi Xuanfeng. This time, Gu Shi directly deployed several paths of Death Mane. These threads surrounded Yi Xuanfeng from three directions. One was a defensive line composed of a blood-threaded web, blocking Yi Xuanfeng's front, preventing her from moving forward. The next direction was above Yi Xuanfeng's head. This slicing effect was the death string effect. Without a word from the target, it sliced directly toward Yi Xuanfeng's neck. The final direction was behind Yi Xuanfeng. This slicing effect was the soul-drawing effect. This thread targeted Yi Xuanfeng's back, aiming to take her out with a single strike. Of course, if Yi Xuanfeng couldn't be eliminated, the flames behind her would also work. Faced with attacks from all directions, Yi Xuanfeng immediately leaped to her feet. Aside from the blood thread net before him, the other two different colored threads were completely new to Yi Xuanfeng. But these two unfamiliar threads carried a dangerous aura that even Yi Xuanfeng felt. Yi Xuanfeng didn't want to be tangled with them at all. As for the blood thread net, Yi Xuanfeng had dealt with it before and knew that once entangled, there was no escape. So, he had no desire to be trapped. As Yi Xuanfeng leaped, the flames behind him transformed into a giant bird, following closely behind. But before the flaming bird could fly very high, it was struck by the soul-drawing threads. The flaming bird actually let out a scream, then disintegrated into a cloud of black smoke and automatically dispersed. Yi Xuanfeng also felt the half-broken lance in his hand sink, and the flame on its tip vanished. But Yi Xuanfeng couldn't care less at this moment. He was facing Gu Shi's multi-pronged attack. He had to survive first before he could consider anything else. Lucky! Yi Xuanfeng roared, and a halo flashed beneath his feet, accidentally deflecting the attack aimed at Yi Xuanfeng. Just enough space for Yi Xuanfeng to escape. But at this moment, Yi Xuanfeng suddenly felt something pressing down on him from the front. He looked up and saw it was the dragon transformed from his evil spirit, Buddha's light, national destiny, and imperial aura. This dragon was being pressed down by the real dragon transformed from Gu Shi's strange dragon aura. It wasn't that this dragon was weak, but rather that Gu Shi's strange dragon aura was too powerful. The dragon before him was merely the final product of Yi Xuanfeng's evil spirit and Buddha's light, supplemented by national destiny and imperial aura. But Gu Shi's true dragon, forged from a powerful fusion of dragons after consuming 81 rounds of evil energy, was instantly apparent. The strength of the two was immediately apparent. The dragon was now being pressed to the ground by Gu Shi's true dragon. Anyone could see at a glance that the dragon's body was riddled with wounds, and copious amounts of dark green blood tinged with gold gushed from the wounds. The dragon was struck down exactly where Yi Xuanfeng had jumped. Feeling a sudden blackness before her eyes, Yi Xuanfeng dodged backwards. But no matter how fast Yi Xuanfeng moved, she couldn't match the dragon's speed. Bang! The dragon crashed directly into Yi Xuanfeng. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon had been transformed from Yi Xuanfeng, representing half of her body, she would have been completely destroyed in a single blow. Even so, Yi Xuanfeng's condition wasn't great. Besides being injured from being knocked to the ground, the most important thing was that the various threads in Gu Shi's hand had become entangled with Yi Xuanfeng's body. Caught in the bloody web, even getting up was becoming quite difficult for him. As for the threads that held the soul drawing and death strings, they had also landed on Yi Xuanfeng's body. The death strings were now wrapped around Yi Xuanfeng's neck and hands, while the soul drawing and death strings were pressed against his back and face. Now, with a single thought from Gu Shi, he could decapitate Yi Xuanfeng and draw his soul away. These were all Red Suit's killer moves. Even if Yi Xuanfeng had Red Suit and was a high enough level, it would be useless. Under this kind of lethal blow, unless your body can withstand the severing of the death string, unless you are immune to attacks with instant death effects, you will still die. At this moment, Gu Shi's nether spirit flower was ready. With one strike from Gu Shi, Yi Xuanfeng would die, and the nether spirit flower would then dispose of Yi Xuanfeng's remains. This would prevent Yi Xuanfeng's corpse from running wild. Others might not, but Gu Shi was unsure about Yi Xuanfeng's situation. Looking up at the sky, then at the Jialong being suppressed by his own Guilong, Gu Shi felt that if Yi Xuanfeng died, many people would be willing to come and seize his body, either to possess him or to forcefully resurrect him. Gu Shi didn't want to be endlessly battling fake Yi Xuanfengs. If they were to be defeated, they would be dealt with all at once. Of course, to prevent the red armor's binding protection, Gu Shi also prepared Holy Moonlight. As soon as Yi Xuanfeng died, the nether spirit flower would dispose of the corpse, while the Holy Moonlight would suppress the red armor. While that half-broken lance wasn't a proper red armor, I'm asking you, is it red? Can it be used? If yes, then it's fine. Just grab it. Then a single blast of Holy Moonlight would definitely subdue the half-broken lance. But the more Gu Shi tried to avoid something, the more unusual things would happen. Just as Gu Shi was about to chop off Yi Xuanfeng's head, a willow leaf fell from the sky, blocking the path of Death String. Under Death String's power, the willow leaf was instantly chopped to pieces. But Yi Xuanfeng was dragged away. At this point, Gu Shi and Yi Xuanfeng both looked towards the location of the sudden problem. Hang Sinu? Yi Xuanfeng called out, and Gu Shi recognized her. Wasn't this Yi Xuanfeng's wife, Cha Sun? What was happening to her? Something seemed off about her clothing. Dressed in white, she didn't look like a ghost. And her aura wasn't right either. It was very similar to when Yi Xuanfeng first received the name of Zhongtian Ziwei Beiji Dadi. Her entire body was filled with a power that didn't belong to her. However, it was different from when Yi Xuanfeng absorbed it and could use it stably. The power Cha Sun possessed was relatively small, and truly didn't belong to her. Every moment Cha Sun was here, she was burning the energy within her. Observing his wife's condition, Yi Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed. Hang Sinu, our plan hasn't even begun yet, why are you? Chapter 2817. Cha Sun sure said nothing, merely looking at Yi Xuanfeng. However, Gu Shi, from a distance, could clearly see that Cha Sunshire's eyes were rapidly changing. From initial affection, it slowly morphed into indifference, and finally into a sense of compassion. Yi Xuanfeng naturally observed the changes in his wife. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Hang Si, I knew, you don't have to be like this. Saving you is enough. Cha Sunshire spoke calmly. It turned out that Cha Sunshire knew about the incident at Taiji Palace when Gu Shi was setting up the death maze. She was also the daughter of a military commander, and having served by Yi Xuanfeng, she was a veteran of many battles. Every time Yi Xuanfeng went on a campaign, she stayed at home. It could be said that Cha Sunshire's abilities were no less than Yi Xuanfeng's. This was precisely why Yi Xuanfeng plotted against the Buddhist sect for Cha Sunshire's sake. However, the Buddhist sect's grand plan has yet to begin. Even Hang Shuang has merely fallen into their own verbal trap, having just transformed from a man into a woman, from Hang Shuang into Hang Ci. Without the rewards promised upon the grand plan's completion, even if the Cha Sun clan, through Yi Xuanfeng's scheme, can temporarily gain some of Hang Shuang's power, it won't be a long-term solution. For Hang Xuan will withdraw this power, perhaps even taking Changsun clan's soul with him. Only by using the great fortune of the Daxing dynasty, combined with the merits of the Buddhist sect's grand plan, can Yi Xuanfeng guarantee that the defrauded portion will fully belong to the Changsun clan. Eventually, it's even possible that Changsun clan could replace Hang Xuan and become the true Hang Ci. Of course, this is the ideal scenario in Yi Xuanfeng's plan. Although this state was unattainable, Yi Xuanfeng believed that Changsun sure must at least gain sufficient power to control the earthly immortal kingdom alongside her forever. Rather than being like now, where she could only use Hang Xuan's power for a short while and ultimately sacrifice her own soul. But Changsun sure also had her own persistence. She had seen Yi Xuanfeng being outmatched by Gu Shi. While Yi Xuanfeng's military prowess was top tier, his strategic prowess had reached its limit, which was why he had come up with the idea of conquering the earthly immortal kingdom, and the grand plan of freeloading from the Buddhist sect. While his tactics and campaigns were maxed out, he wasn't the strongest in combat. Gu Shi, on the other hand, hadn't reached his limit in anything, but his military strength was excessive. Gu Shi's forces simply annihilated Yi Xuanfeng's tactical and campaign capabilities. Yi Xuanfeng had experienced battles with unequal forces before. He had also fought against hundreds of thousands with only a few thousand. But the enemies there were living beings, and they would be afraid. Gu Shi's side was entirely composed of undead, fearless of death. This effectively eliminated half of Yi Xuanfeng's tactical and combat capabilities. The other half was shattered by Gu Shi's infinite resurrection aura. In combat, Gu Shi didn't engage in close combat with Yi Xuanfeng. He simply used his red armor and his own methods to execute ranged attacks. His primary focus was to keep you away. Even if you tried to rush me, I would push you away. 1 or 2 times was fine, but after a few too many, Yi Xuanfeng's weaknesses became apparent. Even Xu Bao, Yi Xuanfeng's most powerful subordinate, had perished in battle. There was no reason for Yi Xuanfeng to remain alive. Changsun sure saw this clearly, which is why she proactively used her strength to protect Yi Xuanfeng. Yi Xuanfeng also understood the situation. He said to Changsun, "All right, I'm fine. Quickly release this power. There's still hope." "No need. It's too late. The massive explosion at Taiji Palace just now has already cost us everything. Erlang, you must keep winning." After saying this, Changsun fetched a bottle from somewhere and poured water over Yi Xuanfeng's head. The water doused Yi Xuanfeng with a noticeably stronger imperial aura. The dragon, pinned down by Gu Shi's true dragon, seemed to be stimulated. It forced itself free from the dragon's control and pounced on Yi Xuanfeng. Yi Xuanfeng was watching Changsun crumble into ash before him, filled with grief and anger. As the dragon charged, Yi Xuanfeng reached out and pinned it to the ground. Then, half the lance pierced the dragon's head. A flash of red light appeared, and the dragon's body vanished. The remaining half of the lance was transformed back into a complete lance. What luck! Gu Shi sighed as he watched this. In a flash, the lance had become a fully fledged red weapon, and the most lethal of all. This put Yi Xuanfeng in a difficult position. At this moment, Yi Xuanfeng glanced at Gu Shi but didn't rush him immediately. He knew he wasn't Gu Shi's match yet, at least not in a position to charge him directly. So, he turned and headed towards the center of the Taiji Palace. Gu Shi wasn't the type to watch someone transform without reacting. Upon seeing Yi Xuanfeng's actions, he immediately activated the attack effect of the Nether Spirit Flower. A vast cloud of ghostly spirit flowers surged towards Yi Xuanfeng. The petals of these ghostly spirit flowers possessed immense lethality, some capable of slicing a human body into shreds. As the petals flew towards him, Yi Xuanfeng immediately raised her lance and swung it towards the direction the ghostly spirit flowers were coming from. A flash of flame flashed from the lance, incinerating some of the ghostly spirit flower petals. Luckily, Gu Shi's ghostly spirit flowers had just been upgraded. With the exception of the Fate Choice path, which remained at the basic level, the other 3 paths had been enhanced. This lance, however, was merely a common red-suited weapon, freshly upgraded from a pseudo-red suit. There was a significant difference between the two. Although Yi Xuanfeng ignited the flames, it didn't burn many of the ghostly spirit flower petals. Some remained. These ghostly spirit flowers clung to Yi Xuanfeng's body, transforming into sharp knives that sliced through her flesh. Yi Xuanfeng paid no attention to any of this. After breaking the Nether Spirit Flower, he charged forward. It was clear he was hoping to gain some more power from the Buddhists and Sha cultists battling in the sky. Gu Shi couldn't let Yi Xuanfeng grow any further. If he truly reached the combat limit, no, he didn't even need to reach the combat limit. As long as he reached the maximum combat level, it would become difficult for Gu Shi to defeat him. Gu Shi and Yi Xuanfeng had long been a mortal enemy. The stronger Yi Xuanfeng became, the harder it would be for Gu Shi to kill him. To prevent Yi Xuanfeng from strengthening further, the head of the goddesses behind Gu Shi, the Hand of Death, attacked simultaneously, using both the Nether Spirit Flower and the Mane of Death. A variety of attacks were launched at Yi Xuanfeng with all their might. Chapter 2818. Gu Shi truly went all out this time. Besides the Red Suit's attack, he also unleashed all of the Hand of Death's offensive methods. At the same time, the true dragon transformed from the strange dragon's aura also pounced towards Yi Xuanfeng. It could be said that Gu Shi's attack this time was even more powerful than before. If it weren't for the assistance of the head of the goddesses, and the support of the Hand of Death, Gu Shi wouldn't have been able to focus on so many things. Under such attacks, Yi Xuanfeng always managed to find the most opportune position amidst various dangers and force his way out. In just a few seconds, Yi Xuanfeng had rushed over 1,000 meters. Although he suffered numerous wounds, none were fatal. Observing this situation, Gu Shi frowned, and the holy moonlight descended in front of Yi Xuanfeng. However, this time, the holy moonlight did not transform into a moonlight like Yi Xuanfeng, as Gu Shi had expected. It only transformed into a moonlight-like humanoid, blocking Yi Xuanfeng's way. Gu Shi understood immediately. Yi Xuanfeng wasn't dead. His sacred moonlight could only simulate the dead. It couldn't simulate enemies Gu Shi had seen, but who weren't dead yet. Gu Shi initially tried to simulate Yi Xuanfeng, but suffered a minor setback, and the simulation failed. But Gu Shi wasn't discouraged. The moonlight transformed into the form of Chan Sun Shi. If the living can't change, the dead can always change. As expected, Yi Xuanfeng, charging forward, paused at the sight of the moonlight transformed Chan Sun Shi. But his eyes quickly cleared. Looking at the moonlight transformed Chan Sun Shi, Yi Xuanfeng hesitated for a moment before stabbing the lance into her body. With a single swift movement, the flames immediately engulfed Chan Sun, the moonlight form. However, the sacred moonlight was Gu Shi's exclusive path, a path far superior to the lance in Yi Xuanfeng's wield. Both its power and its transformations were far superior to the lance. As the lance pierced Chan Sun, the moonlight form, the moonlight surged onto Yi Xuanfeng's body like a stream. Yi Xuanfeng felt as if his body were being assimilated by the moonlight, his soul being guided deep within. In his eyes, the earthly immortal dynasty had been completed, and he was its emperor. At his side was Chan Sun, who had gained all of Hang Shuang's power, and completed the Buddhist Grand Plan. Because of the completion of the Buddhist Grand Plan, Chan Sun, having risen from Hang Xi's slave to Hang Xi, was now the foremost among the Buddhist disciples. With the support of the earthly immortal dynasty, and the merits gained from the completion of the Buddhist Grand Plan, Yi Xuanfeng was ready to attack the northern heavenly gate. No, it should be called Xuanwu Gate at this time. Although he only had 800 heavenly soldiers and generals, it was more than enough. The guards at the north heavenly gate had been replaced by his newly appointed gate gods, Jingde and Shu Bao. They would help open the gate. Just as Yi Xuanfeng was grinning smugly, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why were Jingde and Shu Bao the gate gods? This didn't fit his plan. This plan wasn't right. Spotting a hint of something amiss, Yi Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. Under the moonlight, Yi Xuanfeng discovered that his skin had turned a moon-white, translucent glass. In just a few moments, Yi Xuanfeng would be transformed into a statue beneath the sacred moonlight. Even if he realized something was amiss, it was too late. Gu Shi's other attacks had already landed on Yi Xuanfeng. This time, Yi Xuanfeng was doomed. But just at this moment, two young men, who had never appeared on the battlefield before, appeared beside Yi Xuanfeng. One exuded a blend of Buddhism and Taoism, a transcendental aura. The other had the air of a carefree martial arts master. As soon as they appeared, one dragged Yi Xuanfeng away, while the other slashed at Gu Shi in the distance. Judging from their movements, they coordinated perfectly, needing no communication at all. They knew what they were going to do the moment they struck. But as soon as they appeared, Gu Shi saw what was happening behind them. Could this be the case with what some say, that two cultivators wouldn't dare to take on a martial artist? The two of them, one yin and one yang, one water and one fire, their auras synergized. Most importantly, their auras originated from an ancient source, similar to the auras previously used by the Chan Sun clan. In other words, their auras were passed down from generation to generation, almost as ancient as those of Hang Shuang. It's even possible they were from the same era and sect as Hang Shuang. Most importantly, they possessed considerable luck, and behind them was something resembling a jade seal suppressing it. Gu Shi was puzzled upon seeing them. How could they have lost to Yi Xuanfeng? While Gu Shi was still puzzled, the martial arts master, without even turning his head, shouted, "Wild boy, why don't you leave?" How long are you waiting? Before the martial arts master could finish his words, several rays of moonlight fell in front of the two men. In the moonlight, Shirley and Wei, who, condensed from the moonlight, immediately appeared. Each of them, weapons raised, engaged the two in combat. Gu Shi, however, remained completely focused on Yi Xuanfeng. Escaped from the moonlight's influence, Yi Xuanfeng's movement slowed again. He thrust his lance into himself, shattering his already vitrified skin and regaining some mobility. He didn't ask his friends to help him escape, but instead headed for the battle in the sky. In Yi Xuanfeng's eyes, the battlefield between the Buddhists and the Sha cultists was his only hope. There was no other place where he could escape Gu Shi's pursuit. Watching Yi Xuanfeng flee once again, Gu Shi was speechless. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable foe. This Yi Xuanfeng was no emperor, he was a mere slug. No, not even a slug was as slippery and merciless as him. This had happened several times. If he escaped again, Gu Shi would have lost all confidence in keeping Yi Xuanfeng. Luckily, Gu Shi already knew Yi Xuanfeng's target. Activate Night Blood Path. Activate Night Blood Path. Use the Trickster Aura. What's the point of Hand of Death? If there's lightning, use it. If there's no lightning, use something else. What's the purpose of Death Incarnation? Isn't it to consume it at this moment? Gu Shi was now completely ruthless, bringing out all his best skills. Under repeated attack, Yi Xuanfeng forged his way to the battle between the Buddhists and the Sha cultists. Even though there wasn't a single piece of healthy flesh left on his body, he still managed to squeeze in. Then Yi Xuanfeng turned and stared at Gu Shi. Go to hell. Chapter 2819. You're fucking me. Gu Shi was also furious at Yi Xuanfeng's actions. He could see that Yi Xuanfeng's luck was extremely strong. Every time he attacked, his luck and Yi Xuanfeng's will would hold him back. Although Yi Xuanfeng was seriously injured, he was determined to kill Gu Shi at all costs. This situation left Gu Shi speechless. After all, luck had always been on his side before. Now, for the first time, Gu Shi felt that luck was its enemy. This feeling made Gu Shi quite unhappy. But Gu Shi was not the kind of person to retreat for a single reason. He just couldn't believe that Yi Xuanfeng could still be alive after being beaten like this. So, Gu Shi stood up and pointed at Yi Xuanfeng's position and cursed. Yi Xuanfeng, it hasn't even been a day, and your world is already gone. Your wife is gone, your child is gone, your brother is gone. Do you regret it now? You boasted so confidently, but why don't you think about it? Because you spoke too hastily, now it's all gone. Come on, say one more thing to me, and let me run for a day. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Yi Xuanfeng's face twisted. After all, the truth hurts the most. Gu Shi was right. Yi Xuanfeng, through his arrogance, had earned himself an enemy he couldn't afford to offend. Yi Xuanfeng had no way to refute this. He could only point at Gu Shi and yell. His once clear eyes turned crimson again. As expected, the evil spirit hadn't been completely eliminated. Having suffered from the evil spirit before, Gu Shi saw Yi Xuanfeng's current condition at a glance. Letting evil spirits run rampant is a recipe for disaster. Charge. Gu Shi attacked again, this time opening a bloody path for the knights. The Black Blood Knights and their demigod-level undead servant all rushed out, charging towards Yi Xuanfeng. At this moment, Yi Xuanfeng roared again, lance raised, and charged towards Gu Shi. Watching Yi Xuanfeng's actions, a flicker of disdain flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. We have to face off in the end, so why were you running away before? But in the next moment, Gu Shi's disdain gave way to surprise. Because Gu Shi saw Yi Xuanfeng enveloped in a layer of blood energy that was nearly black. A black starlight warhorse appeared beneath his feet. Most importantly, a white Buddha light tinged with golden light enveloped Yi Xuanfeng, enveloping him in a layer of golden armor. Yi Xuanfeng even had time to dress himself up, making himself look even younger. This was the power Yi Xuanfeng had forcibly seized from the Buddhist sect and the Sha cultists. Yi Xuanfeng had already thought about it. He would seize all the power from them, concentrate it together, and deliver a fatal blow to Gu Shi. Take Gu Shi away with his own life. As for the Buddhist sect and the Sha cultists' reluctance, then talk to my lance. Now Yi Xuanfeng looked like this. Clad in white glazed armor with gold trim, he sat on a black warhorse adorned with starlight. A dark red blood-infused cloak draped behind him, and in his hand he held a 3.5-meter-long lance. Aiming at Gu Shi, he charged forward. At that speed, a distance of 2,000 or 3,000 meters would only take a few seconds. These 2 or 3 seconds were enough time for Gu Shi to travel a considerable distance. Gu Shi continued to lay layer after layer of blood thread nets and ghost flowers around him. As long as there was a blood thread net, Gu Shi could teleport freely, and the ghost flowers could block Yi Xuanfeng's attacks. Gu Shi knew he couldn't defeat Yi Xuanfeng head-on, but he also understood that cavalry's greatest weakness was momentum. The ability to attack with one swift blow was cavalry's greatest advantage. If their momentum was broken, the cavalry would be useless. The same was true for Yi Xuanfeng. He couldn't hold out for much longer. After all his strength, even his life, was borrowed. He couldn't keep charging at full speed. And every change of direction, every time his warhorse stopped, would weaken Yi Xuanfeng's momentum. By then, even if Gu Shi didn't attack himself, he would tire Yi Xuanfeng to death. Yi Xuanfeng understood this as well. Fully armed, he stared at Gu Shi, his lance locked onto him. Then Yi Xuanfeng appeared before Gu Shi, lance raised, and plunged the spear into him. At this blow, Yi Xuanfeng's expression changed dramatically. He discovered his lance was empty, and the Gu Shi before him had transformed into white moonlight, snaking towards him. When Yi Xuanfeng charged, Gu Shi had immediately activated his sacred moonlight, transforming into his own form and deceiving Yi Xuanfeng. "I'm here, you idiot. Can't you see clearly?" As the moonlight transformed Gu Shi dispersed, another Gu Shi appeared approximately 7,000 meters away from Yi Xuanfeng. Gu Shi taunted Yi Xuanfeng while manipulating the scattered sacred moonlight into swords and blades, slashing at Yi Xuanfeng. Gu Shi had already tried this. Yi Xuanfeng, clad in the glazed armor of Buddhist power, was currently no match for the non-offensive red armor. Gu Shi's only weapons, the nether spirit flower and the death string, could break some of her defense, the rest were useless. After all, the defensive power of Buddhist power was simply too strong. Even if the opponent wasn't wearing red armor, they could still withstand the attacks of the red armor. Now, Gu Shi had only the sacred moonlight to use. The weapons transformed from it, as if controlled by the undead, slashed at Yi Xuanfeng relentlessly. At Gu Shi's words, Yi Xuanfeng raised her crimson eyes, ignoring the weapons still slashing at her, and once again mounted her horse to charge Gu Shi. 6 or 7 kilometers. It took Yi Xuanfeng only 8 or 9 seconds. As the lance pierced Gu Shi, a frantic expression crossed Yi Xuanfeng's face. Gu Shi before him transformed once again into white moonlight and vanished before Yi Xuanfeng's eyes. Then the moonlight transformed into swords and struck Yi Xuanfeng. At the same time, several Gu Shi appeared from different locations within the Taiji Palace. They all looked at Yi Xuanfeng, taunting her. "Are you blind? You can't even hit me from here. I'm here. Come and hit me if you dare. I can transform into your wife too. Do you want me to transform into one for you?" What was that gatekeeper called? Jingda, right? He was quite capable. What about your dream? Each word irritated Yi Xuanfeng, causing his face to twist. With bloodshot eyes, Yi Xuanfeng ignored all else and charged towards a nearby Gu Shi on his warhorse. Chapter 2820. 6, 7, 8. Yi Xuanfeng frantically attacked the Gu Shi who appeared before him. But with each kill, several new Gu Shi would appear on the old grounds of the Taiji Palace. And around Yi Xuanfeng, weapons would appear, attacking her. From the beginning, Yi Xuanfeng could hold her own, but in the end, even these moonlight weapons had to squeeze in to reach her. Just imagine how frantic Yi Xuanfeng was. But the constant attacks on Yi Xuanfeng grew more and more courageous, showing no sign of being killed. In fact, he laughed loudly at Gu Shi's mockery. "That's it? You think you can wear me down like this? You think too much. I locked on to you. As long as you don't die, I will never die. Let's die together." Yi Xuanfeng shouted loudly, as if searching for Gu Shi's shadow. But none of the Gu Shi standing in the Taiji Palace were affected by Yi Xuanfeng's words. In Gu Shi's eyes, there was no such thing as immortality. At most, the death mechanism hadn't been triggered. For others, this might be a bit of a hassle, but for Gu Shi, none of this was a problem. Gu Shi looked up at the Buddhist statues in the sky and the Sha followers forming the crab constellation. They had all been dragged to the battlefield by Yi Xuanfeng, unable to leave even if they wanted to, and unable to join the battle even if they wanted to. Gu Shi smiled at them and said calmly, "Chang'an has fallen, and Xinghuang has collapsed." Gu Shi's words were calm, yet his voice was loud. It could be said that everyone in the game world heard them. Yi Xuanfeng naturally heard this, and a look of disdain washed over him. Now, he had become one with his obsession. Before he killed Gu Shi, even if he were chopped to pieces, he wouldn't die. The rumors of him faking his death were just overblown. But soon, Yi Xuanfeng's laughter faded. He could clearly feel his strength fading. His mind was beginning to blur, and his eyes were beginning to blur. Most importantly, he felt he could no longer hold the lance in his hand. He was dying. This couldn't be right. Yi Xuanfeng was shocked. He had clearly placed his obsession on Gu Shi, so how could he die? In Yi Xuanfeng's mind, he could either kill Gu Shi and perish with him, or Gu Shi escaped, and he relied on this to survive. He couldn't possibly die. Even the strongest hero wouldn't remain so calm when facing death. He struggled to raise his body, waving his lance unwillingly. "I won't die, I don't want to die." But no one paid any attention to Yi Xuanfeng's words. After Gu Shi used the power of the death word to break Yi Xuanfeng's immortality technique, a large amount of red silk thread wrapped around Yi Xuanfeng's body. As the red silk thread wrapped around her, the lance in Yi Xuanfeng's hand began to flash with a flaming light, as if it wanted to fly out of Yi Xuanfeng's hand and destroy everything around it. This showed that the lance had also determined that Yi Xuanfeng's death was inevitable. It now activated its binding protection, preparing to avenge Yi Xuanfeng. But Gu Shi had already prepared everything. As the red silk thread wrapped around Yi Xuanfeng's body, a door made of ghostly flowers appeared. Yi Xuanfeng and his mount were dragged into the gate of the nether flower. Don't those evil cultists use Yi Xuanfeng as a reward for their achievements? Then let them do it. Gu Shi sent Yi Xuanfeng back to a past chapter that hadn't been erased or destroyed. These chapters must exist, because Gu Shi saw the evil cultists in the sky still waiting for news. The lance in Yi Xuanfeng's hand should be able to kill everything in these chapters. This would allow Gu Shi to eliminate Yi Xuanfeng, and then most of the black players and cultists. After sending Yi Xuanfeng to another chapter, Gu Shi lowered his head. The next moment, the clouds carrying the Buddhism in the sky disappeared. The hole created by the previous explosion was still there, but the crab constellation within it was slowly fading. The number of evil cultists that made up the crab constellation was gradually decreasing. In the end, the starlight in the sky couldn't even complete the crab constellation. Many of the shock cultists immediately scattered and vanished into the void. About 7 or 8 seconds later, the red thread retreated from the gate formed by the nether spirit flowers. As it retreated, Gu Shi could still see the lance entangled in the red thread. It was clear that Yi Xuanfeng was dead. His body might have been lost in a previous playthrough. Perhaps Yi Xuanfeng finally gave up, and the suppressed injuries erupted, tearing his body into fragments. In any case, it was not brought back. The only thing that could be brought back was the lance, which, thanks to Yi Xuanfeng, had been upgraded from a normal orange weapon to a pseudo-red weapon, and then from a pseudo-red weapon to a normal red weapon. Thinking of Yi Xuanfeng's various enhancements before her death, Gu Shi couldn't help but murmur, "What a pity." After all, Yi Xuanfeng had received numerous enhancements in those final moments. First, the accumulated strength from countless rounds of the conferred gods had flowed into Yi Xuanfeng's body. Then came the final compensation from the Emperor's Phantom. Then came the final enhancements from the Changsun clan, using Hang Shuang's power. Finally, there was the power of the Buddhist sect and the Sha cultists. There's also the evil spirit, dragon spirit, national destiny, imperial aura, and other miscellaneous things not yet accounted for. If all were taken into account, one could imagine how thoroughly Yi Xuanfeng's body had been nourished. If such a corpse could be retrieved, Gu Shi would have immediately created a contracted undead. What a pity. Gu Shi sighed, took the lance, and examined its properties. But he discovered that the knight's blood path had actually extended from within the nether spirit flower. What was going on? Gu Shi, puzzled, quickly contacted Nether Spirit Flower. On checking, Gu Shi discovered that a knight other than the Black Blood Knight had appeared in the knight's blood path. No, not just one, but a whole team. Yi Xuanfeng had restarted his game so many times that he couldn't be counted as a single knight. If we take into account the games that weren't erased due to Yi Xuanfeng's death, Yi Xuanfeng had successfully passed the Xuanwu Gate over 700 times. Each time was a record for Yi Xuanfeng. Ordinarily, he couldn't enjoy the benefits of these games. But with his death, Gu Shi's double death, and the knight's blood path would count each game as a kill. Furthermore, Yi Xuanfeng was wearing armor, holding a lance, and riding a warhorse when he died. So now, there were over 700 new knights in the knight's blood path, distinct from the Black Blood Knights. Chapter 2821. As the knight's blood road opened, a total of 761 new knights emerged. They all had the same face, and wore black armor, with a silver sheen. In their hands, they carried 3.5-meter-long lances. Regardless of their attributes, it was clear from their appearance that they all bore the same red-plated pattern as Yi Xuanfeng's lance. They rode warhorses shrouded in black smoke. While their surfaces didn't radiate any starlight, Gu Shi could clearly tell that the smoke was an extremely dense, malevolent aura. Their horses were all armored, and the decorations on their armor weren't skulls or anything like that, but rather silver crabs. These special knights looked similar, but their levels varied greatly. Their levels ranged from 11 to 40. This was clearly Yi Xuanfeng's level in each round. Besides anything else, Yi Xuanfeng left Gu Shi a considerable legacy after his death. However, Gu Shi also understood that these knights' combat capabilities couldn't be counted on. However, their leadership abilities could be considered. They might be suitable for temporary leadership roles. As Gu Shi pondered this, he stepped forward to check on the new knights. Just as Gu Shi had suspected, they, like the Black Blood Knights, could be considered exclusive knights within the Night Blood Path. However, even if other knights within the Night Blood Path died in battle, they could no longer be transformed into these exclusive knights. They could only become Black Blood Knights. This exclusive knighthood was due in part to the unique nature of Yi Xuanfeng, and in part to the power of the horse lance in Yi Xuanfeng's hand. Finally, they were given this opportunity. The others weren't wild twin phoenixes, nor were they red-clad, so even if they rode more horses, it would be useless. This group of only 761 knights was collectively known as the Emperor's Heavy Armored Black Iron Cavalry, though they could be shortened to Emperor Cavalry or Black Cavalry. Though not heroes or leaders, they possessed exceptional command skills. The larger the battle, the more effective their command. Most importantly, they could temporarily step away from the knightly bloodline and participate in various battles. Also, because they were a unified entity, they possessed a kind of telepathic connection. This situation was similar to Gu Shi's Guizhong Scout Battalion, which operated under the same tutelage and possessed multiple undead, possessing a unique connection. If they were deployed on a large battlefield, they could easily spot an attack opportunity and initiate it, and the Emperor Cavalry in other locations would immediately sense it and know how to respond. It's fair to say that such beings, placed alongside Gu Shi, might not rival the Black Blood Knights in combat effectiveness, but on the battlefield, their impact would undoubtedly surpass that of over 700 leaders. Even more than 700 epic-level beings. Wait, Gu Shi's mind raced. So many emperors had been transformed in the Knight's Blood Road, so how many could be transformed through double death? Will there be epic beings? Gu Shi's mind raced slightly, but in the end, he didn't ask Luna to find the undead, who had been transformed into Aridav's city by double death. At this moment, Gu Shi's mind was still on the lance. He raised his hand, and the lance was brought to Gu Shi. Before Gu Shi could even scrutinize the lance's attributes, he felt a sinking sensation in his hand, and the lance nearly fell to the ground. Gu Shi was somewhat speechless at this situation. Although he wasn't a melee fighter, Gu Shi's level had risen considerably, and with his fitness skills, his strength and constitution were certainly strong. This time, Gu Shi could barely lift the lance. How heavy could it be? Retrieving the lance and resting it against his body, Gu Shi checked its attributes. Examining it, Gu Shi realized that it was truly fortunate that it had become a red armor. If Yi Xuanfeng hadn't finally absorbed the dragon that had emanated from his body, this thing would have been nothing more than a half-shafted lance, a downgraded pseudo-red armor. But regardless of luck or not, this lance is now a red item, and a decent offensive red item at that. You obtain the Emperor's Spear, red. Emperor's Spear, red, two-handed, cavalry weapon, unbound. When equipped, increases two-handed weapon mastery by 40, increases riding mastery by 40, attacks grant armor break and bloodletting effects, and grants the fight to the death effect to your troops. Equipment requirements: kill or defeat an Emperor and complete the bind quest. Emperor armor does not allow binding. Special Route 1. Sha Qi as a blade. This route directly enhances the user's offensive capabilities, focusing Sha Qi into attack power, and allowing them to use Sha Qi for various attacks. Route Technique 1. Kill to transform Sha Qi, gather Sha Qi into weapons, Sha Qi influence. Special Route 2. National Fortune as a handle. This route uses national fortune or other means of luck to improve the user's basic attributes, making them immune to various negative effects, and enhancing their offensive capabilities. Route Skills 2. National Destiny Protection, National Destiny Charge, National Destiny Shield, National Destiny Flash. Special Route 3. Imperial Qi Fusion. This route allows players to better manipulate the Imperial Sha Spear using their own Imperial Qi. They can also absorb the Sha Qi gain from killing enemies, and the National Destiny gain from the nation's strength, strengthening their Imperial Qi and increasing its level. Route Skills 3. Emperor's Life, Emperor's Mind, Emperor's Command, Unrivaled Emperor. Special Route 4. Faith Conversion. This route transforms other attributes into familiar attack methods, making all skills easier to use. Route Skills 4. Magic to Physical Attack, Elemental Melee Attack, Psychic Attack Materialization. Special 1. After binding equipment, players can choose one of 4 routes to protect it. If someone attempts to forcibly unbind or kill the bound player, the route's most powerful skill will be automatically unleashed. Special 2. After binding the equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes as your main battle route. This route's power is increased by 150% compared to the other routes. Special 3. After binding the equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes to activate a battle aura. You can also activate 3 additional battle auras through upgrades and other means. Special 4. The evil spirit path has split into its own path and been transferred to the Emperor's heavy armored black iron cavalry. It can no longer be used. Dual red equipment resonance, none. Note 1. This red equipment has grown due to various reasons. Although its attributes and characteristics are not very impressive, its growth potential is quite high. Note 2. If I don't give it to you, I won't give it to you. What excuse do you need? Chapter 2822. Because the Emperor's spear refused to accept Gu Shi, he could only find some information from its description. Gu Shi knew nothing more about the relevant information. At least, he couldn't know the details of these paths. Looking at the Emperor's spear's paths, he instinctively felt that they didn't look very powerful. But Gu Shi wasn't someone who hadn't seen red armor before, so he wouldn't assume that red armor paths represented their effectiveness. Although he couldn't find more details, Gu Shi recalled the situation during the previous battle with Yi Shuangfeng and had a rough idea. Yi Shuangfeng dragged flames along the ground with her horse spear and attacked with them. This was probably the effect of faith conversion and the transformation of evil spirits into a sharp edge. Gu Shi guessed that in the past, if he could use this Emperor's spear, even a mage could become a melee expert. However, Gu Shi wasn't like Teacher Jun, who, after completing his necromancer career, would pursue the Death Knight path. Gu Shi felt it best to just finish the necromancer route, and then try to claim the name of the underworld. Looking at this red outfit that would allow Gu Shi to equip a cavalry troop, not to mention that he couldn't bind it, even if he could, Gu Shi would still be hesitant. Of course, while Gu Shi couldn't use the divine spear, he still needed to study its power. At this moment, Gu Shi thought about the previous battle against the wild twin phoenixes. Gu Shi had used all sorts of attacks, but the wild twin phoenixes had always managed to dodge and escape. Even the injuries he sustained were within his tolerance. This was clearly the effect of the protective power of national destiny. It was precisely because of this protective power that Yi Shuangfeng had managed to hold out for so long. As for the most difficult aspect of this, the Imperial Chi fusion, Gu Shi actually understood it better. Why had Yi Shuangfeng so desperately rushed to the scene where the Buddhists and the evil cultists were fighting? He simply wanted to use the Imperial Chi fusion to draw upon the power of the Buddhists and the evil cultists for his own use. Look at the warhorse Yi Shuangfeng rode at the end, and the heavy glazed armor he wore. Do you think they were all given to Yi Shuangfeng by the Buddhists and the evil cultists? You'd be wrong. They were all forcibly extracted by Yi Shuangfeng, and then transformed according to his needs. The foundation of this is the Imperial Chi fusion. Without this, you can see how Yi Shuangfeng's eyes turned red at the slightest touch of evil energy, proving he wasn't omnipotent. In any case, by comparing Yi Shuangfeng to this, Gu Shi knew the Imperial Sha spear was a valuable asset. He hadn't lost his reputation as a red-suited warrior. But Gu Shi simply couldn't wield it. It wasn't clear how Gu Shi had offended the Emperor's spear, but it was something he found quite repulsive. Not only was it not given a proper attribute description, but every time Gu Shi held it, it felt heavier and heavier. Gu Shi suspected that if he handed the Emperor's spear over, he might become its target. Thinking of how difficult the wild twin phoenixes were to defeat, Gu Shi didn't want to hand it over. It seemed he needed to find a suitable person to assign the Emperor's spear. Gu Shi's first thought was his contracted undead. However, after comparing his contracted undead, Gu Shi realized that among all his contracted undead, none could wield the Emperor's spear. This was primarily due to combat effectiveness. After all, Gu Shi's initial intention when acquiring the contracted undead was to serve his underworld collective, rather than using them as his own combat power, as other necromancers did. This saved Gu Shi a lot of time, but he didn't have a single contracted undead he could use in combat. The contracted puppet Jade, however, could be used in combat. But the contracted puppet Jade was designed for close combat and defense. A horse lance was useless. Without suitable contracted undead, Gu Shi began to consider several of his epic-class subordinates. Finally, Gu Shi discovered that Shirley and Wei Hu were both suitable for wielding the Imperial Sha spear. At this thought, Gu Shi was visibly stunned. What a waste. Just now, two individuals who were clearly cultivators came to rescue Yi Shuangfeng. Gu Shi used divine moonlight to simulate Shirley and Wei Hu and dragged them aside. These two cultivators also exuded a distinct imperial aura. They must have fought alongside Yi Shuangfeng for the throne, and they must have voluntarily surrendered their territory, prompting Yi Shuangfeng to show them mercy. Otherwise, given their status and position, even surrendering wouldn't have yielded any good results. And they were clearly the perfect material for binding the emperor's spear. Gu Shi, without a second thought, immediately opened the main city gate behind him. Send Wei Hu and Shirley out. Because of Gu Shi's participation in the battle, the city of Yaladovi had already made all sorts of preparations. The army was waiting at various locations. At Gu Shi's command, the corresponding troops would be deployed immediately. Wei Hu and Shirley, as epic-level warriors under Gu Shi, were virtually untouchable until their victories reached a high level. So, when Gu Shi went out to battle, they had been waiting for his orders. Now, as soon as Gu Shi spoke, they leaped out. Shirley was the first to rush out, while Wei Hu was only then considering whether to bring his own men. So, he was noticeably slower. After the two emerged, Gu Shi pointed to the battlefield outside the Taiji Palace. See those two guys? Each of you take one, and take them out. Whoever kills one first will have first access to the binding rights for this item. Gu Shi displayed the Emperor's spear, which was resting on his body, and said to Wei Hu and Shirley, "Red suit?" Their eyes lit up. They both knew what the red suit represented. They also understood why the red suit had the opportunity to fall into their hands. That was because Gu Shi didn't have any undead suitable to wear it. If it were any magic or auxiliary red equipment, they would have been divided up by Gu Shi's contracted undead long ago. Only when Gu Shi and the contracted undead no longer wanted them would they think of them. This was a golden opportunity. If they missed it, there was no telling when they would have it again. So Wei Hu and Shirley rushed out simultaneously. They headed towards the two still battling the undead transformed by the sacred moonlight. The sacred moonlight fighting them immediately dissipated, clearing the battlefield. At this moment, Gu Shi glanced at the slowly calming chaos in Chang'an City. A thought flashed through his mind. All troops, prepare to retreat. Prepare to begin the transformation of the underworld battlefield. Chapter 28-23. As Gu Shi unleashed his netherworld battlefield skill, the entire city of Chang'an became part of the netherworld battlefield. At this moment, a flash of enlightenment struck Gu Shi. He had never imagined that using this city as the netherworld battlefield would be not only feasible, but also so fitting. He didn't know where Chang'an City was built. Besides the portion just destroyed by Gu Shi's undead troops, there was a strong energy reaction underground. It was as if there were several other buried Chang'an cities beneath this city. If it weren't for Yi Shuangfeng's death, which had caused chaos in the game world, Gu Shi would have wanted to turn this place into a new city of the dead. But now, Gu Shi thought that turning it into the netherworld battlefield was a good idea. After the transformation into the netherworld battlefield, Gu Shi could clearly sense the changes within Chang'an City. From time to time, new fragments of the city would appear near Chang'an City. Originally, Chang'an City was a square city, like a chessboard. Even with all the previous stitching, the layout remained the same. But now, things were different. As the worlds of each realm were erased or shattered, more and more objects emerged from each realm. Added to the mix were objects buried for countless years beneath and near Chang'an City. Now, the entire city was expanding like a balloon, its layout becoming distorted. And after Gu Shi completed the underworld battlefield, he clearly sensed that the underworld battlefield transformed by the city before him would be of great use to him. Normally, the underworld battlefield only allows Gu Shi's men to fight and obtain some resources. However, the underworld battlefield, transformed from a city, not only allows Gu Shi's men to familiarize themselves with sieges, defenses, and urban warfare, but also offers other rewards. Not to mention the richer supplies within the city than those found in the open battlefield. Even the land that can be occasionally conquered is a type of land deed that can be directly added to the Death City or other cities. Although Gu Shi hasn't encountered land deeds for a long time now, in his early days, they were a valuable asset that enabled the rapid expansion of Arida's city. Currently, Gu Shi has multiple cities under construction simultaneously in Chengxi Mountain. While resources are plentiful, Gu Shi's construction teams are limited, so these land deeds can still be quite useful at times. Most importantly, if Chang'an City is converted into a Death City, the most he gain is a city. But if it is transformed into an underworld battlefield, over time, the land he gain will definitely be much more than just a city. All these benefits would be preferable to building a city of death in a game world that was about to collapse. At least after transforming Chang'an City into a hellish battlefield, Gu Shi wouldn't have to worry about what would happen if the game world collapsed one day. He wouldn't be able to recoup his investment. With this discovery, Gu Shi acted even faster. Now, he hoped to use this opportunity to close all the passages to the game world, trapping all the black players and shock cultists within. To make this game world an isolated one. Don't the black players want to be NPCs in the game? Then let them continue to reincarnate in this game world. They have connections in the underworld of this game world anyway. We give them priority and expedite their processing. Don't the Sha cultists want to absorb Sha Qi? This will be a good opportunity to excavate the Sha Qi destroyed in other rounds. They bear the brunt of the consequences, and in the end, Gu Shi will just have to reap the benefits. While Gu Shi was arranging the battlefield in the underworld, he was also making further arrangements for Chang'an City. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that Cici, who had originally withdrawn from Chang'an City, had actually returned and taken away most of the children in Chang'an City. These children weren't all promising. Some were just ordinary children. But Cici had taken them all away. In this respect, Cici was far superior to the Buddhist sect where Shi Haochen belonged. At least the demonic sect where Cici and her group belonged sometimes looked like human beings. After Gu Shi toured Chang'an City and returned to Taiji Palace, he realized the battle between the two cultivators wasn't over yet. Wei Hu and Shirley were fighting fiercely, but these two were like slippery little slugs. They might not possess the necessary fighting power, but they were certainly slippery. And when they fought, they were prone to taunting. On top of that, they also give you nicknames, and try to persuade you to stay away from big villains like Gu Shi. Gu Shi felt their verbal attacks were like a souped-up version of the Master Wanshan Temple's blessing. It was speechless to listen to. But when they were talking, Shirley and Wei Hu's attack power was noticeably weakened. Combined with their swift dodging abilities, they had managed to hold out against Shirley and Wei Hu's attacks until now. Gu Shi merely glanced at them, not intending to step forward to help Shirley and Wei Hu. This was a test for them. If they wanted the Emperor's spear, they had to defeat the enemy on their own. No matter who else helped them, it would be useless. After a moment's thought, Gu Shi shook his head and headed back toward the Taiji Palace. After passing the Taiji Palace, Gu Shi felt as if he had missed something. But after pausing to reflect, he wasn't sure what he had missed. Gu Shi frowned, and the sacred moonlight spread outward from Gu Shi's center. This time, Gu Shi planned to shroud the entire city of Chang'an with the sacred moonlight to investigate and see where he had gone wrong. Why did it feel like something good had passed right by, yet he didn't get it? Gu Shi hadn't actually noticed that, while he was out checking on Chang'an City, a small crab composed of starlight and evil spirit was snatching a yellow strip of cloth bearing the inscription Xian Daoshan from the recently destroyed ruins of the Lingyan Pavilion. This was the source of the investiture of the gods, previously crafted by Yi Xuanfeng. However, since Yi Xuanfeng's death, it had been ownerless. Gu Shi had no idea Yi Xuanfeng had such plans. His inaction ultimately gave the evil cultists an opportunity to steal this crucial item. Although it was only a small fragment of a replica of the authentic investiture of the gods, the black players before him were all deep-seated players. Orange gear was already a treasure to them. They had put a lot of effort into acquiring this fragment of the investiture of the gods. They had originally placed it here, hoping to cultivate a replica of the replica. Now that Yi Xuanfeng is dead, even if all the black players die, they will not let the fragments of the list of gods remain here. Chapter 28-24. Gu Shi waited until both cultivators were slain before exiting the game. The victor this time was the ever hard-working Shirley. Although both were epic figures, their personalities were vastly different. Wei Hu was the type who simply enjoyed himself, but Shirley was different. From the outset, Shirley had set his sights on a goal and consistently worked towards it. Thus, while his growth rate wasn't impressive, he was constantly improving. Shirley had seized this opportunity. Gu Shi kept his promise and immediately handed the Emperor's spear to Shirley. Shirley had returned to the city before Gu Shi and had already entered the bound game world. Gu Shi wasn't sure if Shirley could handle it all. Gu Shi knew well how difficult it would be to complete the red equipment binding quest without any support. Not to mention the Emperor's spear's intense hostility towards Gu Shi. Maybe he chose the most difficult red equipment binding quest for Shirley. Before Shirley appeared, Gu Shi wasn't sure about the final outcome. Just like Eve, she held the black sky curtain for so long, yet it still hadn't returned. Every red equipment binding quest was a gamble. Gu Shi muttered to himself, then selected a location and placed the newly acquired city-like underworld battlefield within Chengxi Mountain. He then mobilized some troops from nearby to deal with the underworld battlefield before him. After completing all this, Gu Shi returned to Aridao City. At this point, Li Yufang was already waiting for Gu Shi. "Sir. Alright, I get it. I handle the backlog. Can't you just clear some of the work?" Gu Shi knew exactly what Li Yufang was here for. Faced with the pressure of work, he could only wave his hands repeatedly. As expected, the pressure of work hits him right after graduation. But who cares if Gu Shi's responsibilities are growing? While some things can be handled by his subordinates, he still needs to know the final results. But now, just hearing a single report takes more than a day. This makes Gu Shi feel like he needs to find someone to learn something new. We handled what we can. There's some crucial information that Your Excellency must know. As expected, Li Yufeng said this and pulled out a large stack of documents. The bony lightning hand behind Gu Shi reached out to take it, and the head of the goddesses automatically floated over and began to quickly flip through it. Gu Shi, on his part, could also discuss the latest developments with Li Yufeng. The battle in the game world had just concluded, so naturally, the inventory of the spoils there wouldn't be available quickly. Gu Shi was more concerned about the developments in Arida's city. Li Yufeng had memorized most of the information. She was always quick to share anything Gu Shi wanted to know. While Gu Shi was away on the campaign, Princess Anna had finally completed the reorganization of all the troops. Gu Shi now had 36 million regular troops, all of whom had achieved at least 10 victories. This force could ensure that, while still maintaining the defense of their homeland, they could support Gu Shi in a battle of the magnitude of the Battle of Chang'an City, or perhaps 2 less intense battles. The remaining undead retreated to the militia, and were now divided and assigned to various villages or outdoor structures. They would normally be responsible for the construction and defense of the villages and outdoor structures. When Gu Shi needed them, they would immediately transform from civilians to soldiers and join Gu Shi's battles. However, after this reorganization, Gu Shi's troops no longer had a distinction between miscellaneous soldiers. All regular soldiers had achieved at least 10 wins. Even the skeleton soldiers were powerful. They could no longer be called miscellaneous soldiers, so Gu Shi's troops began with regular soldiers. As for the elite troops and main forces that followed, they were no longer divided by rank, but rather by the number of battles they had participated in and the number of victories they had won. In Gu Shi's eyes, all his troops had an equal chance of being sent out into battle. Winning depended on their ability. Those who could win were good soldiers, and those who consistently won were the main force. Now that everyone has been assigned to the level of regular troops, whether they can become the main force depends on their own efforts. Of course, there are no such things as 10,000-man commanders yet. The regular troops will continue to be organized according to the previous system of 1 leader for every 1,000 men, 1 hero for every 10,000 men, and 1 chief for every 100,000 men. Regular troops will be prioritized for complete organization, stationing, weaponry upgrades, dump truck deployment, and resurrection. After this selection and reorganization, Gu Shi's future orders will become much simpler. He only needs to state how many troops he needs, and Princess Anna will immediately make the arrangements. Even if there were special requests, Grand Princess Anna could mobilize them immediately. From notification to dispatch, the time would never exceed 10 minutes. And after completing their mission, they would quickly depart and not participate in battlefield cleanup. After all, in Grand Princess Anna's eyes, how could regular troops be used to clean up the battlefield? Gu Shi also had a transport unit of 20 to 30 million men under his command. They were the undead, who specialized in battlefield cleanup. They were usually concentrated in Aridavi City and several nearby major cities. After all, unlike regular troops, the transport unit didn't need to consider their base, but rather where to move the items cleared from the battlefield. Gu Shi couldn't move the items to his own territory first and then transfer them to the major cities. Wouldn't that be a complete waste of time? So the transport unit was stationed directly in the main city. When they needed to move items, they went directly to Aridavi City. At most, they would sort the items into or out of the city. No need to transport them elsewhere. This arrangement would be much simpler. As for the work within Gu Shi's territory, the corresponding undead would handle it, so Gu Shi wouldn't need to pay too much attention. After all, the number of undead eliminated this time was quite large. The Blood Scourge and the Corpse Witches hadn't yet found suitable placements, but the other undead had some labor capacity. For example, zombies could go mining, and skeleton soldiers could farm. With careful thought, there would always be jobs for them. However, the number of undead being processed was simply too great, so great that Li Yufeng only had a statistical count, with no more detailed information. Chapter 2825. Li Yufeng reported the various situations rapidly. She wished she could quickly fill Gu Shi's head with all the information she knew. Luckily, Gu Shi now had the head of the goddesses to rely on. If it were the old Gu Shi, she would have been overwhelmed. Things were better now, but Gu Shi still felt her head wasn't enough and wondered where to get a new one. After Li Yufeng finished reporting everything, she hesitated. What's wrong? Is there anything else you haven't reported? No, Uncle Ye isn't back. Uncle Ye? Gu Shi was stunned for a moment before realizing that Li Yufeng seemed to be referring to the headless corpse wizard. It was just that some time ago, while fighting the octopus head, Gushi had received a batch of headless corpses. They were eventually transformed into headless corpse wizards, and Gushi had forgotten that this headless corpse wizard had a name. But when he mentioned this headless corpse wizard, Gushi frowned, as if remembering something. He finally understood what he had forgotten. Earlier, during the battle against the twin phoenixes, Shubao seemed to have ascended to immortality. To investigate, Gushi had released the headless corpse witch. Afterward, the headless corpse witch disappeared, never to return. For Gushi, the disappearance of his men was a matter of great interest. You have to know that Gushi possesses the altar of eternal servitude, where his undead men, if killed in battle, can be instantly resurrected. It was simply impossible for them to die in some unknown place. The headless corpse which hadn't returned yet, most likely because Gushi hadn't completed his mission. Gushi's eyes lit up at this thought. Has he completely lost contact? Yes, there's no way to contact him. Li Yufeng nodded affirmatively. Make a note. If he comes back from the dead, revive him immediately and find out where he went. If he sends back any news, make sure it reaches me, Luna, or Princess Anna immediately. Li Yufeng nodded and made a note of the matter. But she still asked, Sir, is Uncle Ya all right? I don't know, but he should be fine. I just asked him to look up something, and later I forgot about it. Judging from what's going on now, he should have found some information. Gushi wasn't sure what the headless corpse wizard had found, but after Li Yufeng's question, he could only say this. But he quickly changed the subject. By the way, did Luna mention that a group of 761 undead with the same condition suddenly appeared in Aridav's city? Gushi was more concerned about the undead transformed by Yi Shuangfeng through double death. Yes, they're all heroes, and they appear with mounts. Most importantly, their heroic attributes and talents are impressive. When Princess Anna learned of this, she immediately took them away. I go take a look. Gushi was quite concerned about the undead transformed by Yi Shuangfeng. In Gushi's eyes, although Yi Shuangfeng wasn't particularly famous, his talent was still quite good. At least he could give the knights a single unit in Blood Path. In Double Death, all of them were heroes, and according to Li Yufeng, there were other differences. So Gushi planned to go and take a look at Princess Anna. Seeing that Gushi had important matters to attend to, Li Yufeng didn't stop him. He simply watched as Gushi vanished from his sight. The next moment, Gushi appeared in Aridavada. At this moment, Gushi noticed that Princess Anna and two members of the Princess Council were lecturing the 700 or so heroes below. Like the undead in Guijing's scout camp, these undead transformed by the wild twin phoenixes all had the same face. As for their rank, they were at the same rank as they had been in life. Princess Anna wasn't surprised to see Gushi appear. Sir, please wait a moment. I just explain a few things. How are they? Gushi glanced at the heroes and couldn't help but ask. Extremely talented. If I weren't the first to encounter them, these would be the most suitable contracted undead to command military battles under your command. Princess Anna couldn't find a single negative to say about Yi Shuangfeng's military prowess. Gushi believed this. After all, he understood Princess Anna's abilities. Why else do you think Gushi wanted a leader to manage 100,000 men? Why was the army so subdivided? Because no matter how large a battlefield was, neither Gushi nor Princess Anna could fully grasp it. They were still learning and growing, but their pace of growth was already somewhat suboptimal. They could only rely on the leader's free rein, unable to provide detailed command. But these heroes transformed by Yi Shuangfeng were different. Each of them possesses a strong talent for command. What they lack now is an understanding of the forces at Gushi's disposal. If they could be integrated into Gushi's military system, Gushi's forces would undergo a qualitative transformation. Sir, this is their talent. Gushi took a closer look and understood why Princess Anna had reacted this way. If it were him, he would have made the same judgment. Every hero here has only one heroic talent. A strategic commander can precisely seize every opportunity and make relatively accurate judgments. The larger the battlefield, the smaller the opportunity, the easier it is to succeed. This can be said to be an exceptional talent for making decisions on the spot and commanding large-scale strategies. And there isn't just one such person here. There are 761. If they were truly divided among the various divisions, even if they weren't commanding battles, serving as advisors or something similar, they could still directly influence the outcome of the battle. Have you tried? Yes, with fewer than 1,000 men, you can win with a hard fight. With around 10,000, the odds are split evenly. With around 100,000, they haven't won. With over 1,000,000, they haven't tried. But judging by the current situation, they can command armies of billions. Princess Anna said confidently. But Gushi could see that Princess Anna hadn't finished her words. Anything else? Also, I feel like they should have been epic level, at least all leader level, but for some reason they were suppressed, and now all are heroes. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but think of the Emperor's shadowy figure behind He Xuanfeng, and all the connections that had been severed. Perhaps it was precisely because everything had been severed at the root that the quality of the undead He Xuanfeng finally transformed declined, falling to heroic levels. Chapter 2826. Forget it, just make do. Others might not have it. Gushi took the current situation in stride. Even without Yi Xuanfeng's talent for warfare, Gushi still managed to win. Didn't Octopus Head die just the same? With Gushi's forces, unless they faced an overpowered enemy, like a 5,000 versus 500,000 force, they could handle any other situation. At most, it would be a matter of whether the battle went smoothly or not. Now, with this new group of heroes, it was more like icing on the cake for Gushi. In the future, when faced with a genocidal battle like Octopus Head's, Gushi wouldn't have to worry about being unable to command the entire force. I think so too. After all, in our situation, we can handle small battles on our own, but in the end, logistics are the key. Siege and annihilation warfare, as well as mobile warfare, are the key. After all, the enemy isn't foolish. They won't stand there forever fighting us. Escape and counterattack are likely to occur later. In this situation, our heroes are a bit too rigid. Their reinforcements are an opportunity, aren't they? Princess Anna was well aware of Gushi's current military situation. She also understood the significant changes the addition of these 761 heroes would bring to Gushi's military forces. That's why Princess Anna immediately utilized these 761 heroes, organizing them for training. This was to ensure smoother operations in future battles. Gushi could understand Princess Anna's choice. Although Gushi wasn't optimistic about Yi Xuanfeng's melee abilities, having reached the position of Emperor, his strategic and combat prowess shouldn't be too shabby. For the next period of time, Gushi would be here to handle the affairs of these heroes. These heroes now belonged to Gushi, so they naturally benefited from the effects of victory condensation and the Dark Knight Blood Road. In just a few days, Gushi had watched them fight several battles among themselves. The quality of their victories improved, while those who lost could only serve as support. It was clear that these heroes had an unusual obsession with striving for the top spot. Gushi felt that if he left them alone and let them fight it out, only 300 of these 761 heroes would remain, and the rest would be relegated to the rank of bosses. An additional 80 to 100 bosses would appear. As for the epic level, Gushi shook his head. Their path to epic status had been cut off. They would never reach it. Princess Anna, control them. Heroes are enough. There's no need to raise them to the rank of leader. Then let them challenge the general. Let's go the path of victory convergence. Gushi decisively stated in response to the hero's actions. Princess Anna immediately agreed. For the next period of time, Gushi finally relaxed. He usually completed various tasks and handled emergencies. Occasionally, he would venture out to the real world for a stroll. However, during this period, Gushi rarely visited the Yin City. He usually appeared in the human capital star region of the real world. He went there to relax. As for Lu Yongcheng, Gushi had also visited him several times. However, Gushi had never had many players to bring to the real world. Moonlight City was the only support there, and there weren't many manpower. Of course, Gushi didn't care. He had already made an agreement with the humans deep within the game. As soon as the Genesis Bridge was opened, Gushi would have enough players to help. By then, Gushi would be a well-known figure in the real world. However, the progress of Genesis was still a bit slow. The last game world had never been opened. Gushi had only heard from the humans that there were some unresolved problems. But the humans had no intention of asking Gushi for help. After all, with Gushi's current strength, he could definitely open the last world of Genesis. But what then? Whose was the Genesis Bridge? It was impossible for all the hard work of humanity to be handed over to Gushi. So, they simply rejected Gushi's offer of help and decided to find a way to handle the matter themselves. To ensure Gushi wouldn't be idle, the humans also found ways to advance research on some of Gushi's needs. This included the idea of civilianizing the corpse wizards and blood plagues. Another method involved the collection and suppression of luck. The corpse wizards and blood plagues were the largest number of undead at Gushi's disposal. The two recent large-scale summonings had increased Gushi's arsenal to hundreds of millions. And Gushi's current regular forces only totaled 36 million men. The remaining corpse wizards and blood scourges couldn't be kept idle. They needed to be assigned tasks. However, Corpse wizards and blood scourges were large, making them difficult to manage. Gushi immediately handed the issue over to the human university for research. The humans immediately prioritized this matter. However, this was somewhat difficult for the humans, as only now have a few research ideas been delivered to Gushi. Originally, Eve was about to begin the experiments. But the problem now is that Eve has gone to bind her red armor. It's unclear when she returned. No one else would have been able to handle this perfectly. In the end, it fell to Gushi, who had to take charge. This effectively diverted some of Gushi's attention. Of course, Gushi had to admit that those who could attend university were talented. At least they had good brains. Clearly, those researchers weren't necromancers, nor did they have their own ideas. They simply relied on the data Gushi provided to come up with some quite interesting ideas. The blood disasters could be used directly as chargers or power banks. With enough blood disasters, Gushi's territory could be ushered into the electrical age prematurely. This idea perfectly suited the blood disasters' characteristics. Furthermore, with so many blood disasters, Gushi might actually be able to pull it off. But Gushi ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, Gushi wanted to give these blood disasters jobs and opportunities to thrive, not to confine them all somewhere to serve as batteries. However, with this idea in mind, Gushi was relatively satisfied with the human's creativity. He then took a closer look at the subsequent ideas. Soon, Gushi settled on a method for using corpse witches. This idea was quite feasible. Chapter 2827. Corpse Witch Ecological Park. Looking at the idea sent over by the human university, Gushi felt it would either fail or, if it did, become comparable in status to a dump truck or arrow tower hunter, changing humanity's perception and usage of a particular military unit. That's right, the human university had come up with the idea of a 15-30-acre ecological environment managed by a single corpse witch. And this ecological park wasn't just about corpse witches working there. What kind of ecological park is that? Corpse witches are meant to be integrated into the ecosystem. Depending on the type of corpse witch, the ecological park could have different strengthening effects. A single corpse witch is like a nail. Once deployed, it stays rooted. Oh, what purpose do you think the corpse witch ecological park serves? It hasn't been tested yet, but according to the humans, they're thinking of burying a corpse witch in a location with the heaviest heat energy every 10 to 30 acres. The corpse witch would then use its magical power to erode the earth, affecting nearby production. And the corpse witches aren't just buried there. They need to become part of the surrounding land circulation system. This idea came about because, I'm not sure who suggested it, aren't corpse witches releasing poisonous clouds? They're just clouds anyway, so why not use them as rain clouds and form a circulation system? Humanity then began researching this direction, and their ideas became more unique. In human thought, the buried corpse witch would become the guardian spirit of the land, a controlling deity, similar to the land itself. The main idea is that they are the most crucial part of the circulation system, protecting everything on the land, influencing the growth of crops, and even the efficiency of work on the land. Of course, everything we know now is entirely conjecture by the humans. The human necromancers do have some necromancers, but they're still fighting, so they can't be used for experiments. And even if they were, the necromancers on the human side are a far cry from Gushi's. Gushi's necromancers start at level 25 and above. Do the human necromancers have that? Gushi's necromancers have many different traits. Can the human side match them? So the human university offered a proposal, but Gushi had to conduct the experiment himself. Any problems he encountered, and whether it would succeed would depend on his research capabilities. But Eve, Gushi's main research force, was away. This created a somewhat awkward situation. Gushi could only take the initiative to accept the ideas and various proposals before him, preparing to personally participate in the research of the Necromancer Ecological Park. Of course, before that, Gushi still needed to review the other different ideas that had been submitted. After all, if there were better ideas, or ideas that could be pursued simultaneously, Gushi wouldn't mind conducting some research on his own territory. Unfortunately, the subsequent ideas weren't very promising. What the human university researchers considered feasible presented problems for Gushi. Gushi understood that this was because he had only provided the human researchers with basic data, and not explained any other details about his own situation. However, this was a good thing. Once he understood the problem, the next research plan from the human side would be more precise. Let's first identify the inconsistencies, document the reasons for them, and send them to the University of Humanity. Damn it! Why isn't Eve here at this time? If Eve were here, Gushi wouldn't have to deal with all this personally. Gushi muttered to himself. His hands weren't slow at all. After all, Gushi had studied diligently for a while, and he knew a little bit about various research topics. Until Eve returned, Gu Shi could still continue his research. This was a crucial matter right now, mainly because no one else could take it over. Gu Shi could only work overtime during his free time, first writing down the rejected ideas and their reasons, and then sending them to the University of Humanity. Let the researchers at the University of Humanity continue to research new ideas. Gu Shi, meanwhile, would call in the corpse witches to set up the Corpse Witch Ecological Park. Gu Shi planned to set up 100 locations first to test the feasibility of the Corpse Witch Ecological Park. Then, he would see what problems might arise in setting up and building the Corpse Witch Ecological Park. If feasible, they could establish it permanently in their own Chengxi Mountain. If there were any problems, they could deploy it near the cities left by humans, and have the humans send some researchers to help with the experiments. In any case, Gu Shi believed the Corpse Witch Ecological Park idea was very feasible. If it failed, it would likely be due to a problem with the handling, not the underlying concept. But just as Gu Shi was about to devote most of his energy to researching the Corpse Witch Ecological Park during this period, Li Yufang rushed over. Gu Shi was well aware of Li Yufang's capabilities. After these days of working, Li Yufang had become familiar with Gu Shi's secretarial duties. Even when faced with major events, Li Yufang wouldn't be so nervous. Even if someone attacked Chengxi Mountain, Li Yufang would first notify Princess Anna and have her defend and counterattack. He would then relay the intelligence to Gu Shi. Sometimes, by the time the intelligence arrived, the battle might already be over. So, Li Yufang's expression clearly indicated an extremely urgent matter. So, Gu Shi immediately stood up. What happened? News from Magic Mirror Victoria's City. The Corpse Mountain God of War has disappeared. Hearing this, Gu Shi's eyes narrowed. This matter involved a red suit, and only Gu Shi could intervene. Even if others knew about this, it would be useless. The red suit could definitely cause the Corpse Mountain God of War to disappear. At this moment, any of Gu Shi's men who went out would be committing suicide, not even the red suit guards or the mythic troops. Only Gu Shi could handle this matter personally. Li Yufang understood this, and so did Gu Shi. So, upon hearing the news, Gu Shi immediately stood up. You guys take these away, and make arrangements. Li Yufang, we talk as we go. Li Yufang nodded quickly and followed Gu Shi out. At the same time, Li Yufang began to explain the current situation to Gu Shi. When there was no war, Gu Shi wouldn't care where his red guards and orange guards went. Gu Shi would pay even less attention to the Corpse Mountain God of War. As long as they were there when they were needed, that was all that mattered. But today, Li Yufang suddenly received news that the Corpse Mountain God of War statue in the Magic Mirror Victoria's City was only a mountain of corpses left. The statue itself had vanished. Chapter 2828. Upon hearing that the Corpse Mountain War God statue had disappeared, Li Yufang immediately contacted Princess Anna, borrowing her Corpse Mountain dispatch order to search for the Corpse Mountain War God. It turned out that the Corpse Mountain War God was unreachable. When he inquired with the two guards of the Corpse Mountain War God statue, neither the red-clad blacksmith nor the orange-clad Destiny Compass knew where the Corpse Mountain War God had gone. After confirming this, Li Yufang became anxious and hurried to Gu Shi to address the matter. By the time Li Yufang finished speaking, Gu Shi and the others had already arrived at the Magic Mirror Victoria's City. Standing where the Corpse Mountain War God statue had once stood, Gu Shi saw only a pedestal. The situation before him left Gu Shi speechless. Had his red suit been uprooted? However, Gu Shi sensed that the Corpse Mountain War God had likely been trapped. Because once the Corpse Mountain War God died in battle, he would undoubtedly reappear at the Corpse Mountain War God statue. Being captured or betrayed was out of the question. The Corpse Mountain War God wasn't the various guards beneath the Corpse Mountain War God statue. He was the embodiment of a wonder. The base of the Corpse Mountain War God statue was still with Gu Shi, so there was no reason why the Corpse Mountain War God would simply vanish. So, the Corpse Mountain War God must have been trapped somewhere. But who had done it, and where, Gu Shi couldn't immediately determine. After a moment's thought, Gu Shi turned to look at the orange-clad guard, Destiny Compass. Destiny Compass, where did the Corpse Mountain War God go? For personal reasons, the orange-clad guard, Destiny Compass, hadn't left the city, and usually stayed here to guard the city, so it was a good idea to ask him if he had any questions. He didn't tell us. He usually goes out for a bit, and comes back soon. Besides, the Corpse Mountain War God statue doesn't usually move, so we didn't really notice. He can just go wherever he wants. Orange-clad Guardian Destiny Compass also said this with some resignation. Gu Shi wasn't too strict with his subordinates. As long as they showed up during battle, it was fine. Gu Shi didn't care where they went or what they did. So, If the Corpse Mountain War God had gone away, he wouldn't have told his men. That means there are no leads. Do you remember what happened when the Corpse Mountain War God statue disappeared? I remember. The statue vanished suddenly. There was nothing unusual that day. It was just that we felt the Corpse Mountain loosen, and the statue vanished. After that, we immediately went out to investigate. After searching for the Corpse Mountain War God and failing to find him, we immediately reported the situation. How long has it been since the Corpse Mountain War God disappeared? Gushi asked coldly. Less than 7 hours. Gushi nodded. Luckily, they were quite smart. When something like this happened, they would act immediately. There was no requirement to wait until the person had been missing for 24 hours before reporting. Nor was there any requirement to first search for the person and then report if they couldn't find them. Apart from what you found, did you find anything else? No, that's all we know. Orange-clad Guardian Destiny Compass shook his head immediately. If he knew more, he would have notified Gushi long ago to rescue them, instead of just informing him that they were missing. Gushi was speechless. After all, Gushi was a necromancer, not a great detective. His usual habit was to ask questions when he didn't understand something. If he encountered a living person, he asked the living. If he encountered a dead person, he asked the dead. With no clues and no idea where to look, Gushi didn't know what to do. But the situation had already happened. Waiting wasn't an option. The Corpse Mountain War God was merely missing. But what if something happened? What if his cursed armor was stolen? That's a red armor set. Gushi didn't have many red armor sets. Even the 2 he recently acquired were still being bound. Missing the Corpse Mountain War God would be a major event. Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes narrowed, and various thoughts raced through his mind, calculating how to find the missing Corpse Mountain War God. Soon, an idea came to Gushi. Gushi had more than one Corpse Mountain War God statue. The Corpse Mountain War God statue before him was actually a mirror image of the one in Arida's city. Gushi had simply placed something different inside it, causing it to move faster than the one in Arida's city. But in essence, they were 2 sides of the same coin. When Gushi's Corpse Mountain dispatch order couldn't find the Corpse Mountain War God, it would be easier to find him by looking for another Corpse Mountain War God statue. Thinking of this, Gushi glanced at the Red Guard, Blacksmith, and the Orange Guard, Destiny Compass. You 2 follow me. With that, Gushi vanished in a single step. The next moment, Gushi appeared beneath the Corpse Mountain War God statue in Arida's city. Having heard of the Corpse Mountain War God's disappearance, the Red Guard, Undead Origin, the Orange Guard, 3 Sacrifices, and the Orange Guard, New Ninetailed were already waiting. Gushi was visibly stunned when he saw the Orange Guardian, New Ninetailed. Gushi could clearly see that the Orange Guardian, New Ninetailed, had undergone a significant change. She now wore a cape, and a white, fox-like tail would occasionally flow around her. A closer look revealed that behind the Orange Guardian, New Ninetailed, the shadow of a gigantic white fox would occasionally appear. Gushi could clearly see that this white fox had 8 tails. When the Ninetailed Godly Kit appeared, the shadow of the fox would solidify, and its tails would increase from 8 to 9. At that moment, the Orange Guardian, New Ninetailed, would transform into the Red Guardian, New Ninetailed. And this wasn't Gushi's first impression upon seeing the Orange Guardian, New Ninetailed again. At this moment, Gushi could clearly sense that the Orange Guardian, New Ninetailed, was diligently adjusting something. She seemed to know about the red path and resonance. Gushi suspected that the Orange Guard, New Ninetailed Fox, was treating the Ninetailed Fox Kamui as 3 pieces of red armor, rather than a single red armor set. She was trying to figure out how to experiment with paths and resonance. Isn't this a little too early? Gushi was still sizing up the Orange Guard, New Ninetailed Fox, when the Red Guard, Undead Origin, spoke up. Sir, the Corpse Mountain War God is still alive. Do you know why I came here this time? Gushi glanced up at the Red Guard, Undead Origin. Yes, we sensed something when the Corpse Mountain War God disappeared. However, since we're completely separated from them, we weren't affected. So now, can you sense where the Corpse Mountain War God is gone? Chapter 2829. In response to Gushi's question, the Red Guardian, Undead Origin, first nodded, then shook his head. Gushi had learned the most from the Red Guardian, Undead Origin, and immediately understood what he meant. He was saying that he could locate the Corpse Mountain War God, but he had no idea where he was. But for Gushi, simply locating the Corpse Mountain War God was enough. Gushi only needed to know who the enemy was, and where he was. He didn't need to worry about the rest. After all, the enemy had only trapped the Corpse Mountain War God, not directly killed him, which was a clear indication of the situation. The enemy didn't possess sufficient red armor power. At most, they had one red armor, or at least nothing at all, and had trapped the Corpse Mountain War God through some other means. Gu Shi didn't take this kind of enemy seriously. Even if the Black Sky Curtain and the Emperor's Spear hadn't yet been bound, with the few red armor pieces Gu Shi had, he could tear through everything. Then find him. Gu Shi had brought his men here specifically to find the Corpse Mountain God of War. This incident slapped Gu Shi in the face. If he didn't do something, he'd never have to manage his men again. Seeing Gu Shi's cold expression, Red Guard Undead Origin understood Gu Shi's intentions. He said seriously, "Sir, I need authority and help. You will coordinate everything." Gu Shi believed in professionals handling professional matters. If he couldn't find the Corpse Mountain God of War, but Red Guard Undead Origin could, then let him do it. With Gu Shi's support, Red Guard Undead Origin quickly assembled his forces. He first summoned Yongdo and explained his needs. Then he called an Orange Guard Destiny Compass. The three of them discussed for a long time before finally setting up operations near the Corpse Mountain War God statue. Red Guard Undead Origin didn't explain the situation to Gu Shi, but Gu Shi still saw something. After all, the methods used by Red Guard Undead Origin were mostly undead. Add to that some of Yongdo's magic, and Gu Shi could clearly see what they were doing, so he didn't need Red Guard Undead Origin to explain it. They were using the connection between the Corpse Mountain War God statue and the missing Corpse Mountain War God to directly locate him, aiming to pinpoint his current location. As long as the location was locked, Gu Shi could simply use the Underworld Red Line to reach him. If the Underworld Red Line failed, they would eventually have a fairly precise coordinate. At that point, Gu Shi could find a spatial location mage anywhere and teleport himself there. This would be the most convenient and direct method for Gu Shi. The enemies who trapped the Corpse Mountain War God likely couldn't have imagined that Gu Shi could find him so quickly and teleport him there directly. As for the Orange Armored Guardian, Destiny Compass, although Gu Shi wasn't entirely sure what he was doing, he could guess a few things from his actions. The Corpse Mountain War God had been taken away for no apparent reason. Gu Shi wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death, if there wasn't some trickery behind it. The purpose of the Orange-clad Guard, Destiny Compass, is to prevent the opponent from possessing means similar to Destiny. At the very least, it prevents the opponent from detecting one's movements. Gu Shi could also do this. But since he already has subordinates who can do it, why wouldn't he use them? Under the guidance of the Red-clad Guards, Undead Origin and Brave Fight, a scene quickly appeared before Gu Shi. It was a city situated on the plains behind the valley. Outside the city was a cerulean lake. The entire city, built entirely of white marble, was reminiscent of a knight's castle. The city wasn't small. Judging from what Gu Shi had seen, it could house at least 7 or 8 million people. However, what truly captivated Gu Shi wasn't the city itself, but two distinct features within it. One, located in the sky above the city, housed a small city nestled among the clouds. This small city was constructed entirely of blue metal, and from its gates, a dazzling white light would occasionally emanate. The other feature was a statue on the lake outside the city. Statue of the God of War. As soon as he saw the golden statue, Gu Shi understood why the God of War had been led away. The city before him also held a wonder. And it was a statue of the God of War from the same source as the God of War statue of the God of Corpses. However, this statue before him was clearly a legitimate one, unlike Gu Shi's, which had been contaminated by the mountain of corpses and mirrored. Gu Shi believed that this statue of the God of War must also have some kind of orange-clad guard. However, they probably wouldn't use corpses or the dead as guards, but rather had other methods of selection. The Corpse Mountain War God must have discovered the War God statue and rushed over. As for why he rushed over, there must be some benefit. But the Corpse Mountain War God was plotting against the other side's War God statue, and the people there were also plotting against the Corpse Mountain War God. It was clear that the Corpse Mountain War God was trapped. As the screen disappeared from Gu Shi's view, his expression grew solemn. Since interacting with humans, Gu Shi had gained a general understanding of the nearby factions. He also knew that deep within the game, there were many different player races. Some simply became wild players, some gathered together and built their own cities. Some joined forces with larger factions and became vassals. Not to mention the others, Gu Shi himself had a vassal race. But those player races, or factions without backgrounds, all shared one characteristic: their numbers were small. Octopus Head was considered powerful, considering they controlled so many factions, possessed 1 piece of red armor and 3 pieces of quasi-red armor, and kept themselves well hidden. In the end, how many people did they have? This city, right before his eyes, had 7 or 8 million people. It wouldn't make sense if there wasn't some background behind this. If the battle continued this time, Gu Shi would either annihilate the enemy outright, or it would surely trigger a massive war deep within the game. But no matter what, they had already attacked him, and Gu Shi wouldn't retreat. Shortly after the screen faded, Gu Shi decisively declared, "Get your bearings. I go talk to Princess Anna. This time, I want them all dead." "Okay, about half an hour." The Red Guard, Undead Origin, assessed the time. "That's plenty. I need some time to prepare my troops." Gu Shi responded without hesitation. He was right. If such a large city hadn't appeared, Gu Shi might have charged indirectly, but in a war like this, Gu Shi couldn't possibly be unprepared. Half an hour was the limit. Chapter 2830. Half an hour was enough time for Gu Shi to do many things. Not to mention the troops being on level 1 alert. Even Shea took advantage of the half hour to go out and gather intelligence. Although Gu Shi only produced a single image, Shea's intelligence network was quite extensive. Additionally, the humans were easy to talk to, and she eventually managed to gather some information. Of course, this wasn't major news, like who the enemy was, but rather a piece of information from the humans. The blue metal city above the clouds was confirmed to be the cloud city that produced angels. And, with its pure blue holy light radiating, it was a legitimate cloud city capable of producing archangels. Even the humans hadn't discovered this. You have to know that the only human cloud city on Beilugi's side was a small one in the new city. It could only produce ordinary angels, not a single archangel. So, once Shea inquired, the humans provided the corresponding information. The main goal was to hope that Gu Shi could defeat the enemy. If the fragments of Cloud City could be recovered, humans would pay a high price for them. Gu Shi chuckled at this. They certainly take advantage. However, Gu Shi didn't refuse the humans' request. In Gu Shi's view, Cloud City didn't hold much significance for him. If humans wanted to upgrade their own Cloud City, Gu Shi would simply lend a hand. Even though Gu Shi and humans weren't tied together anymore, their relationship was much better than before. Of course, if Shea continued to investigate the Cloud City situation, she might be able to uncover something. But Gu Shi didn't have the time for that right now. As soon as the half-hour deadline was up, Gu Shi prepared to set out to rescue the people. Just because he wouldn't wear the cursed armor himself didn't mean it wasn't important to him. These were valuable items Gu Shi had painstakingly acquired. No one else could possibly snatch them from him. Shea knew Gu Shi was in a hurry, so after briefing her on the situation, she withdrew to attend to other matters. Just because Gu Shi didn't need information about the enemy now didn't mean he wouldn't need it later. At the very least, Shea needed to understand the enemy's origins, their power, and who was behind them. The key was to be able to provide complete information when Gu Shi asked. Back near the Corpse Mountain War God statue, the Red Guards, origin of the undead, had already locked onto the enemy's target. Meanwhile, Gu Shi's regular troops were also ready for battle. Each Gu Shi leader now accompanied a hero transformed from Yi Xuanfeng. These heroes usually stay by the leader's side, acting as advisors and providing guidance on his command. When they spot a fleeting opportunity, these heroes can directly assume command. This is the maximum authority Gu Shi grants these heroes. As for allowing these heroes to lead 100,000 troops, Gu Shi will not do so. After all, Gu Shi has just completed the reorganization of his regular troops, and has just divided up his forces. If he were to add another 700 or so men, and ask them to lead Gu Shi's forces, not a single one of his men would agree. Even if they were undead and highly loyal to Gu Shi, it wouldn't work. Heroes and leaders also have growth requirements. As for solely commanding the heroes converted by Yi Xuanfeng, that's inappropriate. Each of the 761 heroes is capable of commanding an army of 100,000. Even if divided equally, that would still amount to 76.1 million troops. The troops Gu Shi just reduced would be replenished immediately, so why would Gu Shi even bother with a reorganization? Wouldn't it be better to just use the original troops? The heroes converted by Yi Xuanfeng understand their situation. They know that their future success in Gu Shi's military depends on their own performance. It doesn't matter whether they can spot opportunities. What matters is whether they can turn them into victory. These heroes believe that as long as they continue to win, Gu Shi's heroes and leaders will increasingly trust their judgment. Even if they become military strategists or advisors, they can become the core of Gu Shi's forces. So, each of the over 700 heroes is extremely committed. To secure a position to fight, they nearly broke out among themselves. Gu Shi didn't question their actions too much. In his view, as long as the troops' combat effectiveness was maintained, that was all that mattered. For the subsequent battles, he could simply state the strategic objectives and leave the rest to his men. As Gu Shi approached, The Red Guardian, Undead Origin, nodded. Sir, we can begin? Have you locked on? Are the coordinates correct? We confirmed them, and there are no issues. Then prepare to begin. Have them all get ready. Who knows what will unfold in this battle? Gushi said, taking the coordinates from the Red Guard, Undead Origin, and glancing at them. These coordinates seem quite far from us. Not in our district. Judging by the coordinates, they should be in the West District. As to which district, we're not sure yet. After Red Guard, Undead Origin said this, Gushi finally understood. This was a cross-district operation. I wondered how the Corpse Mountain God of War had been targeted. It was so far away, and the portal hadn't even reached that area. As he pondered this, Gushi glanced at the coordinates in his hand. With the detailed coordinates in hand, the Underworld Red Line would be much easier to use. Gushi's current location was in Aridas City, near Chongqi Mountain. If you had to calculate it, it was equivalent to being in the Underworld. The Underworld Red Line's jump strategy was to alternate between the yin and yang. This time, Gushi didn't have to jump to the Underworld again. With the coordinates, he could be sent directly to the designated location. Such a short distance was nothing to Death's Main. After all, Death is everywhere. There's no place it can't reach. After confirming the coordinates, a red thread appeared behind Gushi, dragging him backward. Then, Gushi was dragged into the void. Then, Gushi's orders came through. All troops, prepare for battle. Deploy the city gates. Deploy the dump trucks. Gushi's troops, upon hearing this, quickly reached their designated positions. Then Gushi's deployment took effect. Various troops quickly took up positions, rapidly dispatching from the various death cities onto the battlefield. At this moment, the heroes transformed by Yi Shuangfeng were each incredibly excited. A grand spectacle. This was the grand spectacle they longed for. This time, it was up to them. Chapter 2831. Gushi, having emerged directly from the Underworld's Red Line, hadn't intended to release his men so quickly. But as soon as he appeared, he was pinpointed by the opposing enemy. A large number of angels and archangels had already flown out of Cloud City. The sounds of a large army mobilization could be heard nearby. It was clear that something major was afoot in the city. They had mobilized all their troops, ensuring that any disturbance would trigger an immediate response from their forces. Since becoming a player, Gushi had seen all sorts of players and factions, some of them evading danger, but he had never seen one as evasive as this. They had clearly divided the area outside the city into several zones. No matter which zone showed signs of anomaly, the city would immediately receive a response and dispatch personnel to deal with it. And most importantly, the enemy hadn't even considered sending a small force to investigate. No matter how many people arrived, as long as it wasn't part of their plan, they would mobilize all nearby troops. It was unknown how such a force could maintain such discipline. Don't they need to consider logistics? Gushi pondered this as he quickly deployed his city gates and dump trucks. At the same time, the Sacred Moonlight, the Spirit Flower, and the Blood Thread Net all drifted toward the city. Gushi himself, stepping on the Blood Thread Net, headed for the lake in front of the city. Having already been discovered by the enemy, Gushi didn't care much. He planned to first check the enemy's war god statue to see if his own Corpse Mountain war god was imprisoned nearby. As for the city before him, the moment the enemy appeared, Gushi knew there was no need to pay attention. It was true that the enemy city had a population of over 7 million. But their total defense force of 70,000 was quite impressive. Gushi had directly mobilized 7 million troops this time. If you count the enemy's ordinary troops, it was a 1-to-1 ratio. But if you count the enemy's regular troops, Gushi could easily outnumber them by 100-to-1. As for the enemy's capable angels, Gushi had already prepared for them. As soon as he knew there were angels, Gushi had already dispatched his undead dragons. This was to target the angelic forces with targeted attacks. So what was the enemy? Was his Corpse Mountain war god of war important? Gushi's men could easily handle this small force. He was here to reclaim the Corpse Mountain war god. The troops in the city were puzzled by Gushi's actions. And so, a series of trumpets blared throughout the city. Then Gushi noticed a fire lit atop the city wall, smoke rising rapidly into the sky. Is this a sign of mobilization? Gushi's face was filled with confusion. How did they know they were strong enough? What if it was just an ordinary person passing by? With all this fuss, weren't they afraid of targeting the wrong person and sending them on a wasted trip? Although Gushi looked puzzled, his movements were not slow at all. Under Gushi's command, the city gates, spirit-calling towers, and dump trucks descended swiftly. The long-prepared army emerged and headed in all directions. Some of the troops immediately rushed towards the current city. Some troops dispersed to stop incoming enemy reinforcements. Others moved freely, their goal being to investigate the surrounding situation and determine if there were any hidden guards. At this point, Gushi only needed to set a target, the rest wouldn't be his responsibility. Gushi's leaders and heroes would handle everything Gushi requested. As soon as they burst through the city gates, they immediately assessed the current situation, launching their attack without even a moment's preparation. The undead dragon troops, in particular, immediately took to the air, soaring towards the cloud city in the sky. Gushi, who was running towards the center of the lake, simply glanced up at the sky and paid no further attention. The advantage now lay with me. Gushi tapped his toes on the lake's surface and quickly approached the war god statue in its center. The war god statue before him bore some resemblance to Gushi's Corpse Mountain war god statue. But the overall impression was completely different. It hadn't been visible in the previous scene where Red Guardian, Origin of the Undead, was locked onto. But as Gushi approached, it became quite obvious. The statue of the god of war before him was also pure gold, a massive statue holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. But this statue didn't stand on a mountain of corpses, but on a massive rock above the lake. The rock was covered in a gray moss. When the waves hit it, they couldn't cling to the moss, instead turning into droplets and quickly flowing into the lake. When Gushi arrived before the war god statue, the mosses unexpectedly began to dance. Under the influence of the mosses, Gushi could clearly feel the water flowing toward the war god statue's base. The war god statue, which had been standing on the reef, also flashed a golden light in its eyes. Under this golden light, 3 orange-clad guards, composed of water, appeared before Gushi. These 3 orange-clad guards' bodies were azure water, but their forms were mostly humanoid, with only minor changes due to their orange armor. Unlike Gushi's orange-clad guards, who had various forms, they could be seen in a variety of forms. Of the 3 orange-clad guards, who suddenly appeared, one held a shield, one a halberd, and one a heavy crossbow. This was clearly a classic combination of defensive heavy tanks, melee, and ranged units. This combination, when combined, would be a formidable combat unit. Although they lacked a medic or magician, as orange-clad guards, they would immediately resurrect at the war god statue upon being killed, thus eliminating the need for a health-boosting medic. As for the magic troops, a glance at the castle's troops reveals they aren't particularly strong. Isn't it normal to have no magic troops? As soon as the 3 orange-clad guards appeared, Gushi simply glanced at them, and a dark red thread swirled around them. Death String. Gushi, holding 2 statues of the god of war, had long known the orange-clad guard situation. He also knew that to deal with them, he had to strike first, instantly killing them and destroying their orange-clad armor, denying them a chance to recover. Otherwise, being dragged down by the orange-clad guards would be a real hassle. For this reason, upon seeing their situation, Gushi immediately activated Death String, destroying their orange-clad armor first. Chapter 2832. Death String, after all, is a red-arm path. Even if a red-arm path is just starting out, its power is far beyond the reach of an orange-arm path. When Death String attacked, the enemy orange-arm guards immediately activated their orange-arm effects. The one in the front, in particular, swung his giant shield to the ground, instantly forming a ball of light that protected the 3 orange-arm guards. But his movements were still a little slow, and Death String's effects had already taken effect. Last time, Death String attacked the octopus-headed leader, but this time was different. Death String immediately tightened, and numerous silk threads cut into the ball of light like a net. The orange-arm guard on the opposite side felt as if his shield was stimulated and trembled continuously. "No, I can't hold on any longer. Kill that guy!" The orange-arm guard holding the shield roared upon seeing the situation. Upon hearing this, the 2 orange-clad guards at the back realized they couldn't remain within the defensive circle any longer. The one holding the halberd leaped out, charging head-on at Gushi. When the orange-clad guard with the halberd rushed out, Gushi's immediate reaction was that he wasn't as good as Yi Xuanfeng. However, Gushi was visibly taken aback, and a strange dragon aura silently rose from his feet. He didn't know why he was thinking of Yi Xuanfeng at this moment, but it was clearly not his mood. It would be better to eliminate him. With Gushi's attention distracted, the orange-clad guard with the halberd rushed in front of him. At the same time, the orange-clad guard holding the heavy crossbow behind him fired 3 crossbow bolts at Gushi. Their movements revealed a remarkable level of coordination. A normal person, faced with such an attack, would likely be instantly annihilated. But they were now facing Gushi. Even without using all 3 pieces of red armor, Gushi possessed 2 heads and 3 pairs of arms. In other words, if Gushi had focused on his abilities, he could easily handle 3 enemies simultaneously. Not to mention that she was currently wearing all 3 pieces of red armor. As the orange armored guard wielding the halberd charged forward, Gushi's wind-splitting hand slashed directly in front of the orange armored guard. The orange armored guard didn't even think twice. Seeing a hand flying towards him, he immediately thrust his halberd forward. This halberd possessed immense destructive power, cracking the ground with each thrust. Normally, this strike would have been enough to kill even weaker enemies. But the problem was that Gushi's hand of death was also covered in orange armor. And it was wearing several pieces of orange gear. The wind-shattering hand grabbed at the halberd, and it unexpectedly got stuck in Gushi's hand. At this moment, the ghostly dragon power hand thrust outward, instantly shattering 3 crossbow bolts flying towards Gushi. Then the bone lightning hand grabbed at the orange armored guard wielding the heavy crossbow. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, knocking the man away. The 2 orange armored guards were instantly rendered incapable of attack. At this moment, the orange armored guard holding the shield was the first to succumb to the incoming attack. After all, Death String was a red armored item, and the orange armored guard had been using the effects of his orange armored equipment to defend himself. Even if this orange armor was purely defensive, it couldn't offer much protection. Under Death String's pressure, the heavy shield in his hand went from trembling to shattering. The orange armored guards were also a little nervous at this point. With a few exceptions, most of the orange armored guards beneath the war god statue can be resurrected after death. One possibility is that they possess a special, ultimate kill method that can directly obliterate the person. Gushi's orange armored guard, Ninetailed, was killed in this way, and was eventually replaced by a new orange armored guard, New Ninetailed. Another possibility is to destroy the orange armored guard's orange armor. Or simply steal the orange armor. Finally, there's still another possibility, to destroy the war god statue outright. Of course, in this last case, there's no need to consider whether the guards are orange armored or not. What Death String is currently doing is destroying the heavy shield before him. While everyone knows that orange armor is indelible, it depends on the context. You know, red armor still has fragments, so how could orange armor be undestroyable? At most, it can't be destroyed through ordinary means, but the red armor's attacks, or even more powerful ones, can still easily destroy anything. Death String itself is a highly destructive attack. Gushi dared to use it last time he fought against red armor, so why wouldn't he be able to use it now against an orange armor? If it weren't for the fact that he still didn't know where the corpse-mounting god of war had gone, Gushi might have just destroyed the statue of the god of war before him. The orange armored guard with the shield had previously sent his companions out to attack, because he felt he couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to use other methods to delay Gushi. But he never imagined that Gushi could focus on him while dealing with his companions. This time, his shield was truly failing. The orange armored guard felt that his shield could only hold out for about 7 or 8 seconds. During that time, if he couldn't defend against Death String's next attack, the shield would explode into shatters. And without the support of the orange armor, he would no longer be an orange armored guard, and his position would be vacated. Thinking of this, the orange armored guard raised his head. No, he couldn't die. He hadn't grown up yet. He hadn't reached the level of a red armored guard. Then, the orange armored guard took a step forward. Shield Mountain. With a roar, the heavy shield, on the verge of shattering, slammed heavily into the ground. Then, the phantoms of many shields appeared around him, automatically joining together to form a small mountain. These phantom shields were all shields that the orange-clad guard had previously defeated or shattered. Originally, the orange-clad guard had intended to collect these shields to strengthen himself and see if he could defeat the red-clad guard. But now, that was no longer possible. He had to protect himself first. So, all the shields were attached to his heavy shield. With the support of these phantom shields, the orange-clad guard's fighting power was restored. At least, he had sufficient defensive power. With a little more support, perhaps even his own shield could be restored to its original level. However, the orange-clad guard failed to notice one thing. Gushi's molten crushing hand, holding a harp, appeared behind the orange-clad guard. Before the orange-clad guard could react, the harp slammed down heavily. 1, 2, 3. With each strike, the harp shattered a phantom shield. After 7 or 8 hits, the orange armored guard holding the shield was exposed to the attack range of Death String. Chapter 2833. Puff. As the shields of the orange armored guards were shattered, Gushi heard a splash of water. Then, the orange armored guards instantly turned into a pool of water, flowing into the vast lake. Without the protection of the orange armored guards, the remaining 2 high-attack orange armored guards had no chance of standing up to the Death String. The Death String immediately entangled the 2 orange armored guards. However, the 2 orange armored guards were much more ruthless than the orange armored guards. When they realized something was amiss, their only thought was to kill Gu Shi. They believed that even if they died, they would still be able to eliminate Gu Shi. However, the death string was even faster than them. This time, the death string didn't cut through the orange armored guards, but instead shredded their bodies. The death string then entangled the orange armored guards, who had fallen to the ground. Gu Shi's death hand quickly took action, attacking the two orange items with lightning and physical attacks. After all, these two orange items were the true essence of the orange-clad guards. If they weren't destroyed, two new orange-clad guards would soon appear. Only by destroying these two orange items would everything end. Of course, destroying them was fine. As long as he could unbind them, or destroy the war god statue before him, he could obtain the two orange items. However, for Gu Shi, the blood sacrifice ritual, stripping required preparation, and since Gu Shi hadn't figured out anything about the war god statue yet, now was not the time to destroy it. So for now, he could only bear with the orange items. Gu Shi didn't even want to write down the stats for the two orange items. No, he didn't want to look at them. They didn't even have names. If not destroy them, what else could he destroy? Under Gu Shi's full force attack, the two orange armor pieces that had just landed were instantly shattered to pieces. If Gu Shi hadn't withdrawn his attack quickly, the two orange armor pieces might have been shattered. After dispatching the enemy's orange armor guards, Gu Shi looked up at the nearby battle. Gu Shi's troops had already engaged the enemy, and at the enemy's city gates, they had begun sieging the city. Judging from the current situation, this battle was a foregone conclusion. Especially the angels in the sky, who were being directly crushed by the undead dragon. Gu Shi only needed a glance to understand the current battlefield situation. Based on the current situation, this city was doomed, beyond saving. So, without even a second glance, Gu Shi headed straight for the war god statue. This was the location the Corpse Mountain war god had last pointed to. Gu Shi also wanted to know where his Corpse Mountain war god had gone. Beneath the war god statue before him, like the Corpse Mountain war god statue, there was a space for orange-armed guards to rest, train, and grow. There was also a spot for those nearing red-armed guards. There was also a private space belonging to the war god statue. So, if Gu Shi wanted to know what had happened to his Corpse Mountain war god, the space beneath the war god statue before him was the perfect place to go. Gu Shi glanced at the war god statue and raised his hand, and the water dragon beast appeared at his feet. This mount, which hadn't been seen for a long time, carried Gu Shi underwater, from beneath the island where the war god statue stood, into the space within. Just like the Corpse Mountain war god statue, the interior of the war god statue before him was quite clear. The only difference was that the rooms belonging to the orange armored guards had all collapsed, clearly indicating that the war god statue's three orange armored guards were no longer there. The remaining rooms were also closed. It was clear that this war god statue before him had not undergone the kind of enhancements that Gu Shi's Corpse Mountain war god statue had. At least it couldn't offer the opportunity for orange armored guards to advance to red armored guards, nor did it house two near red armored guards for cultivation. So much of it was empty. After taking a quick look, Gu Shi's eyes froze. Could it be that the clue was wrong? There was no Corpse Mountain war god here. Gu Shi, puzzled, walked towards the innermost core of the war god statue. This was a room that was usually not opened. Gu Shi had entered it once before, when the Corpse Mountain war god donned his cursed armor. He knew this was the core of the war god statue. Now that Gu Shi had found no clues, he could only place his hopes on the final room. Thinking of this, Gu Shi strode to the doorway. He only took a glance, and Death's Mane shattered the difficult-to-open door into pieces. As the door fell, Gu Shi saw what lay within. The room before him looked like an underwater chamber. Aside from the door, the entire room, from the walls to the ceiling, even the floor, was made of transparent glass. From here, one could clearly see the entire lake bottom. This situation surprised Gu Shi greatly, because from his perspective, the space behind this door shouldn't be anything like this. Gu Shi thought for a moment before stepping into the room. Inside the room, besides being able to see fish swimming at the bottom of the lake through the wall, Gu Shi could also see some inscriptions on the wall. Some of these inscriptions contained information about the war god statue before him. From this information, Gu Shi learned that the war god statue before him was called the aquatic war god statue. It was a war god statue transformed by the lake water. The orange-clad guards were all transformed by the lake water. As long as the orange-clad guards remained, and the lake remained, the orange-clad guards would remain. Gu Shi had already witnessed this. Gu Shi was quite surprised. What truly astonished Gu Shi was that the war god statue before him was not alone. They actually belonged to the war god alliance. That is, an organization founded by the war god statues. The members of this organization, regardless of their strength, shared a common trait: there was always a war god statue in the city. They would exchange information and help each other. They would also trade some orange equipment. After all, quasi-red gear was considered a treasure that couldn't be traded to the war god statues, while orange gear, on the other hand, was a valuable item that could be traded. Here, Gushi also found news about the Corpse Mountain war god. This war god statue had actually posted a message in the group chat, saying that he had encountered a stunted war god statue. This war god statue was also wearing a set of red gear. So, the members of the War God Alliance wanted to bully the child. Through some trickery, they lured the Corpse Mountain war god to them and trapped him somewhere, intending to strip him of his cursed armor and replace it with a red-clad long sword and shield that they could use. As for the master behind the Corpse Mountain war god, these war god statues didn't care at all. In the depths of the game, everyone knew the power of the War God Alliance. To try to pull teeth from the War God Alliance's jaws was courting death. Chapter 2834. Heh, the War God Alliance. After reading the information here, Gushi couldn't help but chuckle. What a bunch of losers. Such a large race was actually controlled by a wonder. What were they thinking? And they even let this wonder form an alliance. They're truly losers among losers, pure losers. You call yourselves losers, that's fine. It's far from my territory anyway. When I return to the real world, I might never come into contact with you losers again. But what have you done now? You directly dragged away my Corpse Mountain war god. And you even said my Corpse Mountain war god was stunted. What's the big deal? If you're interested in my Corpse Mountain war god's cursed armor, just tell me. At worst, let's fight. I don't believe I can't defeat you. Various thoughts flashed through Gushi's mind, but his hands never stopped. In this room, Gushi gained a deeper understanding of the war god statue. It turns out the war god statue doesn't have to wait for the red armor to possess a body capable of free movement. In fact, as long as sufficient luck is suppressed, the suppressed luck will condense into a usable body for the war god statue. This is a common phenomenon in wonders. After all, the wonder helps you collect and suppress luck, so it should at least give you some benefits, right? For example, the benefit the golden apple tree receives is improved quality, producing better golden apples. The war god statue doesn't expect it to participate in battle itself, so what's wrong with giving it a body? Giving it a body allows for more refined luck management, allowing for greater benefits with a smaller amount of luck. Everyone knows the details here. As for the War God Alliance, it's a private connection between the War God statues. The War God statue before him doesn't know who initiated it. After all, he was also pulled into the War God Alliance by someone else. There's no prohibition against mutual attack within the War God Alliance. They merely exchange information and trade some supplies. You could say they're friends, but if a war breaks out, they still fight. The Corpse Mountain War God was also accidentally encountered by the War God Alliance under these circumstances. However, in the eyes of the War God Alliance, the Corpse Mountain War God is an outlier. Because he's a mirror image, the Corpse Mountain War God is different from a normal War God statue. He wields a shield in his right hand and a sword in his left. In contrast to a normal War God, in the eyes of the War God statue, he's a stunted being. The Corpse Mountain War God's corpse odor, however, isn't a big deal. After all, every war god adapts to local conditions and changes according to the environment. The same is true of the water-transformed war god statue before him. If it were just stunted growth, that would be fine. But who made the Corpse Mountain war god wear cursed armor? This was discovered by the war gods of the War God Alliance. This immediately triggered a reaction. Some war god statues were tempted. You should know that the war god statue's greatest strength isn't collecting and suppressing luck. Their greatest strength is nurturing near-red armor and harnessing its power. However, due to the war god statue's unique characteristics, the only near-red armor they can nurture is swords and shields. And sometimes, just after successfully nurturing an item, it's taken away and replaced with another near-red armor. They were actually quite jealous of a stunted war god statue possessing its own set of red armor, and not even a sword and shield. That's why they devised this scheme, luring the Corpse Mountain war god here, then transferring him to a location chosen by the War God Alliance, trapping him, and planning to steal the Corpse Mountain war god's cursed armor. After understanding the situation, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. Things like war god statues are better used to gather and suppress luck. Don't let them get involved in national affairs. After all, they don't have such a good thing as brains. They didn't consider that the power that allowed the war god statue to equip the red armor wouldn't have other red armor on hand. However, Gushi didn't know that these war god statues had a different perspective. Because the war god statues possessed the ability to nurture red armor, they either didn't have any red armor at all, or they had nurtured several. So, in the eyes of the war god statues, red armor was truly not something that could only be found by chance. Even within the war god statues, there's a type they call the red-armored war god statue. This refers to a war god statue that has nurtured at least several pieces of red armor, or perhaps one that has already nurtured a piece of red armor, but whose owner forgot to collect it. In the eyes of the War God Alliance, I'm just bullying a stunted being. So what? I don't believe you dare to attack me. If you hit me, you'd be slapping the War God Alliance in the face. Aren't you afraid that the entire War God Alliance will unite against you? In reality, this is just the War God Alliance overestimating itself. They think they're so powerful that they can nurture red armor and influence the fate of the nation, and that they're the masters of the power. If all the War God statues united, they could stir up the world. The result? The shadows of the pantheon in front and behind Gushi flashed. He reached forward and grabbed, severing the stored and suppressed luck within the War God statues. He drained it all away and injected it into Gushi's pantheon. Gushi's pantheon also had the effect of suppressing luck. It's just that this luck couldn't be stored there for long. But Gushi no longer cared about wasting luck. This faction had brought this upon itself, failing to properly control its own War God statues. So don't blame Gushi for draining the fuel from the fire. As Gushi drained the suppressed luck from the War God statue, the War God statue before him began to shake. The foundation beneath the War God statue began to crumble, and large chunks of rock fell from above. Among the rocks, objects tinted dark red or pale gold occasionally appeared. At this moment, Gushi paid no attention to these things. He calmly walked outward. After exiting the space beneath the War God statue, he soared into the air. Gushi showed no mercy to the enormous War God statue. He simply extended his hand, and the mane of death wrapped around its neck. The death string effect activated, and the War God statue's head was severed. The molten crushing hand immediately seized the War God statue's head. As for the rest of the War God statue's body, the 4 ghost prisons in Gushi's death hand directly took it away, becoming part of the ghost prison. Standing in the air, holding the War God statue's head, Gushi shouted, "This is just the beginning. To seize my War God statue in red robe, it depends on whether you have the life to take them. Every one of you will be taken, and none of you will survive." With that, the molten crushing hand threw the War God statue upward, and the molten crushing ghost prison opened, taking the War God statue's head inside. Chapter 2835. Gushi's words stunned the already stunned enemies even more. At first, these stunned enemies didn't understand why Gushi had come to attack them. They were naturally timid and cautious, and usually didn't make enemies with nearby forces. All actions were considered before victory, to see if they might offend anyone. They usually stayed within their own small territory, striving to maintain good relations with those nearby. Besides, Gushi clearly didn't resemble a nearby force. Why would he suddenly attack them? Just as they were wondering, Gushi's words drew their attention directly to their own War God statue. They hadn't considered that this sudden disaster had been caused by the War God statue. They had painstakingly acquired the War God statue so that it could regulate their own destiny. It had to be admitted that the War God statue was quite useful in gathering and suppressing destiny. Since acquiring the War God statue, their land reclamation efforts have become more powerful, mining has accelerated, and they built a cloud city in the sky, even upgrading it to a high-level cloud city capable of producing archangels. Everything was moving in a positive direction. But then, Gushi suddenly appeared. You have to understand that Gushi's appearance was quite sudden. When these people discovered Gushi's presence, their first thought was to dispatch his men to eliminate him. To crush him to dust, even his soul, with holy light. If possible, they would resurrect the archangel a dozen times, and consume his soul completely, to prevent any information from spreading. But Gushi himself was unreasonable. Without even giving them a chance to strike, they immediately launched a barrage of attacks on the Death City's gates and dump trucks. The troops they dispatched outnumbered their population. Frightened, they immediately raised the signal fire. But Gushi's troops, perfectly aware of the opportunity, seized it immediately and annihilated the reinforcements that rushed in from outside. Just as they were about to be annihilated, Gushi suddenly intervened and spoke. This left the forces speechless. They had simply built a statue of the god of war, so how had they gotten into this trouble? But Gushi didn't care what the enemy thought. In Gushi's eyes, since the fight had already begun, he might as well destroy them. When Gushi came before, he had no legitimate reason. Now it was different. Gushi had no reason at all. No one would say anything if he destroyed them. Of course, the most important thing here was that Gu Shi hadn't yet recovered his corpse mountain god of war. It had been almost a day, and no one knew where Gu Shi's corpse mountain god of war was. For this matter, Gu Shi had no choice but to order his men to expedite their progress. After saying this, Gu Shi soared into the air and pointed toward the city before him. Kill! With this command, both veterans and newly recruited soldiers under Gu Shi's command sensed the force behind his words. Gu Shi didn't mean to kill every enemy. After all, in every battle Gu Shi fought, utter annihilation was paramount. He meant to accelerate the attack. After all, Gu Shi didn't intend to stay here any longer. But it wouldn't be convenient for him to just leave. If Gu Shi really left like this, would he take his troops with him, or not? Leaving with his troops would be tantamount to letting these enemies go. When Gu Shi took action, he knew these enemies were quite timid. After being defeated, such timid people often take decades, or even centuries, to seek revenge. Gu Shi didn't want to be ambushed from behind when he had something important to do. So, annihilating the enemies in front of him was what Gu Shi had to do. But Gu Shi couldn't leave without his troops. After what happened with the war god statue, Gu Shi knew that this time, his corpse mountain war god had been tricked out under the guise of a meeting, and there was more behind it than just this war god statue. There were two red-clad war god statues, who had transformed into red-clad war god statues leading the charge, with 7 or 8 more well-matched war god statues taking over. They were all working together to suppress Gu Shi's corpse mountain war god. Gu Shi had to lead his troops. First, rescue his own corpse mountain war god, then lead his troops to attack one by one, annihilating all the enemies who had offended him. This time, the army of over 7 million men was the main force of the regular army at Gu Shi's disposal. If he left the main army here and fled ahead, the troops behind would have no way of catching up with Gu Shi. So Gu Shi had to take these troops with him. But there was a problem. Just now, when Gu Shi destroyed the water-transformed war god statue, the war god transformed by destiny within the statue was not there. He should be besieging Gu Shi's corpse mountain war god now. When the war god statue was destroyed, the war god would undoubtedly be affected. Even if he wasn't killed instantly, he would feel it immediately. Gu Shi didn't have much time left. Gu Shi needed to eliminate everything before him as quickly as possible. This meant he had to order his troops to move faster and faster. Of course, even after issuing the order, Gu Shi himself wasn't idle. He immediately contacted the Red Guard, Undead Origin, and the Titanium Lion. He immediately unleashed the power of the Death Word. But just as Gu Shi was about to use the Death Word to eliminate the enemy, a problem suddenly arose. Who were the enemies before him? What were their names? Who were their backers? Gu Shi had no idea of this crucial information. If he didn't know their names, how could he use the Death Word to kill them? For a moment, Gu Shi felt awkward. Finally, he released the Nether Spirit Flower to speed up his men's attack, while sending someone to capture some enemies. If all else failed, corpses would do. In any case, Gu Shi had to know their origins. Thankfully, the Necromancer had his own channels for gathering information. Soon, information about the enemy was delivered. Gu Shi blinked at this information. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. From the news he had just received, the city before him belonged to humans. Humans from the depths of the game. The situation in this city was somewhat similar to that of Bai Lu Yi. Both were human forces that had accidentally fallen from the real world into the depths of the game. However, Bai Lu Yi's landing location was relatively good. After establishing the original city, he chose to expand outward. But these humans before him were not so lucky. The location they had appeared in was surrounded by powerful enemies on all sides. They could only survive by hiding and defending themselves. As for returning to the real world, they had never considered it. It was a pity that even though they were hiding well, the war god statue had caused trouble for them, attracting Gu Shi. Looking at the information before him, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment. This tribe was not easy to destroy. Chapter 2836. Humanity is in trouble now. Upon realizing that all the people in the city before him were human, Gu Shi immediately released his sacred moonlight, completely enveloping the surrounding area. The death words could no longer be used. Who knew if these humans had any connection to his ancestral bloodline? What if the death words followed his bloodline or some other connection to him? Even if they didn't, what if they found a human in the real world? Gu Shi had only so much luck to fight against the third-rank race in the real world. Gu Shi wasn't that foolish. So, Gu Shi had to find another way to attack. After the sacred moonlight enveloped the city, two massive death cities emerged from it, pressing down on the cloud city in the sky. Looking at the shadows in the sky, everyone was certain of one thing. If Gu Shi wanted to, not only this city, but also this land and the lake before him, Not a single one would escape. They would be crushed to pieces. But at this moment, the people in the city relaxed. Perhaps they felt their fate was already sealed, that resistance meant death, and not resisting also meant death, so it was better to simply lie flat on the ground. That way, a death would be more comfortable. But at this moment, Gu Shi paused his attack. He flew directly into the air, standing slightly above the city. After a moment's hesitation, he finally lifted the head of the god of war statue. Send someone who can speak. Don't even think about running. From here, none of you can escape, Gu Shi said calmly. However, a moment of silence fell within the city. Finally, a man emerged. I do it. The man walked up to the city wall, looking up at Gu Shi. Gu Shi noticed that the man was clad in heavy silver armor, carrying a long sword and a round shield. He wore no helmet, his long black hair draped over his body. He looked relatively young, with some scars on his body. It was clear that he had been in combat. However, whether he held a high position and could represent the city was uncertain. Can you represent this city? I am the city lord's third son. You may call me Ai Xing. I wonder what this gentleman's name is. Emperor Gu Shi, you are very courageous. Gu Shi glanced at Ai Xing. I just reacted quickly. I saw everything you did just now. You rushed towards our war god statue as soon as you arrived. I think you were looking for something. Taking us out was just a matter of convenience. After destroying the war god statue, you clearly wanted to completely eliminate us. You were even ready to take action. But in the end you stopped. This shows that it's not that you don't want to kill us, but that you can't. Your method will hurt yourself. At this point, Ai Xing became more confident. And you're in a hurry. You want to deal with us directly. The best way is to find someone on our side, who can make the decision, talk to us, and make us submit to you. So, in my opinion, it's safe to step forward now. Gu Shi glanced at Ai Xing, and finally had to admit that Ai Xing was smart. You're very clever. If you can become the master of this city, we can talk. Gu Shi raised his hand, and the head of the war god statue fell onto the city wall. The information previously seen within the war god statue was projected directly from its eyes into the sky. The stunted war god statue mentioned here is the war god statue in my city. I equipped it with a red piece of equipment. But your war god statue discovered and betrayed it. Now its whereabouts are unknown, and its life or death is unknown. This is the real reason I came here to kill you. These words were heard not only by Ai Xing, but also by the nearby human players who were slaughtered, the city's residents, and the surviving troops. They were all speechless. The hatred they had originally felt for Gu Shi instantly vanished. They all understood that if their children were abducted, they would do something even more extreme. Gu Shi was treating them like human traffickers. This was even more obvious with Ai Xing. I don't know about this, but I accept responsibility for everything the war god statue has done. If you still want to vent your anger, you can take my head too. But please spare them. They're just ordinary players. Gu Shi smiled at Ai Xing's righteous expression. Alright, let's just talk about some things. I have no intention of killing you. Because you and I share the same origin. Ai Xing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized. You also fell from the real world into the depths of the game. Sorry, it's not that I doubt you, but I was born in the depths of the game. I only ever heard my grandfather say that his father fell from the real world into the depths of the game and built this city. But we don't know if the real world exists. Because we haven't seen it. We've been trying to return to the real world, but we don't know if it will work. Hearing this, Gu Shi's smile widened. Gu Shi was well aware of the mental shifts of Ai Xing and his generation. When Bai Luyi fell into the depths of the game, the first and second generations were still obsessed with returning to the real world. From the third generation onward, some began to question whether the real world even existed. There was even a split later. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Genesis, the humans in Bai Luyi might not have such a high level of cohesion, and returning to the real world wouldn't be possible. After all, contact had been severed for so many years, and no one knew anything about the real world. Who could still believe they could truly return? The city before them was stuck at this point. If they could get through this, they would still remember their roots, and they would still be human players. If they couldn't make it through this, then they would truly have no chance of returning. Their city wasn't the only one that vanished into the depths of the game. But now that they had met, Gu Shi naturally had to add a few words. There is a real world. We're building the Genesis bridge back to the real world. It should be completed in a few years. Hearing this, Ai Xing sighed. Alright, then we're cousins. We were wrong this time. We accept whatever you want to do. No need. The reason I'm looking for someone who can make the decision is because I want to resolve this matter ahead of time. I'm in a hurry, and my war god statue is still trapped. Just tell me what you can contribute to protect the city. Chapter 2837. You? Gu Shi's words stunned Ai Xing. He hadn't expected Gu Shi to suddenly change the subject. What? Is there a problem? Seeing Ai Xing's reaction, Gu Shi smiled. No, nothing. It's okay to have some thoughts, but if I say this is all a misunderstanding, I don't want anything, and just let you go, would you feel at ease? Well, I really wouldn't. Ai Xing finally realized. If Gu Shi truly didn't want anything and just left like that, Ai Xing would think Gu Shi was up to something else, perhaps planning to wipe out the entire city someday. Now that Gu Shi had made a request, Ai Xing felt that Gu Shi truly wanted to let them go. So Ai Xing said decisively, okay, what do you want? I'm in a hurry, and don't have time to waste on nonsense. I just have 2 conditions and 1 question. If you agree, this matter is over. If not, I just wipe you out and leave. Gu Shi spoke decisively. You say. Ai Xing now gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal. After all, the lives of the entire city now depended on Gu Shi. If he didn't agree, there was no telling when the entire city would be gone. First, sign an agreement. After your death, all your souls will follow my path to the underworld. Gu Shi laid out his conditions. Since killing these people wasn't an option, Gu Shi's first priority was population. Just as Ai Xing was about to say something, Gu Shi spoke bluntly. Second, I take 1/10 of your future luck as compensation. Hearing this, Ai Xing immediately shut up. Compared to having his luck drained away by Gu Shi, the fact that it belonged to Gu Shi after his death wasn't a big deal. But under these circumstances, Ai Xing hesitated. Just then, a middle-aged man stepped out. Your Majesty, I agree to these 2 conditions. Gu Shi glanced at the middle-aged man and noticed that he bore a strong resemblance to Ai Xing. Who are you? I'm the lord of this city, Ai Su. I have the final say here, and I agree to all your terms. In addition, I can guarantee that after my death, Ai Xing will become the new lord, and our agreement will continue. Ai Su was more generous than Ai Xing, agreeing to this kind of thing immediately. Okay, then it's settled. Let's sign the agreement. I arrange for someone to liaise with you on the rest. Gu Shi's expression suggested a rush. Okay. Hearing that the matter was over, Ai Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. Previous battles had been led by Ai Su and his eldest son. He knew firsthand how powerful Gu Shi's men were. If Gu Shi hadn't been completely focused on the statue of the god of war, the city might have been destroyed by now. Resolving the current situation peacefully was a blessing for them. At least they survived, didn't they? But at this point, Ai Su still whispered a question. Your Majesty, you said earlier that you were building the Bridge of Creation and preparing to return to the real world. This matter. It's true, but our location is quite far from yours. Teleporting individually is fine. Relocating the entire city isn't an option, and the train might not even be able to reach there. The best I can do is notify you after the Genesis Bridge is built. Of course, I have connections to the real world. If you need it, I can help you send a message. Speaking of this, the 2 conditions and 1 question I mentioned earlier are exactly this. I'm curious about how you got to the depths of the game. Gu Shi had been thinking about this question. But there were all sorts of theories in the real world. Because the original city is so old, there are no original records. Most people don't know how Bai Li fell into the depths of the game. Just now, when talking with Ai Xing, Gu Shi learned that Ai Xing was only the 4th generation. That's why he came up with this idea. Hearing Gu Shi's question, Ai Su was stunned for a moment, his eyes fixed, as if lost in thought. Our city is called New White Stone City. Originally, White Stone City was located in the Holy Light Realm, a border star region of humanity. During the Border War, someone unleashed a black hole of death, engulfing the entire city and sending it and its inhabitants deep into the game. It's been nearly 200 years now. When we fell from the real world, we only had a little over 30,000 players and 40,000 soldiers, plus half a city, and were completely short of food and equipment. Of course, our Cloud City and the statue of the God of War all came along with us. They've given us considerable support over the years. The War God statue, in particular, if it weren't for it suppressing our destiny, our White Stone City might not have lasted even 100 years. This time, I know the War God statue is to blame. We don't ask for an intact body, but rather a chance to bury it. Ai Su initially discussed White Stone City, but then he changed the subject and made a request to Gu Shi. The War God statue is gone. I will send this head to the Yellow Springs Road, where it will be suppressed forever. You have a chance to see it again when you walk my Yellow Springs Road in the future. Gushi rejected Ieyasu's proposal without a second thought. After all, this incident was caused by the war god statue. Gushi could forgive the residents and players of New White Stone City, but he absolutely could not let the war god statue go. Seeing Gushi's insistence, Ieyasu stopped talking. He quickly agreed to Gushi's 2 requests and signed the agreement. Most importantly, he promised that this incident was the sole responsibility of New White Stone City, and that they would not retaliate against Gushi. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for the fact that all the people in New White Stone City were human players, and if Gushi hadn't been in a hurry, he truly had no intention of letting these people live. Do they still want revenge? It would be a blessing if Gushi didn't come back to cause them trouble. Of course, Gushi didn't show any of this on his face. After this matter was settled, he would find an opportunity to investigate the situation in Baishur City. To see if, as Ieyasu claimed, Baishur City had fallen 200 years ago, and to see if it still needed rescue. As for now, after signing the agreement, Gushi quickly withdrew his troops, gathering them within a dozen minutes. He then quickly located the location where the god of war had ambushed the mountain of corpses, opened the portal, and teleported there. Chapter 2838. Gushi's corpse mountain war god was trapped not near New White Stone City. The war gods all understood that what they were doing, at best, was advising their companions to follow the right path, at worst, bullying, and even worse, robbery. So they chose locations with no connection to them. For example, in a game that was about to be abandoned. As the war god statue that had led the corpse mountain war god there, the water war god of New White Stone City naturally knew about this location. He even had a way to get there directly. After leaving New White Stone City, Gushi stretched out his hand and dragged it outwards, and a night blood path appeared on the nether flower. An undead laborer was dragged out. The undead laborer's situation was quite strange. Because this undead laborer had no level. This situation left Gushi speechless. He had never encountered a levelless being before. Even if you were a civilian, not a player, it didn't matter if you were level 0. Gushi's Aridas city was already level 26. So Gushi immediately asked, "What's your level?" "Wonderlands don't have levels, so I don't have any either," the undead laborer said. "So what did you bring?" Gushi checked on the undead laborer again. Unfortunately, the undead laborer hadn't brought anything either, only a partial memory of the war god statue. But one thing did strike a chord with Gushi. Because the war god statue had fallen from the real world into the depths of the game along with White Stone City. This portion of his memory contained the troubles White Stone City had encountered. From his memories, Gushi knew that everything Ieyasu had described was true. In a corner, unnoticed by Gushi, humanity was under attack from all sides. Gushi's peaceful life over the years was forged by the players of the Border Star region. Gushi had no regrets for not killing everyone in New White Stone City this time. Not to mention that they were all human. Even if they betrayed humanity now, Gushi would let them go because of their previous battle record. But if they dared to provoke Gushi again, Gushi would not hold back. With this undead laborer, Gushi also knew some other things. For example, Gushi's previous collection of the fragments of the God of War statue was a great thing. The God of War statue can grow. No, it should be said that wonders can grow. However, the growth method of wonders is unique. Without levels, they cannot level up through battle. This applies not only to wonders, but also to some of the beings that depend on them. Just like Gushi's orange and red armored guards, no matter how powerful they were, they only focused on color, not level. So their chances of growth either came from simply devouring similar wonders, or at least fragments of similar wonders. Or, they could find materials to upgrade wonders, like the red armored path upgrade materials needed to upgrade the red armored path. The war god statue fragments Gushi had snatched this time were the best materials. If there were more of them, perhaps Gushi's 2 war god statues could be upgraded by 2 more levels. This realization made Gushi's eyes light up. This loss couldn't be in vain. New White Stone City was a human player city, so it wasn't convenient for him to resort to desperate measures. The other cities were different though. Gushi had no intention of returning until he had demolished all their war god statues, demolished their city, and seized some benefits. You plotted against me. What a shame. Gushi quickly entered the nearly abandoned game world under the guidance of the undead laborer. As he entered the game, the undead laborer explained to Gushi. This game world is where a war god statue first appeared. That war god statue was later taken away. But this is the war god statue's home, and he's quite familiar with this location. Even though this world was about to be abandoned, he kept the passage open and contributed some of his strength to keep it afloat. Gushi didn't take the war god's help to the game world seriously. In Gushi's eyes, all the war god statues that appeared this time were doomed. As soon as he entered the game, Gushi began his deployment. Nether spirit flower petals flew out in large numbers, followed by a blood-threaded net. Gushi's current goal was only one: to find his corpse mountain war god. The nether spirit flower, having been strengthened by 3 paths, could now deploy at a relatively fast speed. As soon as Gushi scattered the nether spirit petals, he discovered the trapped corpse mountain war god. It must be said that only one's own weaknesses are best understood. At this point, the corpse mountain war god was completely suppressed. Gushi's corpse mountain war god was covered in various spiderweb-like objects. These objects were developed by a red-clad guard under the war god statue. After all, among so many war god statues, there were always 1 or 2 who, like Gushi, started with a book thrown in. Precisely because of this, there were always 1 or 2 orange-clad guards constantly researching bizarre things. Those who achieved the rank of red-clad guard through research had discovered new paths in their own research. This spiderweb-like object was one such instance. It was something called a luck-locking web. It was designed to lock away the war god statue's most crucial element, its chi. After all, in the eyes of all the war god statues, the war god statues were built to gather and suppress chi. Without chi, the war god statues could not produce a war god. Blocking the corpse mountain war gods, chi was effectively trapping him. However, none of these war gods anticipated that the corpse mountain war god was different from the others. First, the corpse mountain war god is merely a mirrored reflection. In the words of the war god, it's stunted. Most of Gushi's luck flows from the several wonders in Arida's city. Only when it can no longer be stored there will it be sent to the several wonders in Magic Mirror Victoria's city. Even when the corpse mountain war god transforms into the war god to fight, it's not because of luck, but because of the cursed armor. Using the method of locking luck to deal with the corpse mountain war god is truly not the most effective strategy. Another issue is the cursed armor I just mentioned. The war god statue defaults to fighting on its own, without the orange or red guards. After all, those 2 guards don't have the freedom of the transformed war god statue. Once the war god statue has the war god, it's truly unattended and can go wherever it pleases. If the large statue on Gushi's corpse mountain war god statue hadn't disappeared this time, Gushi wouldn't have known his corpse mountain war god was missing. Therefore, most war gods didn't take the cursed armor, a red item, into account when fighting the corpse mountain god. Or perhaps, even if they did, it wasn't comprehensive. Thanks to this cursed armor, the corpse mountain god wasn't instantly killed, but merely trapped, still able to struggle. Chapter 2839. When Gushi found the corpse mountain war god, he watched as 4 or 5 war gods surrounded his own corpse mountain war god. The corpse mountain war god statue, which had disappeared from its pedestal, reappeared where the corpse mountain war god was trapped. The corpse mountain war god statue now looked like a statue stuck in mid-sentence, being dragged along by countless threads of spiderwebs. Several war god statues of different styles were desperately tugging at the corpse mountain war god statue, pulling it upwards with all their might. In front of the corpse mountain war god statue, the corpse mountain war god was constantly pulling the spiderwebs from his body. However, he had a considerable number of spiderwebs, and as soon as these webs touched him, they began to drain his chi and automatically generate more based on his chi. Until his chi was exhausted, the spiderwebs continued to grow. Most frustratingly, several war gods nearby were constantly spraying these spiderwebs at the corpse mountain war god. One of them was still shouting, "Hurry up, use it all. Don't stop. Something's wrong with the water in New White Stone City. The mastermind behind this stunted creature has come looking for us. Hurry up and deal with it. We divide the items so we can retreat." If you pay attention at this moment, you notice that there are still some incompletely condensed balls of light or air near these war gods. These are war gods, who have already developed self-awareness, and are connected to the War God Alliance. Of course, their luck is still a little lacking, and they haven't yet been able to transform into human form. The War God Alliance is just a normal trading operation, mainly trading items that the War God statue can use, or perhaps a few offline gatherings. They rarely participated in battle. This time, they heard there was a big deal, and the War God Alliance was organizing a large offline gathering, so they came to take a look. It turned out that the so-called big deal was someone else's War God statue, and so many War Gods were besieging it. This frightened some of the War God statues. Some War God statues wondered whether they should continue to stay in the War God Alliance. The War God Alliance before them didn't look like a good group. "Master, please come quickly. I don't want to stay here anymore." Of course, all this had nothing to do with Gushi. After arriving, Gu-Shi immediately landed on his own Corpse Mountain War God statue. At the same time, the Nether Spirit Flower quickly cut through the threads entangled with the Corpse Mountain War God. The leader of the goddesses quickly examined the appearance of all the war gods present, recording their auras. Every war god here, every single one, must not even think of escaping. Even if the monk can escape, the temple can't. After all, as long as he memorizes the auras of these war gods, he can find the location of their war god statues. A wonder of this magnitude isn't so easy to escape. And with a wonder of this magnitude, even if he tries to escape, the forces behind it won't give up. For now, let's rescue our own Corpse Mountain War God first. Gu-Shi has plenty of time to deal with the other war gods. With this in mind, Gu-Shi naturally prioritized disposing of the Corpse Mountain War God, and the spider silk and webs encrusting his statue. Gu-Shi's sudden appearance sent a shiver down the spines of the 5 war gods present. They expected Gu-Shi to come after them, but they hadn't imagined he'd be so quick. They just received word of the destruction of the water-transformed war god statue in New White Stone City, and were beginning to adjust their plans, when Gu-Shi arrived the instant they finished. In reality, they didn't realize that Gu-Shi was still slow. If Gu-Shi had wanted to, he could even use the resonance of his 2 red armors to appear at the very moment the Corpse Mountain War God was surrounded. After all, the Corpse Mountain War God hadn't died yet. That meant he couldn't possibly die. With this outcome, any changes in the intervening time wouldn't affect him. As for the fate of these war gods and their statues, Gu-Shi had arrived, and none of them could escape. So, dying early or later was the same for them. Gu-Shi wasn't disrupting their destiny. Of course, Gu-Shi didn't care about that now. After resolving the Corpse Mountain War God's problems, he flicked his right hand, and threads of Death's Mane fell upon the war gods. Gu-Shi first marked them. Then Gu-Shi's gaze shifted to one of the war gods. There were 5 war gods with physical bodies before him. 2 held swords and shields in both hands, while the remaining 3 held either swords or shields. Gu-Shi's understanding of the war god statues indicated that these were the quasi-red garments that the war god statues had nurtured. The weapons and equipment in their hands revealed which of the 5 war god statues had the greater wealth. The war god statue Gu-Shi was staring at, besides holding a sword and shield in each hand, also had 3 red marks between its eyebrows. Gu-Shi had just heard this from the undead laborers transformed from the hydrated war god statue. This is the number of red armors the war god statue has successfully nurtured. While these red armors cannot be bound to the war god statue, they provide some support to the war god statue that nurtures them. Sometimes this can be the red armor path, or sometimes it can be the number of times the red armor is used. Even after nurturing a red armor, it will definitely not be kept, but the war god statue that nurtures it will at least receive some benefit. The man before him, wielding a sword and shield, with a red mark between his brows, was the first to lock onto Gu-Shi when he appeared. Gu-Shi naturally assumed this man was the initiator of this operation. At the man's gaze, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "You dare to look at me? You're the one who tricked my Corpse Mountain War God into attacking me. Then I kill you first." After locking onto the enemy, Gu-Shi immediately charged at the war god. This god of war was an older version. The quasi-red sword and shield he held had been replaced countless times. Seeing Gu-Shi charging towards him, the god of war's eyes lit up with joy, and he swung his longsword directly in Gu-Shi's direction. As the longsword slashed, a flash of countless carp leaped from the river behind him. Then Gu-Shi's vision blurred, and he felt as if he were trapped underwater, with carp blowing bubbles at him from all directions. However, Gu-Shi didn't need the leader of the goddesses to intervene. With a simple push of the ghost dragon's mighty hand behind him, all the carp turned and fled, as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Gu-Shi, however, had no intention of letting them go. The ghost dragon's mighty hand reached out, and grabbed the carp in the direction they fled. Then, the carp unexpectedly transformed into bubbles, and eventually, all the bubbles gathered together, forming a long sword that the ghost dragon's mighty hand grasped. Chapter 2840. After his sword was seized, the enemy war god didn't think twice, and hurled his shield towards Gu-Shi. However, before his shield could strike Gu-Shi, it was blocked by the Molten Crusher, holding a harp. The Molten Crusher, clutching the harp, struck the shield again and again. At the same time, the Bone Lightning Hand unleashed a blow against the war god himself. Since becoming the head of the goddesses, Gu-Shi has had more time to research various magics. Even without the aid of the Sky King of the Griffin Black Throne, Gu-Shi's current abilities in air magic would be no less impressive. This time, the Bone Lightning Hand employed a targeted lightning attack. Titan's Thunder. This move was personally developed by Gu-Shi. It combines the power of the Blood Plague, the Death Titan, and the Death Incarnate Titan with the strongest lightning force and air magic. Finally, combined with the effects of the legendary Necromancer's Lightning Halberd, a powerful lightning attack is created. This lightning attack is a single target attack. Because it targets only one enemy, the power of Titan's Thunder is immense. Furthermore, Titan's Thunder has significant bonuses against dragons, undead, giant creatures, metal creatures, elementals, and other beings. The power is even 10 to 100 times that of normal lightning. The God of War before us falls within the attack bonus range. If we only look at the God of War, his body, formed from a condensed soul, can be considered a spirit creature. With careful calculation, it's not a stretch to mistake him for a ghost. Add the God of War statue, and the towering object is undoubtedly a giant creature. If the two were viewed together, they could be treated as fake creatures, with the same lightning effect and enhanced attack. Most importantly, this person's attack was illusory. Those carp leaping from the water didn't even resemble a physical entity. No matter what, the Titan's Thunder was a natural nemesis against this God of War. When the dark purple lightning descended from the sky, the God of War, who was holding up his shield to block the attack of the Molten Crusher, didn't even have time to react. The lightning instantly sent the God of War flying, his body shattered on the spot. Then, a crack appeared on the surface of a nearby statue of the God of War. It seemed that this attack not only injured the God of War, but also affected his own statue. At this moment, the coordination of the other four gods of war paused noticeably. The power of that lightning bolt had been witnessed by all the gods of war. This attack had shattered their morale. It must be noted that the Titan's Thunder's attack had been targeted. Attacking the war gods would damage their avatars. Despite the numerous war god statues that make up the War God Alliance, less than 1/20th of them possess actual physical bodies. Once a war god statue has gathered enough luck, it can develop intelligence and, through the introduction of other war god statues, join the War God Alliance. With the help of the War God Alliance, these intelligences can quickly leave the war god statue's range and gather offline, just like the air or light balls currently surrounding them. However, forming a human form is not so simple. If you don't nurture your red armor to a certain level, or if you don't directly give the war god statue a red armor like Gushi did, then your path to a humanoid form will become increasingly difficult. The war god statue has developed many methods, but each one is closely related to red armor. For example, upgrading all of your orange armored guards to red armored guards will naturally create a humanoid form. Or simply giving the war god statue a red armored longsword or shield will also create a humanoid form. Or, even if you possess a mythic unit, you can also create a humanoid form. However, the various conditions and difficulties are numerous. Over the years, the War God Alliance has only had about 40 war gods with humanoid forms. All four of them have expended considerable effort to nurture their red armor and achieve such a humanoid form. Now, a bolt of lightning can instantly shatter your body. How can they possibly defend themselves? Faced with such a situation, they must find a way to escape. Not to mention, the lightning could also directly strike their avatars and injure their true forms. This was a truly fatal situation. If their avatars were destroyed, given their strength and sufficient chi, they could still create a new one. But if their true forms were lost, then they were doomed. They would then be truly dead. Even the slightest crack in their true forms wouldn't have to shatter them, and it would be fatal for them, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. Their safety was no longer guaranteed. Most importantly, the chi they had gathered would dissipate. Without luck, they were useless. The war gods glanced at each other, a thought flashing through their minds. Get out. They were merely here for an offline gathering. They weren't here to fight to the death. If there were benefits, they would certainly stay. But without them, they wouldn't stay. As for the one struck by the Titan's Thunder, what did that have to do with them? After all, Gushi's strike was truly accurate this time, his first strike targeting the organizer of this operation. It was he who had heard about the Corpse Mountain War God situation, and had him tricked out and brought here, intending to kill him and seize his cursed armor. He was the mastermind behind this operation, and the previously eliminated Water War God statue was the one who tricked the Corpse Mountain War God. Their elimination was justified. After Gushi eliminated these two, he only needed to stop looking for them. But they were taking things for granted. Every one of them now bore Gushi's mark. Even if they ran now, it would be useless. Not only would Death's Mane remember them, but the head of the goddesses would remember them too. Failure would require Gushi to eliminate a war god statue, and then he would know their whereabouts. As these men retreated rapidly, Gushi merely glanced up at them, then turned his full attention to the war god, who had just jumped out and been attacked. At this moment, the Corpse Mountain War God had just emerged from the spider web. He was filled with rage. He had been tricked, and in the end, Gushi had to come to his rescue. This was a huge loss of face. Now he had to redeem himself. The Corpse Mountain War God immediately locked onto a War God statue. He struck it with a single blow. Everything shattered. Chapter 2841. Everything shatters. This is the Cursed Armor's active attack skill, normally used to destroy city walls or large buildings. The Corpse Mountain War God has participated in several sieges, and this skill has proven quite effective. This time, however, the Corpse Mountain War God unleashed this ultimate move, targeting the nearest War God statue. As the incarnation of the War God statue, the Corpse Mountain War God knew exactly what the War God statue's most crucial element was. Isn't it their statue-like bodies? If this statue were shattered, they would truly be gone. In order to trap the Corpse Mountain War God statue, they had brought numerous War God statues. It would take some time for them to arrive, so naturally, they couldn't leave so easily. And this was the time difference the Corpse Mountain War God was exploiting. When Gushi attacked, the Corpse Mountain War God had already taken stock of the situation. Upon discovering that Gushi was only targeting one of the War God statues with his full-strength attack, the Corpse Mountain War God understood that Gushi was determined to eliminate every one of them, not to spare them all, but to kill them with a single blow. So, the Corpse Mountain War God naturally singled out one of the War God statues, and attacked it to death. Shattering all things is the path of the pure red armor. The Corpse Mountain War God was quite clear about this aspect. What was the core power, and what was the target of the attack? The Corpse Mountain War God was well versed in this. This attack didn't even go towards the War God, who had already taken human form, but directly struck the War God statue closest to him. Bang! 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After 3 consecutive strikes, the War God statue was actually broken in half. The War God corresponding to the statue visibly trembled, his form rapidly fading. This sight made Gushi's eyes light up. Kill them! Gushi knew full well that none of his 3 red armor pieces were suitable for dealing with statue-like enemies. On the contrary, the Corpse Mountain War God's move, all shattering, was a natural counter to War God statues. Gushi began to wonder if the War God Alliance had tricked the Corpse Mountain War God out to steal something, or if they wanted to destroy him immediately. However, Gushi didn't say so. After confirming the results of the Corpse Mountain War God's attack, Gushi and the Corpse Mountain War God divided the work. The Corpse Mountain War God would deal with the War God statues, while Gushi would deal with the War God's incarnations. With this combined effort, they instantly killed 3 of the War Gods in human form. The remaining 2 took advantage of Gushi and his men's killing foes to escape. As for the War God statues that hadn't taken human form, they had already fled. After all, compared to the fully human-shaped War God statues, these inhuman beings were more cautious. When Gushi attacked, they were already preparing to retreat. When the Corpse Mountain War God attacked, they had already quickly left the area. And some of the smarter ones had already begun severing ties with the War God Alliance. They had finally realized that the War God Alliance wasn't a good place. If all communication was online, it would be fine. At most, they could just exchange information. Offline activities were a trap. And a deep one that could get people killed. This time, they had gotten into quite a bit of trouble. If they hadn't run fast, they might not have even had a chance to escape. If this happens a few more times, none of them will survive. Why is this so difficult? Gushi ignored the fleeing War God statues. When Gushi arrived, he had marked every one of them. This time, no War God statue that appeared here could escape. No matter how powerful the beings behind them were, it would be useless. Gushi had plenty of time and means. For now, he had to deal with the 3 War Gods left behind. Of the 3 War Gods left behind by Gushi, one was the one being beaten by Gushi. He was the mastermind this time, and Gushi's Titan Thunder was constantly directed at him. The opponent's incarnation had already been struck so hard that it didn't dare to emerge from the War God statue, let alone fight back against Gushi. One of the remaining 2 War God statues was the first one selected by the Corpse Mountain War God. His body had been shattered by the Corpse Mountain War God's all-shattering attack, leaving only the nearly fading War God incarnation anxiously standing there. The other person had cast a spider web to entangle the Corpse Mountain War God and his statue. He had a chance to escape. After all, Gushi and the others were focused on the 2 War God statues. They hadn't noticed that others could have escaped if they had sacrificed something. But this person couldn't bear to part with his spider web. No, rather, he couldn't bear to part with the luck within it. He even considered collecting the web he had cast. It was for this reason that he was targeted by the Corpse Mountain War God, who had now taken some time off. The all-shattering attack is incredibly destructive against a war god statue. In the blink of an eye, the war god statue was blown apart. The scene was even more brutal than when the Corpse Mountain war god shattered a war god statue with 3 strikes. This time, all 5 strikes were combined, and instead of shattering the statue at the waist, the statue was shattered into fragments. In the end, only a human head remained of the war god statue. And the war god avatar of the war god statue wasn't in good shape either. With its main body gone, the war god statue's human form faded in color. In the blink of an eye, its body could no longer maintain its human form. At this moment, Gushi was the first to notice what was happening. He decisively ordered, "Corpse Mountain war god, finish them off." Gushi thought, 3 is enough. Take care of these 3 first, then go after the other war god statues. Gushi wouldn't withdraw his troops until he terrified that so-called war god alliance. After all, the main objective had been achieved. The Corpse Mountain war god had been rescued. Gushi didn't need to rush. He had plenty of time to attack each faction one by one. Gushi held the key to the cause, and the decision on whether to fight or negotiate rested entirely with him. If he encountered those who refused to yield, he would defeat them until they were convinced, or until they had no more vent to their anger. As for the moment, of course, the first thing to do was to deal with the 3 war god statues that hadn't escaped. They were already here, so none of them should flee. As Gushi spoke, he asked the Corpse Mountain war god to move to his side, so he could deal with the humanoid war god incarnation, which had faded to near invisibility due to the destruction of the war god statue. The Corpse Mountain war god, in turn, moved over to deal with the last war god statue that Gushi hadn't yet knocked down. Chapter 2842. Gushi and the Corpse Mountain war god worked together to quickly eliminate the 3 war god statues that hadn't escaped. After defeating the war god statues, Gushi unleashed a bloody path on the knights, released newly transformed undead laborers to gather intelligence, and used holy moonlight to clean up the battlefield. The Corpse Mountain war god watched eagerly from the side. Gushi couldn't help but smile at his expression. "Don't worry, we divide the materials after we return. This time, both you and the Corpse Mountain war god of Arida's city will receive plenty of materials. But now isn't the time to discuss this. We still need to investigate the enemy's location. There's still much work to do. You have to join in." The Corpse Mountain war god nodded repeatedly and, along with Gushi, inquired about the 3 undead laborers. From these 3 undead laborers, Gushi quickly learned the origins of the 3 war god statues. Of the 3 war god statues Gushi had taken down, the leader was naturally the one wielding a sword and shield, already nurturing 3 red garments. He was also the founder of the War God Alliance, and the organizer of this operation. What left Gushi speechless was the organization behind him. In Gushi's eyes, any powerful beings in the depths of the game were nothing more than portals. He had already offended one, so he didn't care about offending a few more. After all, this area was too far from Gushi's own. And Gushi's future focus would be on the real world. For Gushi, the depths of the game were merely a base and resource base. But the existence behind this war god statue left Gushi speechless. Gushi had never imagined that this war god statue was called the Demon Sealing War God statue. It had been placed deep within the game by the Celestials. As for how it was placed, the Demon Sealing War God statue didn't explain. He only knew that the city he was in was a demon sealing ground deep within the game by the Celestials. It was used to seal off the Celestials' mortal enemies. And who knows how many such sealing grounds there were in the game. Not to mention anything else, there were 7 in their district alone. And all 7 of them were interconnected, ensuring that no problems arose in any of the 7 sealed grounds. Thankfully, Gushi also received some good news from the undead laborer. That is, ordinary Celestial players were unaware of this. These sealed grounds were considered secret even among the Celestials. When the cities and wonders fell, not only was the Celestials' information erased, but so were the cities that fell into the depths of the game. Even their luck was cut off from the Celestials, having nothing to do with them. This was to ensure that such news would not spread, and that the suppressed enemies would not blame the Celestials. Hearing this, Gushi asked, "According to you, if I uproot these 7 sealed sites and release the suppressed beings, they won't know who sealed them?" The undead laborer pondered for a moment, then shook his head. They know they were sealed after the battle with the Celestials. They should know who their enemies are. But after being sealed away for so many years, I'm not sure if they still have the willpower to fight the Celestials. Even if they don't, we have to make them. Gushi's eyes lit up. At first, he thought he had no chance for revenge. Now his chance has arrived. The destruction of the Demon Sealing War God statue means there's something wrong with the Celestial Seal. Gushi can then find a way to release those sealed beings. Let them cause trouble for the Celestials. Gushi only needs to deal with these enemies deep within the game. Besides, the demon-sealing war god statue previously had the Celestials' backing. No wonder he has so much money. Not only does he have a complete set of swords and shields in his possession, he's also successfully nurtured 3 sets of red armor. In a city like this, there must be a lot of good stuff. The red armor might have been sent back to the Celestials. But the nurtured quasi-red armor should still be there. There was some. And there was still some information about the Celestials. After all, this city had come directly from them. Even though the Celestials had already severed ties with this city, the Celestials had to ensure that this city survived deep within the game. Otherwise, his suppression would have been in vain. Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes lit up. This was a chance to make a fortune. The Celestials might not even know about the existence of these 7 cities yet. And they weren't backed by some strange entity like a portal. At this point, Gushi could completely treat the demon-sealing war god statue as a 3-no enemy, ownerless, without background, and without external support. If he didn't defeat this enemy, what kind of enemy would he fight? The remaining 2, that isn't impossible. Compared to the demon-sealing war god statue, the remaining 2 war god statues are in a relatively worse situation. One is the Fate Network war god statue. After building a city deep within the game, a native obtained the war god statue's blueprints and constructed it piece by piece. As a result, during the construction process, the war god statue became linked to fate, and all of its luck was invested in it. Even the luck of the race behind the war god statue was invested, making it the poorest of the war god statues. The only benefit is that he has taken a different path from the war god statue. 2 of the 3 guards have reached the level of red guards, and all of them are researching destiny-related paths. If you attack them, the rewards you gain may not be significant, but the rewards for destiny will definitely be substantial. As for the one initially defeated by the Corpse Mountain war god, he's the most ordinary war god statue. He has an ordinary origin, an ordinary background, and the race behind him is also ordinary. The only unusual thing was that the shield he'd been nurturing had broken through, allowing the war god statue to transform into a humanoid form. Since then, he's been diligently participating in the War God Alliance's activities. He simply wanted another chance to improve himself. This time, during the battle against the Corpse Mountain war god, he was the most active. He focused on performing well, impressing the other bosses. As long as the bosses were willing to lend him a hand and provide him with more resources, he'd profit later. As a result, his performance had put him in a difficult position. Even the Corpse Mountain war god had to admit that he immediately attacked the war god because he performed so well in trapping him. It was as if he was the mastermind behind this operation. If the Corpse Mountain war god, who had finally escaped, didn't attack him, who else would he attack? In short, after this wave of attacks, the war god statue didn't gain anything, and he actually lost money. Chapter 2843. After thoroughly investigating the situation of the 3 enemies before him, the Holy Moonlight had already cleared the battlefield. Aside from the fragments of the war god statue that had been taken away, Gushi also poured a large amount of luck into the Temple of the Gods. All of this luck came from the war god statue's collection and suppression. Excluding some that was wasted, the luck harvested this time was quite substantial. Gushi couldn't quite determine the exact amount, but he felt that this amount was roughly equivalent to the luck produced by Chongshi Mountain over the past 2.5 years. And this was only the luck carried by the war god statue. Who knows how much more was suppressed at its base. In addition, a fist-sized ball of light was collected on the battlefield. There were only 3 of these balls of light in total, and they felt sticky when held in his hand. Gushi immediately recognized them as the spirits of the humanoid war god. Luck transformed into spiritual intelligence. Orange. The luck transformed into spiritual intelligence, derived from the wonderful war god statue, is the result of the spiritualization of luck. It can be used to strengthen the wonderful war god statue, transforming the war god statue's luck body into a humanoid form, and also increasing the number of orange-armed guards on the statue. We didn't encounter this situation when we previously attacked the water-transformed war god statue in the new White Stone City. We don't know if they didn't transform into humanoid forms, or if they were simply destroyed by Gushi. Regardless, this kind of thing is useful to Gushi now. Gushi doesn't need another Corpse Mountain war god from the Corpse Mountain war god statue in Victoria City. But having more orange-armed guards would be more useful to Gushi. Orange-armed guards provide Gushi with significant assistance, especially those who are already on the path to becoming red-armed guards. They are now considered one of Gushi's core combat forces. After clearing the battlefield, Gushi didn't immediately pursue. At this moment, Gushi's mind raced through several thoughts. Who to attack first, The 3 families whose war statues had been destroyed must be dealt with first. But within these 3 families, they also had to be dealt with first and last. Gu Shi's initial thought was to save the Celestial's demon-suppressing nail for last. But Gu Shi quickly shook his head. The Celestial City had to be taken first. The other 2 cities were right there, without support or backing, so even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. But the Celestial City was different. Who knew if what the undead laborer said was true? Had they truly lost contact with the Celestials? Gu Shi had no idea. Not to mention, there were 6 other similar cities. While it was certain that the wonders they possessed would be different, they would undoubtedly help each other. If they didn't take care of this city now, what if they escaped? Gu Shi didn't want to let such a big piece of cake go to waste. Gu Shi immediately made a decision. Attack the cities associated with the Celestials first. Gu Shi thought for a moment, and opened a city gate. Send this war god statue back first. You were ambushed when you came out, and then the war god statue was used to carry you out. You completely disgraced Qiguan. After you return, notify Destiny Compass and have him conceal this incident. Then hurry up, we help you avenge your death. The Corpse Mountain War God wanted to say that he had come here on his own, and that the Corpse Mountain War God statue had been dragged here by other means. But in the end, he opened his mouth and gave up. He couldn't bear the shame of being deceived by someone who had witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. After returning, he wouldn't be able to leave the house for at least 6 months. Gu Shi didn't take it too seriously. After identifying the enemy, he quickly passed on his orders. This time, the enemy was the Celestials. Although they were isolated soldiers, having fallen into the depths of the game, their ties with the Celestials cut off, and all information erased, the Celestials were still proud. As the 2 largest races in the real world, level 45 wasn't their limit, it was the starting point for their mastery. Also, upon reaching adulthood, each of them would acquire a piece of orange armor. Even in the depths of the game, this situation remained unchanged. Everyone would definitely have a piece of orange armor. In a place like this, it wouldn't matter if they didn't fight, but if they did, they would have to be extremely cautious. Under Gu Shi's orders, the regular troops, which had just returned to the city, were mobilized again, resting and replenishing their equipment and ammunition. Meanwhile, the heroes transformed by Yi Shuangfeng began to establish rapport with the various leaders. They had a feeling this would be a major battle, and they needed to demonstrate their abilities. They didn't want to be like the last time they attacked New White Stone City, where they fought for ages without success, and ultimately had to negotiate with the New White Stone City forces to secure victory. Such an incident would be a huge loss of face for them. They absolutely couldn't let it happen again. They had to fight swiftly, with great difficulty, and defeat the enemy from all sides, frontally, and flank by front. To achieve this, they had to maintain control of their forces. However, Gu Shi didn't completely trust them, and they weren't truly masters of battle strategy. There would always be others who matched or even surpassed them. So Gu Shi wouldn't just hand over control of all his troops. At this point, these heroes were devising their own strategies. They hoped to communicate with the leaders through their charisma. Nothing else was needed. Simply a word of advice would be heard during battle. They weren't trying to seize command, they simply wanted their words to be taken seriously. After all, opportunities for battle were fleeting, and if they ignored them, even if these heroes spotted them, it would be useless. Through these exchanges, these heroes quickly integrated themselves into the leaders' ranks, gradually gaining control. By this time, Gu Shi had already cleared the battlefield. This time, to save time, Gu Shi avoided any digging. After gathering most of his belongings, Gu Shi quickly left with the returning Corpse Mountain God. After opening a portal out of the game, Gu Shi immediately used the red line of the underworld to perform a space jump. This location in the game is considered the living world. Gu Shi had to transit through the underworld before he could jump to the city, where the Celestials had drifted deep within the game. This time, however, the jump to the underworld didn't take him to Gu Shi's own underworld, but to someone else's. As he made the jump, Gu Shi felt a distinct sense of strangeness in his surroundings. Why did this underworld before him seem so unlike the underworld? A huge sun in the sky, parched corpses, and vast expanses of desert. What kind of underworld was this? Chapter 2844. After 3 jumps, Gu Shi finally made it from the underworld to the territory of the demon-suppressing war god statue. These 3 jumps gave Gu Shi a nagging feeling. Is there really only one statue of the war god suppressing the demon-suppressing war god statue? When he jumped just now, the route kept deviating in various ways, and Gu Shi had a feeling that the power of the red dress was behind this. But now that he had finally arrived, Gu Shi had no intention of retreating. Standing about 40 kilometers from the city, Gushi looked at the city belonging to the Celestial Clan from afar. Gushi had only seen a few players of the Celestial Clan, and was not familiar with the architectural style of their cities. However, Gushi recognized the style of the city before him at a glance. This city was clearly a suppressive one. The entire city looked quite compact, with many buildings standing out in abrupt locations, looking as if they had been squeezed in. If Gushi hadn't paid attention, he might have missed a lot. But now, after a careful inspection, Gushi had finally grasped some clues. The Celestials truly value the objects sealed deep within the game. This demon-sealing war god statue wasn't the core of the city before them. The Celestials had divided the entire city into 9 districts, each housing a talisman similar to the demon-sealing war god statue. Besides these talismans, each district was dotted with numerous buildings resembling black swords. The tallest of these buildings was over 100 meters tall, the shortest over 10 meters. The towering buildings looked like countless long swords descending from the sky, piercing the earth. Furthermore, Gushi noticed that the city walls were covered in numerous iron chains, each about the thickness of a normal person's arm. These chains stretched from the top of the wall all the way to the bottom. If anyone attacked, they wouldn't need ladders or anything like that, they could simply climb up with these chains. But the people in the city didn't care at all. In their eyes, everything was normal. They had always lived this way, and didn't notice anything different. "Can you break the wall and the chains on it?" Gushi pointed at the wall in the distance, and asked the corpse mountain war god behind him. "Yes, anything that's a physical object can be destroyed." "Okay," I immediately draw their attention. "You find a way to destroy all the walls here. Remember all of them?" The corpse mountain war god didn't quite understand Gushi's request. If they were coming to attack the city, they could simply break down some of the walls. There was no need to destroy all the walls. But Gushi didn't see it that way. By this time, Gushi had already seen the various conditions of the city before him through the vision of the head of the goddesses. This city was built for suppression. The outermost walls were relatively intact, but the iron chains atop them were the source of energy for the suppression within the city. As long as these chains were in place, the black sword-like structures within the city would be effective. Even if these structures were destroyed, they would be rebuilt immediately. So to break through, all the outer chains must be removed first. Besides the corpse mountain god of war, there were a few others capable of doing this. Gushi had remobilized the corpse witches, and had sent for the alchemists. After calling the alchemists aside, Gushi addressed them directly. "I know you often make strange alchemical potions. I'm in need of a highly corrosive potion that can corrode metal, causing it to rot, rust, or even break." "Yes, sir, we do." Upon hearing Gushi's request, all the alchemists immediately complied. They truly had highly corrosive potions on hand. Because the alchemist's mission was to destroy enemy weapons and equipment. Among these weapons and equipment, armor was the easiest to destroy. After all, the potion would be effective if it could hit a large area. So they had researched many different potions, and they immediately produced them when Gushi asked. Gushi didn't inquire about the effects of their alchemical potions. Instead, he pointed at the cadaver troops before him and said, "Send the alchemical potions over. My request is simple. Have them blend it into the poisonous fog or poisonous cloud spell, and make it rain. Rain like crazy. My request is simple. Corrode all those chains over there. You may begin brewing the potion now." Upon Gushi's command, the alchemists sprang into action. Some set up their potions, some began mixing their medicines, and some even ran to the nearby cadavers to find out what kind of poisonous fog or poisonous cloud they could use. Only then could they brew the most appropriate potion. Meanwhile, Gushi wasn't idle either. He began moving in all directions, deploying city gates and troops. This was a must before the battle began. After all, the battlefield before him was deep within the game, not a siege game where the battles were fought in one location at a time. To attack a city, one must at least surround it first. At the very least, one must cut off the city's internal supplies. This wasn't like the game where catapults dropped a few rocks and then charged in through the destroyed city walls. Even Gushi knew that such a plan wasn't logical. For a city this large, if Gushi deployed troops from only one location, it would take him about a day to completely encircle the city. That would create all sorts of problems. Gushi might as well just run around the city himself. At the speed of the evil coffin, a full circle would take about an hour and a half. Gushi could easily deploy the city gates and dump trucks while the evil coffin was moving. This would shorten the time it takes his troops to deploy to about 4 hours. Gushi could launch an attack on the city today. At the very least, he could catch it off guard. If all went well, Gushi could completely resolve the battle before reinforcements arrived. Of course, there was a prerequisite. There were no red suits in the city. If there were, Gushi would have to start a new battle. While he wouldn't lose, it would be somewhat troublesome. At the very least, it would take longer. If reinforcements arrived, the battle would become a protracted one, and the situation would be completely different. Thinking of this, Gushi's gaze towards the city shifted slightly. I hope this time everything goes well. Chapter 2845. Although Gushi was worried, he deployed the city gates and dump trucks at a remarkably rapid pace. In just about an hour, Gushi had already deployed his troops around the city. This time, because the enemy's situation was unclear, Gushi even contacted the city of Aridov, asking them to deploy more troops and prepare for any potential trouble. By the time Gushi returned to his starting position, the alchemists had already prepared some of the alchemical potions. The necromancers who had emerged earlier had already injected these potions into their poisonous clouds and mists. Meanwhile, the Corpse Mountain War God had also prepared for battle. As Gushi's temporary red-clad boss, he had actually begun to develop a sense of purpose. Although the cursed armor was red, and could be considered normal red, the Corpse Mountain War God understood that its power was of a lesser quality. Aside from the Blood Mist curse, which was a legitimate cursed armor power, none of the other three paths were related to cursed armor. Even with the Blood Mist curse, mastering it required brains. He couldn't just rush in whenever he encountered something, as he had before. While Shattered Everything could tear down a wall quickly, large-scale demolition required skill. While Gushi deployed his troops, the Corpse Mountain War God was also studying the wall. He was searching for a key point. If he demolished this point, the entire surrounding wall would collapse. Of course, this kind of thing required personal research by an architect to determine the details. The Corpse Mountain War God could only make out a rough outline. But even this rough estimate was enough for the Corpse Mountain God of War. According to his estimate, he only needed about 7 uses of the all-shattering technique to take down this section of the city wall. Of course, if it involved the entire city wall, he might need more. But it wasn't a difficult task. With the red suit in action, he remained highly secure on the battlefield without the other red suit. And the all-shattering technique's attack range was quite wide. This task wasn't difficult. When Gushi returned, the Corpse Mountain God of War immediately asked, "Sir, when do we begin?" "Wait 3 more hours." Gushi checked the time. The city gates and dump trucks had only just been deployed, and the main force wasn't fully in place. While he knew time was of the essence, rushing into a project could easily lead to problems. Gushi wasn't the type to rush. He wouldn't deploy all his men on the off chance that the enemy was weaker. He would only attack once he was fully prepared. Meanwhile, within the city, the mayor had already noticed the arrival of Gushi's troops. After all, Gushi's troops weren't far from the city. A distance of approximately 30 kilometers would take a normal person only a few hours. For some powerful troops, 30 kilometers might be less than 10 minutes. At such a short distance, if it were just 1 or 2 people, they might not pay much attention. But with the entire army deployed, they would be truly foolish if they didn't react. At this point, the city's high-ranking officials quickly gathered. Besides the normal troop deployments, they were also discussing the current situation. Because Gushi's appearance was quite sudden, they had no idea of his background. They only knew that the number of troops Gushi had deployed exceeded the normal siege force. These troops were about to exceed 10 million. This number was nearly double the city's population. Most importantly, the city wasn't entirely populated by players or soldiers. A large portion were ordinary civilians. They were incapable of fighting. If a real fight broke out, the total number of troops and players they could mobilize would be 60 to 70,000, which would be quite impressive. These troops could hold the city walls, but once the fighting reached the level of street fighting, they would be completely helpless. They were severely understaffed. Not to mention sending troops out of the city to attack Gushi before his troops could gather. Faced with this situation, the top brass were contemplating how to deal with it. "Lord City Lord, right now, we shouldn't be investigating who brought the enemy here. If we delay any longer, the enemy will invade." "That's right. Now's not the time to delay. We must find a way to eliminate these enemies." "How? Didn't you see how quickly they're dispatching their troops? Kill this batch, and there will be another." "Stop arguing. I know what you mean. You just want to retrieve our ancestral artifact, don't you? I agree to this, but the blood sacrifice materials can't just be provided by me alone, you must also contribute. Or, let's just die together. I don't believe my child won't be able to escape." "Okay, then." "That's right, we're not afraid. We provide the materials for the blood sacrifice." With these high-ranking officials speaking in groups of 3 or 4, they finally settled the matter. The so-called ancestral artifact they were holding was actually the Celestial Tribe's last resort. After all, the city was suppressing the Celestial Tribe's greatest enemy. The Celestial Tribe themselves weren't confident relying solely on a few wonders to suppress the city. But leaving the red suit behind wouldn't work either. If that were the case, the Celestial Tribe's immense effort to launch the city into the depths of the game, and then erase all information would have been in vain. So, the Celestial Tribe had a backup plan. In times of danger, the city's high-ranking officials could borrow a piece of red suit from the Celestial Tribe through a blood sacrifice. The reason for borrowing the red suit was the ancestral artifact. This was to prevent those in the city from discovering their connection to the Celestial Tribe and developing unnecessary suspicions. The use of this ancestral artifact was subject to strict regulations. Unless the city is about to be destroyed, they have absolutely no other options, and they have the consent of all 9 families within the city. They can only initiate this blood sacrifice. The blood sacrifice's sole purpose is to signal to the Celestials that the city can no longer withstand this. You must find a way to come and deal with it, and prevent the suppressed enemies below from escaping. As for the residents of the city, they truly have no regard for them. Of course, during external publicity, the Celestials will still drop a piece of red armor. But the status of the red armor will be random, and neither the binding nor the control will be in the hands of the city's residents. Even the red armor cannot be controlled. At best, it can only protect the city from destruction. Finally, everything in the city will have to be cleansed again. In fact, if these so-called ancestral artifacts were not used, these high-ranking officials would at least have a glimmer of hope. Once used, they would have no way out. Unfortunately, the Celestials wiped out all the information so thoroughly that the people within the city had no idea what they were facing. They thought that this ancestral artifact was a life-saving straw. Chapter 2846. Gushi hadn't noticed the situation in the city. After all, this trip was a spur-of-the-moment decision. The fact that Shea had been able to gather some information about New White Stone City was already quite impressive. As for the conversations within the city, Shea wasn't a god. How could she possibly have known that? At this point, Gushi continued to proceed according to his own procedures. Under Gushi's command, after 4 hours, all the troops were in place, and Gushi's undead forces began pressing towards the city from all sides. As the undead forces attacked, the Corpse Mountain War God also took action. While 4 hours wasn't enough time for him to circle the city walls, he could still cover most of them. The Corpse Mountain War God knew exactly where to strike, and where it would be most convenient. At Gushi's command, the Corpse Mountain War God marched out on his own. Then he unleashed his all-shattering attack, striking the foundation of the city wall. The Corpse Wizards, armed with alchemical potions, then activated their abilities, pouring the potion into their poisonous clouds. Now, this poisonous cloud had drifted over the city, awaiting the bloody storm's wave of lightning. As Gushi's troops began to move, a large number of troops also appeared on the city walls. Gushi could tell at a glance that this force was composed of regular troops and players. The regular troops were numerous, primarily consisting of crossbowmen and mages. In addition to these ranged units, there were also some crusaders armed with swords and shields. It was clear that the people in the city actually had a good understanding of city defense, knowing which troops are most effective when defending a city. Players have more classes. Gushi could see many of them with just a quick glance. Of course, no matter how many times a player's class changes, it's still just a few basic variations. There aren't any unusual special classes like the Arrow Tower Hunter. Gushi also noticed something else. The players in this city have some traces of the celestial race, but upon closer inspection, it's clear they strayed too far from the celestial race. The traces of the celestial race on them are so faint they're almost invisible. Their connection to the celestial race has been completely erased. Their relationship with the celestial race is even worse than that of the celestial race's lackeys. At least if something happened to one of these lackeys, the celestial race might still help them. If these players were eliminated, the celestial race would likely just sigh and send in new players. They wouldn't seek revenge for them. Gushi glanced at the players' faces and said calmly, "They're about to encounter a bloody disaster." As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the bloody disasters who had been standing by him, awaiting the attack signal, all raised their heads, as if Gushi was referring to them. At that moment, Gushi's undead troops came into direct contact with the enemy. Before the attack began, Gushi had clearly laid out his plan. How his men were to attack, where to attack, and how to strike. Everything was clearly planned. Gushi didn't need to think too much. At this moment, Gushi only needed to focus on the situation inside the city, preventing the enemy from making a move with their red armor, and moving forward to disrupt the situation. With the sound of several impacts and explosions, the battle began. The impact of the shattering force immediately shook off a section of the city wall. As the wall collapsed, the poisonous cloud transformed into rain and fell to the ground. The chains that had fallen to the ground due to the collapse of the wall began to rust and rot under the influence of the rain. In the blink of an eye, many chains were broken into several pieces. The players inside the city rushed forward to intervene upon seeing this. But as they rushed out, they were met by Gushi's troops. Although each of these players had taken out orange equipment, their numbers were far too small. Gushi's troops were regular troops with 10 victories under their belts, each a veteran of battle. Even if there was a slight equipment gap, they wouldn't be afraid. After all, they were so numerous. If one wasn't enough, 10 would attack together. If 10 isn't enough, then 20. With no frontal foothold, then a multidimensional attack would be launched. The key, after all, is to prevent the enemy from reacting. Under this attack, many players who tried to rescue the chains were immediately killed. Meanwhile, Gushi's troops took this opportunity to charge into the city. With Gushi's troops charging into the city, the pressure suddenly shifted to the enemy. They had originally planned well to use the height of the city walls to intercept Gushi's troops, then use ranged units to attack the vulnerable targets below. With a prolonged battle, even the largest number of troops could be annihilated. But they never expected their walls to be so useless, crumbling so quickly. This put an end to their plan. Everyone understood that once they entered the city, the walls would be useless. Gushi's troops could storm the walls from the city at any moment. At that point, the ranged troops on the walls would become prime targets. This would instantly change the offense and defense. So the defending generals immediately gave the order, retreat into the city and engage in street fighting. This also gave the Corpse Mountain War God a good opportunity. When the Corpse Mountain War God was destroying the city walls before, he had to consider the occasional arrows and magic attacks from the enemies on top. While this was not a big deal for the Corpse Mountain War God, it was still a bit of a hassle. Now that these troops had retreated, the situation was different. Without anyone attacking the Corpse Mountain War God, he could move even faster. And at this time, Gushi's alchemists had come up with something else. That was the alchemical potion, freshly brewed but not yet bottled. The necromancers casting the poison cloud spell were already working at full capacity, but they couldn't match the alchemist's output. So the alchemist thought for a moment, and decided to forego bottling the potion altogether. Instead, he had some undead troops carry the entire pot away, rush to the city wall, and pour it onto the iron chains. At this point, the battle situation was under Gushi's control. Even if some undead troops were assigned to carry the potion, it wouldn't have any impact. On the contrary, pouring the potion directly onto the iron chains would cause significant damage, accelerating Gushi's attack on the city. This was exactly what Gushi had hoped for. Just as Gushi was observing the situation, smiling happily, a red light suddenly emanated from the city center. Chapter 2847. Here they come! Gushi's eyes froze at the sight of the red light emanating from the city. He had been waiting for the present moment. Since the enemy's red-clad warrior hadn't appeared, Gushi hadn't dared to relax. Even if the city was destroyed, Gushi still had to consider whether he was being targeted, and when the enemy's red-clad warrior would arrive. Now that the red-clad warrior had finally appeared, Gushi's anxiety was finally at ease. It was good that she had emerged. As long as she had, it meant that the most crucial step in this matter had been completed. The rest of the matter was on track. At least she didn't have to worry about being caught off guard by the present while he was busy with other things. At this moment, Gushi took off immediately, the evil coffin reaching maximum speed, and rushed towards the center of the city. Now that the red-clad warrior had appeared, it was time to engage in a fight with the red-clad enemy. Any other battles were merely icing on the cake. As long as he could defeat this red-clad enemy, the round would be secure. He could even snatch a red suit back. After all, Gushi's exclusive red suit might not have much attack power, but it was definitely enough to protect him from enemy bindings. By then, Gushi would have another red suit in his possession. With this thought in mind, the evil coffin moved a bit faster. However, the battle within the city was still ongoing. Even with the evil coffin's speed, it would take time to reach the center. This gave Gushi time to survey his surroundings. At this point, Gushi entered the city from the destroyed side of the wall. Gushi's troops had already reached a relatively deep position within the area. Gushi also noticed that while the troops in the area were engaged in street fighting, they were primarily defending the buildings that resembled black swords. It was clear that they knew what they needed to defend within the city, and what they could build later. Gushi didn't even bother to look at this situation. Whenever his men saw Gushi approaching, they would proactively help him clear the way. However, Gushi also witnessed the wonder of this area. This area wasn't home to the demon-sealing god of war statue. The wonder here was a pool. The pool wasn't small, covering an area of approximately 600 or 700 acres. The water was crystal clear, and as one passed by, one could see colorful stones within. Although he didn't know the origin of this wonder, as the evil coffin passed by, Gushi could clearly sense the strong aura of good fortune within it. In particular, Gushi's head of the goddesses seemed eager to fly into the lake. In the end, however, the head of the goddesses didn't act this way. Instead, she followed Gushi, heading towards the source of the red light. Gushi naturally sensed this situation, and had memorized the location of this pool. After this battle, Gushi would definitely take this pool away. After all, anything the head of the goddesses coveted was likely to have valuables. Just as Gushi was about to increase his speed, the head of the goddesses suddenly moved on his own. A beam of moonlight fell directly on Gushi. Though he didn't know what was happening, Gushi immediately followed the head of the goddess's instructions and relaxed, allowing the mane of death to drag him out. After being dragged some distance away, Gushi realized that someone had suddenly appeared in the pool where he had been. This person was different from the other players in the city. He had distinct celestial characteristics. His skin was white, but above his neck, it had turned a deep red. He was a red-faced celestial, one of the top 2 celestials, having progressed from white-skinned and red-necked. For the top 2 celestials, a red face signifies melee or physical attacks, while a red brow signifies ranged or magical attacks. This was easy to distinguish. These top 2 celestials often possess skills beyond their rank. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they wore red clothing. After all, celestials who reached the top 2 came from prominent families. As soon as this person appeared, Gushi recognized him. At the same time, his attention immediately shifted to his attire. When a powerful enemy appeared, Gushi naturally wanted to determine his class. To determine how best to fight him. Unexpectedly, this Celestial Clan player's reaction was much faster than Gushi's. As he emerged from the pool, he immediately lunged towards Gushi. As he rushed forward, a long black staff appeared in his hand. As soon as the staff appeared, Gushi saw through the eyes of the head of the goddesses that it was a special red item. The reason this red item was considered special was because its upper and lower limits were clearly defined. From the head of the goddess's perspective alone, this black staff seemed to be a special red item. But from Gushi's perspective, it looked like just an ordinary red item. The difference here is enormous. This situation left Gushi speechless. But Gushi quickly realized. The black staff held by this celestial being wasn't a true red suit. He had borrowed equipment from a dedicated red suit path. Thinking about it this way, Gushi understood. Red suits can lend their attack counts and paths to others. This was clearly borrowing all 4 paths from the dedicated red suit. However, since these paths were borrowed, even if combined, it was impossible to determine if it counted as red suit. If you say it counts as red suit, then everything is borrowed. If you say it doesn't count as red suit, then there are 4 red suit paths. So it can only be mixed between pseudo-red suit and ordinary red suit. And because the original starting point of the red suit is the dedicated red suit, Gushi felt that this red suit had a clear upper and lower limit. At the same time, upon his appearance, Gushi understood that the Celestials weren't disregarding the city's affairs. Rather, they were using other methods to manage the city before them. Just as the city was about to be destroyed, their men arrived. And they brought red clothing with them. As for why they were wearing red clothing, Gushi could understand. The Celestials were avoiding the city. The Celestials absolutely didn't want too many people targeting the city. After all, this city existed to suppress the Celestials' mortal enemies. If too many people targeted this city, they might destroy it without the Celestials noticing. If the city was destroyed, a few casualties wouldn't be a big deal. If the Celestials' mortal enemies were released, that would be a huge joke. So, the Celestials' attitude towards the city before them was to protect what they should protect, and avoid what they should avoid. Chapter 2848. While Gushi was sizing up this celestial player was also sizing up Gushi. As soon as Gushi appeared, the celestial players knew he was the overall commander of this operation. Besides everything else, Gushi's player identity, coupled with the presence of the head of the goddesses behind him, made it clear that he was a red armor player. In the eyes of celestial players, possessing red armor and not possessing red armor were 2 completely different things. Without red armor, even at level 60, one was just an ordinary person. Perhaps you mastered your profession to a high level. Perhaps you're a rare genius within your profession. But without red armor, you're nothing. Without red armor, players can't even enter the red armor game. Many of the game's hidden secrets remain untraceable. In those days, players were always just players, unable to escape the limitations imposed by the game. But with red armor, things were different. With red armor, no matter your level, you could enter the red armor game. Outside of the game, red gear can protect you from being instantly killed by ordinary dangers. This alone is enough to satisfy many people. This Celestial Clan player has reached level 60, yet he hasn't even acquired his own red gear. He only wears a temporary red gear whenever he goes on a mission. Even so, his status within the Celestial Clan is quite high. Looking at the leader of the goddesses behind Gushi, he felt a surge of anger. I'm a Celestial Clan expert, a descendant of two prominent families, and my ancestors are quite fond of me. And yet, I don't even have a red gear, and you, an ordinary player fit only for the depths of the game, whose race I don't even know, dare to possess a piece of red gear. You already planned your own death. Thinking of this, the Celestial player took a step forward, raising a long black staff and striking at Gushi. When he saw the Celestial player's crimson face, Gushi knew he was going for a melee physical attack. Gushi wasn't surprised at the Celestial player's proactive attack. A large door composed of netherworld petals immediately appeared behind Gushi, and then numerous red threads emerged from the door, wrapping around Gushi's body. Seeing this, the Celestial player's movements paused noticeably. As a Celestial player, he possessed considerable experience, and he immediately recognized the nature of the door behind Gushi. Double red armor resonated. What the hell? The Celestial player's eyes immediately turned crimson. He understood that the current situation was beyond his control. He had to pass on this information. But just as the Celestial player was about to share what he'd seen, he suddenly felt stuck. His hands were clearly no longer able to hold the long black staff that had transformed into red equipment. Looking down, he saw numerous scars on his hands, each one severing a muscle and affecting his strength. What's going on? When was I attacked? The Celestial player didn't actually know that Gushi's attack wasn't actually an escape attempt, but rather, leveraging the resonance of the two red equipment to intersect with the Celestial player's attack. Gushi had a single thought. As long as the Celestial player appeared on the battlefield, it wouldn't change his fate. Whether he appeared intact or injured, even seriously wounded and near death, as long as he showed up on time, there would be no problem. The Celestial player's deployment was definitely not through a passage where they could be retrieved at any time. This passage was most likely a one-way passage. In this one-way passage, no matter how hard Gushi attacked, the enemy would have no way of escaping. That's why Gushi made this decision immediately. Judging from the current situation, the effect was exceptionally good. After suffering so many wounds, the Celestial player immediately reached out to hold his wounds. But at this moment, a strong wind blew nearby, and many petals of the Nether Spirit flower automatically flew up. Seeing these Nether Spirit petals, the Celestial player immediately raised his hands. Even though he didn't have the strength to hold the long staff, he had to protect himself first. After completing this action, the Celestial player realized that he had acted on instinct. This was actually the effect of Gushi's attack on the Celestial player in Destiny. In Destiny, Gushi resorted to a ruthless tactic to severely injure the Celestial player. When the petals of the Ghost Flower were almost touching the Celestial player, he activated the Knight's Blood Path. Then, 761 Emperors rushed out of the Knight's Blood Path. Although Yi Xuanfeng's attack power wasn't the strongest, he had obtained red equipment, after all. And with over 700 of them here, while their levels varied, they were definitely stronger than the Black Blood Knights. Under a wave of attacks, each Imperial Knight successfully stabbed the Celestial player with a spear. If it weren't for the unchangeable fate of the past, this Celestial player might have perished on the way here. Now, the petals of the Ghost Spirit flower fluttered again, and the Celestial player instinctively sensed that Gushi was about to use that move again. At this moment, he naturally ignored his wounds and raised his long staff to block himself. At the same time, he had already made up his mind. If Gushi appeared, he would not hesitate to activate the attack effect of his red armor, and at least hit Gushi first. After the attack, he would immediately leave and bring the news back to the Celestial clan. After all, it was clear that this was a premeditated, targeted attack. Someone must have discovered the Celestial clan's weakness, and came here specifically to attack the city. If it weren't for this reason, why would someone send a player with 2 red armors here? After all, even among the Celestial clan, there were not many players with 2 red armors. This was definitely a conspiracy by the Myriad Spirits. Yes, the Myriad Spirits. In the eyes of the Celestials, players were categorized into 3 types: Myriad Spirits, Celestials, and others. Gu Shi, who was clearly not a celestial, and whose race was difficult to identify, yet possessed a pair of red armor, was undoubtedly a myriad spirit. Furthermore, this location was a well-kept secret by the Celestials. If they weren't from the myriad spirits, why would they specifically seek this place out? Thinking of this, the celestial player quickly suppressed his chaotic thoughts, bit open the capsule he had been holding in his mouth, and with great effort, grasped the long black staff with both hands. He struck the nether spirit flower that was approaching him. Just then, Gu Shi appeared behind the celestial player. "You're already dead?" Chapter 2849. Hearing Gu Shi's words, the celestial player paused. He was about to say, "Who do you think you are? You're already dead. Why didn't you tell me your Death Star was flashing?" But then a thought struck him. "No, this is a double red armored enemy. We can't be careless." Thinking, the celestial player spun around, slamming the black staff behind him. At the same time he roared, "Shatter the sky!" Gu Shi, appearing behind the celestial player, was immediately dragged away by the death mane. Then, the surrounding space cracked like shattered glass, followed by a loud explosion. Most of the buildings in the city were shattered by the sound. Everything within that area, including the city's players and troops, as well as the undead troops Gu Shi had sent charging, was shattered. After completing this strike, the celestial player clearly wanted to make another move, but when he raised the black staff, he felt as if his hand had lost all strength. The celestial player then remembered Gu Shi's words. "You're already dead?" Could this be true? The celestial player tried to move again, to unleash the power of the black staff, but found that blood had already flowed all over his arm. His palm was soaked with blood, so slippery that he could no longer hold the black staff. The black staff fell heavily from his grasp to the ground. The next moment, the celestial player saw countless nether spirit flower petals swarming towards him, attempting to wrap around the black staff. At the same time, a ray of moonlight descended from the sky. But the celestial player smiled. "It's useless. You can't steal my red armor." The celestial player's face paled, his once crimson face turning white, with only a hint of dark red still lingering around his neck. At the same time, a blue streak appeared between his eyebrows. It looked as if his eyes were trying to open. "Finally, I failed, but I memorized everything about you. The Celestials will find you." A final thought flashed through the celestial player's mind, and he fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, the black iron rod wrapped in the nether spirit flower instantly turned to black ash and vanished from Gu Shi's sight. There was no binding protection, but no red armor remained either. It was clear that this black iron rod was a disposable item. After distributing it to the celestial players, they could use the long black rod as red armor, and it was quite powerful. But once the celestial player dies, everything on the black staff will be reclaimed. Not even Gu Shi can prevent the black staff's return. All Gu Shi can do is cleanse it with holy moonlight before it returns. He doesn't know if it has erased some of Gu Shi's information. But even if it hasn't, Gu Shi doesn't care. "If you dare, come to the depths of the game and fight me." With this thought in mind, Gu Shi appeared beside the celestial player's corpse. He reached out and pressed on the corpse, confirming that it was dead, then turned to look at the surroundings. With that single blow from the celestial player, everything nearby had been shattered into thumb-sized fragments. The fragments initially flew high into the air, but when Gu Shi arrived, they had all fallen to the ground. Gu Shi glanced at the area, and an aura of infinite resurrection unfolded, allowing his undead troops to rise from the debris. However, all the buildings were destroyed. Also destroyed was the pool that had been so favored by the head of the goddesses. What a shame it was that such a wonderful wonder was gone. Gu Shi didn't take the wonder too seriously. After his men climbed back from the ground, he focused more on the ground that had just been blown apart. Gu Shi had clearly witnessed the power of the celestial player's attack. If the fragments hadn't fallen to the ground, filling it up again, a pit at least 30 meters deep would have appeared before him. But it was only then that Gu Shi discovered that below 30 meters underground, the entire city was made of a mixture of half metal and half stone. The reason they called it half metal, half stone was because Gu Shi had already picked up tiny fragments from the ground. These fragments resembled obsidian, shimmering with a metallic sheen yet possessing the hardness of stone. Because there were so many of them, so many that they could be mistaken for dirt, there was no limit to their properties. Gu Shi could only make his own guesses. This confirmed the half-metal, half-stone nature of these stones. From the moment he saw it, the entire underground of this city was filled with this kind of material. It was easy to imagine what the Celestials were guarding against. Who knows how much deeper we have to go? Gu Shi threw the stone back into the pit, no longer interested. For now, Gushi still planned to eliminate the enemies in the city first. He also wanted to take a look at the city center. The celestial players had just appeared after the red light. Gushi wanted to go over and see if there were any passages in the city that could be used to summon celestial players down. There was still much to do, and Gushi didn't want to waste too much time here. Continue your attacks. Once everything is settled, send someone to clean up the battlefield, Gushi said as he released the evil coffin. After jumping onto the evil coffin, Gushi immediately retargeted the city center. By then, every one of the high-ranking officials in the city center was dead. They had never expected that the blood sacrifice wouldn't simply accept whatever they offered. The Celestials had left behind a blood sacrifice passage, but they absolutely didn't want any connection to the city. Once the blood sacrifice channel is used, the person who opened it must be immediately eliminated. These high-ranking officials were unaware of this, believing their ancestors' artifacts could save their lives. They had never considered that when the Celestials descended, they would be the first to be eliminated. Then, they would wipe out all humans in the city, even all auras, and then replace them with a new batch of players with modified memories. So when Gushi arrived, he saw a strewn with corpses and a teleportation channel that hadn't fully retracted. Facing this blood-red channel, which looked like a portal, Gushi suddenly had an idea. I believe someone would be very interested in such a channel. Chapter 2850. As Gushi observed the passage before him, it was rapidly shrinking. It was clear that after sending the person in, the passage would wait for a response from the celestial players. But this wait wouldn't be too long, at most an hour. For the Celestials, if they couldn't finish a piece of red armor in an hour, then even longer wouldn't be enough. At that point, they would have to resort to other means. Leaving such a transmission channel would actually be disadvantageous to the Celestials. Of course, Gushi didn't need to consider these matters. The transmission channel before him gave him an idea. He flicked his finger, and another spirit flower floated into the passage. However, since the Celestials dared to set up such a passage, they naturally had corresponding methods. As the nether spirit flower entered the passage, Gushi immediately felt the influence of 7 or 8 different roads. Although these red roads were only at the power level, their sheer number and speed were so great that the nether spirit flower couldn't react. Just as Gushi sensed something was amiss, the nether spirit flower he thrown into the tunnel vanished. At the same time, the tunnel sensed an intrusion and began shrinking and closing at a significantly faster rate. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Gushi acted immediately. A ray of moonlight shone into the tunnel. This momentarily heightened his suspicions about the existence behind the tunnel. The next moment, the tunnel vanished before Gushi's eyes with a puff. If it weren't for the corpses strewn across the ground, Gushi would have thought what he seen was an illusion. Fortunately, the divine moonlight hadn't been wasted. The last of the divine moonlight had successfully flowed into the channel, leaving Gushi with a location. This meant that Gushi could open this teleportation channel once on his own. As for whether he could get through once it was opened, or how long it would last, that was none of Gushi's business. After all, Gushi had some ideas, but he wasn't completely out of his mind. No one challenged the entire celestial race. Right now, Gushi simply wanted revenge. After confirming his backup plan, Gushi immediately raised his hand, and the main gate of Arida's city appeared. Behind the main gate, a large number of transport troops were waiting. After all, this was Gushi's first battle, and he would need personnel to clean up the battlefield afterwards. Luna and Catherine always prepared everything early, awaiting the battle's conclusion. But this time, Gushi had released his men beforehand. As soon as the transport troops appeared, Gushi pointed at the city before him, which had not yet been conquered. You have only 3 objectives this time. In each of the districts under attack, there's a wonder. My requirements are that if you can move it, if you can't, demolish it and take the materials back. Also, the wonders contain a large amount of luck, which must also be transported. Also, all of the black sword-like buildings here must be demolished. Leave none behind. We don't want the demolished materials either, send them all outside the city. This matter is urgent. Wherever you see the fighting is over, proceed immediately. Don't delay a moment. Finally, it's the ground itself. This time, it depends on your skills. After demolishing all the black sword-like buildings, dig down along the ground. Dig as deep as you can, dig as fast as you can. I will dig through this city in the shortest possible time. Hearing Gushi's order, the transport troops immediately sprang into action. This mission was actually quite simple, because Gushi's instructions stipulated that many items here didn't need to be returned to Aridavi city. This saved a lot of transportation time. The transport troops only needed to dismantle everything in the city, and then transport the items outside. Also, although the fighting was still going on, the situation was actually under control. At least the several districts that Gu Shi had fought his way through had been captured. The transport troops' safety was guaranteed. So, Gu Shi's orders weren't actually that difficult for them. After hearing Gu Shi's instructions, they quickly sprang into action. Gu Shi, meanwhile, shifted his attention to the battles in other districts. However, from the perspective of his soldiers, Gu Shi was more focused on inspecting the wonders of each district. The Celestials were quite happy to invest resources in a city like this, designed to seal their mortal enemy. Although their ties with the city had been severed, their investments remained substantial. Aside from the demon sealing war god statue destroyed by Gu Shi and the pool destroyed by the celestial players, the remaining wonders remained relatively well preserved. Gu Shi simply took a quick tour of the temporarily pacified area and discovered that each one was more beautiful than the next. Just like the wonder before him. Gu Shi couldn't believe someone could pull out tiger fangs and build a bridge. What left Gu Shi speechless was that all the tiger fangs used to build this bridge came from a single tiger, especially the two central pillars, which were made from a pair of tiger fangs. Looking at the pillars, which were at least 30 meters tall, Gu Shi pondered a question. Is this a tiger? What tiger has a pair of fangs 40 or 50 meters long? Even saber-toothed tigers wouldn't do that. And the bridge's location is inappropriate. The previous pond was at least a pond, but this bridge doesn't even have a plot. There's no river or anything, and it's not an overpass. So why not build a flyover or an elevated highway? You have nothing, yet you just put a bridge here. You're even squeezing space from the bridge to make more room in the city. Who are you looking down on? If the bridge before him is one of those grand and bizarre wonders, then the wonder in another part of the city leaves Gu Shi even more speechless. This wonder is part of a complex of architectural wonders. The wonder before him is a square, wasp nest-like city within a city. The entire wonder covers an area of approximately 2 or 3 hectares, comprised of approximately 300 high-rise buildings. These buildings are approximately 30 stories high, with almost no extra space between them. Opening a window, one can touch the wall of the opposite building. And that's not all. Illegal expansions have encroached on the remaining space. Even during the day, there's barely any light here. And that wasn't the most speechless thing. What truly struck Gu Shi as unusual about this wonder before him was the sheer number of over 50,000 people crammed into it. They are created by the power of destiny, not the city's residents or combat troops. Their sole purpose is to enliven the wonder before them, thereby absorbing the wandering power of destiny. Chapter 2851. The early deployment of the transport troops was a wise decision. When Gu Shi's troops captured the city, the first few districts had already been demolished. As Gu Shi had instructed, this time the transport troops primarily removed the wonders. They didn't collect any of the remaining construction debris. Even the collected bodies weren't rushed back, but were left in the open space outside the city. Under their supervision, most of the black sword-shaped buildings in the city were demolished, and their foundations were also dismantled. A large amount of half-metal, half-stone material was dumped outside the city. An architect who arrived at short notice examined the material and concluded this was the result of high-temperature molten magma, mixed with some metal, and then forcibly injected into the earth. As for the specific metal and stone used, they had no way of determining it. The only certainty was that this material had strong shielding properties, capable of directly cutting off external communication signals. The city was completely covered in this material, nearly 60 meters deep. Gu Shi's transport team carried all of this material outside the city, piling it up into a small hill. The transport team only stopped after uncovering normal soil. At this point, Gu Shi noticed that buried within the excavated soil were numerous green bones. These bones weren't dyed green by poison or some other reason, they were naturally green. Gu Shi guessed this was the Celestial clan's mortal enemy. However, looking at the current situation, Gu Shi felt somewhat helpless. He'd been busy all this time, even planning to send them to fight the Celestial clan. To think their entire clan had been wiped out. This was a bit boring. After taking a look at the corpses, Gu Shi prepared to leave. If they were still alive, Gu Shi might have taken the initiative to release them, and then lead them to Celestial clan territory. Now that they were dead, Gu Shi could only summon spirits from these corpses at best. He didn't want to go through such a hassle. He still had several members of the God of War Alliance to fight, so he didn't have time to deal with this right now. But just as Gu Shi was about to leave, the soil burying the green corpses suddenly shifted. This slight movement immediately caught Gu Shi's attention. Seeing this, Gu Shi immediately rushed to the location of the movement. At this moment, Gu Shi noticed that dark green vine roots were devouring all the green bones at an incredibly fast pace. With each bone devoured, the roots released pink fibers that entwined themselves around the bones, eventually forming a complete, skinless humanoid figure. In just 7 or 8 minutes, a humanoid figure composed entirely of pink muscle stood before Gushi. Besides the fibrous flesh, there was nothing else on this figure. It didn't look particularly intelligent. But Gushi still tried to communicate with it. "Hello, can we communicate?" As soon as Gushi finished asking, the figure responded directly, "Yes, this body has been temporarily revived just to communicate with you. Just say whatever you want to say. I don't have the time or energy." Gushi understood immediately. It seemed the Celestial's mortal enemy hadn't died after being sealed away for so many years. "I have a passage to the Celestials. We don't need it." Before Gushi could finish, the man interrupted him. But he quickly realized his tone had been a bit harsh, so he explained. "I know what you want, but we don't need your excessive provocation. We and the Celestials are mortal enemies. We know exactly where they are. You helped us open a gap, and we find an opportunity to express our gratitude. We don't need your guidance on anything else." Hearing this, Gushi was silent for a moment, but then he said, "You've just been released. Do you need some refreshment? I have some unused game worlds, some of which are quite recent. If you need any, I can provide you with some now." "Oh, that's not necessary." The man shook his head again. Gushi wanted to say something more, intending to fully demonstrate his gratitude. After all, he had already rescued the people. If he didn't leave a lasting impression on them, how could he reap the benefits later? But then this person spoke bluntly, "You don't need to give us anything more. We will remember your kindness. As soon as we find the right opportunity, we will definitely repay your kindness. But we are different from you. We have our own way of growth. What you provide is actually unimportant to us. Alright then, I won't bother you anymore." Hearing this, Gushi knew it was inappropriate to say anything further. So, he nodded to the man before him and commanded his troops to retreat. The man didn't stop him. He just stood there and watched, watching Gushi remove everything he could from the city, watching his men dismantle whatever they could use. He watched as all the undead retreated through the city gates. When all of Gushi's men had retreated, strange figures that looked exactly like him slowly crawled out from beside him. These strange figures quickly headed in other directions. They weren't moving very fast, and they didn't seem very capable. But Gushi had a feeling that they were becoming more and more lively as they moved forward. This scene caught Gushi's eye, and he felt a certain confusion. And just then, the voice of the person who had been communicating with Gushi earlier came back. "Thank you again for your help. Your kindness will be repaid in the future. Given the current circumstances, it's best for us to have no further contact. Don't learn our clan's name, and don't remember this incident. This isn't a good thing for you. You better change yourself, and don't let the Celestials discover your identity before we can repay you." Hearing this, Gushi glanced up at the strange man still standing there, who nodded solemnly to Gushi. Gushi immediately understood what he meant. He, along with the goddesses behind Lushi, took action, withdrawing the sacred moonlight from the passage leading to the Celestials, and obliterating everything in that passage. Gushi's actions prompted the strange man to force a creepy smile, as if he understood what Gushi had done. Chapter 2852. When Gushi left, the monsters left too. Until the very end, the monsters, newly emerged from the suppression, didn't tell Gushi the name of their race, where they came from, how powerful they were, or how to contact them. It felt as if they didn't even know Gushi. But as he left, Gushi had a strong faith. Someday in the future, they would appear before him, repaying their life-saving grace. As for their strength, Gushi never worried. To be mortal enemies of the Celestials, they must have at least 3,000 to 5,000 pieces of red clothing. This kind of conflict between major powers was not something Gushi could handle right now. All Gushi needed to do now was to be obedient and remove himself from this incident first. If these monsters had their way, he could have simply left now, done nothing, and then changed his appearance a bit. After all, the karma here had been taken over by them. The Celestials wouldn't be able to target Gushi anytime soon. But for Gushi, that wasn't the time. He still had several war god statues' lairs to visit. The smaller war god statues that hadn't yet transformed into human form could be spared for now. But the humanoid war god statues absolutely couldn't be spared. They were the ones who caused this incident. Gushi couldn't just eliminate the Celestials' pawns and let the others go. That would only draw the Celestials' attention. Even if the Celestials' wrath caught up to him, it would be disastrous. Gushi's current plan was to destroy these 4 cities quickly. Then, I use the fate line to clear everything. Hopefully, these weirdos can help me stall for a little longer. As he thought, a gate made of ghostly flowers appeared behind Gushi. At this point, Gushi had no choice but to use the resonance of his two red suits to hasten his journey. It would be best if the destruction of the cities could be timed together. That way, Gushi could make a final, concentrated effort, erasing himself from this fate with a single move. At the very least, others wouldn't be able to detect Gushi through methods like fate. As for other searches, the weirdos would take care of them for Gushi. Of course, this also depended on Gushi not being too slow. For this reason, Gushi's actions for the next period of time were frantic. He set the time of his fate to the moment he had just entered the city. He also mobilized troops, not those intended for the attack on the city. Instead, he called upon troops not already involved in the battle. At the same time, the Moonlight Undead within the Sacred Moonlight and the Black Blood Knights within the Knight's Blood Road were all within Gushi's reach. After each enemy city was conquered, Gushi would set aside the used troops and take fresh ones to attack a new one. Gushi's primary strategy was to maintain a consistent time frame. The same troops could not be deployed in different locations. Even so, by the time the last city was captured by Gushi, the Storm of Fate, caused by the Chaos of Fate, had already begun to take shape. Had Gushi not evaded the Pantheon at the crucial moment, the Storm of Fate might have already erupted. Gushi's face remained calm as he gazed at the Fate Storm outside the Temple of the Gods. Ever since stealing the Black Sky Curtain, Gushi knew that Fate Storms were controllable. Normally, whoever caused a Fate Storm would have it follow them until they were dragged into it. But when a Fate Storm couldn't find the person it was meant to be, it would reappear at the location where the chaos had occurred. Because no one was watching, the Fate Storms would grow stronger. Whoever ultimately encountered these Fate Storms would be shielding Gushi from disaster. This was precisely why Gushi had used Fate's power and forcefully mobilized multiple armies to destroy these cities. What Gushi had to do was to remove himself from the fate of this battle. Of course, Gushi believed that someone could calm the Fate Storm. But Gushi estimated that to deal with this Fate Storm, one would need to have reached at least the promotion level of Fate-type red equipment. And at least one path specialized in the right path would be required. For someone like Gushi, whose red attire carried a hint of destiny, there was no way out. All he could do was guide the Fate Storm to a designated location, then change his appearance and quickly escape. The designated location Gushi was referring to was, naturally, the city where the Celestials had suppressed their mortal enemies. This was the starting point of Gushi's operation, and the source of the Fate Storm, so placing it there made perfect sense. Besides, Gushi's motives for stalking the Celestials were still lingering, and he was determined to deal them a severe blow. As for the other cities, only the aftermath of the Fate Storm remained. Gushi didn't care whether this final aftermath would escalate into a larger Fate Storm. At that moment, inside the Temple of the Gods, Gushi sat on the floor, watching the Storm of Fate, unable to find him, expand wildly around the spot where Gushi had last disappeared. Shirhouchen stood obediently behind Gushi, pressing his forehead, not daring to speak a word. After all, when Gushi had just slipped into the Temple of the Gods, the negative energy and evil spirits surrounding him had reached an extreme level. If Gushi's demeanor hadn't quickly regained its composure after entering the Temple of the Gods, Shirhouchen would have thought he was about to transform into a demon. Frightened, Shirhouchen immediately rushed forward to comfort Gushi, chanting mantras and massaging him, fearing he would transform into a demon and tear her apart. Thankfully, within the Temple of the Gods, Gushi was unaffected by the outside world. His current state was entirely the result of the pressure from the Celestials and the negative effects of the Storm of Fate. The strange dragon's aura swirled, swallowing all of these things. The remaining fluctuations were completely dissipated by Shirhouchen's treatment. Gushi seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere. As Shirhouchen massaged his forehead, he simply leaned back and leaned against her. As for the fact that Shirhouchen hadn't showered in a while, Gushi was fine with it. After all, the Pantheon automatically cleans itself up periodically. Shirhouchen, now a goddess of the Pantheon, could also be subject to this automatic cleanup. Besides, since he could still get by with the undead Gushi, he wouldn't mind a minor odor. Now, Gushi was simply waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity to erase himself from this Storm of Fate. Chapter 2853. Gushi Star Region reaches Mingxing Moonlight City. A ray of moonlight descended from the sky, and a marble road quickly formed. Gushi swiftly emerged along it. 3 days had passed since Gushi destroyed the Celestial Clan's Suppression City, and released their mortal enemy. During these 3 days, Gushi remained within the Temple of the Gods. He waited until the Celestial Clan sent troops to trigger the Fate Storm, before leaving. Before leaving, Gushi voluntarily upgraded 1 level. Gushi was now a level 22 Underworld King. While still far from the proper level, he was diligently pursuing it. As for the option of upgrading to level 22, there was nothing much to say. Prioritize the 2 Underworld King's unique skills. The rest was just for a quick glance. No one would waste words on this part, so Gushi simply glanced at the description and passed on. However, the 2 Underworld King's unique skills made Gushi feel that their power had increased. Previously, the Underworld King's unique skills were centered around the Underworld battlefield. Now, however, they were directly focused on the Underworld battleground. Rise Up. The Underworld King's unique skill, upgradable, requires either a level 5 Underworld battlefield or a level 5 Ancient battlefield. Consumes 1000 mana to activate on an Underworld battlefield. After activation, everything within the Underworld battlefield is instantly transformed into combat-ready undead troops, actively attacking all nearby enemies. This skill directly destroys the Underworld battlefield and fully transforms it into undead. Gushi hesitated for a long time when faced with this skill. The reason for his hesitation was simple. Gushi had no shortage of troops. Moreover, each of Gushi's hellish battlefields was a crucial resource. Gushi wasn't the type to reach the end of his rope. There was no need for him to destroy an entire hellish battlefield just for such a small number of troops. But later, Gushi realized that with a different approach and a different player, this move actually held some promise. Because hellish battlefield isn't really a deployment skill, it can also be a conversion skill. The requirement for hellish battlefield or ancient battlefield at level 5 is due to a characteristic of these 2 types, temporary conversion. After reaching level 5, the hellish battlefield skill can convert a location into hellish battlefield much faster. In other words, Gushi could instantly convert a location into hellish battlefield and then launch a rebellion against that location. Eventually, everything in that location would be completely consumed by the undead. The effect would be mutual destruction. Just like what Gushi did this time against the city housing the 5 war god statues. In fact, by the end, Gushi had deployed all of his regular troops. If it weren't for the Moonlight Undead and the undead from the Knight's Blood Road, the final city would have been nearly completely empty. If Gushi had used this tactic to rise up in rebellion at that time, the situation would have been different. He might have tried to completely transform the final city into a netherworld battlefield, then launch a rebellion against this temporary netherworld battlefield. After that, Gushi would have simply waited and watched the show unfold. Of course, once the netherworld battlefield was rebellious, all its potential would have been exhausted. But for Gushi, this wasn't a big deal. The undead, who rose up in rebellion, were also considered Gushi's subordinates, and whatever they killed was also considered Gushi's. Double Death would remember them. Besides, rising up only destroyed the underworld battlefield. The supplies on the battlefield were still there, so they could just clean up the battlefield after the battle was over. At worst, they could dig a little deeper underground. They always find something. This move felt useless when they couldn't figure it out, but once they did, it was quite practical. While it couldn't affect the overall situation, it could still play a crucial role at a specific time. Compared to rising up, another skill was more sophisticated. Underworld Kaleidoscope. Exclusive skill of the Underworld King, a domain skill, upgradable, requires a level 5 Underworld battlefield or a level 5 Ancient battlefield. Consumes 1000 mana. Based on your own skills and equipment, you can transform the Underworld battlefield into a ghostly domain, casting a domain skill that produces devastating effects. Note, you can invest the effects of the 3 death skills, orange equipment traits, and purple equipment into it. Netherworld Kaleidoscope. This is an active attack domain skill. When examining this skill, Gushi had already determined its purpose. The true function of this item isn't to launch it, but to invest something into it. For example, if you insert tens of thousands of purple swords into it, this Netherworld Kaleidoscope can be renamed the Netherworld Sword Domain. When the time comes to fight, simply raise your hand, and the Netherworld Sword Domain unfolds. Countless purple swords pierce from all directions, slicing even the most formidable foe into pieces. For example, if you're a vampire, you can pour a large amount of blood into this area, or use vampire skills to transform it into a hellish sea of blood. Any enemy entering this area will be instantly reduced to blood. As for incorporating the 3 death skills, there are many ideas. Not to mention, injecting a death city into it can directly crush the enemy with the city. And this is real crushing, the kind where the city literally falls from the sky and crushes people into pulp. Or, a nuclear Gatling gun, the embodiment of death, can now unleash its full power directly within this area. Most importantly, Gushi now possesses more than just the 3 death skills. He can also inject death words into it. If Gushi builds a hellish ghost domain composed entirely of death words, then any time he throws it out in battle, the enemy will die from the death words. But that's not all. The most important thing is that orange equipment can also be injected into it. Gucci even suspected that once this hell kaleidoscope reached a certain level, even red equipment could be incorporated. When he saw this move, Gucci had actually been thinking about whether to incorporate the Flame 6-path lantern. To be honest, the current Flame 6-path lantern was no longer able to keep up with Gucci's combat power. The combat power of the 6 wielders within was increasingly falling short of the battles Gucci would face. But this equipment had been with him for so long, and most importantly, the 6 wielders could provide comprehensive protection for Gucci while he rested, something Gucci was unwilling to give up. So for a moment, Gucci hesitated. Chapter 2854. Of course, Gucci was hesitant at this moment, wondering whether to remove the Flame 6-path lamp, just as he had been when he removed the fox eye ring. As for his skills, Gucci had no hesitation at all. After learning 2 skills, he spent some time in the Temple of the Gods, familiarizing himself with them, before rushing out. When he left, Gucci already knew that the underworld kaleidoscope would be his research focus for the next period of time. Of course, before that, Gucci definitely needed to relax and unwind. Most importantly, Gucci needed to present himself to the public and downplay the karmic consequences of his actions. After emerging from the Temple of the Gods under the moonlight, Gucci first took a look around Moonlight City. Gucci noticed that Moonlight City now bore traces of ordinary life. Clearly, the nearby residents had grown accustomed to interacting with the undead and had become part of the community. This was a good thing. It showed that Lu Yongcheng was already attracting players. In human society, players were everywhere. Some elite players might be difficult to recruit, but those between levels 10 and 15 are like cattle and horses. They're like a swarm of locusts, flocking to wherever there's life. Gucci himself might not have noticed anything, but in the eyes of ordinary players, his name is quite effective. After all, Gucci is a big star in human society. He's the only player in the human world who has explicitly stated that he will have 2 red armor pieces. This is enough to attract the attention of many players. Everyone knew that once Gucci's rank rose, he would manage a large star system. Gucci was currently establishing the Moonlight City base in the Daxing star of the ancient Shi star system, undoubtedly to recruit talent for future management of a large star system. By joining them now, they could at least secure a position as mid-level managers during Gucci's future expansion. Even though everyone knew Gucci was a necromancer, they couldn't resist the good work and high pay offered by Gucci. Some even considered hooking up with Gucci and ascending to the position of Gucci's wife. Wouldn't it then grant him the right to inherit the red suit? You know, many people are already studying Gucci's hangouts and what kind of women he likes. Some even suspect that Gucci is attracted to the undead and are researching how to transform corpses into bodies that meet his taste. Of course, Gucci didn't know this. After leaving Moonlight City, Gucci went to the human settlement near Moonlight City. At that moment, Lu Yongcheng was working there. Lu Yongcheng was also somewhat surprised to see Gucci coming over. You have to know that after Gucci placed him here, he usually communicated with Mary and Li Yufeng. Mary was the one who had more communication, while Li Yufeng was the one who asked for more reports. It was clear that Gucci cared about Lu Yongcheng, but his current focus wasn't on Lu Yongcheng and the others. If an ordinary person encountered something like this, they might feel ostracized and exiled. But for Lu Yongcheng, it no longer mattered. Could any more ostracism and exile be as miserable as being nearly wiped out in the first place? At least he wouldn't encounter such a situation with Gucci. After all, in Gucci's eyes, the undead were more reliable beings. If Lu Yongcheng had become an undead, his status would have been even higher. But despite the unexpected situation, after Gucci's arrival, Lu Yongcheng quickly stood up and reported to Gucci on the current work situation. Gucci waved his hand, telling Lu Yongcheng to stop talking about the numbers and such. Even if he hid in the Temple of the Gods, he couldn't escape the daily routine of reviewing documents. Gucci remembered every piece of data clearly. He waved his hand. I already reviewed the data just submitted today. Let's not discuss that. I'm here for this reason. As Gucci spoke, he took out an object. This was the reason Gucci had rushed to the real world in the first place. It turned out that Gucci had attacked 5 cities this time, and in order to save time, he had left many things in the cities undestroyed. The only things he made sure to take away were those related to the wonders in these 5 cities. For example, wonders and the luck stored within them. Gucci has already transferred all of this luck back to the several wonders he controls, storing and suppressing them. He even has some stored within the Temple of the Gods. Gucci doesn't need to worry about that. But the wonders Gucci dismantled are different. These items need to be dealt with as quickly as possible. From these wonders, all the fragments of the war god statues and related items have been placed within Gu Shi's 2 Corpse Mountain war god statues. Both of Gu Shi's Corpse Mountain war god statues are currently undergoing upgrades, having consumed a large amount of materials. Because it had consumed so much, Gu Shi didn't know what the final upgrade would be. However, he was certain that at least one of the Corpse Mountain war god statues would undergo a qualitative transformation. Of the remaining wonders, 5 could be completely disassembled, but after being transported to Gu Shi City, only 1.5 could be reassembled. One half of this wonder, the one known as Chaos Fortress, was placed in Aridov. After being fully retrieved, it was renamed Death Fortress. Efforts are currently underway to restore its effects. According to the information Gu Shi received, if he could build 300 buildings within it, while maintaining its original size and height, and accommodate 50,000 people, Death Fortress could initially regain its proper wonder properties. As for whether the wonder would ultimately grow, that depended on its own characteristics. For Gu Shi, this wasn't a difficult task. Perhaps cramming 50,000 humans into a plot of land of that size would be a bit of a squeeze. But crowding undead would be a different matter. Skeleton soldiers only need a place to stand. If that's not enough, even broken bones will take up a tiny bit of space. Ghosts can even be stacked on top of each other, so this requirement isn't difficult. Gu Shi's men are currently researching how to build 300 standard buildings into such a small space. Once this difficult problem is solved, the spectacle before us will be a piece of cake. And the complete object is what Gu Shi holds in his hand. Gu Shi brought it into the real world because it doesn't fit the style of the undead. This object's greatest feature is its population expansion. This population expansion isn't the kind that Gu Shi uses to recruit undead. It's the kind that enhances fertility. Gu Shi can modify other things for his own use, but how can he modify this one? Change birth faster to death faster. Chapter 2855. Looking at what Gu Shi had brought out, Lu Yongcheng couldn't help but be stunned. As a former subordinate of the intelligent computer, Lu Yongcheng possessed a wealth of knowledge. He immediately recognized the object's origins. There were already 2 of these wonders in human society. However, this object didn't suit Gu Shi's style, and it was unknown where he had obtained it. Gu Shi was currently holding a small, pure gold statue. The statue's articulation was quite distinct. It was likely composed of a head, hands, chest, waist, and legs. However, both Gu Shi and Lu Yongcheng understood that this was only the appearance of the wonder before it unfolded. Once unfolded, the entire wonder would be completely different from the small statue before them, evolving according to the characteristics of each city. However, within its attributes, several remain common. One was undoubtedly the gathering and suppression of luck, a characteristic common to most wonders. Another was a large population, which would at most affect race or something, but would definitely not alter its attributes. As for the rest, that depends on where it's placed. This one is like that right now. Only 2 properties are fixed, and the remaining 4 are all pending. Divine Weapon, Special Wonder, Level 1. Trait 1, Suppressing Luck. As a city landmark and wonder, this divine weapon also suppresses luck, and can automatically gather free luck. It generates 5,000 luck points daily. Trait 2, Seed of Fertility. A wonder built within a city will affect a certain species or creature within it, increasing the fertility rate of that species by at least 50%, with no upper limit. Trait 3, None. Trait 4, None. Trait 5, None. Trait 6, None. Explanation: see that golden tint on the statue? It's the result of the pink reaching its peak. Because it has not yet been installed, the nature and name of this wonder are still unknown. That's all we can see now. But after Gu Shi took this thing out, he didn't need to worry about what happened next. Lu Yongcheng understood this kind of thing even better than Gu Shi did. Even though he hadn't personally seen the 2 divine weapons and wonders located in other human cities, he had read all the information about them. He knew exactly what Gu Shi needed, and he also understood the impact this divine weapon and wonder would have if placed near Moonlight City. The players gathered there would be the most affected. How to use this wonder still needed consideration. He reached out and took the divine weapon and wonder from Gu Shi's hand, then said to Gu Shi, "Sir, I handle this matter. You don't have to interfere." I won't touch it, okay? Sir, leaving this to you would be a waste of such a good material. Don't worry, I can handle everything, Lu Yongcheng said with certainty. Lu Yongcheng knew exactly what Gu Shi lacked. He had no options before, but now, with the magical weapons and wonders, many things could be put on the agenda. Among them was the player tribe that was most suitable for Gu Shi. Yes, a tribe, not a new race. After all, Gu Shi was considered human. If he wanted to recruit subordinates, he wanted to recruit his own clan, not betray humanity, and establish his own race. Lu Yongcheng was much more clear about the choice here than Gu Shi. And he immediately thought of a tribe. The Dweluan people. This Dweluan people originally referred to the humans living in the Dweluan star field. Later, due to various reasons, the Dweluan star field disappeared, and the humans who originated there dispersed to other star fields. However, for some reason, they were afflicted with a curse that reduced their fertility rate to an extremely low level. The birth rate was only about 30% of that of a normal human, and even if a child was born, the chances of survival were low. For every 100 Dweluan couples, only 15 children would survive to adulthood. When the Dweluan star field was destroyed, the number of Dweluan people who escaped was still over 60 million. In just a few years, the number of Dweluan people had dropped to over 700,000. If this continued, within a generation or two, the Dweluan people would be gone. Also, due to the curse, many Dweluan people could not choose professions, such as those related to holy light and life. In contrast, they thrived in professions related to the curse. In Lu Yongqing's opinion, if he could play the curse, then he could play the undead. The divine weapon wonder before him was purposefully designed. If this magical weapon can be used to improve the Dweluan people's fertility rate, then they can be won over. After Gu Shi establishes his own star region, he can grant the Dweluan people a piece of land, and the Dweluan people will be conquered. As for the Dweluan people's professions, that's even simpler. Let them all choose the undead path. Neither necromancers nor death knights are afraid of curses. With the help of these 700,000 Dweluan people, I believe Gu Shi will soon be able to establish his own power. Even if Gu Shi can't win over all the Dweluan people in a short period of time. But attracting even 1 in 100,000 shouldn't be a problem. As long as the fertility rate issue can be resolved, the population of over 70,000 Dweluan people could expand to 200,000 or 300,000 in a few years. This would provide the population base for Gu Shi's star region. With improved training and education, Gu Shi would soon have its own vanguard. It could be said that this single magical weapon solved Gu Shi's biggest current challenge. No matter which direction Gu Shi develops in the future, with this population base, everything he does will be greatly facilitated. Of course, this is just the beginning. After all, the magical weapon hasn't been built yet. If Lu Yongcheng manages it well, he could make it even more effective. Instead of just being promoted piecemeal on other planets in the star region, as it is now. Seeing Lu Yongcheng's confidence, Gu Shi nodded. Alright, then I leave this to you. I won't push you any further. Just help me get a base population when I open a star domain at level 30. I don't want my star domain to be filled with undead by then. Gu Shi said half-jokingly. Don't worry, sir. These are all very basic things. If you haven't tried them before, they might seem difficult, but once you do, you find they're actually very simple. Chapter 2856. With Lu Yongqing's assurance, Gu Shi naturally felt half relieved. However, Gu Shi still inquired with Lu Yongcheng about the wonder upgrades and the handling of luck. Lu Yongcheng had experienced these things, even personally. While there might be some things he hadn't encountered, they were already covered in various materials. So Lu Yongcheng explained everything to Gu Shi. Gu Shi was willing to study this important knowledge seriously. After all, this information was extremely important, and he would have to handle it himself. Any mistake would be a major problem for Gu Shi's wonder. After finally absorbing this information, Gu Shi asked a crucial question. Lu Yongcheng, do you know about Baishar City? Yes, Baishar City was originally a city in the Holy Light Realm. Due to a major war, Baishar City vanished into the star field. No one knows where they went. After repelling the enemy, the people of the Holy Light Realm attempted to search for Baishar City, but ultimately found no leads. They could only declare the entire city of Baishar City destroyed. This happened hundreds of years ago. Not many people know about it now. How did you find out, sir? I recently encountered people from Baishar City. We fought a battle, Gu Shi said calmly. By the way, if you recover Baishar City, there should be a reward, right? Lu Yongcheng was visibly stunned by Gu Shi's question. He hadn't expected Gu Shi to answer like that, nor had he expected Gu Shi to ask such a question. Finally, Lu Yongcheng shook his head. There's no reward, but as long as the lost city is recovered, humanity will forever remember this person's great deeds. Sir, don't disbelieve me, I have real examples here. Take a look at this information. As Lu Yongcheng spoke, he took out the information and explained it to Gu Shi. After reviewing the information Lu Yongcheng provided, Gu Shi realized that cities not only fall into the depths of the game, but are also subject to a variety of circumstances. For example, they can be swallowed by the abyss or hell, disappear into the hidden world of time and space, be erased from destiny, and even be assimilated into the Red Game. A city without the Red Lord to suppress it is truly unsafe. Some of these lost cities leave nothing behind, while others do leave behind clues that could potentially lead to the recovery of people. Though such cases are rare, they do exist. In this information, someone dragged a city from hell, which had been swallowed by hell. However, after hundreds of years of evolution, the humans in this city have begun to resemble demons. But so what? As long as they still consider themselves human and can bring good fortune to humanity, they will always be treated as such. Look at those who transform themselves into elves. Humans don't reject them either. Of course, Gushi wasn't concerned about that. He observed that after rescuing the people, the rescuer only received some ordinary rewards and some publicity, with no other benefits. There was no chance of receiving any red armor as a reward. At most, it's priority login privileges for some games. To Gushi, these things mean nothing. Watching Gushi put down the information in his hand, Lu Yongcheng was a little confused. "Sir, what's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that they didn't give any rewards, which is a bit disappointing," Gushi muttered. Hearing this, Lu Yongcheng burst into laughter. "Sir, you truly lack political talent. Have you not noticed that every single one of these players who reclaimed the city has seen their political status rise?" Gushi glanced at the information again and found it true. But so what? In the game world, the competition is no longer about political proficiency. When one's own power is at their disposal, a strong fighting force can give one immense confidence. When Gushi had nothing, he walked cautiously in the real world, fearing his identity would be discovered. When he had a red dress, Gushi walked with his head held high. Although he didn't walk sideways, he no longer had to worry about others' gazes. After Gushi acquired 2 red armor items, he laid it bare, telling Xinhua he came from the depths of the game. "You can handle this matter on your own." Did Xinhua say anything? Probably not. So Gushi knew that as long as his strength was sufficient, there wouldn't be any political issues to worry about. This kind of political propaganda is worthless. If he had that much time, he'd be better off helping humans and improving their luck. Muttering to himself, Gushi ultimately decided not to inquire about the Celestials' mortal enemies. Gushi believed the Celestials had kept this information a secret. Gushi had just diverted the Celestials' attention, and he certainly didn't want them to focus on him again. So asking this question was pointless. But there were things Gushi still had to do. After a moment's thought, Gushi said to Lu Yongcheng, "Forget about politics. You can handle this yourself. I need to improve my rank now. The next few days will be very busy. But don't worry, I definitely give you an explanation for what I promised you." Lu Yongcheng simply smiled. "I'm already living quite well." Gushi glanced at Lu Yongcheng without saying anything else. Suddenly, a red thread emerged from behind him, dragging Gushi into the void. Ever since acquiring the red thread of the underworld, Gushi had become increasingly fond of using this method of teleportation. Why would he need to take a train or use a teleportation array when he could cross countless star regions in the shortest possible time? Isn't it better to travel freely like this? Seeing Gushi leave like that, Lu Yongcheng didn't seem to care. He understood that with Gushi's status, many things were beyond his control. Among Gushi's subordinates, the ones who truly influenced him were probably not the 3 elders among the contracted undead. As for Li Yufeng, he was just a secretary who followed Gushi and helped him deal with problems. On the surface, he was in charge of all the living people under Gushi. But judging by the current situation, his influence was not enough. After all, he had no population, no cities, and no achievements. With nothing, how could Gushi reward Lu Yongcheng? If he had time to think about this and that, he would be better off doing more and letting Gushi truly witness his strength. Chapter 2857. Humanity's capital star region isn't the one where humanity first developed. Rather, it's a carefully selected star region situated in a relatively safe environment. This star region is far from the battlefield, boasts a pleasant environment, and most importantly, it's at the heart of human society, making it convenient to get around. Most importantly, humanity has truly built and promoted this region as its core. The capital star region contains 6 stars, 33 planets, and hundreds of satellites. Except for the uninhabitable stars, the planets and satellites are home to cities of all sizes. Each city serves a different function, and numerous wonders can be found throughout the city, satisfying all human needs. Precisely because of this arrangement, coupled with human promotion, the capital star region has become humanity's core location. Countless people desire to work and live here. Even if one can't live here permanently, a visit here is a welcome relief. The last time Gushi came, he didn't enter the main planet. He simply wandered around the outer entertainment satellites before leaving. This time, Gucci certainly wouldn't go to the entertainment satellites again. There was no point in running there every day. Gucci first appeared on a transit planet at the very edge of the capital star region. This transit planet is called Tonyu Star. This means it has a direct connection to the capital star region. Of course, if you have the ability to bypass the capital star region's defenses, you can teleport directly. Something like Gucci's underworld red thread can easily accomplish this. The reason he came here this time wasn't to give the capital star region a favor, but because he genuinely didn't know the way around. All the stars, planets, and satellites in the capital star region rotate daily at their own speeds and angles, but only Tonyu Star remains fixed in its original position. Teleporting without knowing how the map is changing could easily land you at the center of the Earth or a star. Unsure of the current state of capital star, Gucci still teleported to Daoyu Star. As soon as he appeared on a street, Gucci glanced around. Tonyu Star was relatively bustling. The people coming and going were either drivers and crew members of various trains and public transportation, ground staff, and ticket sellers in the waiting halls, or passengers visiting Capital Star. In short, there were no normal residents here. The main items sold here were transportation-related and travel-related items, as well as food. After appearing, Gucci took a quick look around and then came to a shop. This shop sells maps. They have maps of the entire human star region, real-time maps of the Capital Star region, human train routes, maps of hidden human teleportation points, and more. The main focus is comprehensiveness. After entering the shop, Gucci first took a look around and then said, "I need a map of the orbits of all the planets in the Capital Star region for the next 10 days. The shop owner immediately knew what kind of person Gucci was. He took out a map and placed it on the counter, smiling at Gucci. "This is a map of all the planets in the Capital Star region for the past 10 days. Just look at the time, and you know which planet is moving to which place. This is the most authoritative map. There's no need to rush." "But sir, there's really no need to rush. You can take the star track and take your time to wherever you want to go. The star track is not only fast, but also offers beautiful scenery. Trains depart every 5 minutes. As long as you find the right star track, no matter where you're going, it only take an hour at most. Most importantly, you can make a lot of friends on the star track. This is definitely better than the hassle-free teleportation that requires a lot of calculations and a lot of anxiety. No need. The star track can't reach where I want to go." "How is that possible?" "The star track doesn't reach it." The boss seemed to have thought of something, but he finally shut up. At this point, Gucci had already found his destination on the map. The satellite of Origin Star. Origin Star is an ordinary planet transported from humanity's own Origin Star region. Legend has it that before humans encountered the game, they lived on this planet. After encountering the game, humanity's technology tree quickly shifted to other places. Initially, humanity considered moving the entire Origin Star region here. But for various reasons, this plan was abandoned. In the end, only this single Origin Star was moved. However, some rumored that humanity's origins were not on Origin Star, but on a place called Blue Star. However, Blue Star was destroyed shortly after the game appeared. In the end, humanity had to use the power of the game to find a planet similar to Blue Star to serve as their home planet, which is why this planet is called Origin Star. Regardless, Gucci wasn't looking for the Origin Star, but its satellite, the Shinhua platform. Except for the red suit players, no one knew that Shinhua, humanity's first red suit, was usually kept here. Shinhua, this red suit, was quite interesting. If he wanted to find you, he could easily find you anywhere in the real world. But if you wanted to find him, you had to go to Shinhua platform. There was no way to contact Shinhua anywhere else. Because of Shinhua, Shinhua platform was naturally not within a navigable orbit. It could only be reached via teleportation array or free teleportation. After determining the current location of Shinhua platform, the red line of the underworld behind Gucci dragged him into the void. The boss, quite experienced, simply looked up and didn't bother to care where Gucci had gone. He simply packed his things and waited for the next customer. And with the coordinates in hand, Gucci naturally appeared at Shinhua platform. Compared to Tonyu Star, Zenhuatai is a small planet, not particularly large, with a total diameter of approximately 20 kilometers. It's an artificial planet with an outer glass shell and 50 internal layers. Gucci appeared precisely on the second layer of Zenhuatai. From here, one can see the Origin Star through the outer glass shell. It's considered the best view of Zenhuatai. However, Gucci's attention wasn't focused on this at the moment. Instead, he noticed a glass-colored passageway next to him, flanked by a row of emerald green oil lamps. Before Gushi could fully grasp his surroundings, the scene before his eyes changed, and he was dragged back to the space where Shinhwa was communicating with the red-clad player. Chapter 2858. How did you find the time to come here? Gushi had just switched dimensions when he heard Shinhwa's voice. Shinhwa, it's not easy to find you, Gushi said with a smile. That's normal. I can't hear people calling me like other people do. I can only sense changes in my luck and appear at the point of change. If you really need to find me, you can only come here. But it's best not to come here too often. If you keep coming here, you'll be treated like firewood after a while. I can't help it. There are some things I don't know who to talk to, so I had to come to you specifically. After all, you're trustworthy. Thank you very much. Shinhwa smiled faintly. By the way, what's the matter with you coming to see me? Oh, I met someone from Bishur City. Gushi didn't hesitate and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Whitestone City. Is it the city that disappeared in the Holy Light Realm? This city seems to have been missing for a long time. We sent people to investigate, but in the end, we couldn't find its whereabouts. The only thing we know for sure is that they still remember being human, and there have been intermittent transmissions of good fortune. I didn't expect you to find them. How's it going? Is there any way to rescue them? Probably not. They're too far away from me, and there's no way back. Gushi immediately shook his head. But I already established contact with them. If you have any direct communication tools, I can help get them through. They're already 4th or 5th generations. If this goes on any longer, they soon forget where they came from. That's true. In response to Gushi's question, Shinhwa immediately replied, we originally prepared a city missing person rescue kit. It contains resources to deal with various issues. I think this is what Bishur City is lacking. I arranged for someone to send you a rescue kit later. I trouble you to help deliver these things to Bishur City. Let's just say we can't bring them up right now. But they absolutely must have everything the humans need. As long as they don't forget their human identity, no matter what they become, they're still human. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that. Gushi came to talk to Shinhwa about this, naturally also wanting to help Bishur City. After all, they had already promised Gushi that they were his players. Whether they were rescued or not, that wouldn't change. Providing such a favor would be a good thing for both Gushi and Bishur City. As he finished explaining this, Shinhwa seemed to have a thought. By the way, your arrival is perfect. I'm wondering if you have time to take care of something. What is it? Is it about the red armor game? Or is it about fighting a certain red armor race? Gushi perked up when he heard they were looking for him. Shinhwa just asked. I can handle it. There aren't that many red armor games to fight. Unless we find the red armor game through various quests, we won't even be able to find it. Otherwise, there's no chance we even find it. This time, there's actually another matter, diplomacy. Diplomacy? Gushi was stunned. What did diplomacy have to do with me? His only understanding of diplomacy was that Death Lords needed diplomacy as a prerequisite. Gushi really didn't know anything about diplomacy. Yes, Shinhwa thought for a moment, then finally said to Gushi, you actually know what an ancient god is like. Gushi nodded affirmatively. He was all too familiar with the ancient gods. Not only did he receive a red garment thanks to the ancient god's headless corpse, but he also held the head of an ancient god. Most importantly, the existence of the head of the goddesses was actually due to the Queen of Heaven's desire to ascend to ancient godhood. Death had also suggested a path for Gushi. The name Underworld was very likely a being above the ancient gods. As for the person behind the Great Lord, he likely hadn't reached the level of an ancient god, so Gushi didn't take him seriously. So, Gushi's understanding of the ancient gods was relatively comprehensive. At least not to the point of being completely clueless. It's good that you know about the ancient gods. This diplomatic incident is actually about an ancient god passing through our area. We need to send someone to greet and guide them. When they leave something for us as a toll. In the past, the government would send one person, the military would send one person, and then send a group of people along the way. The government and the military would share 60% of the profits, with the remaining 40% going to the others. Is there such a good thing? A red dress? Gushi couldn't help but ask. You're overthinking it. Shinhwa laughed. I want red armor too, but no one would use it as a toll. At most, they give us some game worlds to enrich our game world's resources, and some relevant knowledge or something. Many research paths are derived from this knowledge. As for the red armor, they're just passing through, and they're not being robbed, so how could they use it as a toll? Gushi didn't comment on Shinhwa's smile. When he asked that question, He knew it was a bit unnecessary. Let's put it this way. The one behind the Grand Lord isn't even an ancient god yet, so he can use the red armor as a common tool. How many red armor items would an ancient god have? You have to know that Gushi has already obtained the head of an ancient god. If he fully develops it, he's guaranteed to have at least 30 pieces of red armor. Facing a living ancient god, begging on the road might at least yield some benefits, but robbing him wasn't such a fool. Unless Gushi learned the name of the underworld, he would never confront the ancient god head-on. This matter has nothing to do with me, right? Isn't it okay to send troops to the closest location? That was true before, but isn't the situation different now? You and Xiao Jun both have red equipment, and you're considered the faces of our human side. For something like this, Xiao Jun can't leave his underworld city. You could act as a mascot and share some of the benefits. That's fine, right? Just act as a mascot? Gushi looked curious. Yes, act as a mascot, just to show off. Once you get there, you don't have to do anything, just stand there. Gushi had a feeling there was something fishy going on. But Gushi didn't see what the problem was. Seeing that he had nothing else to do, he simply agreed. Chapter 2859. After agreeing to this task, Gushi inquired about the time and then went about other matters. After all, it would take 3 days for the ancient god to pass through, so Gushi could deliver the missing city rescue package to Baishur City first. Then New Baishur City could establish contact with human society. Although there was no way to bring them to the real world right now, it would be an explanation to New Baishur City. It would also help to gather the luck of New Baishur City and ensure their people's support. This would ensure Gushi would receive a steady supply of luck in the future. In any case, Gushi had already understood the benefits of luck during this period. You can never have too much of it. After delivering the missing city rescue package to New Baishur City and exchanging some thoughts with Aisu and the others, Gushi prepared to return to the real world. After all, before making his appearance, Gushi would definitely need to communicate with the other red-clad players to see how this diplomatic incident would be handled. After all, this was Gushi's first time doing this, and even if he wanted to create a mascot, he had to know the correct poses. But just as Gushi was about to return to the real world and rush to the designated gathering location, news suddenly arrived from Arida City. Eve had returned. This news delighted Gushi. This was excellent news. Eve's return not only meant that the Black Sky Curtain's red suit had been successfully bound, but also meant that someone could take over Gushi's scientific research. Gushi had only handled a small part of the Corpse Witch Ecological Park plan, having put it aside due to the Corpse Mountain War God incident. Now, Eve could take charge. At the same time, Gushi also wanted Eve to develop the Black Sky Curtain's road effects. That way, during external battles, Eve could also assist him, in addition to the Corpse Mountain God of War. This way, Gushi could simultaneously deal with enemies from multiple directions. Under these circumstances, Gushi absolutely had to meet Eve, at least to inquire about her situation and give her some instructions. So, just as he was about to return to the real world, Gushi made another detour and returned to Aridabi City. As soon as he entered Aridabi City, Gushi clearly sensed a change in the environment. The shadow of the Corpse Mountain God of War statue seemed somewhat larger. Usually, in Aridabi City, no matter where he stood, he could see the Aridabi Tower, a layered space. But this time, the image of the Corpse Mountain God of War statue hung high in the sky. What's going on? Sir, this is the Corpse Mountain War God statue undergoing its own evolution and upgrade after consuming a large amount of War God statue materials. I already asked the Red Guards, Undead Origin and the others. These disturbances will likely take about 4 days to subside. Faced with Gushi's question, Luna immediately appeared beside him and explained. Luna was followed by Li Yufeng, who had hurried over. Well, I didn't expect the impact to be so significant. Is the situation in Magic Mirror Victoria City the same? It's relatively better. With the Corpse Mountain War God suppressing them there, the changes will be much faster. At this point, Li Yufeng found the opportunity to speak and quickly reported the intelligence he had gathered. At the same time, the Stargazer's sword has been stimulated by the War God statue's upgrade, and its growth has significantly improved. Shea was guarding over there, waiting for the Corpse Mountain War God statue to complete its evolution. It's good to have someone there. Didn't they say Eve is back? Where is she? In the Magic District. After returning, she immediately took over various research projects. Li Yufeng responded immediately. I go over and take a look. Luna, notify Mary and give her this. Have her help me figure out what this diplomatic incident is all about. I can't understand their political scheming. Have her explain this to me. As Gushi spoke, he pulled out a document. This document was listened to by the head of the goddesses, and finally written down by the white bone lighting hand. It recorded everything that Gu Shi and Xinhua discussed during their meeting. As for whether there were any metaphors or allusions, Gu Shi had no idea. He had never even seen Xinhua's face. He could only ask Mary to help him make the judgment. As for Gu Shi himself, he had to go see Eve. After all, Gu Shi had to take a look at Hongzhuang's situation. At this time, She was busy with her own experiments. During the time she was binding her red suit, she was still preoccupied with her unfinished research. So, upon emerging, she didn't show off her red suit to anyone, but instead ran back to her own area and quickly immersed herself in her research. When Gu Shi saw Eve, he found her chewing on food while conversing with several liches, necromancers, and skeleton mages. When she saw Gu Shi, Eve was stunned for a moment, then approached. "Sir, I came to see you, and have a few things for you to handle." When Gu Shi saw Eve's state, he knew it was best not to ask about Black Sky Curtain's situation, and just get straight to the point. "Sir, please speak." "One is the communication with the human university. I handled some of this while you were away. But just having a single corpse, which ecological park is definitely not enough. You need to find a way to get those human researchers to think more, and come up with more research. Our Chongqi Mountain, the Twin Kings underworld, and the hidden spaces have ample open space. We have a vast number of corpse witches and blood disasters. These need to be utilized, they can't be wasted here." "Okay, I handle this matter personally," Eve said immediately. After returning, Eve had already taken over this matter, and had heard about Gu Shi's arrangements and experiments. She wasn't surprised at all that Gu Shi handed these things over to her. The second thing is the matter of the Black Sky Curtain, the path of the Black Sky Curtain. You must begin researching it. The red suit is for you to utilize, not just to look good. You should manage this time accordingly. And the third thing is the undead transformation of the tower troops, which you've been struggling to figure out. If you're stuck on this, then submit it to the humans and see if they have any new ideas. Also, these are my latest insights, especially regarding the new skills. I feel like they need strengthening. Please take a look at them for me first. I researched this after I return." Gu Shi was actually referring to the Hell Kaleidoscope. This move is the most complex of the techniques Gu Shi currently possesses, requiring a high level of imagination. At this time, Gu Shi needed help. Chapter 2860. Gu Shi met with Eve for just over half an hour. After handing over some matters, he hurriedly left. During this time, Mary appeared once and gave Gu Shi some insights. In Mary's judgment, Xinhua had no intention of plotting against Gu Shi. There was an 80% chance that Gu Shi was being sent there to act as a mascot or decorative figure. After all, as Xinhua had said, Gu Shi was one of only 2 players on the human side with 2 red armor. He was the face of the show. As for the goddesses behind Gu Shi, Mary believed Xinhua, and the others had seen through it. But since Gu Shi didn't mention it, they pretended not to know. After all, Gu Shi's 2 red armor pieces were a gift from death. Anyone who disagreed could go to death. But 3 red armor pieces wouldn't do. Humanity couldn't withstand such chaos and volatility. No matter how many red armor pieces Gu Shi possessed, in the eyes of human propaganda, he could only have 2. Mary even suspected that humans would reward Gu Shi for finding the ancient god's corpse, but this red outfit would definitely not be mentioned in any publicity. Or perhaps it would be confused with Gu Shi's death mane, leading people to believe that Gu Shi's 2 red outfits were rewards from the ancient god's corpse. As for the rest, Mary believed Xinhua wouldn't dare act rashly, because Gu Shi now represented a significant amount of luck. If Gu Shi rebelled or escaped, it would be a devastating blow to humanity. "Sir, if you don't understand what they meant, just pretend you didn't hear anything. This time, you just be there as a decoration. Don't ask, say, or intervene. Just watch from there. Politics can't reach us, we're deep in the game. The old gods can't reach us either, we're too far away." Gu Shi nodded in understanding Mary's words. Gu Shi truly lacked a firm grasp of politics. But fortunately, he had Mary to draw upon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even realized he was being schemed against. After finishing his business in Arida City, Gu Shi quickly returned to the real world. Because of the extra half-hour delay, Gu Shi had to hurry this time. He immediately used the dual red suit resonance to buy some time back in his destiny, and thankfully, nothing went wrong. Arriving at the meeting point on time, Gu Shi saw several red suit players waiting there. Gu Shi glanced around and realized he didn't recognize any of them. Though, come to think of it, there were over 1,000 human red suit players. Gu Shi had met no more than 20 of them, many of whom he had only met once. It made sense that he didn't recognize some people. Facing these red suit players, Gushi stepped forward and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Gushi, the breath of the undead. Sorry, I'm a little late." "It's okay, we just arrived." Upon hearing Gushi's words, one of the red-clad players stepped forward and spoke. "I am Su Wanyu from the Wanyu Star region, a member of the Southern Star Sea Council, and a human diplomatic aide. I have successfully handled 13 major diplomatic incidents." Gushi knew immediately that this person was from the government, and likely the driving force behind this diplomatic incident. After all, apart from him, no one else was likely into politics. Sure enough, after Su Wanyu announced his name, the remaining 3 players followed suit. The military dispatched the Eastern Legion, the player with the red mascot and deputy commander of the Legion, a burly man named Nyo Urcheong. As soon as he saw Gushi, he broke into a broad grin. His attitude was truly excellent. It was clear that he had received orders from the Eastern Legion upon his arrival to establish a close relationship with Gushi. As for this operation, the military had experienced many before. They sent people here simply to ensure they would receive a share. The rest was unimportant. This time, he came simply to make an appearance. He'd be better off cultivating a relationship with Gushi. The other 2 tools were Shi Zheng and Tiao Quan. They were truly tools. It was Shi Zheng who discovered the ancient god's passing, so he was involved no matter what. This time, the ancient god passed through Tiao Quan's territory, and he participated as the landlord. As Mary had suspected, this diplomatic incident was merely a formality, nothing of significance at all. Gushi's presence might have been a mascot or decoration. Gushi, understanding this, didn't mind. He wasn't a violent or workaholic, and he had no desire to be consumed by work every day. Gushi was quite happy to have a rare chance to relax. After the introductions, Su Wanyu took the lead, with Tiao Quan leading the way. Gushi didn't need to worry about anything. He just needed to follow behind and enjoy the scenery. The place they gathered was the capital star region. After gathering, they used a teleportation array or something similar to transfer to the star region suppressed by Tiao Quan, which was also the location the ancient god would pass through this time. Stone Mountain Sea. The Stone Mountain Sea star region is a resource region, primarily producing various high-quality stones. Don't think that just because stones are everywhere, why would a dedicated star region be needed for their development? If there really weren't enough, wouldn't it be enough to just drag a planet over and destroy it? In fact, that's not the case. Stones also have different qualities. In Stone Mountain Sea, if you pick up a stone from the ground, it's all blue or higher quality. Most importantly, the stones here are quite spiritual. If carved into stone figures or statues, there's an 80% chance that they develop intelligence. While they might not necessarily become stone puppets or something like that, they're definitely spiritual. Therefore, the stone from Shishanhai can be said to be a source of material for many artists. Furthermore, many wealthy individuals are willing to purchase this stone as building material for their own homes. Apart from anything else, homes built with this type of stone are more likely to produce guardian spirits. So, while Shishanhai may only produce stone mines, it is a planet renowned for its resources. The main professions on Shishanhai are miners, stonemasons, sculptors, and artists. I even heard there's an art university renowned for its sculptures. It's fair to say that Shishanhai isn't all rough and tumble, it also has a very refined side. Here, Tiao Quan boasted to Gushi and the others about the excellence of the star region he manages, and how hard he's worked within it. For Gushi, who had just arrived, Shishanhai possessed only one characteristic, its solidity. Chapter 2861. On a hilltop in the Stone Mountain Sea, Gushi sat atop a massive rock. Beside this rock stood a number of jade-white statues of beauties. These statues were imbued with spirituality, looking not much different from living people. This was a characteristic of the Stone Mountain Sea. Many people here dislike humans, and were drawn to the statues they had carved. Of course, Gushi had no interest in this. At this moment, Gushi was listening to Su Wanyu explain the course of events. When an ancient god passes by, the key isn't really the ancient god himself. Regardless of his status, he won't proactively communicate with us. The real key to our communication lies with the beings around him. We should give him a favor, offer him some prepared gifts, and receive a return gift. It's the beings around him that can be communicated with. The beings around him? Gushi asked. At this point, Su Wanyu also spoke up. Except for Nyo Urcheong, no one here has ever encountered this kind of incident, so let me explain it here. The beings around the ancient god are like... Oh right, like the contracted undead around a necromancer. They are considered the ancient god's personal retainers, serving him. Our negotiations with them are based on equality of status. Equality of status? Gushi's eyes lit up. You mean, they are the holders of the red garment? Su Wanyu nodded enthusiastically upon hearing this. That's exactly what I mean. Which of the ancient god's subordinates doesn't have some kind of status? Who doesn't benefit from being around the ancient god? Red gear is just the beginning. If the ancient god were more generous, he'd have at least 2 red gears around him, a resonance of sorts. Don't be skeptical, just look at Gu Shi's subordinates. Eve, among the contracted undead, already has red gear, and surely, among the epic level subordinates, will soon have red gear. Gu Shi is just an ordinary player. Just imagine how many red gears the ancient god's close followers could have. At this point, Gu Shi somewhat understood why Shinhua had asked him to be a front man. Because of the ban on red gear, the humans only had 1 piece of red gear. In front of other races, humans could still be a bit more arrogant. But in front of the ancient god's subordinates, a single piece of red gear held little weight. Now that they finally had Gu Shi as a front man, it was natural to put him first. Although Gu Shi wasn't particularly politically sensitive, he did know some things. And Su Wanyu's words were also a way of explaining things to everyone. To let everyone know their positions, and what to do after the ancient god emerges, Su Wanyu finally explained everything. Alright, that's about it. Everyone, straighten your clothes. Hide your orange quality equipment, and change into the newly delivered costumes. You have to make a good impression on the ancient god. Don't take this lightly. I'm telling you, the ancient god appears in the red suit game from time to time. Once you establish connections, anything can be easily negotiated in the red suit game. Before meeting the ancient god, Su Wanyu was the authority. Even Niu Erqiang couldn't refute his words. Gu Shi also listened attentively. After all, the fashion was sent by them, so why not take it? Soon, Gu Shi was dressed. He was now dressed in a navy blue formal suit, without a cape or anything like that. He looked like an ordinary person. But Gu Shi wore a pair of blue and white gloves, which made him look even more alluring. Wrapped around Gu Shi's waist was the mane of death. So, there was no belt or anything else. As for the hand of death, and the head of the goddesses on her back, since they were not included in the red dress she wore publicly, Gu Shi simply kept them hidden, not fully displaying them. Watching Gu Shi put away the hand of death, and the head of the goddesses, Su Wanyu nodded in satisfaction. That's right. It looks so good this way. What's the big deal about a pair of heads on your back? Besides looking good, what else can those heads do for you? You can wear an extra hat and a necklace, Gu Shi said half-jokingly. By this time, Gu Shi understood Shinhua's intentions. Since Shinhua hadn't publicized it, Gu Shi wouldn't just tell everyone he bound 3 red outfits and already had 7. Su Wanyu didn't say much about Gu Shi's joke. He simply watched everyone change into appropriate clothing. Even the burly Niu Erqiang was dressed in military uniform. When they were almost ready, Shizheng also received word that the ancient god was about to arrive. Let's get ready. Everyone come together. Remember what we agreed on earlier, just stand there and behave appropriately. I take care of the rest. Su Wanyu quickly made arrangements. Gu Shi and the others also quickly stood up and followed Su Wanyu. At this point, they didn't know how Su Wanyu did it, but they simply took a step forward and entered the void from the Stone Mountain Sea. Looking down from the void, the entire Stone Mountain Sea appeared before Gu Shi and the others. The entire Stone Mountain Sea was not a galaxy-like star field, but rather a flat star field similar to the underworld. Gu Shi hadn't seen anything in the Stone Mountain Sea before. But looking from the void, he realized that the Stone Mountain Sea was. It looked like a sea of waves formed by countless peaks and mountain ranges. From this point of view, the Stone Mountain Sea truly lived up to its reputation. However, Gu Shi and the others weren't focused on that. After seeing Su Wanyu appear in the void, they produced tens of thousands of red lanterns, lit them, and released them. Soon, these lanterns formed a red tunnel in the void. Seeing Gu Shi and the others' puzzled expressions, Su Wanyu was quite proud. This is why I can handle these matters. This is a path on my red sky-splitting halberd, called Void Guidance. It uses sparks or beacons to create a path within the void, guiding beings within it. Ancient gods usually travel within the void, and this time, I will use my guidance to lead this ancient god away from the Stone Mountain Sea. Hearing this, Gu Shi finally understood what this diplomatic mission entailed. This was the ancient god's journey. Gu Shi and his team were to act as traffic lights, guiding the ancient gods to cross the zebra crossing and avoid colliding directly with human star regions, causing unnecessary damage. What diplomatic matter? That was just a nice-sounding phrase. Just then, Su Wanyu said, "Here they come." Chapter 2862. As soon as Su Wanyu said this, Gu Shi and the others' gazes immediately turned to the end of the red road. At this moment, A strange thunderous sound echoed from the end of the road. Followed by a flash of purple lightning, it stained the entire road a bluish-purple color. Then, a humanoid creature composed of lightning, its body wrapped in bright yellow bandages, appeared at the end of the road. As soon as he saw Gu Shi and the others standing on the road, he flashed to Gu Shi's side. "Hello, did you build this passage?" Gu Shi was about to turn back when he remembered Su Wanyo's words and his own location. He spoke calmly. "Hello, we built this passage. Is there anything you need?" As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, Su Wanli sent a message. "Well said. You must hold them back later. I handle the rest. I'm just a decoration." "No, you're not anymore." Under Su Wanli's urging, Gu Shi was forced into communicating with the humanoid before him. Thankfully, this person knew more than Gu Shi. His words constantly played on Gu Shi, nearly leading him astray. Thankfully, Gu Shi had Su Wanyu behind him, a man who understood all this. With his guidance, Gu Shi was able to handle the situation. He also learned about the current situation. The humanoid before him was a creature created by the spiritual reaction of the ancient gods' breathing. It possessed some of the ancient gods' characteristics, and also held a relatively high level of authority. Most importantly, at certain times, it could speak for the ancient god. Of course, he wasn't the ancient god's only subordinate, he was merely paving the way. There were about 30 or 40 similar beings following behind him. He arrived earlier simply because he needed to clear the path. Just like Su Wanyu had laid the void passage, he needed to increase the power of lightning. After all, their ancient god's name was Thunderbolt, and he followed the path of lightning. If there was no lightning, he would find a way to create it himself. If that situation really came to pass, even the surrounding star regions would be affected. So Thunderbolt would always be careful, sending his subordinates to pave the way before setting out. After passing through, they would even pay a toll or something. This time, the void passage paved by Gu Shi and his men was a great help to them. Furthermore, Gu Shi was quite polite, so Thunderbolt's subordinates were happy to communicate with him. When he was happy, he talked more. Gu Shi, adhering to the principle of saying less and making fewer mistakes, didn't ask too many questions. He simply inquired about the ancient god's journey. Gu Shi didn't ask much about the Thunderbolt ancient god's destination. After all, this matter was considered a secret of the Thunderbolt ancient god, and it would be inappropriate for Gu Shi to inquire about it at this time. He could, however, inquire about other matters. For example, he could discuss the ancient god's daily habits. Some ancient gods preferred to stay in their own places, some enjoyed mingling in games, and some could travel thousands of miles. There were even conflicts between ancient gods. These were all secrets rarely heard of. Gu Shi and the others were stunned by what they heard. In this atmosphere, time passed quickly. About an hour and a half later, the humanoid creature, as if sensing something, looked up in a certain direction. This movement startled Gu Shi and the others. They thought something had happened. Thankfully, Su Wan had seen this happen several times before, and he stopped Gu Shi just as he was about to move. Then Gu Shi saw a flash of lightning passing through the passage in front of him. As the lightning flashed, Gu Shi felt all the hair on his body stand up, and a crackling sound reached his ears. The lightning flashed for only a moment, then completely disappeared. After the lightning passed, the humanoid creature who had been chatting with Gu Shi and the others finally smiled. "Well, our master has passed away. Now everyone can rest easy." "Gone, so quickly?" Gu Shi was speechless. They had prepared for several days in advance, and it was gone in a flash. Seeing Gu Shi's expression, the others didn't know what to say. What did he think an ancient god was? Does it need to be carried by thousands of people, and take an hour to walk just a few dozen meters? That's unnecessary. Especially for the ancient god's subordinates. His favorite thing to do was to first exaggerate the ancient god's grandeur, then watch the ordinary players' expressions of shock at the contrast, when they saw the ancient god's true appearance. Their stunned expressions were hilarious. But Gu Shi quickly caught on. After all, Gu Shi had seen all sorts of ancient gods. He simply hadn't imagined an ancient god could transform directly into a ball of lightning. At this moment, the humanoid creature produced a lightning ball and placed it in front of Gu Shi. "This is our toll. Take a look." Gu Shi reached out to take the lightning ball, noting 5 light balls of varying sizes within. These light balls appeared quite agile, evidently improvised by the humanoid creature. He was offering a little treat to each person in front of him. This was understandable. These subordinates usually handled matters like this. They helped their boss clear the way, paying tolls or bribes. Of course, if the boss destroyed some star region, they would also be needed to clean up the mess. Whether this cleanup involved repairing the star region or simply destroying it depended on the knowledge of the people in that region. If they would not only repair the region, but also provide resources. Of course, if they encountered someone who didn't know how to count, there was nothing they could do. Those seeking revenge against the ancient god were wiped out long before they even came into contact with him. Gu Shi and his companions were clearly the type who knew how to count, and they were very good at it. And he was having a very pleasant conversation with Gu Shi. He felt like Gu Shi was his brother. So naturally, he would bring out some goodies. At this time, Su Wanyu also discreetly interjected. His words hinted at having some goodies, and asked the humanoid if he wanted to trade them, to exchange some of what he had. The humanoid was somewhat annoyed by Su Wanyu's interruption. However, he had stayed after his boss left, partly to pay the toll, and partly to make a deal. After all, the landlords didn't have much food left. Even though they were constantly receiving goodies from the ancient god, they still had to make a living. Accepting bribes was not an option, and the only way to make a profit was through small transactions. So, he finally nodded. Okay. Chapter 2863. The humanoid creature agreed, and things moved much faster. The two sides, adhering to a voluntary approach, quickly concluded several deals. Gu Shi noticed that the items the humanoid creature brought out were likely his spoils of war. There was truly a wide variety of items in there, but what most captivated Gu Shi was a blueprint for a demigod-level barracks. There was no need to consider anything else. As long as this building was built, demigod troops could be trained directly. This item immediately captured everyone's attention. You have to know that demigod-level troops are quite useful, even in the eyes of Red Suit players. Gu Shi's men, relying on killing demigods and meditating under the golden apple tree, had only managed to gather less than 300 demigod-level soldiers. This barracks building before him, no matter where it was placed, would be a treasure-level item. Even the Lord of a Star region would covet such an item. Gu Shi glanced at the current barracks building attributes. It's not yet clear what kind of soldiers can be trained there, but one thing is clearly stated. One demigod soldier can be trained here every week. And these aren't bare-bones soldiers, but rather demigod soldiers equipped with 2 pieces of orange gear, directly at level 45, and with a standard combat aura. Don't underestimate the number of soldiers per week. Remember, building blueprints can be used multiple times. Even if resources are insufficient and construction can only be done in 1 or 2 cities, that's 2 or 3 demigods per week, and over 200 per year, almost catching up to what Gu Shi has harvested in all those years. Even if this takes a while, the demigod soldiers under his command alone will be enough for him to dominate the real world. You have to understand that without mythic units, demigod-level units are practically the strongest units available to ordinary players. And this architectural blueprint is just the most common item here. Not to mention the other supplies and materials that were taken out. A considerable number of items here were picked up by several players in red attire. Even Gu Shi himself was drawn to several of the items here. Among them was a pure black rock resembling a skull. Gu Shi could guarantee that this undead-inspired rock was just stone, without a trace of undead aura. And yet, this single item captivated Gu Shi's attention, making him want to buy it all. If Gu Shi weren't so financially strapped, he might have done just that. After laying out all his belongings, the humanoid creature spoke to Gu Shi and the others. It's your turn. Bring out the items you want to trade. By the way, don't take any purple quality equipment. Don't waste everyone's time. Pick some good orange quality equipment. Personally, I prefer relatively unique items. Things like special materials or red grade road materials. Also, prioritize lightning and speed related materials, items, and equipment. Seeing that Gu Shi and the others didn't move, the humanoid took the initiative to state his needs. Gu Shi thought for a moment and began to take out some items. These were the orange quality equipment Gu Shi had obtained during his previous battle against the Celestial Sealed City. Gu Shi hadn't taken much from that city. The ground wasn't dug, no building materials were taken away, only intact corpses were taken, and only visible supplies and resources were taken. Only orange quality equipment was brought back by Gu Shi, regardless of its condition. Most of the orange equipment brought back was soaked in the blood of the Sea of Wickedness by Gu Shi, intending to transform it into orange materials or otherwise reshape it. This was to prevent the Celestials from gaining access to any information. But now that someone was willing to take it, Gu Shi simply packed it up and piled it all in front of the humanoid. Look at these. Intact ones are 20% off, damaged ones are 50% off, and broken ones are charged as materials. Gu Shi was quite rude, as if he were treating the humanoid like a garbage dump. The humanoid showed no dissatisfaction with the equipment, which was clearly looted. What was wrong with this kind of stuff? Isn't it just looted? He leaned against the ancient god, several pieces of red armor resonating in his hands. Do you really think I'm afraid? As long as there's a profit to be made, he wouldn't hesitate to take it, even if it's a fresh kill. Okay, let me see. These are good quality. If you want anything, take it. I settle the bill after you got it. The humanoid creature spoke as he quickly counted the orange equipment goo she had brought out. If the humanoid creature had a face, he'd be grinning from ear to ear right now. The orange equipment goo she had brought out was all of excellent quality. While some were damaged in battle, most were still in good condition. Most importantly, there was a lot of it. At first, the humanoid thought goo she had only taken 100 or so pieces. But he never expected that the orange equipment goo she had taken out was worth tens of thousands. Even if it was just 1 yuan coins, over 10,000 could do a lot. Not to mention, the orange equipment was incredibly valuable. Even if it was discounted due to quality issues, he still had a great haul. So the humanoid simply put everything aside and began examining the properties of the orange equipment. Because the humanoid had given Gushi access, he could examine the properties of many items. For example, Gushi picked up the black rock from earlier. Bone and stone, red bones that spontaneously grow from the earth, representing the skeleton of the earth. This bone and stone has undergone 3 transformations: bone and stone, fossilized bone, and stone transformed bone. It can be used to enhance a certain path of undead and earth-type red equipment by 30%, and may also activate a branching path. Sure enough, Gushi had already made some guesses when he saw this rock. However, without handling the items, Gushi couldn't fully judge them. Now it seems to be true. Putting the stone bone aside, Gushi began to select from the items the humanoid had brought out. This was when Gushi discovered that there were actually some monsters with armor-piercing or tearing effects. These monsters were of quite high quality, but all were severely damaged and kept in small bottles. As Gushi was studying these monsters, the humanoid raised his head. Those were captured by our ancient god. He doesn't like anyone competing with him in speed. Gushi then realized that these were probably the monsters he had used to provoke the ancient god. No wonder these were all speed-based monsters. This was truly a treasure. He still needed to seal and suppress many monsters. Chapter 2864. This, and this. These are metal, just what I need. Take them. Gushi was delighted to see these strange items. The second pair of his death hands were already fully stocked with orange gear, and the altar inside the ghost prison was almost complete. But he still needed more than half the materials to suppress and integrate the strange items. Many things couldn't be found just by looking for them. Especially strange items, they needed to have compatible attributes to bring enough energy to the ghost prison. In any case, Gushi's death hand was stuck here. He had never expected that he could get such a reward for just being a mascot. This made Gushi even happier. After all, exchanging some of the orange gear he was supposed to be disposing of for these items was definitely a win. So, Gushi's selection became noticeably more careful. He was even thinking about picking out some more goodies. Seeing Gushi's generosity, the others also became generous. They couldn't possibly count orange gear in the tens of thousands like Gushi. But they were veteran red gear players, not those still learning and developing like Gushi. They all had some high-quality materials. Most importantly, they had considered the opportunity to commune with the ancient gods when they came this time. So they had also brought some of their own spare resources. The goal was to trade for good items. Now that Gushi had made his selection, they quickly followed suit, fearing he would snatch up everything they wanted. However, Gushi's movements paused noticeably, as he scooped up a strange object from among the items thrown by the humanoid. It was about the size of a human head, amber in color, and seemed to contain a small lightning bolt. Most importantly, the object had no stats when it was picked up. Something was clearly amiss. Although the humanoid was constantly checking the stats of the orange gear, he was also focusing some of his attention on Gushi and the other 5. Whenever they encountered any trouble, he was always the first to offer an explanation. This contains a drop of blood left behind by a man who had come to challenge our Lord Ancient God. It's no longer alive, and his lightning skin has become a collection of our Lord Ancient God. It's useless, so our Lord Ancient God doesn't want it. However, this item should be of high quality, so the price will be high. Will the orange gear I taken out be enough? As the humanoid spoke, the attention of the other players wearing red gear was already focused on Gushi's hands. Gushi was instinctively startled by the gaze. Thinking all of them were out to grab this thing, he immediately asked, "Enough? Then I take it," Gushi said immediately. He couldn't handle a living ancient god, but he wasn't afraid of a dead one. Not to mention a dead one, not even an ancient god, with only a single drop of blood left. For a drop of blood like that, Gushi would treat it as if the enemy were at the level of a red clad. After he got out, he'd find a place to break open this amber and release the blood. Perhaps it would strengthen the chief of the goddesses. If all else fails, other red equipment or wonders to enhance themselves will do. After hearing Gushi's words, the others didn't compete with him, they simply regretted their slowness. Then their selection speed noticeably increased. Soon, they had all chosen what they wanted. Gushi hadn't found any better items at this point. He simply selected some materials suitable for the undead to make up the number. He asked the humanids to help process the remaining orange equipment into orange materials, and Gushi collected them back. These orange materials would eventually be used by the Red Guard blacksmiths in the forge, and finally forged into new orange equipment. Whether they were used by Gushi's subordinates or traded, they had nothing to do with the Celestials. This completely cleaned up everything. This was the most important thing for Gushi. Otherwise, tens of thousands of orange equipment, unusable and unsellable, would be a true waste. Now, at least Gushi had made a profit. After completing the transaction, the humanoid creature looked at the fading lightning on the void road, and said to Gushi and the others, "Alright, we traded everything we can, and since you don't care about the rest, we stop here for now. I hope we have another chance to trade with you next time. You all have good character." With these words, the humanoid creature vanished from sight before Gushi and the others. After the humanoid creature left, Su Wanyu turned to look at Gushi and the others. "Alright, our mission ends here. It's agreed in advance that everything you trade this time is yours. You don't have to turn it in. However, this portion of the toll money must be turned in, and then divided equally. The government gets 40%, with 10% going to Shanghai, the military 30%, and the remaining 30% divided equally among all of us except Tiao Quan. Let's agree on this from the start." Gushi thought about it, and understood that this distribution was reasonable, so he nodded. "Okay, then, let's go back to Shanghai first and relax. Niuerqiang and I will take this item back for an appraisal. Don't worry, the government won't treat anyone unfairly in this regard. We just register the item, and won't steal anyone's credit." At this point, Tiao Quan stepped forward and said, "Everyone, come to my Shanghai. Because I was pressed for time, I didn't treat you all well. Now that the incident is over, I take you all to relax. We don't have anything else here at Shanghai. But we have plenty of stone brides here." Zheng asked curiously upon hearing this. "What do you mean by stone brides?" "Don't ask. You understand when you see them. By the way, tell us about your hobbies and interests. Our sculptors can carve one on the spot based on your preferences." Tiao Quan spoke loudly. Even Gushi was immediately intrigued. This kind of sculpture, customizable to each individual's needs, truly captured Gushi's attention. Seeing the light in Gushi's eyes, Tiao Quan smiled. "Brother Gu, you should relax more often. I'm not exaggerating, but you should know the spirituality of our Shanghai stones, right? It's one of our specialties. Would you like to bring back some tombstones?" Chapter 2865. Shanghai, Gushi, and the others finally felt grounded again. After jumping twice on the ground, Zheng muttered, "Standing on the ground feels better. Being in the void always feels a bit uncomfortable." Gushi nodded. Although he could fly, the feeling of standing in the void was truly different from standing in the sky. If it weren't for his considerable gains this time, Gushi really wouldn't want to try his hand at void flight again. After landing, Gushi immediately found a place to sit down. This time, Gushi had obtained many good things, and this was a perfect opportunity to digest them all. After sitting on the ground, the hand of death and the head of the goddesses, which Gushi had collected, flew out. Gushi first suppressed the monsters he had found into the wind-breaking shattering ghost prison, thus completing the strengthening of the wind-breaking shattering hand. As for the fusion and crushing ghost prison, only the last 3 monsters were missing. With more effort, perhaps, he could complete everything this year. This situation made Gushi quite happy. For a while now, the 2 red items Gushi had been eyeing were the death hand and the magic staff. The magic staff was still being nurtured, and it was likely it would take some time to be finished. The death hand, however, was stuck on the materials. Everything else was easy to find. Gushi had no shortage of orange items, but finding the right kind of weird items was always difficult. If it weren't for good luck this time, the wind-breaking ghost prison wouldn't have been completed so quickly. Now that one part was finished, the pressure on the fusion forge to crush the ghost prison was lessened. The progress on the hand of death could also be significantly improved. After finishing the wind-breaking shattering hand, Gushi wasn't idle. He quickly took out the stone bone and slapped it directly onto the mane of death. In fact, the stone bone's attributes differ somewhat from those of the mane of death. After all, the mane of death was originally designed as a shooter. Wind is the mane of death's true meaning beyond death, while the earth's true meaning is the exact opposite of the mane of death. But Gushi didn't value this. The stone bone's power of death was sufficient as long as it could be used. The last time Gushi obtained the stone bone, he gave it to the nether flower, but the nether flower didn't grow at all. The effect was even worse than the ghost power grass, so Gushi didn't plan to add the stone bone to the nether flower this time. As for the head of the goddesses, Gushi was still adjusting this red outfit. Adding the power of death to it now would actually affect his adjustments to the head of the goddesses. If it weren't for this reason, this stone bone would have been a good choice for the head of the goddesses. After all, it resembled a human skull, and it would surely have a certain blessing effect on the head of the goddesses. But now wasn't the right time. For this reason, Gushi ultimately chose to use it to strengthen the mane of death. After Gushi slammed the stone bone into the mane of death, numerous silk threads automatically began to weave before him. Finally, the red threads broke, and one thread pierced directly between the stone bone's eyebrows, forcibly pulling something from the stone bone. Then the stone bone dissolved like dust in the wind. Gushi was visibly stunned by the scene before him. Initially, Gushi had intended to channel the power of the stone bone into the blood silk net. After all, the blood silk net was the most important tool within the mane of death. But Gushi had never anticipated that the mane of death would ultimately lose this portion of its power to the soul-drawing path. Although the soul-drawing path hadn't been significantly strengthened, it was clearly changing. Gushi could only shake his head helplessly at this situation. The mane of death hadn't been completely subdued yet. He still needed to work harder. Just then, Shizheng approached Gushi. "Brother Gu. Brother Shi, you're also wondering why Brother Tiao is so slow, aren't you? As far as I'm concerned, there's no need to rush anything. Brother Tiao invited us in, so we're getting it for free. Warning won't do us any good." Gushi immediately saw what Shizheng was planning. Isn't it just the drop of blood in Gushi's hand that he wants? Gushi is no fool. Wouldn't he use such a good thing for himself? How could Gushi give away something he had so hard to snatch? He simply changed the subject. Shizheng was about to say something when Tiao Quan walked over. "It seems you all been waiting impatiently. This is my fault. I prepared it from the beginning. But now is a good time. Look, this is the stone bride I prepared according to your requests." With Tiao Quan's appearance, Shizheng had nothing else to say. He could only look away. He stopped looking at Gushi. After all, Gushi had given him a way out. If he continued to be disrespectful, Gushi would attack him, and he wouldn't be able to stop him. Otherwise, why would he use words to test Gushi? He would have grabbed it long ago. Gushi didn't say much, seeing Shizheng's embarrassed expression. Gushi didn't take a scoundrel like Shizheng seriously. Even if Gushi's performance before was worse, it was still better than Shizheng's. At least Gushi could say he had 2 red armors, that he had done what a decoration should do. Gushi accepted that Tiao Quan got a 10% share of the profits from this diplomatic incident. After all, this diplomatic incident took place on Tiao Quan's territory. But Shizheng got the same share as himself, and Gushi couldn't help but dislike him. At this point, if you just played your own game, it would be fine. Gushi wouldn't become an enemy of a red armor player over a trivial matter. At most, when he mentioned Shizheng in the future, Gushi would just say that their relationship was just average. But now you come here and try to deceive me verbally, trying to take away something I had my eye on and traded for. You're looking down on me. If you had said anything more just now, I would have shown you with my own actions that I have the strength and the means. Tiao Quan was unaware of the conflict between Gushi and Shizheng. He was calling in his men, the Stone Maidens. All the Stone Maidens here were newly carved jade statues, each stone a rosy white with a warm red glow. Shizheng's attention was immediately drawn to the Stone Maidens, ignoring Gushi's attitude. However, Gushi noticed that Shizheng's hands were noticeably clenched. It was clear that he wasn't quite so calm. Gushi smiled at this, and walked over to the Stone Maiden assigned to him, examining her from head to toe. He found that this was exactly his style, which pleased him greatly, and for the time being, he put Shizheng's concerns behind him. Chapter 2866. Gushi stayed at Shishanhai for 2 days before Su Wanyu and Niu Erqiang returned. After 2 days of processing, they had already calculated the bribe for this trip. The lightning ball originally given to Gushi by the humanoid contained 5 light balls, which should have been 5 decent reward items. If it weren't for the human's actions, the 5 players involved would have each taken one. But now it was different. The humans wanted to take over, and the government and military wanted to share. So this time, it couldn't be a one-to-one arrangement as previously planned. Finally, Su Wanyu brought one of the equipment and some other information directly to Gu Shi and the others. These past 2 days, Gu Shi and the others had been having a blast. Now Gu Shi was dragging Tiao Quan around, wanting him to help adjust a bed. In Gu Shi's words, he had a city of the dead, but no bed that fit him. Normally, when he returned to the city to rest, he'd stay in a hotel or a random tavern, which lacked any sense of belonging. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now that he had such good materials, asking Tiao Quan to help carve a bed wasn't a big deal. Doing business like this was better than dealing with Tiao Quan in tombstones. As for the bed's appearance, Gu Shi had already planned it. Not to mention the footrests, even the other decorative stone ornaments would need at least 12. There would also be screens, mosquito net frames, and so on. There was so much that could be carved. When Gu Shi mentioned this, Tiao Quan's eyes lit up. He felt this would be one of Shanhai's future interests. When Su Wanyu appeared, Gu Shi and the others barely reacted. Looking at the information Su Wanyu brought, Gu Shi suddenly remembered that he still had something to share. Under these circumstances, Gu Shi could only temporarily pause his discussion with Tiao Quan and shift his attention to the information before him. The information listed the contents of the bribe offered by the ancient god this time, as well as how much it could be converted into at the highest level. Of course, for a red armor player, money was of little use. The calculations here were all based on void spirit crystals. Each void spirit crystal was worth 100 years. Of course, after deducting the government and military contributions and dividing the remaining amount, Gu Shi would have about 30 years of void spirit crystals. Also, Su Wanyu wanted to ask Gu Shi and the other 3 if they wanted the item. If anyone wanted it, they could buy it with 100 years of void spirit crystals, and then everyone would each receive 7.5 years of void spirit crystals. All of this was calculated. With just a few days of running around, and nothing major happening, they could still obtain so many void spirit crystals. In fact, many red-armored players would be happy to do something like this. As for the information they brought back, it recorded the items purchased by the military or government. This was to prevent red-armored players from harboring negative thoughts. Gu Shi glanced at the information and the items that weren't sold, and he understood why Su Wanyu brought this item back instead of buying them all outright. The 4 items that had been sold earlier were clearly valuable, yet no one wanted them. That's why the human government and military had kept them. The last item was quite interesting. It turned out to be a crystallized corpse. It wasn't too large, and it wasn't human, but rather a bird. It said it could be used for undead crafting, alchemy, cooking, and so on. The quality of the corpse was quite good. If considered a material, it was orange quality. Gu Shi was somewhat interested, but Shi Zheng, standing nearby, also noticed this and engaged in a direct argument with Gu Shi. In Shi Zheng's words, the highest bidder would win. He was willing to pay a high price, so Gu Shi, who couldn't afford it, would have to give it up. Or, they could just auction it off on the spot. Su Wanyu could see that there was a conflict between Gu Shi and Shi Zheng, but he didn't know why. He thought for a moment, and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Gu Shi spoke up, "Then I don't want it. By the way, Brother Su, could you give me your share of the Void Spirit Crystal? I'm planning to visit the Capital Star region." Hearing this, Shi Zheng looked at Gu Shi with surprise. He might be thinking, "Are you still a necromancer? How could you possibly refuse an orange-quality corpse?" But Gu Shi really ignored Shi Zheng's reaction. He wasn't the type to make friends everywhere. Not all players in red armor would be his friends. Even if he ignored someone like Shi Zheng, he wouldn't cause him much trouble. Instead, Gu Shi was currently concerned about that single drop of blood. Blood taken from a being nearing the level of an ancient god was undoubtedly superior to that of an insignificant corpse. Gu Shi couldn't fail to see which one to choose. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, Shi Zheng's actions were clearly below par. How had he reached this level, and how had he managed to bind to a red equipment item? Gu Shi had actually forgotten that there was a criterion called order binding within red equipment. He had assumed Shi Zheng was a red equipment tier. In his mind, Shi Zheng should at least have some sense and stop acting like a naive rich kid. Su Wanyu didn't hesitate much and simply handed the Void Spirit Crystal and other items to Gu Shi. After receiving the Void Spirit Crystal, Gu Shi turned around and discussed the remaining matters with Tiao Quan, giving Shi Zheng no respect at all. Shi Zheng was about to trouble Gu Shi again, but was stopped by Su Wanyu. "Vice President Shi, do you still want this corpse?" "Of course I do. It's just 150 years of spirit crystals, isn't it? I can still afford that. I'm going to buy this corpse, and use it to make soup." I eat it all, and I won't leave a single bit for you. Shi Jing's voice was quite loud, and Gu Shi knew he was speaking to him. But so what? It's just a corpse, and not even a humanoid one. Its grade is okay, but its quality is just average. What would he do with it? To summon a soul and turn it into a blood disaster? If he really wanted to summon a soul and turn it into a blood disaster, why didn't he find some ordinary corpses to take back? Why this expensive and useless corpse? Gu Shi wasn't stupid. Seeing that Gu Shi ignored him, Shi Jing's expression grew even uglier. He wanted to rush to Gu Shi, but was stopped by Tiao Quan. Brother Shi, can you please stop messing around? I haven't finished my business yet. Gu Shi, standing nearby, sneered at Shi Jing, making his expression even uglier. Chapter 2867. After clearly discussing what he wanted with Tiao Quan, Gu Shi turned to look at Shi Jing, who was held at a distance. Gu Shi then flipped his hand, and the amber he had purchased appeared in his hand. Gu Shi proudly waved the amber in his hand toward Shi Jing before turning and heading out. Shi Jing's face turned blue with anger, but he couldn't do anything about Gu Shi. Even if Shi Jing was foolish, he knew he couldn't attack Gu Shi under such circumstances. If he did, even if he could survive Gu Shi's attack, the humans would not let him go. Finally, Shi Jing snorted heavily and turned to leave. He had no choice but to leave. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would be tempted to attack Gu Shi. Don't mind me, he's just a child who hasn't grown up. At this time, Su Wanyu came over to offer some advice to Gu Shi. Judging from his rank, he should be older than me, Gu Shi said calmly. He didn't reach that rank on his own. Part of it was brought up by others, like the children of aristocratic families. Aristocratic family? With others? How could he lead people faster than an army of undead? Besides, he's lived for so many years. It's fine if he reached his rank by himself, but doesn't he have any brains? Who is the aristocratic family choosing the heir to the red suit? Are they stupid? Gu Shi complained bluntly. As soon as Su Wanyu opened his mouth, Gu Shi understood the situation with Shi Jing's red suit. He also understood the disparity between his status and his own. At this point, Su Wanyu smiled awkwardly. He couldn't explain everything to Gu Shi. He couldn't say that Shi Jing's succession wasn't chosen by his family, but rather, for various reasons, fell to him at the behest of the human government. This was a compromise between the Shi family and the humans. So he could only smile awkwardly and avoid discussing the matter. Seeing Su Wan's reaction, Gu Shi didn't intend to ask any further. A big forest has all sorts of birds. Who else is in the Shi family? Wait. Don't mess around. I won't mess around. I just want to say this. If Shi Jing provokes me like this again, I have him bind his red dress to someone else. Gu Shi said this. He wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. Shi Jing had already gone, so Gu Shi wouldn't rush out to kill him. But there were some things Gu Shi definitely had to say up front. To avoid Shi Jing coming after him and causing trouble, leaving Gu Shi feeling hesitant like he did today. If Gu Shi had his usual temper, he would have attacked the moment Shi Jing jumped out. Even if he couldn't kill him, beating him half to death would have been fine. Now that Shi Jing had escaped, Gu Shi could simply advise Su Wanyu to spread the news. At this moment, Gu Shi's focus remained on the amber. Cupping the amber, the size of a human head, in his palm, Gu Shi could clearly sense its confining effect. Until the amber was broken, there was no way to detect the small ball of lightning within, which looked like blood. Gu Shi thought for a moment. Since the item was already out, he might as well use it immediately to avoid having so many people concerned. As he pondered, a marble path appeared before him. Tiao Quan, standing nearby, was startled at the sight. Here in Shanghai, even children can identify the quality of stone from birth. Tiao Quan could tell at a glance that the marble forming the path before Gu Shi was composed entirely of divine power. Even in Shishan, a major stone-producing region, stone of this quality was unavailable. It seemed Gu Shi was no ordinary person. At this moment, Gu Shi paid no attention. He took a step forward, following the marble path into the Temple of the Gods. In Gu Shi's eyes, the Temple of the Gods was his safe house. Here, even fate could not hold him back. It was a place of absolute safety. Upon entering the Temple of the Gods, Gu Shi exerted force with his hand, shattering the amber surrounding the drop of blood. Then, a thick aura of death emanated. Gu Shi was immediately struck by this deathly aura. Amidst this aura, Gu Shi saw a lightning-fast apparition pounce towards him. It looked as if it was trying to possess Gu Shi. However, before the lightning-like ghost could reach Gu Shi, it was grabbed by the bone-lightning hand and pinned firmly to the ground. Gu Shi, standing beside the bone-lightning hand, gently touched the ghost before him. Interesting. Is this the level below the ancient gods? Even dead with only a drop of blood left, there's still a chance for a comeback. Gu Shi twisted his hand, intending to send the ghost before him to the Bone Lightning Ghost Prison. The Hand of Death's greatest characteristic is its counterpart, the Ghost Prison. In addition to providing energy to the Hand of Death, these ghost prisons also suppress the strangeness of ghosts. After all, the Hand of Death possesses the ability to suppress and transform. The Bone Lightning Prison possesses a suppressive effect on lightning-like spirits. Just as Gu Shi was about to capture the lightning and bring it into the Bone Lightning Prison, a powerful resistance and repulsion emanated from the ghost. The lightning-like apparition continued to twist and turn within Gu Shi's Bone Lightning Hand, and for a moment, Gu Shi felt a sense of loss of control over the situation. At the same time, a dark purple electric current began to pulse on the ground of the Pantheon. Unable to break free, the ghost had other plans. At this moment, Gu Shi's mind suddenly struck. He remembered something. Didn't Gu Shi encounter a similar situation when he captured the ancient godhead? It seemed that the ancient godhead had already developed its own consciousness, seeking to control everything. In the end, Gu Shi summoned death to resolve the situation. It now appears that even those who haven't reached the level of an ancient god can still experience such situations. In reality, Gu Shi hadn't considered many things at this moment. For example, what kind of people are those who haven't reached the level of an ancient god, the goddess of beauty, who simply carved out a realm to hide and enjoy herself, and the star giant behind the great lord? How many times had the goddesses of beauty died in the endless wars between gods, with the goddess of beauty being the center of attention? The star giant behind the great lord took the red dress lightly. Even if such people died, they would have the ability to resurrect themselves. Such struggles were normal. At this moment, Gu Shi's mind was completely consumed by memories. He recalled how his death had taken away everything from the ancient god's head, helping him solve the ancient god's head's problem. Finally, Gu Shi's mind stirred, as if he had thought of something. Chapter 2868. What is Death's method? Gu Shi pondered this question relentlessly. Gu Shi witnessed every move Death made as he dealt with the ancient god's leader. Previously, Gu Shi couldn't understand the changes, but he memorized everything. Thinking back now, combined with the current situation, Gu Shi slowly understood Death's methods. Death truly viewed everything as mortal. Cities could die, red armor could die, skills could die, even the ancient gods could die. And Death controlled life and death. Whoever he wished to die would die. Although Gu Shi couldn't directly cause the ancient god to die, he could easily accomplish something like the death of a city. And the lightning soul before him wasn't an ancient god, not even a complete soul. So what was so difficult about it? Gu Shi imitated Death's methods, but instead of using Death's hand, he reached out and grabbed the still struggling lightning. Go to hell, Gu Shi said, word by word. As soon as he finished these 3 words, he felt as if he had grasped something. He reached out and pulled. The lightning that had been struggling before flowed like a pool of dark purple liquid onto the floor of the Pantheon. And in Gu Shi's hand, a dark purple ball of light with a faint golden glow inside appeared. Death. Gu Shi instinctively sensed what this ball of light represented. At the same time, he also instinctively knew what to do with it. Without a second thought, Gu Shi raised his hand and stuffed the object into his mouth. The next moment, a cyan aura surged from Gu Shi's mouth, quickly staining his skin a dark blue. This was the consequence of directly consuming death. But Gu Shi wasn't surprised or frightened at all. If you're afraid, you won't have to die, that was a joke. Whether you're brave or timid, death treats everyone equally. Now, Gu Shi was waiting for his opportunity. A chance to digest the mass of death before him. Don't ask how Gu Shi knew. The moment he took possession of this small mass of death, this instinct had arisen within him. Gu Shi stood motionless, atop the dark purple liquid in the Pantheon. A reel of memories began to flash before Gu Shi's eyes. His experiences before becoming a player, the process of becoming one, the joy of mastering the city of death, the excitement of receiving his first piece of orange equipment, the difficulty of binding a red item. Every event flashed before Gu Shi's eyes, like a cutscene. Until the moment Gu Shi first encountered death, and received the 3 red rewards from Death's hand. That was now. Gu Shi knew things couldn't drag on any longer. He was devouring Death's power, not actually committing suicide. If he truly committed suicide, there would be no further plot. Devour fuse, upgrade. Gu Shi, who had been standing motionless, raised his head. His pale face was expressionless, his pupils almost gone, leaving only the whites of his eyes. But as Gu Shi uttered these words, Gu Shi's skin rapidly changed from bluish white to dark purple, and a dark purple power rapidly permeated his body. The nether spirit flower in Gushi's hands, and the heads of the goddesses behind him, quickly floated away and retreated to the side. As for the rest of his equipment, it vanished, leaving only the hand of death fluttering behind him, and the mane of death wrapped around his waist. Oh, Gushi's handbook of the Lord of Fengdu also floated before him. The color of the book's pages slowly turned dark purple. The title on the cover also changed, now becoming the Book of Death, Underworld Edition. The next thing to change was the mane of death around Gushi's waist. After all, when Gushi received the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu, it was already red quality, and it wasn't even equipment. Furthermore, Gushi already had a specific goal, so the transformation was naturally the fastest. The hand of death hadn't yet become red equipment, it was still absorbing the power of death. The mane of death had already changed from bright red to dark purple. The color seemed to have altered the mane of death's appearance. However, the death mane's attributes remained largely unchanged. It remained the same quality as its ordinary red counterpart. However, if Gushi were to examine it now, he would have discovered that the death mane's essence had been enhanced. While the previous death mane could have achieved the level of a red suit through various enhancements, it was already considered a good upgrade. Now, the death mane ceiling was definitely a death-exclusive red suit. Even with a little more effort from Gushi, it wasn't impossible for it to become a hell-exclusive or Gushi-exclusive red suit. After the death mane's color settled, the remaining death power shifted back and forth between Gushi's body and the hand of death behind him. Gushi's hand of death was still orange equipment, not yet reaching red quality. Even death power was useless in this regard. No breakthrough was impossible. No matter how strong he was, it was useless. Gushi's body, however, under the influence of this death power, had undergone some changes. Gushi's skin had originally turned a bluish gray, as if he were about to suffocate. Now, it had turned a dark purple, as if he had been a corpse for a long time. The vitality of Gushi's body was slowly fading. If Gushi hadn't relied on leveling up to eliminate all the negative effects on his body and replenish his vitality, and if he hadn't allocated some of his death power to the 3 death rewards, he might have been a corpse for who knows how many days. But given the current situation, Gushi couldn't hold on any longer. Just when Gushi decided to level up again, his eyes suddenly lit up. Gushi's eyes changed from dead white to eyes with dark purple pupils. At the same time, the dark purple hue on his skin receded, returning to its normal color. If it weren't for the persistent dark purple on Gushi's lips and nails, no one would have guessed that Gushi had just undergone such a transformation. The hands of death behind him also underwent some adjustments. Originally, they were somewhat rigid, with 4 arms each extending from a different direction, some bony and some in a ghostly state. Now, they had all transformed into dark purple, ethereal arms. When they moved, they stirred up gray smoke, making it clear that these hands of death were composed of death. With this, Gushi had finally completely digested that portion of death, completely swallowing what he had gained. Chapter 2869. Almost dead? As that portion of the power of death was digested, Gushi's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't to prove he was still alive, but to allow Gushi to relax. When he had consumed that portion of the power of death, Gushi truly felt like he was about to die. If it weren't for his ample experience and the ability to level up and restore his health at any time, which gave him enough confidence, if it weren't for his good timing and the 3 rewards from death that helped to offset some of the power of death, he might have been completely wiped out in a moment of carelessness. Now that he had finally settled down, Gushi could finally focus on other matters. He didn't move much, and the nether spirit flower and the head of the goddesses, which had floated away earlier, returned to him. Then, the orange equipment returned one by one. That previous blow had frightened the nether spirit flower and the head of the goddesses. If the nether spirit flower and the head of the goddesses hadn't immediately dispersed, they might have faced certain death. Don't assume that the ghost flower, a red item from the undead side, means you won't die. If it weren't for the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu, both the death mane and the death hand were gifts to Gushi, and he might have lost them all. But this time, he definitely gained a lot. After his equipment returned to him, Gushi reached out and touched the ground. The dark purple liquid that had previously formed a pool automatically flowed back into his hand. The lightning that had previously filled the entire pantheon disappeared. The blood of that near-ancient god-level figure truly became a single drop. Gushi collected the drop of blood and then turned to assess his current situation. Gushi hadn't expected that he only just reached level 22, and in the blink of an eye, he already reached level 23. And this time, the skills gained from level 23 were quite interesting. Previously, he had 2 Underworld King skills, and 3 useless ones, with the main one being a no-brainer. But this time, it wasn't like that. This time, Gushi gained the level by consuming the power of death. So, all 5 skills were death-related, and they were all good ones to prioritize. This was the first time Gushi had to worry about which skill to choose since becoming the head of the Mystic Academy. Upon reaching level 23, your health and mana will be replenished, all negative status effects will be cleared, your intelligence will increase by 2, and you also receive 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. Unjust Death and Longevity, Underworld-specific death skills, passive, upgradable. Every time you kill an enemy or encounter a deceased person, you determine whether the enemy died unjustly or died of natural causes. For those who died unjustly, their unused lifespan can be drained and converted into yin chi, negative energy, and other death-related attributes. For those who have died of natural causes, their memories and skills can be drained and converted into underworld currency or equipment. The conversion of lifespan for those who died unjustly is slow, requiring them to be trapped in a single location for a slow extraction. The deceased have a strong obsession with memories and skills, requiring some means to induce them to voluntarily erase them. Flower of Life and Death, a passive skill exclusive to the underworld's death, upgradable. When examining a living being, a flower will grow above its head. When the flower blooms, it marks the time of its death. The flower comes in 3 colors: red, white, or black. Red indicates natural death, white indicates accidental death, and black indicates murder. After a living being dies, flowers can be harvested and used as alchemical materials. Secret Chips, a special death-specific skill, upgradable. Dead souls, yin chi, death power, and other underworldly attributes are crafted into secret chips. These can then be used to communicate and trade with the deity that governs death. Souls can be purchased or redeemed from them, or souls can be sold to different death gods. Note, having secret chips is only the beginning of contact with the death god, they may not necessarily respond to you. Immortal Body, a death-specific skill, a strengthening skill, upgradable. By absorbing yin chi, ghost chi, negative energy, and other death-related energies, these abilities are used to strengthen the body. This strengthened body is protected by death, becoming invulnerable to weapons, fire, and water, or ignoring death, poison, and curses. Dead Object, a death-specific skill, upgradable. Consume mana and yin chi to transform dead objects into dead objects, transforming red dead outfits into red death outfits. Gushi's eyes widened at the 5 skills before him. The detailed descriptions at the top indicate that these skills deserve detailed explanations. The brief descriptions of the following skills aren't meant to be abandoned, but rather because fewer words convey greater meaning. It can be said that all 5 skills are useful, readily apparent, and quite important. Take the last one, for example. The description is a single sentence, as if the author wrote too many lines, draining their thoughts, and finally lost track of what to write, omitting a random sentence. But a closer look reveals otherwise. Death brings out its own strengths. Transform dead items into dead items, including dead red clothing, into death red clothing. Gushi had seen dead people wearing death red clothing before. In Death's territory, there were many of them. Gushi had nearly been beaten to death before. From this, it can be seen that this skill, which seems to be used to make up the numbers, is actually used by Death himself. Of course, it's also possible that this skill was developed by Death himself to make up the numbers. Regardless, Death can just pick up a skill to make up the numbers, but Gushi couldn't ignore it. Then there's the Immortality, which is actually a unique enhancement method for Death, similar to how Gushi devoured Death and borrowed its power to strengthen his body. It basically marks a mark, telling others that this person is immune to death. If you hit them here, they won't die. In the myths of the past, soaking in the sticks or burning directly in the nether fire were all ways to cultivate immortality. However, for Gushi, this skill has a different meaning. Although Gushi hadn't made a choice yet, and hadn't experimented with it himself, he believed that once he mastered this technique, he wouldn't need to upgrade himself to withstand the encroaching power of death in the future. He could simply absorb the power of death into his body, and slowly release it to strengthen himself. The revolving scene before death had truly been quite stressful for Gushi. When he was vying for the head of the ancient god, he hadn't felt such pressure. It could be said that this was the closest Gushi had ever been to death. With his immortal body, this problem was no longer a problem. Death, that's my friend. Chapter 2870. Even such powerful skills are still placed in the 2 simplest skills in the introduction. Just imagine how powerful the other skills are. Gushi, this is precisely why Gushi's choice was so difficult. He had never encountered such a situation before, and had no experience in making decisions on the spur of the moment. At this point, Gushi could only analyze each skill one by one. Of the remaining 3 skills, Secret Chips was a separate skill, while the first 2 passive skills were counted together. How should I put it? Secret Chips seemed quite strange. It's essentially like printing money. You're given materials, and you print some money. As for how much you can print, it depends on how much materials you have. Everything you print is yours, but the problem is, if you don't have a way to spend the money, no matter how much you print, it's useless. This money is just a stepping stone to gain access to the outside world. Once you gotten the upper hand, it's just a general equivalent. And if Gushi really knew about the existence of secret chips, he wouldn't necessarily need to make them himself. After all, Gushi had never heard of it before, and even had to print it himself when he needed to spend money. For this reason, this secret skill was the first option Gushi ruled out. As for the 2 passive skills, Gushi seemed to want both. Gushi immediately understood the purpose of these 2 passive skills. It was like a death-like skill for picking up trash. But you have to admit, picking up trash is quite rewarding. In the underworld, those killed by oneself are considered to have died in vain. They can be imprisoned somewhere, their remaining lifespan drained away, and converted into Yin-Chi for personal use. Natural death is called Sho-Dai, and memories or skills can be tricked out of them. Whether it's Yin-Chi or forgotten memories and skills, they are all crucial materials in the underworld. The situation in the underworld is similar, except that the collected items are transformed from Yin-Chi and memories into flowers. Different colored flowers have different functions. In fact, when seeing these 2 passive skills, Gushi instinctively preferred the flower of life and death. Because the nether spirit flower was his first red item, the flower of life and death was somewhat similar to it. However, Gushi soon hesitated, as the flower of life and death was not a necessity for him. On the contrary, unjust death and Sho-Dai were more beneficial to him. Gushi's Honest Emperor's Handbook of Fengdu had just absorbed enough death energy to transform into the Book of Death, Underworld Edition. Gushi didn't believe the Hell Edition in the Death Codex. Hell Edition referred not to the underworld known as the Hell, but rather to the entity known as the Hell, which ultimately lost its name. Clearly, the importance of this Death Codex, Hell Edition, surpassed that of the Fengdu Emperor's Master's Manual. If the Fengdu Emperor's Master's Manual was a path directly leading to the status of Fengdu Emperor, the Death Codex, Hell Edition, was about embarking on the path of the ancient god known as the Hell. Once embarked on this path, the effects of the underworld would be relatively limited. In contrast, the items offered on the paths of unjust death and the end of life would be of use to Gushi in the future. At this moment, Gushi wondered if he would encounter such a fortunate opportunity again in the future, directly granting him special death skills. Therefore, it's crucial to carefully consider everything when choosing. This way, when materials are needed, Gushi won't end up with a pile of unused materials, and won't know who to trade them with. Of course, Gushi could also simply choose unjust death and longevity, along with the flower of life and death skills. But of the other 3 skills, aside from secret summoning, Gushi liked the other 2. The situation now was more like choosing 2 out of 4, or 1 out of 3. Gushi's eyes shifted back and forth between the 3 skills. With each skill, Gushi's mind flashed through its potential applications and future developments. Quickly, Gushi ruled out Undying Body. Although Undying Body sounded quite good, boasting immunity and defense after enhancement, Gushi knew it was a resource-intensive skill, requiring significant resources for each enhancement. Most importantly, Gushi could only enhance it himself, and not share it with his subordinates. Gushi wasn't a Death Knight either. His melee prowess was already proven during his last battle against Jingda. Gushi truly had no talent for this area. Even if Gushi reached Teacher Jun's level in the future, he wouldn't consider switching from Necromancer to Death Knight. Without the need for melee combat, the importance of undeath diminished significantly. This left Gushi with only one choice: the Flower of Life and Death or a dead object. Gushi had considered this thoroughly. Choosing the Flower of Life and Death offered an additional avenue. Besides other factors, the yield of this flower was enormous. Because there's no requirement here that life must be cultivated. In other words, if you choose this path, you can simply find a place and produce a large quantity of flowers whenever you need them. But if you choose this path, you need to consider your future routes. You can't just have flowers and not know what to do with them, right? Even if you use 3 colors of flowers for alchemy, you need a recipe. To craft other items, you need a blueprint. If you can find these things, it's fine. If you can only choose them when leveling up, the situation is different. Although Gushi has the ability to select 2 skills at a time, there aren't many options for each skill selection. If there were 2 more mandatory options, Gushi wouldn't have peace of mind in his future leveling. The same problem applies to dead objects. Dead objects can transform equipment or items into dead objects. But the question is, who will use these things? Gushi's undead troops can use normal weapons and equipment. As for Gushi himself, he's a normal player and doesn't need to transform his weapons and equipment into dead objects before using them. Items destroyed in battle weren't a problem for Gushi. He could simply have his family's blacksmith reforge them. After all, his family's Red Guard blacksmith could now craft orange equipment. Gushi knew the choice: transform dead items with the materials or craft items for his own use. For a moment, Gushi was in a dilemma. Gushi looked at the 2 skills again and again, pondering and comparing them. Finally, Gushi reluctantly made his choice. I chose the skills of Unjust Death and Life's End, Dead Objects. Chapter 2871. Having made his choice, Gushi stopped dwelling on other things. After all, the decision had already been made, and it was too late to regret. At this moment, Gushi first felt his body. After all, after absorbing the power of death, his attention was completely focused on the upgrade options. He didn't check his physical condition. He also didn't check the changes in his 2 pieces of death gear after absorbing the power of death. Now that Gushi finally had some time, he naturally wanted to observe the changes in his body. Although his body hadn't been overly strengthened, Gushi could feel that this death had affected him from the inside out. It could be said that every strand of Gushi's hair had been affected by the power of death. He had now, arguably, completed his first death transformation. As long as Gushi wanted to, even if he could run, jump, and breathe, everyone would think he was dead or a ghost. And as long as Gushi didn't want to, even if his head was chopped off, he would still be alive. This state was actually quite strange. But who can truly explain the path of a necromancer? You say necromancers are strange? No matter how strange they are, they haven't changed their race, right? So Gushi didn't take this matter to heart. However, Gushi discovered that his bone marrow, under the influence of this death force, had been completely tainted with the power of death. Afterwards, his bone marrow would affect Gushi's hematopoietic system, transforming him into a mortal form once again. Perhaps before long, Gushi's body would undergo another round of growth. As for what's next, it depends on whether Gushi can obtain more death power or sufficient energy. Gushi was quite satisfied with the situation. There wasn't much for him to choose from. As for Death's Mane and Death's Hand, changes were already visible. Death's Mane's potential had increased, and Death's Hand even more so. Gushi estimated that in the past, Death's Mane, with the materials available for its upgrade path, could potentially become a death-exclusive red item. Then, Death's Hand ceiling would definitely be death-exclusive red item, perhaps even Gushi's own. This gave Gushi a lot of thoughts. The head of the goddesses was already exclusive, and if Death's Hand also had a chance of becoming exclusive, then Gushi would have to choose a path that could become exclusive, achieving dual red item resonance. This would broaden Gushi's horizons. Of course, these weren't the things Gushi needed to focus on. In fact, at this point, Gushi had already begun to focus on the Death Codex, Underworld Edition, an upgrade from the Fengdu Emperor's Manual of Domination. Gushi flipped through the book and discovered that the Death Codex, Underworld Edition, was a specialized book. There was a gap of 3 levels between the Death Codex and the Fengdu Great Emperor's Master Manual. Normally, even if Gushi had broken through to the Fengdu Great Emperor's Master Manual, it would have been between level 60 and the Ancient God level. It wasn't that he had suddenly reached the Ancient God level, which had a special name. But after all, the Fengdu Great Emperor's Master Manual in Gushi's hand had been given to him by Death. And Death had also asked Gushi for his opinion. This time, Gushi once again absorbed a large amount of the power of Death. Most importantly, the Underworld itself had abandoned its name, and Gushi still had a copy of the Underworld Splendor chapter in his possession that he hadn't yet processed. So, all of this combined allowed Gushi to skip some things and directly pointed him to a path. Of course, this path initially required Gushi to reach level 60 and become the Emperor of Fengdu. If he hadn't reached this point, Gushi wouldn't have understood what was coming next. Of course, the Ceremony of Death, Underworld Edition, wasn't given to Gushi for nothing. It contained some things that Gushi could prepare for in advance. For example, the Yin Qi, Death Qi, and memories generated by Gushi's skills, Unjust Death and End of Life, could be collected as ingredients. These ingredients were useless before level 45, but they became useful after that. The recipe for the Flower of Life and Death, however, wasn't recorded here. This made Gushi wonder if, Besides this Death Codex, Underworld Edition, there might also be a Death Codex, Underworld Edition. That was where the alchemical formula for the flower of life and death lay. Gushi initially merely glanced through the Death Codex, Underworld Edition, but as he read, he became engrossed. Although Gushi didn't find much use for the path after Fengdu Emperor, he had already avoided some of the wrong choices along the way. This way, after defeating Fengdu Emperor, Gushi wouldn't need to make any adjustments and could directly reach a higher level. For this reason, Gushi simply sat down on the floor of the Pantheon and diligently read the Book of the Dead, Underworld Edition, before him. At this moment, Gushi had only one thought: read the book thoroughly first to get a general idea of what it contained. That way, when encountering certain situations during the subsequent games and choices, Gushi wouldn't be unsure of what to do. As Gushi sat down, Shirwanchen, who had been hiding in the corner, quickly stepped forward to tidy up the Pantheon. Gushi's previous move had frightened Shirwanchen. She had thought Gushi was going to die. But now, it seemed that Gushi's strength had improved. So, Shirwanchen decided to come out and clean up a bit, to prevent Gushi from waking up to find the place in such a mess. But just as Shirwanchen was cleaning, a small dark purple lightning bolt shot towards him. Although Shirwanchen was a maid, she possessed considerable abilities. Faced with such an attack, she immediately resorted to a swift, unsteady maneuvering. But the lightning bolt was remarkably agile, swerving midair and striking Shirwanchen between the brows. Just as it was about to fall, a dark purple, translucent hand suddenly reached out and forcibly seized it. Gushi, reading nearby, raised his head and gazed at the location where the lightning bolt had been captured. Its vitality is quite tenacious. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the arm exerted force, crushing and engulfing the last bit of lightning. Gushi then stood up and clapped his hands forward. The liquid that had been transformed from the lightning bolt now coalesced into a water ball in his hands. I had been hoping to read here for a while longer, but now it seems that's out of the question. I take care of this first. I deal with other matters when I have time. Chapter 2872. After leaving the Temple of the Gods, Gushi discovered that Tiao Quan and the others had already dispersed. After all, Gushi had previously indicated his intention to leave, and since they were all busy, naturally no one was waiting for him to return. Gushi appeared briefly, then with a flash, he used the power of the red thread of the underworld to teleport back to the secret dimension. Ever since releasing some of the Celestials' mortal enemies, Gushi had been extremely cautious, often using the secret dimension for transit. This time was no different. Of course, there was a reason for Gushi's visit to the secret dimension. The dark purple liquid goo she held in his hand began to secretly generate lightning again. It was clear that if this thing wasn't disposed of, the spiritual energy within it would continue to generate. At first, Gushi considered extracting the concept of death from it again. But Gushi took a closer look and realized that the quality of the drop of blood had deteriorated. The previous extraction had already degraded the drop of blood to near level 60. Although Gushi didn't know the difference between level 60 and the lower ancient gods, he wasn't stupid. He could clearly tell which materials were best. Drawing the power of death again wouldn't be as effective as before, and it would only lower the quality of the liquid to level 60. Wouldn't that be a complete waste? Gushi simply used the liquid and saw what he would gain. As for where to use it, he chose the octopus head pyramid. This octopus head pyramid contained a special feature, the eagle and the snail. Unlike the orange-clad guards near the war god statue, whose bodies were given by the war god statue, their bodies were corpses placed inside the pyramid. Because of this, they were distinctly different from the orange-clad guards of the god of war statue. Their role was more like that of the incarnation of death, a being that could, even if killed, immediately return to battle as long as the pyramid remained. Since they were transformed from corpses, they could be equipped with weapons and equipment. Of course, the equipment here could actually be called burial objects. This time, Gushi thought of this. First, he had a pool of liquid in his hand, which was about to regain consciousness. Gushi didn't want to waste it by transforming it into a corpse wizard or a blood disaster. He simply took it and prepared to transform it into a guard here. Also, Gushi wanted to see if the death equipment could be used as burial objects. After all, after choosing a new skill, Gushi had to find a place to study it, right? Arriving in front of the octopus head pyramid, Gushi paused while holding the liquid. Looking at the octopus head pyramid before him, Gushi suddenly had an idea. The octopus head pyramid had a special property that could strengthen the weapons inserted into it. Gushi could just as easily craft inanimate objects. An idea suddenly struck him. Use the inanimate objects to create enough weapons. Then insert one into each skull in the octopus head pyramid. Could this reverse the effect, strengthening the pyramid with weapons? At this thought, Gushi nearly slapped himself. He had only come here to bury this drop of blood before him. Why would he be looking for trouble, adding tasks to himself? Thinking this way, Gushi entered the interior of the Octopus Head Pyramid. Although the Octopus Head Pyramid was originally constructed as a mausoleum using an octopus head, it was later remodeled as a pyramid. Everything expected of a pyramid is here. Gushi quickly arrived at the main burial chamber. A typical pyramid has a single passage leading to the main chamber, which then branches into upward and downward passages. The upward passage leads to the chamber containing burial objects, while the downward passage leads to the secondary chambers. The situation here is similar, except that the chamber for burial objects is missing. After all, there are no deities or spirits behind this pyramid. There are 3 downward-facing secondary chambers, one corresponding to each of the 3 directions from the main chamber. Gushi took a quick look and headed towards the passage on the left. In the passage, the situation was the same. None of the murals that would have been found inside a pyramid were here. After all, there were no deities behind this pyramid, and Gushi didn't know what to paint. He couldn't possibly depict Gushi killing Octopus Head. What would be the point of painting such a scene? So Gushi simply left it alone, using octopus scalps to decorate the walls. It must be said that, with this decoration, the passageway was quite clean. Gushi's speed increased noticeably as he walked through the passageway. With a mere turn of his head, he arrived at the secondary tomb chamber beneath the main burial chamber. Compared to the main burial chamber, which covered at least 100 square meters, the secondary tomb chamber before him was only about 30 square meters. The entire burial chamber contained a single, massive coffin, measuring 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and approximately 1.5 meters high. The size of this coffin alone took up half the entire tomb chamber. The coffin was made of stone, with no patterns on the sides, and the lid uncovered. You didn't even need to look inside to know there was nothing inside. At this point, Gushi said nothing more. He dropped the ball of water he had been holding into the coffin. Then, Gushi felt a voice from within the coffin, asking if he needed to add anything else. Gushi was somewhat surprised by this. He had originally thought that the Octopus Head Pyramid only needed to contain a corpse. Now it seemed that this was not the case. There should be something else that could be added to strengthen or transform the transformed undead. But there was only one chance to add something. Once the coffin was covered, opening it again would be equivalent to abandoning this guardian. This put Gushi in a difficult position. He had come here to transform this ball of liquid into the undead guardian of the Octopus Head Pyramid. The thought of strengthening this liquid hadn't even crossed his mind. Now faced with such a problem, Gushi couldn't immediately come up with the appropriate equipment or materials. After a moment's thought, Gushi simply sat down and looked through his belongings, looking for anything he could use immediately. He also sent a message to Luna and the others, asking them to search for items suitable for the current situation. This was a rare opportunity, so Gushi naturally had to do it right. Otherwise, closing the coffin and then opening it would be like abandoning everything inside. At Gushi's command, Luna and the others immediately sprang into action. In less than 20 minutes, Li Yufang's wedding procession arrived through the mist and appeared directly in the main tomb chamber. Chapter 2873. Sir. Li Yufang approached Gushi the moment she saw him. Because we're pressed for time, I haven't brought many things. But they're all selected according to your instructions. You may take a look. Li Yufang was always very conscientious in her work. Behind her was the strange figure from the wedding procession, carrying a gift box. The box contained various equipment, materials, and supplies that Luna had selected from Gushi's city, according to Gushi's requirements. Because the liquid was of extremely high quality, Gushi also requested orange quality materials this time. This slowed Luna and the others down considerably. If it weren't for this, Li Yufang would have arrived about 10 minutes after Gushi sent the message. Take it out and have a look. Gushi didn't blame Li Yufang for his slow arrival. He simply nodded gently. At this moment, Li Yufang quickly opened the box and took out the materials. Since he was going to create an undead guard, Gushi naturally couldn't ask Li Yu for all sorts of building materials, as he would for a city. The materials here were primarily flesh and blood, supplemented by some herbs and special exotic objects. Of these, there weren't many orange-quality items. If Gushi didn't have a larger territory, he wouldn't have been able to acquire so many. Gushi glanced at the materials in the box, his movements moving without a second thought. While checking the properties of the items, he placed them into the coffin. Death mercury. Quite a few people must have died down there. The corpse oil has seeped in. It can be used. This is a naturally occurring gemstone, shaped like a heart. Don't you want this, you? This is orange quality. As each item was placed into the coffin, Gu Shi's movements grew slower and slower. It wasn't that the items were bad, but rather that Gu Shi was recalling what he had previously placed there, wondering if the items he was holding would conflict with the materials he had previously placed there. Li Yufang wasn't idle either. She kept going in and out of the tomb, placing newly delivered supplies in front of Gu Shi and removing those he had discarded. After all, the tomb was too small, and the coffin took up more than half of the space. Gu Shi felt cramped inside, let alone so much material. Now there was barely room to turn around. Thankfully, Gu Shi wasn't constantly stuffing things into the coffin. Gu Shi had his own plan for placing items inside the coffin. Gu Shi wanted to complete the body's parts. This included bones, flesh, internal organs, and so on. At the same time, he had to consider the inherent properties of the liquid itself. The quality of the liquid couldn't be compromised due to the materials. So Gu Shi wouldn't keep adding to it, cramming in too much, just enough supplies were in place. Gu Shi had stopped adding materials to the coffin. He was currently processing some orange quality equipment. At this moment, Gu Shi actually regretted trading away all the orange equipment he had looted from the Celestials during the Void Trade. If he hadn't traded away all that orange equipment, Gu Shi could have used dead objects to transform it into the dead. There will be many places where these death gear can be used. It's not like now. Gu Shi wants to complete a set of orange quality death gear for this place, but he needs to convert the equipment just forged by the Red Guard blacksmith. Who knew it would be like this? Gu Shi muttered to himself as he used the dead object skill. He really didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Luckily, he had the Red Guard blacksmith, the Great Crucible, and the Night Blood Road, so he had no shortage of orange equipment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bury this undead guardian with him this time. Of course, as burial objects, the equipment would definitely not be a complete set. Gu Shi sensed the information coming from the coffin. Now, Gu Shi could place one weapon, one piece of armor, and one piece of jewelry inside. As for what to put inside, that was up to Gu Shi. Having come this far, Gu Shi naturally wouldn't treat the liquid badly. After all, so many good materials had already been invested. Being stingy now would be a waste of all the previous preparations. So, when Gu Shi used the dead object skill, he was truly meticulous. And the dead object skill didn't disappoint. The 3 pieces of orange equipment Gu Shi had selected faded noticeably under his skill. At the same time, these 3 pieces of orange equipment gave off the impression of being dead, about to be forgotten. This was Gu Shi's first time using dead object, and he wasn't sure what its effect would be. Now, it seemed that these 3 orange items, transformed into dead equipment, were truly quite interesting. Gu Shi picked up the newly transformed spear and shook it in his hand. He instinctively sensed that, under certain circumstances, this equipment's attack power would be stronger than that of ordinary orange equipment. But this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that death gear will have a built-in path. This path is directly the death path. While the quality of orange gear can't be changed, one thing is guaranteed: the path is clear. In other words, if death gear must be considered, it can be considered orange gear with a path. With this, the issue of it being usable only by the dead or the undead is no longer a problem. After all, a path, even if there's only one, allows one to grow and develop freely along it. This alone is enough for ordinary people, isn't it? And Gu Shi also has a feeling that even though this path is currently the death path, as Gu Shi grows, he can completely replace it with his own path when using the dead object technique. For example, the path to the underworld, or the exclusive path on Gu Shi's exclusive red gear, and so on. At that point, the equipment before him won't be called death gear anymore. Perhaps it will be called underworld gear or moonlight gear, or something like that. Gu Shi hadn't expected such a small incident to lead him to discover the deeper meaning of the dead object technique. Gu Shi wasn't overly pleased. After noting this, he placed the 3 orange pieces of equipment, transformed into death gear, into the coffin. After completing all this, Gu Shi had a feeling that the coffin was already full, and couldn't hold anything more. If anything more was placed inside, the coffin would explode. At this point, Gu Shi said nothing more. He raised his hand, and closed the coffin lid, then led Li Yufang out of the octopus head pyramid. Chapter 2874. As Gu Shi and his companions were exiting the octopus head pyramid, he suddenly sensed a rumble of thunder above it. A dark purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking the wonder squarely. Under the influence of the lightning, purple currents pulsed across the surface of the octopus head pyramid. Gu Shi understood that the octopus head pyramid was working. Although the lightning appeared to be falling from the sky, The currents were actually emanating from within the octopus head pyramid. This wave of lightning lasted for nearly 30 minutes, far longer than the time Gu Shi had waited for Li Yufeng and his companions to deliver the materials. After the lightning ceased, a 2-meter-tall humanoid figure slowly emerged from the passageway of the octopus head pyramid. The moment this figure appeared, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. This figure was tall and thin, wrapped in a plastic bandage that glowed with a dark purple light. The dark purple light made him look like a cyber mummy, the kind covered in LED lights. As he moved, it became clear that beneath the plastic bandages lay a body composed of lightning. If it weren't for the intact skeleton, internal organs, and flesh beneath, he might have appeared as a ball of lightning held in place by plastic bandages. Besides the bandages, he held a long sword in his hand, a cape draped behind him, and a snake-shaped necklace hung around his neck. But all this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that his head wasn't a human head, but that of a deep-sea eel. From time to time, lightning flickered between his eyes. It was clear he had already made his choice. Approaching Gu Shi, the humanoid knelt before him. "Greetings, sir." Gu Shi looked him up and down, then asked a final question. "What is your current level?" "Level 60. "No matter what you ask, sir, it's always 60. The humanoid understood Gu Shi's question, but there were some answers he could only respond with. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment before realizing the humanoid had a hidden meaning. So Gu Shi said directly, "If I were to ask you to fight the ancient god now, would you win?" The humanoid was speechless when he heard this, saying, "Sir, do you know what you're talking about?" Well, Gu Shi realized by now that his demands were too high. Gu Shi had only taken a single drop of blood, added various ingredients, and transformed into the figure before him. That drop of blood was the remnant of a powerful figure who had challenged the ancient god of Thunderbolt, and was instantly annihilated by him. Not to mention that Gu Shi had also extracted the power of death from it. This is a monkey version of a monkey, a 1 in a millionth of a 1 in a millionth. Asking him to challenge an ancient god is truly too much of a stretch. Gu Shi, realizing this, thought for a moment and said, "Then what can I compare your combat prowess to?" "Let me think, right?" Gu Shi recounted to the figure before him the image of the star giant he had accidentally seen while fighting the Great Lord. Listening to Gu Shi's description, the figure pondered carefully. "Although the enemy you mentioned is described briefly, judging by the Great Lord's arrangement, he is not an ancient god. Even the position above level 60, below the ancient god, is not a secure one. If I really fight, I can win. How? As long as the octopus head pyramid is there, I can resurrect infinitely. My movement speed is fast enough, and my weapon can penetrate defenses. If I fight with my life, I can defeat them." Hearing this, Gu Shi almost understood this person's strength. Beyond level 60, but still a long way from being an ancient god. However, within the realm of non-ancient gods, his combat power is still acceptable. Most importantly, his weapon can penetrate defenses, and he can resurrect infinitely if killed. He also possesses the power and speed of lightning. Such a being has the ability to protect himself no matter what. Even against a red-clad enemy, there's still hope of victory. No matter how strong, he can still fight. As long as he doesn't attack the ancient god or is not directly wiped out by the ancient god, anything is possible. At this thought, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. This is considered a combat power even stronger than the mythic level. If Gu Shi didn't have a small number of mythic level soldiers under his command, each one of them would be. Baby, Gu Shi really wants to drag a mythical warrior over here and test the combat prowess of this person. However, Gu Shi still inquired seriously about this person's situation. After confirming his strength, position, and growth, Gu Shi was satisfied and gave him a decent name. Lightning. His full name should now be Pyramid Guard Mummy Lightning. Of course, if shortened, he could also be called Pyramid Lightning. As for why, there's no need to ask. He wouldn't be called Jin Hui or Jin Hu Mu, right? After confirming everything, Gu Shi prepared to leave. This matter was a last-minute one. Because of this matter, Gu Shi had disrupted his plans. Now that the matter was over, Gu Shi naturally had to return to his normal work routine. Most importantly, Gu Shi felt that his choice during this upgrade had caused him a major setback. The death gear wasn't as bad as he imagined. As such, Gu Shi would need to allocate some of his time to this for the next period of time. Apart from anything else, he also needed to study the changes to the death gear. Also, regarding the issues of unjust death and the end of life, while there were some things that could be addressed, the starting point for this skill still lay within Gu Shi. Gu Shi felt that he needed to get out more and interact with outsiders. It seemed that the game world would have to be refreshed again. If nothing else, then to ensure that more of his subordinates would die unjustly. And then, there was the Death Codex, which Gushi absolutely had to learn. And not only did he need to learn it, but he also had to integrate it into his own growth process. He couldn't just hold on to the Death Codex and continue down the same old path. That would be a complete waste of his own opportunities. There were all sorts of other wonders. This time, using the octopus head pyramid made Gushi realize that many of his wonders seemed to be unused. This was unacceptable. It was somewhat wasteful. Gushi needed to make good use of these things. And then, there was the Emperor's Spear. And then, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. He hadn't even realized that he was already rolling up. Even Gushi himself hadn't imagined that he would one day work so hard. This wasn't his nature. Just as Gushi was unknowingly rolling up, Pyramid Lightning suddenly raised its head. "Sir, I have something to say." Chapter 2875. What's the matter? Although Gushi's train of thought was interrupted, he still looked at Pyramid Lightning. "Sir, I'm afraid I can't stay here forever." Hearing this, Gushi was also a little surprised. Isn't he the guard protecting the octopus head pyramid? If not here, then where? Of course, Gushi didn't refuse, but simply asked. "Tell me about it." "That's right, sir," Pyramid Lightning explained quickly. "In my current situation, if I don't strive for advancement, staying this way is fine. But if I want to grow, I need to establish my own lightning dojo in my own area. And the requirements for my lightning dojo are quite strict. I need both the desert and the ocean. I can handle everything else myself. I need a sufficiently large space." Hearing Pyramid Lightning's requirements, Gushi was also stunned. Gushi assumed that Pyramid Lightning didn't want to stay here because it was a secret space with difficult access, or perhaps he had his own ideas. But he hadn't anticipated that Pyramid Lightning was making this request solely for its own growth. Gushi had no choice but to ask for more details. After asking, Gushi realized that while ordinary Pyramid Guardians were easy to maintain, this Pyramid Lightning before him was far from easy. The space he needed to grow required at least a large game space. In other words, if Pyramid Lightning was to avoid being permanently blocked from growth, he needed at least a game world to play in. Gushi was silent for a moment at this request. "Fine. I have game worlds, but I need your assurance. I need your fighting power when I need it. I will definitely be by your side, sir, even if it means dying in battle." Hearing this, Gushi waved his hand. "Alright, then go find Titanium Lion. He has plenty of game worlds. You can choose one that suits you." Pyramid Lightning nodded, effectively accepting the offer. At this point, Pyramid Lightning said to Gushi, "Sir, I have one more thing to discuss." "Ah? Another thing? No, why are there so many things to discuss?" But Gushi still said seriously, "Just tell me what you have to say." "Sir, there's another treasure in my memory." Gushi was stunned. "Is it your deceased lover's treasure?" "Yes and no. It's not the main treasure." Gushi didn't blame Pyramid Lightning for playing dumb. After all, after the Pyramid Lightning's predecessor was killed by the Thunderbolt Ancient God, his home was undoubtedly ransacked. Even if the Thunderbolt Ancient God didn't do it himself, his humanoid subordinates would have taken action. After all, those who dared to challenge the Ancient God surely possessed valuables. The Ancient God might not value their possessions, but his subordinates would definitely appreciate them. After the Ancient God killed the challenger, he might simply forget about it. But his subordinates would not forget. They would immediately remove all their belongings. Those who didn't remove either missed it or despised it. And the things that Pyramid Lightning remembered were most likely not the kind of things that others would despise. But the main treasure is definitely out of the question. Gushi isn't the only one who possesses the ability to dig deep underground. So the treasure is a treasure, but it's definitely not the main treasure. It's most likely just some ordinary treasure. Perhaps it's been forgotten, undiscovered by the Ancient God's minions. But for Gushi, it's still a treasure, no matter what. It's not the main treasure, that's fine. Do you have the exact coordinates or location? If so, we go there now. Yes, the treasure is hidden in the game. I still remember the coordinates. In the game, there are coordinates, so that's fine. Wait, what did you say in the game? Gushi was speechless. What game could possibly hold such a treasure? Isn't it the Red Suit game? No, Pyramid Lightning shook his head decisively. How could a treasure be hidden in the Red Suit game? It's the advancement game. But not yours, sir. It's someone else's advancement game. Hearing this, Gushi frowned. At this moment, he had already recalled how someone had seemingly borrowed his path to advancement to other games. At that time, Gushi had been quite gracious. But now, it seemed, the advancement game was a very complex place. Let's talk about the treasure later. Tell me about the advancement game. The advancement game world? That's an opportunity for every player. Each advancement game world possesses relative independence. It's like being cut out from the long river of the game. Because of this independence, the advancement game world is the perfect place to sever causal links and erase traces. Pyramid Lightning spoke seriously. Gushi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't really considered such a scenario. But thinking back, it made some sense. The entrances to the several promotion games Gushi had participated in were all relatively unique, not portals. But Gushi still didn't quite understand some of the concepts involved. He was about to ask again, when Pyramid Lightning spoke again. But after each player's promotion game world ends, it will be wiped clean. Will everything be wiped clean? Pyramid Lightning's words caught Gushi's attention and reminded him of something. After all, Gushi's head of the goddesses and the golden apple tree were both taken from the promotion game. If each promotion game world was wiped clean and restarted, then what would happen to the head of the goddesses that Gushi had taken? But Pyramid Lightning didn't notice Gushi's expression change, and he continued speaking. My previous body discovered something. When an outsider secretly enters the Ascension game world, the difficulty of the Ascension game world changes. Things that shouldn't be there will secretly lurk within it. Only when the Ascension game world is cleansed will they return to their original positions. This is the original body's thinking. What thinking? Gushi was so preoccupied with the Ascension game world that he didn't pay much attention to the words. After Pyramid Lightning finished speaking, Gushi asked a question in return. Pyramid Lightning, unaware of all this, immediately responded. It prevents people from advancing, and keeps them stuck in the Ascension game world. Chapter 2876. Pyramid Lightning's words brought Gushi to his senses. He thought about it carefully. Fortunately, the head of the goddesses had memorized everything Pyramid Lightning had said, so Gushi didn't need to ask again. He already knew what had been said. At the same time, Gushi's mind raced, and he understood the situation. Gushi also quickly grasped the meaning of Pyramid Lightning's call. According to normal theory, the Ascension world was originally entered by a single player. This was understandable. After all, the Ascension world was created to address the unique circumstances of each player. If there were another player in the Ascension world, whose quests would be completed, Gushi had previously sensed that when he entered the Ascension world with red armor, the game world's difficulty increased significantly. Subsequent Ascension worlds all had red quality quests. At first, Gushi hadn't paid much attention, assuming that red armor was the only way to do that. In reality, he hadn't noticed that the title of Emperor Armor was on the same level as the golden apple tree, but the head of the goddesses was clearly not. Gushi stumbled upon this item in the promotion game world. The head of the goddesses actually appeared due to the free player Suyohing, who had appeared in the promotion game world at the time. At the time, Suyohing was at the resonance level of 2 red armor. Based on this, the head of the goddesses likely appeared because Suyohing entered Gushi's promotion game. If Gushi hadn't noticed, it might have returned to its original location. But Gushi obtained it, and luck was on his side. The promotion game world where the treasure was hidden was likely a similar situation. It was just that Suyohing had approached Gushi and offered him a favor before Gushi allowed him in. And the person in Pyramid Lightning's original body wouldn't be friendly to ordinary players. He must have secretly entered this player's promotion world and then hid his treasure there. If he had been more kind and not interfered with the player's promotion, the promotion game world would have been cleared after the player left, and no one else would know where the treasure was hidden. But the person before him didn't care about ordinary players at all. To ensure the continued existence of this game world, he used various means to trap the player in the promotion game. Until the player completes the promotion, this promotion game world will remain in existence. And why would someone who didn't know specifically go there? So this treasure must be well hidden. Gushi, having figured it out, turned to Pyramid Lightning and asked, "What kind of treasure is there?" Gushi thought, if the treasure was large and contained many items, he would go there in person. If the treasure was just 1 or 2 items, or just ordinary orange quality items, then Gushi wouldn't go there, and would just have Pyramid Lightning go and retrieve them. There was no need for Gushi to go there himself. Pyramid Lightning had only met Gushi for a short time. How could he possibly know what Gushi was thinking? When Gushi asked, Pyramid Lightning answered, "I seem to remember the remains of this body. This should be it." Remains? Gushi pondered. Could this guy have died once before? But what does it mean to die once? Reincarnation? Gushi's heart stirred, as if he sensed something. The image of Teacher June suddenly flashed through his mind. Teacher June's sudden reincarnation and class change, starting over from scratch, had seemed unremarkable before. It seemed as if Teacher June himself favored the Death Knight class. Now, it seemed otherwise. Let's go and take a look. Gushi, having discovered something, couldn't just go directly to Teacher June to inquire about the situation. He could only go to the treasure that Pyramid Lightning mentioned and look for any remains left behind. Perhaps the remains there would give Gushi a different perspective. After hearing Gushi's words, Pyramid Lightning immediately responded, "Okay, let me get ready." Gushi nodded and turned to talk with Li Yufeng. "It seems my plan to return to work won't be possible for now." Taking advantage of the remaining time, Gushi plans to lay out a few things. This includes the supplies he purchased this time, as well as the tasks he's currently working on. Some things need to be arranged in advance, and some require preparation. There are also some ideas I had, such as the sources for the death weapon, the unjust death, and the end-of-life skill products. Everything needs to be arranged in advance. This isn't something to be dealt with right at the last minute. One more thing, Gushi is still considering upgrading. If Gushi were level 22 at this point, he might not have been so anxious. But he was now level 23, with only one chance to level up and replenish his health. This made Gushi somewhat uneasy. This wasn't a good thing. Gushi needed to quickly level up his skills. That way, when he needed to upgrade to prevent disasters, he could start leveling up immediately, and wouldn't be left at the end without the chance to upgrade. Li Yufeng also understood that she might not be able to accompany Gushi again this time. So she quickly wrote down some of Gushi's requests, waiting to arrange them after returning. Gushi was really speaking freely at this moment, and Li Yufeng was recording them quite quickly. Soon, 2 notebooks were filled. Just as Li Yufeng was about to take out the 3rd notebook, Gushi suddenly asked, "Has the headless corpse witch returned?" "Not yet. I don't know where he went. The only thing we know for sure is that he's still alive. Keep an eye on him. When he returns, tell him to come find me." Gushi was beginning to grow somewhat curious about the headless corpse witch's whereabouts. Normally, the headless corpse witch wouldn't have gotten very far before returning. If he was trapped somewhere, he could find a place to commit suicide. Gushi's city had plenty of means of resurrection. Important figures, like the headless corpse, which were closely watched. If anything went wrong, they would be resurrected immediately. But it had been so long, and the headless corpse which still hadn't returned. There had to be something wrong. But now, he couldn't be contacted at all. He didn't know if he was trapped or what. Gushi could only ask Li Yufeng to keep a close eye on him, and wait for the headless corpse which to return, so he could notify him. Meanwhile, Pyramid Lightning had already made his preparations, and arrived at Gushi's side. Chapter 2877. "Are you sure you're here?" Standing somewhere in the real world, Gushi couldn't help but ask Pyramid Lightning beside him. "I remember correctly." Pyramid Lightning gazed confidently at the abandoned star field before him. This star field had clearly experienced a great war hundreds of years ago. The entire population of the star field had been annihilated for centuries. In front of where Gushi stood, there was a grayish-yellow bone. Based on Gushi's current knowledge of the undead, the owner of this bone had been dead for at least 400 years. And bones like this were everywhere. Aside from these bones, there was nothing else to prove that anyone had ever lived here. The city that should have been nearby hadn't even a foundation left. Not to mention anything else. It looks like it's been cleaned up more than once, but it's clearly not cleaned thoroughly. Gushi's men were all involved in moving and demolition work, and he had seen the situation before him countless times. Of course, he could tell whether the previous demolitions had been complete. That's because when they arrived, there was nothing good left here. The one behind me, after hiding the treasure here, wiped out the entire race in this star region. Then he left. It must have been over 100 years before the destruction was discovered. By then, if they came looking for goodies, there would be nothing left. Did they wipe out an entire race? Gushi looked shocked. What's the big deal? Didn't the Lord also wipe out entire races in one fell swoop? Pyramid Lightning looked at Gushi in confusion. What else could Gushi say after hearing this? He had wiped out an entire clan in one fell swoop, but there were always reasons. He had never considered wiping out an entire clan simply to hide his treasure. It felt like the Octopus Head clan back then, hiding their secret space in the memories of others. No, he must have done something even more extreme than the Octopus Head clan. The Octopus Head clan had combined the strength of their entire clan, while he had single-handedly accomplished everything. So what do we do now? Your Excellency has never seen anyone else advance, right? Pyramid Lightning asked. Yes, I always been alone. Then you, sir, surely don't know the special nature of the entrance to the advancement game world. After a player enters, it becomes hidden until they complete their quest and return. Gushi finally realized why Pyramid Lightning had asked that question. It seemed that even if everything else was removed, the advancement game world would remain. But Gushi was still a little curious. Aren't they worried about this starfield being demolished and taken away? You know, there are still some pretty good planets here. They already demolished them. Pyramid Lightning said seriously, look, there's only one sun in the sky. Isn't one sun normal? Gushi looked up at the sky. For some reason, the sun didn't seem very large or warm, casting a hazy gray hue on the sky. That's not normal at all. As far as I remember, there should have been 3 suns in the sky here. So the stars here were removed. Sir, I think your methods of looting, such as digging 3 feet deep, were somewhat wasteful. Hearing this, Gushi felt as if he had been slapped in the face. This was the first time someone had accused him of inadequate demolition and removal, and of unprofessional looting. This was clearly a sign of disdain. Gushi said seriously, wait. I show you my strength when I have the chance. Gushi didn't seem to mind the fact that Pyramid Lightning was his subordinate. In Gushi's eyes, this was a matter of face. Pyramid Lightning was puzzled after hearing this. He didn't understand why Gushi was so obsessed with this matter. Under Pyramid Lightning's guidance, Gushi quickly arrived at a certain location. According to the coordinates, this is it. Sir, please give me some energy later so I can activate the coordinates. Gushi, upon hearing this, without a second thought, channeled some of his mana. Pyramid Lightning, however, rejected the offering and inquired. Sir, do you have any Void Spirit crystals older than 10 years? Yes. Gushi certainly had Void Spirit crystals, but he hadn't considered how they would be useful here. Nevertheless, Gushi took them out and handed them to Pyramid Lightning. Pyramid Lightning simply placed them on the ground and pressed them down with both hands. Then, a flash of lightning erupted from Pyramid Lightning's hand. A deep black pit appeared before Gushi. That's it. It seems my memory is correct. This is the game world where a black-armored paladin advances. Black-armored paladin? Gushi pondered for a moment. He had never heard of this class. Oh, it's a paladin-like advancement path. The initial knight, at level 5, becomes a paladin. At level 10, he advances to a black-armored paladin. At level 15, that's where he advances to either a black-like paladin or a white-armored paladin. These are considered different paths for this class. However, this class is a characteristic of a certain race. The black armor they use isn't the kind of armor ordinary people use. It's a chitinous shell they naturally possess. At level 15, they can choose to absorb this shell into their bodies, transforming their outer armor into black light. They can also strengthen the shell's hardness, changing its color from black to white. Pyramid Lightning knew a bit about black-armored paladins, and even though Gushi didn't know anything, he explained it to her. Do they have a long lifespan? But Gushi wasn't concerned about this class. He immediately thought of a scenario. After all, this player had taken hundreds of years to reach level 15. If their lifespan wasn't long, they might have died before completing the advancement. Not really, but after level 10, their bodies transform into insects. This way, when seriously injured, they can seal themselves in amber until someone wakes them up. And while I was still alive, I sealed this person in a place in the game where no one could find him. This way, he would remain trapped in amber. The amber would remain trapped in the game. This advancement game would continue to exist. And the treasure could remain hidden within this game world. Chapter 2878. After listening to Pyramid Lightning's account, Gushi finally understood the situation in the advancement game world. However, he had never imagined that Pyramid Lightning's previous incarnation would do such a thing. He had trapped himself in amber, waiting for outsiders to rescue him. Until outsiders arrived, he would remain trapped, unable to die or live. Additionally, the entrance to the advancement game couldn't be opened directly, making it a perfect place to hide treasure. However, this had no direct connection to Gushi, as he hadn't done this. On the contrary, Gushi had gained an advantage. After all, it was because of this that the treasure hadn't been taken. As for the importance of this treasure, that depended on individual perspective. In any case, this time, Gushi had profited. After the entrance was opened, Pyramid Lightning had already locked onto his target. Sir, we can just jump down from here. I have a clue to the coordinates. We shouldn't look for that player then, but rather for the hidden treasure. Gushi glanced down at the deep pit before him and, without a second thought, jumped in. The moment Gushi jumped, he felt his vision go dark, as all the light around him was sucked away. An unknown amount of time passed before countless green dots of light appeared in the sky. Those dots looked like stars. But Gushi didn't think they were stars. With the appearance of the dots of light, Gushi could see a little more clearly. He saw that they weren't actually stars, but eyes nestled within the shells of giant insects. This strange vision lasted only a moment. By the time she could see more clearly, he felt something solid beneath his feet, and a cold wind blew against him. Pyramid lightning. Sir, we arrived. She finally took in his surroundings, and realized he was standing atop a snowy mountain. The chill wind he felt was the mountain breeze between the peaks. From this vantage point, he could see quite far ahead. She noticed that the valleys between the peaks were all shades of green or pink. It felt like an oasis in the desert, a minor change within the larger landscape. However, from here, she could also see that there was no human presence at all. Additionally, there were no cutscenes upon entering, so she had no idea what the main quest of this game world was. Sir, we need to hurry. Can you keep up with me? Learn about the red line of the underworld. She immediately resorted to his most common method. Sir, you can't use the red line to the underworld. We can't go to the underworld in this game world. She understood immediately. That's the guy behind this again, right? He's afraid that players' death, after reaching the underworld, would ruin the situation, so he's made some arrangements there? She didn't know much about things like lightning, but when it came to the underworld, wouldn't it be like showing off one's knowledge to an expert if someone who took the lightning route talked to him about it? She could see that at a glance. Although she didn't care, even if he did reach the underworld, there were still some things he could handle. But why bother? What if she reaches the underworld and awakens the player who advanced? She is here to find treasure, not to rescue anyone. What if this guy is just one step away from completing the advancement, and then runs away? Where will she find the treasure? So, for the sake of she's treasure, this poor player should endure a little longer. Unable to enter the underworld red line will be less useful. At this point, she said again, my evil coffin moves at Mach 7. Pyramid lightning thought for a moment, then finally said, only Mach 7, a bit slow, but that's okay. My slower mount should be able to keep up. Hearing this, she didn't know what to say. His Mach 7 evil coffin was already considered a relatively fast mount among players. Any faster would require a teleportation array or portal. I didn't expect Pyramid Lightning to call it slow. But thinking back to what he had seen of the Thunderbolt Ancient God's movements, and how Pyramid Lightning's predecessor had dared to challenge the Thunderbolt Ancient God, she understood what Pyramid Lightning said. His movement speed was still a little slow. But so be it. She wasn't on a speed route anyway. What good would a faster speed do to him? Mach 7 was more than enough. Although Pyramid Lightning felt Gushi's movement was a bit slow, he wasn't the one making the decisions. Gushi was the boss. So, Gushi released the evil coffin and climbed aboard, while Pyramid Lightning led the way. Although they couldn't use the red line of the underworld to move, with Pyramid Lightning leading the way, and the evil coffin's speed to begin with, they simply turned around and left the snowy mountain area. As he passed through the valley beneath the snow-capped mountains, Gushi glanced inside. He discovered that most of these valleys were formed by geothermal hot springs. This valley was filled with a variety of trees. The green Gushi had seen earlier were deciduous trees, while the pink ones were peach blossoms. Gushi hadn't expected the peach blossoms here to be so interesting. The flowers bloomed and withered constantly, with peach blossoms constantly falling from the trees, yet new ones constantly bloomed. He didn't know what influence this was. If this were Gushi's advancement game world, he might have stopped to take a closer look, or perhaps even study it carefully. After all, peach trees do have a certain influence on the underworld. But wasn't Gushi in a hurry? He just glanced at it, and didn't pay much attention. Instead, the wind created by the evil coffin as it passed through the valley blew up some of the peach blossoms. The blossoms seemed to have noticed Gushi's passing, and actually followed him. However, the wind blowing the peach blossoms was weak, and in the end, they could only drift about 500 to 1,000 steps out of the valley, making it impossible for them to catch up with the fleeting Gushi. After leaving the snowy mountain area, Pyramid Lightning led Gushi into a large river. Pyramid Lightning didn't specify a direction, simply sailing upstream, heading west. Evil Coffin also immediately followed the river's edge. Even the most difficult route was no problem for Evil Coffin. Gushi, however, was somewhat doubtful. Lightning, are you sure this is the right path? Don't worry, sir. I'm not mistaken. This is definitely the path, and it's not far from where we are now. Chapter 2879. After leaving the snowy mountain area and entering the riverbed, Gushi began to spot some human habitation. Because he was in a hurry, Gushi didn't approach any of the villages, but everyone knew how sharp his eyesight was. Even with a quick glance, Gushi could see that the creatures in the villages resembled humans, yet they all had some insect-like features. Things like compound eyes, antennae on their heads, and chitinous shells on their faces. Most importantly, their appearance had become somewhat insect-like, And so had their lifestyles. As they walked, they would occasionally put leaves into their mouths. At the same time, their strength had also increased to that of insects. It was unclear whether this was due to the influence of the race that entered this place, or if it was simply a change caused by the player who had entered to advance and had stayed here for too long. As Gushi pondered this, Pyramid Lighting shared some information from his memories with him. However, Gushi had a feeling that Pyramid Lighting wasn't trying to engage him, but rather digging deep into his memories. It was clear that his memory of the treasure's location wasn't as clear as he imagined. Gushi was somewhat speechless at this situation. You said you come all this way, only to discover your memory was flawed. Isn't that embarrassing? Thankfully, Pyramid Lighting had been discussing relevant information, likely something his previous incarnation had memorized. Recalling it now wasn't too difficult. Even if something went wrong, he could still lead Gushi to a relatively normal path. Plus, Gushi's speed was quite fast, so even if he had doubts, it wouldn't matter. After all, along the way, Pyramid Lighting was constantly pointing and mentioning things that could serve as landmarks. Sir, do you see that hill? The distance between it and the hill opposite isn't that great. A tiger could leap over it in one leap. But ordinary people who want to get there would have to go down that hill and then up again. The round trip would take at least a day and a half. That's why it's called a day and a half. Gushi glanced at the spot where Pyramid Lighting pointed and saw that the hill wasn't actually that far away. It was about 30 meters away. Someone with an agility of 20 or above could easily leap over it. But ordinary people couldn't. If they jumped from there, they might literally lose their lives. So they had to descend the nearby hill and then take a detour, taking a day and a half to circumvent the two hills. Sir, we must jump from the top of the mountain. Only after we jump will the correct path appear. Taking a detour down the mountain will never lead us to the correct path. Gushi nodded. Pyramid Lighting had been saying this all along the way. But Gushi had also figured out that as long as you followed the correct route, you would always find some special paths. Sometimes, there would even be traps or something. But Gushi didn't quite understand. Some landmarks were right there. If you didn't follow those routes, wouldn't you be able to connect the broken part just by finding the landmark? Just as Gushi was puzzled, a strange gust of wind suddenly blew from the sky. Gushi immediately looked up, and then his vision blurred as he noticed the sound of dripping water. Gushi turned in the direction of the sound, and saw a small mouse poking its head out. Gushi instinctively picked up a stone, and tried to throw it at the mouse. But just as he did so, he paused as he noticed that the hand picking up the stone wasn't his right hand, but a dark purple, translucent arm reaching out from behind. What was going on? Wasn't I preparing for my job, only to be captured by the people of Victoria City and thrown into the dungeon? What was going on with that arm behind him? Gushi thought hard for a long time. He couldn't remember bringing any powerful equipment or items with him. If he had any powerful equipment or items, he wouldn't have been trapped in the dungeon for so many days, nearly starving to death. That wasn't right. Gushi felt his stomach. He didn't seem hungry at all, nor did he feel the constant lack of food after being locked up in the dungeon for over 10 days. This situation was very wrong. Gushi stood up and spread his hands out in front of him. Gushi discovered that his hands looked emaciated, but they were quite flexible. When he clenched his fists, he could feel a strong force. This was about 70% wrong. Gushi also noticed something. As he was about to spread his hands, two pairs of dark purple, translucent arms floated out from behind him. Gushi remembered that he was a pure human, not some creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. There must be something wrong here. Gushi closed his eyes, then opened them again. Then Gushi felt a flash of light before his eyes, as if double images were appearing before his eyes. Sunlight streamed down from above the previously dark cell, and the rat peeking out from the corner transformed into a 2-meter-tall, monstrous figure. Most importantly, Gushi found himself standing on a black coffin, the wind blowing directly towards him. Squeak! While Gushi was still observing his hands, the rat squealed. If it had been before, Gushi would have thrown a stone at them. But now, Gushi didn't move. He continued to stare at his hands, as if they were actually flowers. The next moment, flowers actually blossomed from his hands. However, unlike normal flowers, these blue and white petals flew up on their own, fluttering towards Gushi's nose and mouth. Gushi made no move to stop the petals, letting them cover his face. Once they completely covered his face, Gushi could clearly sense that his vision had completely shifted. The dungeon scene vanished. He was now sitting on a coffin, a 2-meter-tall figure with an eel-like head, resembling a mummy, staring at him with a worried look. Beside this figure, dark purple lightning flickered incessantly. With each flicker, sparks flew from the lightning, as if something was being struck and ignited. "Sir, what's wrong with you?" The strange man then spoke again. At this moment, Gushi's mind cleared, as if something was about to come to him. Chapter 2880. My head hurts. It feels like I'm going to grow a brain. Gushi pressed his hands to his temples, nearly rolling over on the evil coffin. But he immediately sensed something was wrong, because the two pairs of dark purple arms weren't pressing down on his head, but rather slightly higher. Gushi felt a little puzzled as the head, held by two pairs of dark purple arms, floated in front of him. Looking at the strange female head before him, Gushi's heart stirred. The temple of the gods. The next moment, Gushi appeared in the temple of the gods. At this point, Gushi understood what was happening. He had been struck by an illusion. However, it wasn't the mental illusion he'd been so wary of, but a physical one. To put it simply, Gushi had been poisoned by a hallucinogenic drug. This wasn't a mental effect, so even if Gushi was immune, it wouldn't work. It was this very thing that sent Gushi back to the time before his inauguration. If Gushi truly believed all this, he would remain obsessed with a world of striving for success, ultimately falling into a deep sleep until his death. But now that Gushi understood the situation, dealing with it became much simpler. No need for any red armor. Gushi's strange dragon aura could handle everything here. With a thought, Gushi activated the strange dragon aura, directly devouring all of Gushi's problems. In fact, this time, Gushi was careless. If he had activated the strange dragon aura earlier, he wouldn't have encountered this situation. After all his problems were devoured, Gushi didn't linger in the temple of the gods any longer. He immediately returned to the evil coffin. Lightning, what just happened? Gushi spoke directly, his strange dragon aura activated. The strange dragon aura was quite active, breathing heavily upon its appearance, devouring everything around it, as if the air itself were poisonous. Pyramid Lightning then spoke seriously. "Sir, a giant butterfly just flew across the sky, and some powder fell from its wings." Gushi narrowed his eyes, peering through the gaze of the head of the goddesses, and saw that the environment outside had changed, the air filled with a riot of color. Gushi had just experienced a lung-piercing blow, and nearly died. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the red-clad figure behind Gushi, he might still be searching for rats in the dungeon. Observing the current situation, Gushi twisted his hand, and a strong gust of wind blew, forcibly clearing a path. At this moment, Pyramid Lightning turned his head and glanced toward the sky. "Sir, should we deal with it?" "I will. You lead the way." After hearing this, Pyramid Lightning said nothing more, and simply walked forward. At this moment, Gushi also raised his hand toward the sky. He released some undead spirits. Although Gushi hadn't seen the size of the butterfly that had flown by earlier, he knew very well that the most important weapon of this butterfly was its powder, which dragged people into a dream. All he needed to do was find some men who were resistant to physical attacks. For example, a disembodied ghost would be the best choice. Most importantly, a ghost could fly. Even if the butterfly flew high, a ghost could still catch it. Meanwhile, Pyramid Lightning also carried Gushi forward. This time, there were no more problems along the way. But Gushi had become somewhat silent. He was still recollecting the previous scene. Although Gushi had been under an illusion, the illusion wasn't random. It was, instead, digging something out from deep within Gushi's memory. Gushi was somewhat confused as to why he was recalling the scene in the Victoria City dungeon. Could it be that he had some regrets there? You know, Gushi's time in the dungeon wasn't easy. His smooth journey began after he contracted Luna in the dungeon and completed his necromancer induction. For Gushi, the dungeon was nothing to miss or regret. Before being imprisoned in the Victoria City dungeon, Gushi's life had been ordinary. He was born in Balian City, but he was not the only child in his family. He had been raised free from care since childhood. Only after he started school did someone start to supervise him. It could be said that Gushi's life before taking office was quite ordinary. So Gushi couldn't understand why he missed this dungeon. He hadn't lost anything in the dungeon. While Gushi was still puzzled, Pyramid Lightning suddenly said, "Sir, we're almost there." Gushi raised his head. "Lightning, you said this many times. But this time it's true. Sir, look, it's right there. Although there are too many trees here, the location is correct. Sir, look, this is the stone we moved when we passed the bend in the river. You remember it, right? If this stone hadn't moved, the mountain we saw when we arrived would have been facing south. Now it's clearly facing north, which is proof we found our location. This is because we crossed the riverbank 3 times while passing it. Without these 3 crossings, there wouldn't be a spring here. When we enter the woods later, we must follow this spring. Only the water flowing from the spring will lead us to the right path. We saw a cave in the mountain wall by the river. After entering, we struck the wall, causing some changes. Between two trees, we were able to enter another location. Without this, we would have been unable to reach many places. We're at Tontion Bridge. We're at Stone Forest. We're at Yibin. We're... Pyramid Lightning kept explaining to Gu Shi why he had come to this conclusion. Every location here bore traces of their previous advances. Finally, Gu Shi had to ask, Lightning, what was your previous life like? Were you a lightning player? How could you have set up so many things? It wasn't all about current. Current can also affect magnetic fields and act as a power source, so I have some understanding of mechanisms and other things. Pyramid Lightning said with a smug look on his face. Oh, so that's the tower route. That's understandable. Towers can be divided into many types, but the final unit in any one is a lightning titan, while previous routes were all tech or magic. It's common sense that someone who plays with current will have some tech skills. Gu Shi nodded, finally understanding the situation. Do you know all of this? Pyramid Lightning blushed at this. Well, no. Chapter 2881. If you don't know, then what are you talking about? Gu Shi muttered to himself. However, he didn't delay. Now that he was here, Gu Shi naturally had to look for the treasure. As for the rest, he could talk about it later when he had time. After all, now that he was here, there was no point in considering anything else. Let's get the treasure first. Pyramid Lightning had no objections. He quickly led the way, following the stream into the woods. After entering the woods, Gu Shi's brow furrowed as a gate appeared behind him. As he entered the woods, Gu Shi noticed that there were many insects staring at him. These insects were not large, but they shimmered with a metallic glow. Most importantly, Gu Shi noticed that the insects had crawled out from behind some gnawed corpses. These corpses still had some subtle clothing and armor on them, but it was clear they were a regular army. It was just unknown why they appeared in this forest, and why they were so utterly wiped out. Looking at the weapons beside the corpses, Gu Shi noticed they ranged from stone tools to artillery. And judging by the corpses, they seemed to arrive every 300 years or so to feed the insects. It was unknown why they had such a strong obsession with feeding the insects. Every once in a while, they sent a group of people here to die. But one thing was undeniable: these corpses fed the insects. The insects were now numerous. Although they hadn't attacked Gu Shi at this moment, it was clear from their appearance that they weren't here to watch him find the treasure. Was this also arranged by him? Probably not. I guess. Pyramid Lightning muttered. Then the city gate behind Gu Shi appeared. Gu Shi's troops quickly emerged from the gate. This time, the main force consisted primarily of undead swarms of dragonflies, locusts, mosquitoes, and other such insects, supplemented by a number of necromancers and blood wizards, and finally, a few unusual undead units like the ebony spiders. Gu Shi's insect swarms were quite numerous. Even after 10 victorious election battles, the number they could deploy was beyond normal. And their level was not low, at least higher than the upper limit of the 15th level Ascension world. After emerging from the city gate, they pounced without a word upon the insects staring at Gu Shi. As they charged, the corpse wizards immediately attacked. The situation presented itself as the most suitable for the corpse wizard's poison cloud technique. With a single thrust of poisonous gas, these relatively weak insects would be decimated in droves. Then Gu Shi's insect swarm struck. Without Gu Shi having to do anything, his insect swarm could flatten everything in sight. As for the blood disaster's appearance, it had only one goal: to clear the way. That was right. When he saw the enemy appear, Gu Shi no longer considered his route of advance. He was already focused on pushing his way through the path before him. The corpse wizards and the insect swarm killed all the enemies in sight. Blood disaster directly uprooted the trees blocking the path and kicked aside the rocks, clearing a path for Gu Shi to escape. Pyramid Lightning had never expected that after all he had led the way, Gu Shi would actually take action. However, as a spirit under Gu Shi's command, even if he hadn't personally summoned one, his loyalty to him was undeniable. Once he saw Gu Shi making a move, Pyramid Lightning no longer hid. He bent his body downward, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and charged directly into the depths of the Guan woods. Sir, I lead the way. Just follow the trail I leave behind. Pyramid Lightning shouted as he charged forward. Gu Shi said nothing more, leading his men in. The 6 evil coffins on the evil coffin immediately appeared in front of the evil coffin, charging at the same speed as the evil coffin. At this moment, a wave of the Dead Legion appeared behind Gu Shi. Hundreds of death incarnations immediately attacked in all directions. The previously peaceful forest erupted in chaos. A vast swarm of insects burst forth from the woods, surging toward Gushi like a tidal wave. But once they reached the poisonous cloud, they fell to the ground like raindrops. Then Gushi's swarm of insects would pounce, tearing and devouring the remaining insects. Finally, the insect carcasses would remain where they were, crushed into mud as Gushi's men charged forward. Under normal circumstances, Gushi would have collected these carcasses. For every single one of these insects could be transformed into a bloody disaster through summoning spirits. But Gushi had no time to think about all this now. Pyramid Lightning had already cleared the path ahead. Gushi had already spotted Pyramid Lightning, which had paused deep in the woods. This meant Pyramid Lightning had found the treasure. Now was not the time to fight these insects. Leave them all to Gushi's men. Gushi himself could come and get the treasure. So Gushi increased the speed of the evil coffin. Under the impact of the ghost behemoth in front of the evil coffin, the fallen and charred trees in the path that had already been opened by Pyramid Lightning's electric current were blown away. The insects that tried to take advantage of the opportunity to surround them were either electrocuted or crushed to death. Gushi had completely ignored the insects that suddenly jumped out along the way. In less than a minute, he had reached Pyramid Lightning. Is this the place? Glancing back at the road behind him, Gushi said calmly. Yes, sir, it's right here. Gushi stared at the empty space before him, a puzzled expression on his face. Have they buried the treasure underground? Seeing Gushi lower his head, Pyramid Lightning felt a little helpless. The treasure in this place was actually hidden in a rather unusual way. Sir, it's not underground. Look up. Look up? Gushi looked up and saw a small green dot of light about 4 meters above his head. In this green dot of light, a green electric current pulsed. Is this it? Yes, this dot of light will only appear when the forest is activated according to the instructions and in the correct direction, and all the arrangements are unlocked. Once you touch this dot of light, you can unlock the treasure before you. You open it, Gushi said calmly, glancing at the green dot of light. Chapter 2882. Hearing Gushi's words, Pyramid Lightning paused noticeably. Sir, this? I told you to take it, so take it. Why all that nonsense? Gushi's reaction was quite blunt. According to Gushi's command, Pyramid Lightning had no choice but to reach out and point at the green light in the air. Just as Pyramid Lightning was about to touch the green light, his hand suddenly turned and pointed towards Gushi. A bright purple lightning bolt appeared in his palm. This lightning bolt struck directly at Gushi's face. But as it struck Gushi, Gushi's body transformed into a streak of white moonlight and vanished before Pyramid Lightning. Then, everything around him was enveloped in the white moonlight. Pyramid Lightning's movements slowed noticeably. Red threads entangled his hands and feet, attempting to drag him into the underworld. At the same time, the green light was also drawn away by a vast marble void, preventing Pyramid Lightning from making contact with the green light. Then, Pyramid Lightning felt his vision go dark. A chilling wind blew around him, and the nearby trees vanished, leaving only the rotting earth. Before Pyramid Lightning could fully grasp his surroundings, a beam of moonlight fell upon him. Then, the white light transformed into a weapon, piercing Pyramid Lightning's body and slicing through the plastic bandages. As the plastic bandages were severed, the electrical current within Pyramid Lightning's body began to spread outward. One could notice that within this dark purple current, several distinctly bright, brilliant purple streaks were present. As these currents appeared, moonlight transformed into arrows, piercing them. However, compared to the dark purple current, this bright purple current was noticeably more agile. This bright purple current moved like a fish within the dark purple, constantly searching for a way out. But at this moment, the 3 weapons in Pyramid Lightning's hands unexpectedly swung back, and the long sword, transformed into a death gear, slashed directly at Pyramid Lightning's body. The cloak and necklace also rapidly transformed, trapping Pyramid Lightning's body. A deadly aura quickly restrained the dark purple lightning. Now, only a few strands of bright purple current remained, bouncing back and forth in the air. And no matter how fast this current moved, it was useless. The speed of electricity is the same as that of light. In the holy moonlight, no matter how it moved, this bright purple lightning could not escape, and no matter how it tried, it could not avoid the holy moonlight's attacks. Most importantly, the bright purple lightning could not get far away from Pyramid Lightning. It only flickered back and forth near the dark purple current. A moment later, the bright purple lightning stopped moving altogether, concentrating its last few strands of electricity into a spherical ball of light. It flickered and emitted a sound. When did you discover this? At this moment, at a distance from the bright purple ball of light, the brightness of the sacred moonlight had noticeably increased. A breath, formed from the sacred moonlight, appeared before the ball of light. When? If I felt something was amiss, it was probably after entering this advancement game world, when you were chattering away, reminiscing. Some of my undead are talkative, but none of them dominate the conversation like you do. Even a secretary like Li Yufeng always puts me first. But you're different. You seem to be guiding me. Who am I? I need you to teach me how to do things. As for my true certainty, it was only after I was influenced by the butterflies. I fell into a dream of butterflies. You could clearly avoid the effects of the butterfly powder, but you didn't warn me. That made me suspicious. I realized back then in the Pantheon that something was wrong with you. So, at that moment, I had Sacred Moonlight create a fake body to deal with you. As for me, I sought out someone who knew the situation to clarify. As Gu Shi spoke, the spirit flowers around him floated, and a necromancer appeared beside him. This necromancer was somewhat different from the others. He had no rank. He looked weak, yet he was incredibly confident, as if his lack of rank wasn't his fault, but rather his honor. I killed your spirit once before, even if it was only a portion of it. That still counts as a kill. After a kill, there must be a response. That's the hallmark of a necromancer. Someone will actually be willing to tell me what you've been hiding. For example, the treasure in this advancement world before me is indeed a treasure. But it's not my treasure, it's yours. That green spot of light contains your legacy and some resources. As Gu Shi spoke, a green dot of light appeared in his hand. However, Pyramid Lightning noticed that the green dot of light wasn't nearby. It was clearly separated from this space by a layer. Gu Shi was clearly trying to prevent Pyramid Lightning from snatching the green dot of light. Taking out the green dot of light and displaying it, Gu Shi continued. You initially stopped me from using the underworld red thread, and then you ran around like that. It's not because the treasure must be opened this way. It's because you want a resurrection, at least one centered around you. You can't let me disrupt the arrangements of the underworld. Otherwise, you could have used your super high speed to come here, so why can't I use the underworld red thread? So what? The color of Pyramid Lightning's light ball brightened significantly, and it was clear that he was quite angry. Angry, that's right. Gu Shi's eyes were smiling. I'm afraid you're not angry, Gu Shi added. It's just that I don't quite understand. You want to be resurrected. It's a living thing's instinct, so just do it yourself. The door to the game world of advancement is already open to you, and I even promised you a game world specifically for you. Why are you still plotting against me? You want me to retrieve your remains? What are you planning? Are you using me as a sacrifice? Not a sacrifice, but my luck. At this point, Pyramid Lightning wasn't afraid of his plan being revealed. He directly addressed Gu Shi's final confusion. I only have a small amount of spiritual energy now. Even if I retrieve my remains, I'll only be able to return to level 60. And if I want to break through to the level of a god, I need to burn a huge amount of luck and break out of my shell again. Most importantly, I still have a subordinate relationship with you. I want to break free from your control, and I have to offer you some of my luck. Instead of wasting my energy, why not ask you to help me? Use your luck to push me forward. Chapter 2883. Hee. Gu Shi rolled his eyes. This is truly too generous, giving away other people's money. Let's not even mention that Gu Shi is the owner of Pyramid Lightning. Even if Gu Shi and Pyramid Lightning were strangers, Pyramid Lightning shouldn't have acted this way. Let me use my luck to support your resurrection. I owe you. Gu Shi suspected that the little spiritual power Pyramid Lightning had in his lifetime must have been damaged by the lightning current. No normal person could think of such a thing. And yet, this person not only thought of it, but also acted as if it was a matter of course. Gu Shi really didn't understand what he was thinking. Could it be that the spirits born after death are mindless? Gu Shi couldn't help but think of the ancient god's head he had taken earlier. He had almost been deceived by the spiritual power generated by the ancient god's head, taking a small reward and then taking the blame for a huge loss. If Gu Shi hadn't directly summoned death, using the death assimilation of many game worlds to destroy the ancient godhead, Gu Shi's Chengxi Mountain might be in a state of uncertainty right now. The incident with the ancient godhead had already left Gu Shi deeply upset. But back then, Gu Shi was so weak. Even if he was upset, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Now, with Pyramid Lightning's sudden appearance, Gu Shi's fury was inflamed. You truly deserve to die. Gu Shi had no intention of letting Pyramid Lightning go, and he even harbored hatred for Pyramid Lightning's past life, as well as for any other spirits that might be lurking elsewhere. What's your name? Pyramid Lightning was stunned, then he realized Gu Shi was asking for his former name. Pyramid Lightning flashed a ball of light, making no attempt to answer. You want to know my name? You're just kidding. But Pyramid Lightning never expected that the undead laborer beside him would speak up. Before level 60, his name was Aegis, known as Ball Lightning, Mobile Shield. Later, he was called Lightning and Thunder, also known as the God of Thunder and Lightning, and the Purple Lightning God. During his final assault on the ancient God of Thunder, he still called himself the Purple Lightning God and didn't change his name. "You dare!" Pyramid Lightning roared. But what good would it do him to shout? Gushi already knew about this. And Gushi's tactics had already begun. "What are you talking about?" That Aegis, who calls himself the Purple Lightning God, challenged the ancient god without even leaving himself a chance to back up. He's talking about a do-or-die battle, risking his life. When he ascend to the throne of the ancient god, lose, he simply die, leaving no chance of survival. Honestly, I never seen someone so reckless. I can't help but admire him. If I knew about something like this, I'd definitely spread the word. In front of Pyramid Lightning, Gushi pretended to have heard some news, mumbling about it. Hearing this, Gushi felt the bright purple light from Pyramid Lightning fade. If he had a face now, it would be no different from a bitter melon. "Sir, please don't do this." Hearing this, Gushi chuckled. "What? Are you scared? Want to beg for mercy? Sorry, it's too late. From the moment you started plotting against me, I had no intention of letting you escape alive." Gushi extended his hand, and the green light fell into his grasp. "Really, I'm not lying. I didn't make up what I just said, I truly heard it. If you don't believe me, look, the green light has faded, hasn't it?" Gushi was quite ruthless this time. To prevent his death text from having any effect on beings above level 60, but below ancient god level, Gushi specifically used a double red armor resonance, teleporting to the moment when Aegis died. Don't ask how Gushi knew when Aegis died. Fate is so unpredictable. Gushi didn't know when Octopus Head fell from the real world into the depths of the game. But when he activated the double red armor resonance, didn't he also get the same time as Octopus Head's clan fell? The same was true for Gushi before him. He didn't know when Aegis died, but he happened to be stuck there. Appearing at this point, Gushi wasn't out to prevent Aegis's death, he was there to spread rumors. This rumor wasn't exactly false, it was essentially true. And it didn't harm anyone. At most, the rumor might have been distorted when it spread. But for Gushi, he didn't care if it was distorted or not. Anyway, the rumor had gotten out, and many people knew it, so the plan was considered a success. Now, as Gushi listened to the news he had spread, a smile lingered in his eyes. Since Gushi learned the death code, he hadn't fought a battle this complex. Previously, Gushi had always managed to quickly dismantle rumors. But even if Gushi possessed more game worlds, how much information could he spread in such a short time, and how many people could he reach? But now, things were different. Gushi had escaped into destiny, spreading this news into the past. As it spread over time, more people became aware of it. Some even wrote stories and plays about Aegis's case. For a long time, the story was sung, and Aegis became a model of desperate resistance. Before the death letter, rumors were just that, rumors. But Gushi possessed the power of the death letter. Rumors weren't necessarily just rumors, they could also be weapons used to kill. As he listened to the rumors gather in his hands again, the smile in Gushi's eyes grew deeper. And Pyramid Lightning grew increasingly anxious. By this time, he could sense something was clearly amiss. "Sir, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. I just want to." "No you don't." Gushi interrupted Pyramid Lightning. "At least I don't think you do. Look, the relics left behind by Aegis are now in trouble, aren't they? This proves that some of my tricks, like your original arrangements, are more effective." Gushi spoke as he extended his right hand. The white moonlight in his hand grew brighter, as if it had transformed into a millstone, crushing the green light directly. Pyramid Lightning, with no ears, could even hear the green light's mournful cry as it was crushed. "No!" But it was too late. Gushi exerted force with his hand, crushing the green light on the spot. Then Gushi said, somewhat embarrassedly, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I used too much force." Then, a chilling wind rose nearby, and numerous energies burst through the void, pouring into the green light Gushi had crushed. Here it comes! Chapter 2884. A new week, hard work. As the dark wind surged, Gushi raised his hand, and flung a green dot of light into the luminous ball of Pyramid Lightning. Then, the remaining portion of Pyramid Lightning, which had been held back by the death gear Gushi had given it, began to move, lunging towards the small, bright purple ball of light. As this portion of Pyramid Lightning lunged forward, Gushi bluntly explained all of the Octopus Head Pyramid's support for Pyramid Lightning. In other words, Gushi had given up on Pyramid Lightning. This made sense. After all, Pyramid Lightning had become so awful, Even if he could finally regain full control, Gu Shi would still feel uncomfortable. At the very least, facing Pyramid Lightning would be deeply unpleasant. If it were just him, it would be fine. Gu Shi worried that his attitude would affect his perception of other undead. This was the real issue that hurt Gu Shi. So, it was best to simply discard such problematic undead. So Gu Shi prepared so many materials, invested so many resources, and created the Pyramid Lightning, and he simply discarded it. This portion of the Pyramid Lightning tightly embraced the bright purple ball of light, preventing it from escaping, and actively welcomed the Yin Chi coming from all directions. This Yin Chi was something Gu Shi had killed using the word of death. It was the fragments of the body left behind by the purple lightning god after his death. At the level of the purple lightning god, even if his body was dismantled, even if there was only a drop of blood, he could still generate spiritual consciousness. The drop of blood Gu Shi had obtained generated a large amount of death energy, and gave him the opportunity to create this object. And in the outside world, who knows how many things are related to the purple lightning god? Gu Shi, relying on the rumors of fate and the effects of the death word, annihilated all the wandering spirits of the purple lightning god Aegis in one fell swoop. What just flew over was the death power generated by these spirits when they were killed. After forcefully absorbing a wave of death power earlier, Gu Shi knew he couldn't swallow any more. Even the death power left behind by just one drop of blood had required Gu Shi to upgrade and digest it. The death power left behind by countless slain spirits here wouldn't be enough for Gu Shi to withstand without upgrading 3 or 5 levels. But now, if Gu Shi were to upgrade another level, he would have to complete the advancement quest. So, the path of digesting death power through upgrades was cut off. And using the death equipment in his possession to absorb it wasn't an option either. The death mane and death hand might be able to absorb some more, but it definitely wouldn't be much. After all, the previous portion of death power hadn't been digested. As for the Death Codex, Underworld version, it can no longer be enhanced. What else do you want if you continue to enhance it? True Death Codex? Seize Death's place? Don't be ridiculous. If you truly harbor such thoughts, Death will immediately make you meet him. So, when Gu Shi decided to use the words of death to resolve this immediate problem, he immediately thought of a solution. When the power of death arrives, use the Pyramid Lightning in front of him as a carrier. No need to worry about anything else. Just send Aegis's remains over and control the last bit of light from the Pyramid Lightning. Since we were all going to die anyway, why not concentrate all our death power? After Gu Shi released his energy, his body quickly transformed into white moonlight and dispersed. After concentrating his death power, Gu Shi had no intention of staying in this underworld any longer. Just now, Gu Shi had already sensed the strength of the death power here. It was practically impossible to escape once touched. Gu Shi didn't want to waste his precious opportunity to level up here. Now, Gu Shi immediately returned to the living world of the Ascension game world. However, he was still debating whether to hide in the Pantheon. Previously, Gu Shi had considered using the Pantheon to avoid trouble. But after returning to the living world, Gu Shi's thoughts changed. This Ascension game world was a trick he had used by Pyramid Lightning to get him here. And all this was guided by Pyramid Lightning. Gu Shi wasn't sure if this was a trap set by Aegis himself, to give him a chance at resurrection. Gu Shi had now blocked Aegis's path to resurrection, but he still felt it wasn't enough. The entire arrangement in the forest before him was an eyesore to Gu Shi. Why not get rid of it all at once? Without a second thought, Gu Shi raised his hand towards the spot. The underworld shifted. The forest immediately merged with the underworld of this world. Then Gu Shi's eyes lit up, and he immediately felt the power of death surge from the underworld. It seemed that Pyramid Lightning's body and Aegis's remains were no longer able to contain the power of death, which was now spreading outward. Before, Gu Shi might have been forced to waste this power. But now, things were different. It was spreading well. Gu Shi quickly soared into the Sky King's effect immediately activated, and a strong wind blew the petals of the Nether Spirit Flower toward every corner of this world. As the Nether Spirit Flower petals flew, Gu Shi concentrated his mind and activated the Netherworld Transformation effect. At the same time, the hand of death behind Gu Shi was simultaneously unleashing various skills and magic. The Ghost Gate opened, Peach Mountain suppressed the ghosts, the Yellow Spring Road, the Forgotten River, the Soul Return Road, the Netherworld Battlefield, the Sunluo Palace. Gu Shi used every skill related to the underworld, even the Soul Return Seal, and the Burial Dragon Vein of the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe. Everything he could think of, he used. Under Gu Shi's control and influence, these death powers were slowly merging into this world, transforming the advanced game world before him into the underworld. Watching as this advanced game world devoured all the death powers, transforming into the underworld beyond Gu Shi's control. Gushi finally activated his power. Gushi clearly remembered what Pyramid Lightning had said when he entered the Ascension Game World. The existence of this Ascension Game World was sustained by the Black Armored Paladin who had entered to advance. As long as the Black Armored Paladin remained trapped in Amber and never awakened or died, this Ascension Game World would continue to exist. But if the Black Armored Paladin player awakened, he could choose to complete his class to advance and leave this Ascension Game World. Everything in this Ascension Game World would be wiped clean. And this was the opportunity Gushi sought. As the entire Ascension Game World, under Gushi's guidance, transformed into the underworld through the power of death, the Mane of Death reversed its course, drawing souls and spirits, awakening the Black Armored Paladin. Chapter 2885. Run! The Black Armored Paladin, emerging from the amber, hadn't even grasped the situation when a voice rang out. Sensing the completely transformed surroundings, the Black Armored Paladin instinctively knew something was amiss. Without a second thought, he ended his advancement attempt. Even if he failed, so what? Being alive was a blessing. The moment the Black Armored Paladin exited the advancement game world, it rapidly shrank inward, as if the entire world were frozen in place, waiting only for the Black Armored Paladin's departure for it to vanish. At this moment, Gushi was staring at the Black Armored Paladin from the sky. Gushi knew he didn't have much time left. He only had one chance. If he missed it, even if he could escape safely, all the death power he had this time would be wasted. So he needed to seize the opportunity and collect as much death power as possible, dispersed by the disappearance of the game world. This opportunity to gather arrived the moment the Black Armored Paladin departed. Gushi, staring intently at the Black Armored Paladin, his hands moving constantly. Under Gushi's control, legions of death avatars appeared. Among these death avatars were true death avatars, as well as those transformed by the sacred moonlight. After appearing, they gathered around Gushi and disappeared around him. Gushi himself remained, controlling a position in front of him. At this moment, Gushi was arranging the Hell Kaleidoscope. When Gushi first chose this skill, he was still considering what kind of Hell Kaleidoscope would be most convenient for him to deploy. After Gushi came up with the dead object trick, he also considered creating a large number of death weapons and placing them within the Hell Kaleidoscope, forming a corresponding Hell Sword domain. But Gushi never expected that before the death weapons were deployed, this opportunity would arise. He hoped his plan would work. He hoped nothing would go wrong at this crucial moment. As legion after legion of death avatars merged into the Hell Kaleidoscope's range, the space in front of Gushi turned dark. Gushi stood in the space before him, occasionally catching sight of a bone dragon flying through the sky. But when he tried to look closely, he saw nothing. Gushi didn't have time to investigate any of this. At this moment, Gushi's attention was focused on the Ascension Game World before him. The Ascension Game World had been retracted the moment the Black Armored Paladin left. The Death Force, originally guided by Gushi from the underworld and transforming the living world into the netherworld, suddenly lost its direction. Gushi was delighted to see this. Previously, Gushi had worried that this plan wouldn't work. The Ascension Game World could erase everything. If these death forces were erased, Gushi would be in trouble. This time, at most, it could be considered that Gushi had erased everything belonging to the purple lightning god Aegis. But now, the situation was different. After Gushi's previous treatment, most of the death force had been transformed into the netherworld. Now that the Ascension Game World had been drained away, the netherworld that had previously attached itself to it had lost its anchorage and was rapidly dispersing, on the verge of disappearing. Gushi seized this opportunity and swiftly attacked, gathering all the death power that was about to escape and injecting it into the netherworld kaleidoscope. After the previous transformation, the death power that had transformed into the underworld, and then back again, no longer possessed its previous dominance. It felt as if, having been tamed once, taming it again was much easier. The death power that Gushi had dragged over did not leave Gushi's body. Instead, Gushi immediately stuffed it all into the netherworld kaleidoscope. Originally, the netherworld kaleidoscope looked like a fuzzy, netherworld battlefield. Now, it was different. The infusion of death power made the netherworld kaleidoscope increasingly solid. At this moment, the promotion game world completely vanished. Gushi appeared directly in the star field where the Black Armored Paladin had originally been. The next moment, a vast amount of energy and death aura spread outward, centered around Gushi. It was still somewhat shattered. Gushi saw the current situation at a glance. But Gushi had been prepared for this. He also knew that time had been incredibly tight. Many things hadn't been properly handled. To transition between the underworld and the living world, Gushi had resorted to the most brutal method possible. After the game world had completely transformed into the underworld, Gushi didn't even wait for it to stabilize before releasing the Black Armored Paladin and sending him packing. In other words, the Death Force hadn't even fully transformed into the underworld before it was directly drained from the platform. If Gushi hadn't used the underworld kaleidoscope at the end to back it up, the Death Force might have already dissipated by the time he emerged. If that happens, it won't be a complete collapse, but a complete disappearance. For Gushi, the current situation is relatively good. When Gushi saw this, he didn't even think twice, and quickly unleashed layer after layer of Hell Battlefield. He hoped to use the Hell Battlefield's effects to recapture the dissipated death power. The Hell Kaleidoscope offered a unique use for the Hell Battlefield. It was a skill that, as long as resources or materials were injected into it, would find a way to absorb them. Even if he couldn't digest it now, he had to swallow this portion of death power. He couldn't let such valuable materials go to waste. So, without caring about anything else, Gushi immediately began to guide the death power that was about to drift away into the area before him. To ensure he could maintain control, Gushi actually released the holy moonlight to prevent the death power from dissipating. At this moment, Gushi noticed something else. Standing about 10 kilometers away, a player, covered in a black chitinous shell, and with longhorn beetle tentacles sprouting from his head, was heading out. He was the Black Armored Paladin released by Gushi. He had just been released from the Ascension game world, and seeing his home in its current state, he was quite puzzled. But the previous events in the Ascension game world had made him realize that a lot of time had passed. Now was not the right time to stay here. He needed to leave quickly. Only by leaving this star field would he have a chance to find out what was going on. If he couldn't leave this star field, he might be doomed. But his luck was extremely bad. He encountered Gushi's control of the power of death right after he emerged. The Black Armored Paladin, who had not yet escaped this area, was also within the influence of the Hell Kaleidoscope. Chapter 2886. I knew there was something missing. When the Hell Kaleidoscope came into contact with the Black Armored Paladin, Gushi suddenly had an epiphany. It wasn't that the Hell Kaleidoscope couldn't handle these death forces, but rather that it lacked spiritual power. Though these death forces had passed through a process, their essence was still the death force generated by the demise of the spirit left by the purple lightning god Aegis. Even if Gushi had dealt with them, the spiritual power within the death force still repelled him. If the amount were smaller, Gushi might have dealt with it directly. But this amount was considerable, and it would take considerable effort for Gushi to manage it. But the presence of this Black Armored Paladin was different. To the purple lightning god Aegis, Gushi was an intruder and a murderer. But to the Black Armored Paladin, the purple lightning god Aegis was the murderer. He was a victim. In some ways, Aegis owed this Black Armored Paladin a debt. After all, not only had Aegis trapped the Black Paladin in the promotion game world for so many years, but to maintain secrecy, he had also exterminated his entire race. If Aegis were now an ancient god, all would be fine. But now, with Aegis devoid of any spirituality, the Black Paladin could naturally reclaim everything he had taken. Gushi, who wielded the power of death and possessed a certain understanding of fate, immediately understood how he should proceed. He immediately locked onto the fleeing Black Paladin. The underworld battlefield lay directly beneath the Black Paladin's feet. A flicker of confusion flashed across the Black Armored Paladin's eyes. What was going on? Was this still their clan Starfield? Before he could comprehend what was happening, a group of undead laborers suddenly appeared beside the Black Armored Paladin. These were the undead laborers created when Gushi used the death word to curse Aegis's spirit. They were among the few undead who could move freely within the power of death. After all, they shared the same spirit with Aegis. Now, Gushi wanted to exploit this shared origin to target the Black Armored Paladin. As they rushed out, they dragged the Black Armored Paladin underground. At the same time, Amber quickly appeared on the Black Armored Paladin's body. Clearly, unable to guarantee his own safety, the Black Armored Paladin was attempting to use his original method to seal himself away. But that was not what Gushi was after. The bearers of the Yellow Springs Dragon Robe and the White Bone Obelisk quickly appeared. Each of them used the technique of Dragon Burial Vein to merge the Black Armored Paladin with the Earth Veins. Another one directly pressed his Bone Obelisk onto the Black Armored Paladin's head. Gushi wasn't idle either. The Hell Battlefield was lowered once more, its heavy effects unleashed. Layer after layer of death power was drawn back, layer upon layer overlapping within the Hell Battlefield before him. Then came another battlefield assimilation. Under Gushi's control, the Hell Battlefield soon solidified within the abandoned star field before him. And in the center of the Hell Battlefield, an obelisk constructed of bones and a black chitinous shell stood tall. Engraved upon the obelisk was the face of the black-armored paladin. This was Gu Shi's final outcome. A living pile transformed from a black-armored paladin. With this fixed obelisk suppressing it, the previously escaping death force was finally stabilized, slowly absorbed and integrated into the netherworld battlefield. This was finally stable. Watching the death force being tamed, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the death force hadn't yet been fully integrated into the death kaleidoscope, it was no longer escaping. This was enough for Gu Shi. As long as the death force stayed obediently, Gu Shi would have the time and means to integrate it into his netherworld kaleidoscope. Relieved, Gu Shi looked up at the sky. It was already late. This star field might have been abandoned, but it was still a star field. There would be some attention here. Gu Shi's current netherworld kaleidoscope was a grand spectacle directly created from the netherworld battlefield. It wasn't suitable for public display. Even if the Hell Kaleidoscope is a field-projecting underworld battlefield, isn't it still in its infancy? And judging by the current direction of the Hell Kaleidoscope, the force of death behind this kind of underworld battlefield will be quite significant. Gu Shi still needs to research how to deal with this area. This place is definitely not Gu Shi's territory. Now is not the right time to research here. Gu Shi thought for a moment and extended his hand. With the help of the sacred moonlight, the fully expanded underworld battlefield was also folded. Finally, it became a silver ball of light the size of a human head. This silver ball of light didn't look like anything special on the surface, but there was no way to stow it. And there was no way to put it on the ground. Aside from Gu Shi himself, only the hand of death could come into contact with it. Anything else that came into contact with it would immediately rot and die. Gu Shi couldn't hold onto the silver ball of light forever, so it was the bone lightning hand and the ghostly dragon hand behind him that finally floated over and lifted it up, resolving his dilemma. At the same time, the red thread had already wrapped around Gu Shi's hands and feet. However, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment as to where to go. Clearly, going to Chongqi Mountain was out of the question. Gu Shi would use this Hell Kaleidoscope as another system. Unleashing it would likely consume a tremendous amount of energy to suppress and tame the death force within it. Putting it on Chongqi Mountain would directly destroy the existing environment. Without further ado, let's just talk about this Hell Kaleidoscope being placed over there. Should you transfer energy there? As long as it's activated, Chongqi Mountain's development will slow down. Don't say there are advantages to slowing things down. For Gu Shi, it's like one step slower, and every step slower. So Chongqi Mountain can't be placed there. Gu Shi doesn't really have many options for the Hell right now. The Twin King's Hell, serving as Gu Shi's secondary Hell, and the Secret Dimension, serving as Gu Shi's secret Hell, are the only two places he has at his disposal. And the Death Kaleidoscope before him isn't something that needs to be hidden. On the contrary, to ensure the absorption of the death power within, Gu Shi needs to invest a significant amount of resources into it. For this reason, sending it directly to the Twin King's Hell is the most appropriate. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's eyes, which had been hesitant, became determined. At this point, Gu Shi didn't care about the various problems that might arise from sending this Hell Kaleidoscope to the Twin King's Hell. After all, the Twin King's Hell wasn't as important as this Hell Kaleidoscope. Chapter 2887. After confirming his target, Gu Shi's red underworld line dragged him directly into the underworld. However, there were some issues when the silver ball of light was being carried away. The silver ball was almost not taken away. If Gu Shi hadn't made a final effort, he might have had to find another way to take the silver ball away. After entering the Twin King's underworld, Gu Shi immediately took stock of the area. Since the last time he took the Twin King's underworld, Gu Shi had not entered it again. For Gu Shi, the Twin King's underworld before him was merely a backup location. Let's just say that if Gu Shi could bring the underworld from Yi Xuanfeng's world out, its status would be higher than the Twin King's underworld. But now, after entering the Twin King's underworld, Gu Shi felt that the Twin King's underworld had come alive. Of course, this feeling didn't mean that the Twin King's underworld was truly alive. But rather, it felt like the entire Twin King's underworld had gained a spiritual presence. It seems the two Hongguangs are quite attentive to the management of the Twin King's underworld. But Gu Shi thought about it, and understood the reason. The original Hongguang still had opportunities for growth. As a player of the Myriad Spirits, his goal was definitely to reach level 45 and obtain red equipment. So, he didn't focus on the Twin King's underworld. This underworld was merely a transition for him. But after being killed by Gu Shi and transformed into an undead, the situation changed. After becoming an undead, he couldn't leave. Besides managing the underworld, what else could he do? Most importantly, there were still two undead, and they were able to communicate with each other and cooperate with each other, and they could consult with each other whenever they needed help. Since Gu Shi didn't visit often, the situation was directly entrusted to the two Hongguangs. Their full attention was focused on the Twin Kings' underworld, which led to its prosperity. Later, Gu Shi retired a large number of soldiers. While many were deployed on Chongxi Mountain, a number were also assigned to the Twin Kings' underworld. Gu Shi's Dark Blood Road and Victory concentration effects also worked on all the undead in the Twin Kings' underworld. In other words, despite their insignificance within Gu Shi's system, they possessed all the necessary abilities. If Gu Shi ignored them, they could truly flourish for a considerable period of time, ultimately stunning everyone. Of course, judging by their current situation, they were doing a good job. The two Hongguangs immediately recognized Gu Shi as soon as he appeared on the scene. While they were puzzled as to why Gu Shi had appeared in the Twin Kings' underworld at this time, this was Gu Shi's territory, and they couldn't stop him. So, the two Hongguangs immediately appeared beside Gu Shi. "Sir, this is a small change to the underworld battlefield. I plan to place it here." Gu Shi held up the silver ball of light in his hand and explained his purpose. "Yes, I previously designated a location for the underworld battlefield, but since then, no underworld battlefields have been deployed here, so these locations are now empty. Sir, if you wish to deploy the underworld battlefield, our location is the most suitable." "That's fine. You all come with me. The circumstances of this underworld battlefield are somewhat unique. I need to explain a few things to you." Gu Shi had originally intended to place the underworld kaleidoscope in the Twin Kings' underworld. Even if the two Hongguangs objected, it was useless. Guided by the two Hongguangs, Gu Shi arrived at the clearing Hongguang had mentioned. This location was relatively close to the Twin Kings' underworld's original underworld battlefield, but the ground was relatively uncluttered, so Gu Shi didn't need to rearrange it when deploying the underworld battlefield. After circling the clearing, Gu Shi mentally estimated its size and nodded in satisfaction. Although his investment in the Twin Kings' underworld wasn't large, everything here was surprisingly useful. This situation also made Gu Shi quite happy. At least in his eyes, he still had some talent. After confirming that the land before him was usable, Gu Shi loosened his grip and launched the silver ball of light, the size of a human head. As the ball landed, the two Hongguangs' expressions changed. They immediately felt all the energy concentrated at the spot where the ball had landed. But they remained silent. In their eyes, Gu Shi was the master of this underworld, and whatever Gu Shi wished to do was his. Wasn't it just a matter of draining all the energy to create a netherworld battlefield? Even if he turned the entire Twin Kings' underworld into a netherworld battlefield, that wouldn't matter. After the silver ball of light landed, Gu Shi began to withdraw the sacred moonlight used to trap the power of death. This sacred moonlight only enveloped the power of death, its pure white color now tinged with a hint of death's aura. Now, in addition to the pure white moonlight, Gu Shi's sacred moonlight also contained a silvery white tinge. Gu Shi and the others could tell the moonlight's color at a glance. But now, no one had time to pay attention to the sacred moonlight behind Gu Shi. Their attention was completely focused on the underworld battlefield before them. Because the sacred moonlight suppressing the death force had been completely drained away, the death force here was now active again. The suppression of the living stakes cast by the black-armored paladin at the obelisk wasn't very effective. Looking at the current situation, Gu Shi muttered, "I'm afraid this thing will require a wonder to suppress it." But Gu Shi didn't have a suitable wonder. If it were before, the half-wonder Gu Shi had just acquired could have temporarily suppressed it. But now, one of the half-wonder had been sent to the real world and given to Lu Yongcheng. The half-wonder had already been placed in Aridao City. If it were withdrawn now, it would likely be gone. Gu Shi then thought that some of the wonder fragments he had looted during the previous attack on the War God Alliance city might be useful. Cities can die, so there's no reason wonders can't. And under this power of death, even if wonders can't die, he would have to die. So, while Gu Shi personally took action to suppress the underworld battlefield before him, he also issued an order to Aridao City, asking them to send the wonder fragments, along with the personnel and weapons Gu Shi needed. After receiving Gu Shi's order, Aridao City quickly took action. Thanks to the various transportation systems Gu Shi had built, travel between Death Cities was quite convenient. 30 kilometers, for some fast-moving troops, might only take 10 minutes. Not to mention, everything inside was what Gu Shi wanted. By the time Gu Shi gave the order, the first batch of supplies had already been delivered. Chapter 2888. Last time, we invested so much material, and it all ended up ruined. I hope nothing goes wrong this time. Gu Shi couldn't help but mutter, looking at the quantity and quality of the supplies delivered. Last time, the pyramid lightning was completely ruined. Now there's nothing left. Forget about treating the pyramid's guards as incarnations of the dead, capable of resurrection after death. This time, Gushi was going to abandon it outright. It could be said that all the materials Gushi had placed in the coffin inside the pyramid were useless. Gushi would have to go open the coffin himself later and clean out the rotten materials. Otherwise, there would only be 2 spots left for the octopus head pyramid's guards. This made Gushi very unhappy. In fact, Gushi didn't want the octopus head pyramid's guards at all. But you have to admit, the octopus head pyramid's guards have different characteristics from the war godlike orange level guards. Now that he had only created and discarded one, it was hard to say which was better. Anyway, this matter still requires Gushi to make a trip to the secret underworld. Of course, the immediate task for Gushi was to deal with the underworld kaleidoscope before him. After muttering something, Gushi quickly ordered his men to deliver the materials to the underworld battlefield before him. Along with the materials came a group of undead of various appearances. These undead were skeletons, zombies, and ghosts. But in Gushi's eyes, they all had the same face. These were the spirits born from the corpse of the purple lightning god, and the result of Gushi's death being killed. Although they were spiritual beings, they were also considered slain. So, there were some of them in the Knight's Blood Road, and some in the city of Aridov. The undead laborers in the Knight's Blood Road had already been deployed when the Hell Kaleidoscope was set up. Now, Gushi mobilized all the undead from the city of Aridov. They stood before Gushi, who personally dealt with these undead. Each undead carried prepared materials, and, under Gushi's instructions, took their designated positions. Previously, Gushi had used the method of driving living stakes to suppress the forces of death. From this point, it was clear that this method was quite effective. Given its effectiveness, Gushi naturally would not change his original plan. Coincidentally, there were many spiritual undead spirits from the purple lightning god here. This was the perfect living stake. So, Gushi dealt with them one by one and assigned them to their respective positions. Once they arrived at their designated positions, they began their respective actions. Zombies and skeletons dug their own pits and buried themselves. Ghosts were even simpler. They could simply slip underground. Gushi, however, observed everything from the perspective of the Yellow Spring Dragon robe. If any spiritual vein went astray, Gushi would quickly adjust it. Once Gushi had arranged all the undead, the death force here was almost completely in order. Although the death force still continuously affected the surroundings, it had no chance of escape. For Gushi, this was more than enough. This time, Gushi didn't intend to absorb all the death power all at once. Gushi intended to take a long-term approach, transforming this death power into his own strength through long-term guidance. For now, the death power was no longer escaping, which was enough for Gushi. As long as the death power was within Gushi's territory, it was his responsibility. No matter what, it couldn't escape. Gushi had plenty of time to deal with it slowly. Alright, you guys keep an eye on this place for me. I send someone over to research how this death power can be used. After the underworld battlefield before him stabilized, Gushi addressed the 2 Hongguangs who followed him. By the way, these are the fragments of the wonder. Put them inside and pile them on the ground. You don't need to worry about them. I come here often. You don't have to follow me around like you did today. Sir, it's okay. We're willing to follow too, one of the Hongguangs said quickly. They all remembered Hongguang's past, and knew the extent of the Taishan Lord path before level 25. The way they handled the underworld battlefield before them was truly unprecedented. It was clear that Gushi had embarked on a different path. Even without the red armor, they would have been no match for Gushi in their lifetimes. Being able to learn from Gushi would be extremely useful for them. Perhaps after studying with Gushi for a while, they too could grow. While they could no longer follow the Taishan Lord's path, they still had other paths to pursue. Gushi glanced at them. I know what you're thinking. It just so happens that I need my underlings, the Ghost King and Yama, to help me with some matters. This position isn't available to my contracted undead. Ordinary undead can't take it, so you have a chance. How about this? Each of you comes here once a day for an hour each time. You should still go to work. When I come, you can come along. The method for dealing with you is in the book I have. Gushi thought for a moment, even considering taking out the Hell's Splendor. But Gushi ultimately gave up the idea. He had negotiated with death to take over the name of the Hell, which was equivalent to accepting this karma. Gushi would definitely have to make a move on the Hell's Splendor. But definitely not now. Gushi was only level 23, not even at level 45, the Lord of Mount Tai. To leave now would be absolutely suicidal. The most important thing for Gushi now was to strive for self-improvement. Whether it's his own combat power or his undead troops, Gushi needs to address his shortcomings. Finally, when encountering an enemy, Gushi will also be able to respond. This underworld kaleidoscope presents a good opportunity. After arranging everything here, Gushi estimated that it would take him at least 3 years to assimilate all the death energy here. However, he wouldn't need to stay here constantly during these 3 years. He could simply come in periodically to deal with it. And the 3 years wouldn't be wasted. If he could absorb all the death energy here, Gushi's strength would at least double. He could even send out mythical soldiers from the direction of death here. And this was before Gushi upgraded. If he did, the assimilation would be even faster. Chapter 2889. Although this place, which Gushi named the Death Kaleidoscope, was only just beginning, many of the fundamentals had already been established. Gushi had spent a full 7 days here, establishing most of the rules. The Death Kaleidoscope's foundation was the death power that Gushi had accidentally acquired. But this power wasn't infinite. While it seemed to Gushi that one was many, it actually had a limit. Thus, Gushi spent half of these 7 days suppressing and preserving this death power, and the rest establishing a positive cycle of assimilation. Only after the death power was completely hidden underground, and no further activity was visible on the surface did Gushi seize the first phase of processing. Gushi had already considered what was next. Over the next period of time, Gushi planned to produce large quantities of death weapons, and insert them into the wonder fragments stacked in the Death Kaleidoscope area. Once the wonder fragments were filled, new death weapons would be inserted into the Death Kaleidoscope's ground. These death weapons will assimilate with the Death Kaleidoscope, eventually becoming part of it. Of course, the death power within the first batch of death weapons will be drained, becoming the new source of death power for the Death Kaleidoscope. Once everything is grown, the subsequent death weapons will coexist with the death power. Eventually, a symbiotic relationship will emerge, with the death power nourishing the death weapons, and the death weapons protecting the Death Kaleidoscope. However, as Gushi estimated, this matter will take at least 3 to 5 years to complete. For now, Gushi can only take things slow. When I have time, I bring some dead objects here. Let the Death Kaleidoscope absorb the death power from the dead objects. However, this also has a benefit. It gives Gushi a place to dispose of those unwanted items. Last time, selling the orange equipment I looted from the celestial beings at a low price was a real loss. Although I still got some orange materials later, compared to the tens of thousands of orange equipment I previously acquired, Gushi's loss was huge. If those orange equipment were still there, Gushi could have easily converted them into death equipment, making it much easier to deal with the Death Kaleidoscope. Of course, if Gushi hadn't chosen to give away those orange equipment, he wouldn't have necessarily received the blood of the purple lightning god. He wouldn't have ultimately gained the death power, and naturally, the events that followed wouldn't have happened. This little bit of fate was a matter of fate. In short, it can be said that Gushi traded tens of thousands of orange equipment for this Death Kaleidoscope. Gushi, understanding this, didn't dwell on it any further. After finishing his work here, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been busy with this matter for the past few days, and his mind had been on edge. Now, Gushi wanted to relax. However, Gushi didn't plan to go to the Capital Star region. He'd just been there once, and already encountered this and that. Now, Gushi didn't want to appear before Xianhui again and be dragged into some work. Gushi wanted to relax a little more. So let's go back to Aladovi City first. I wonder if the big bed Gushi ordered from Tiaoquan has arrived yet. If he arrived, Gushi would have liked to build a palace for himself in Aridao City. At least, he could have a sense of home. But before that, Gushi still had to deal with the things at the Octopus Head Pyramid. The Pyramid Lightning was no longer usable, so it naturally couldn't be left occupying a space. He needed to clear out the tomb and wait to see if there were any better materials to put in there next time. After all, the need for guarding couldn't be wasted. A few thoughts flashed through his mind, but Gushi finally took a step forward, stepping on the red silk thread and entering the secret underworld. Unlike the Twin Kings underworld, the secret underworld's personnel weren't exclusively necromancers. The pace of change here was noticeably slower than in the Twin Kings underworld. Gushi arrived in front of the Octopus Head Pyramid and saw that the lightning that had once flowed through it was gone. However, after this incident, the luck stored within the Octopus Head Pyramid had been almost completely depleted. It could be said that the Octopus Head Pyramid suffered the greatest loss this time. Most importantly, if Gushi hadn't come, he might not have noticed that while Pyramid Lightning was gone, the tomb chamber it occupied was still in use. The daily luck consumed was no less. If Gushi hadn't come to address this, it would have been a complete waste. It felt like the feeling of coming home from a long day at work to find the air conditioner on and the windows open. It was heartbreaking. After discovering this, Gushi immediately entered the octopus head pyramid. He immediately went to the tomb where the pyramid of lightning had been stored. Gushi noticed that the color of the coffin in the center of the tomb had changed. The original coffin was marble-colored, looking a bit grayish-white. After the purple lightning god's blood was placed in it, the coffin took on a dark purple hue, tinged with electricity. But when Gushi entered, he saw something different. The coffin before him now had a dark green hue, as if the wood had been corroded. Gushi suspected that if this continued, his octopus head pyramid would also suffer the same effects. Gushi shook his head helplessly. He reached forward with his bone lightning hand and his ghostly dragon power hand, and with a powerful upward thrust, the coffin lid flew free. Gushi then smelled a strange odor. All the materials Gushi had placed in the coffin had transformed into a dark green liquid. Even the death equipment Gushi had prepared had dissolved in the liquid. Watching all this, Gushi felt a sense of helplessness. He had never imagined that abandoning the octopus head pyramid's guards would lead to something like this. But now that things had reached this point, Gushi had no choice but to address the situation. So, Gushi immediately cast a deep freeze on the coffin, freezing it and the liquid inside. Then, Death Main struck, activating the death string effect, severing the connection between the coffin, the liquid inside, and Gushi. After completing all this, Gushi thought for a moment. This thing couldn't be kept. No matter where it stayed, it would be a nuisance. So Gushi simply opened a ghost gate and, with a single push, pushed the frozen coffin directly into it. As for what lay beyond the ghost gate, that was none of Gushi's concern. As long as it wasn't his own Yellow Springs Road, it was fine. Chapter 2890. After dealing with matters within the octopus head pyramid, Gushi didn't rush to leave. Instead, he had a new coffin prepared and brought in. Only after restoring everything to its original state did Gushi leave the octopus head pyramid. Standing before the octopus head pyramid, Gushi gazed at it for a long time before finally sighing. Gushi's original plan was to place all the weapons of death within the octopus head pyramid. Alas, plans don't always work. Now, it's unlikely that this will be possible anytime soon. After all, the entire production of dead objects will likely be diverted to the death kaleidoscope. Gushi wasn't a god, so he couldn't manage both the octopus head pyramid and the death kaleidoscope. Gushi could only say, "It's a dilemma," and let it go. After returning to Eridavita City, Gushi immediately noticed that the unusual image of the God of War statue that had appeared in the sky had vanished. Now, no matter where he stood, he still saw Eridavita. Gushi was quite satisfied with this situation. The previous changes to the Corpse Mountain War God statue were a bit too dramatic. This current situation was considered normal. Gushi now drifted directly towards the Corpse Mountain War God statue in Arida City. Before even getting close, Gushi noticed that the Corpse Mountain War God statue had undergone a significant change in appearance. The original Corpse Mountain War God statue stood atop a small hill of skulls and corpses. It was quite tall, but aside from the longsword and square shield in its hands, it had nothing to show for itself. But now, things were different. The Corpse Mountain War God statue before him had completely transformed. Though he still held a long sword and a large shield, his face had become distinctly human, no longer the faceless one he had before. The corpse mountain he stepped on had also changed. Trees resembling arms grew on it. These trees were lush and green. If they hadn't grown so recently, they would have completely obscured the entire Corpse Mountain War God statue. What left Gushi speechless was that within these trees, many things that the dead couldn't digest were held by these arms. Who was it trying to disgust? The most conspicuous thing here were the heads of several war god statues hanging there. These were all trophies Gushi had taken from other war god statues. This also presented an opportunity for the war god statue before him to advance. Approaching the Corpse Mountain War God statue, Gushi examined it. The Corpse Mountain War God statue before him had undergone a fundamental transformation. The Corpse Mountain War God statue before him had been renamed the Beheading War God statue. All attributes have been significantly improved. The most crucial aspect for Gushi is the increase in the number of orange-clad guards from 3 to 6. Furthermore, orange-clad guards can now form formations. A 2-person formation doubles their combat effectiveness, a 3-person formation triples it, and a 4-person formation increases it 8-fold. A 5-person formation directly increases combat effectiveness by over 20 times. A 6-person formation can directly cooperate with the War God statue, increasing combat effectiveness by over 100 times. Adding to the 3 orange-clad guards Gushi has assigned here, 2 already have the combat effectiveness of red-clad guards. In other words, if Gushi could summon the orange-clad guards and war god statue from the other Corpse Mountain war god statue, this single beheading war god statue could siege 2 to 4 red-clad enemies, or guarantee the kill of 1 red-clad enemy. For Gushi, this was truly a qualitative change. For the war god statue, it was even more of a guarantee. If anyone dared to trick Gushi's war god statue out again, it could single-handedly fight its way out, without Gushi needing to come to its rescue. Besides everything else, this combat power alone was sufficient. And other aspects weren't lacking either. For example, the speed of red-clad nourishment increased by 100%, and the speed of gathering and suppressing luck doubled. But this wasn't just the war god statue's final enhancement. This qualitative change also gave it a new function. This function was called beheading. As Gushi examined this feature, he wondered if there was something wrong with it. Every soldier who pays homage to the war god statue gains a long-term trait. This trait is quite interesting. It's called decapitation. As long as you fight with this trait, when you reduce an enemy's health to 30%, a sword-wielding war god will appear behind you to help you execute the enemy. However, once you completed the decapitation and kill the enemy, the trait will disappear, unless you return to worship at the war god statue again. Such a trait is quite interesting, don't you think? Most importantly, it's unlimited. No matter how many people can obtain it, or how long you had it, as long as you haven't executed the enemy, the trait will remain. In other words, before Gushi's troops go into battle, they can first pay homage to the statue of the god of war, and gain a special ability before dispatching. Once on the battlefield, even if they encounter a formidable foe, as long as they reduce their health to 30%, they can be instantly killed. This gives Gushi's men the opportunity to fight tooth and nail. And this special ability isn't time sensitive. It doesn't expire once the timer expires. It's a count-based ability. As long as it's not used up, it remains active. The entire army can have it simultaneously. In other words, they can rotate their attacks. This is especially useful for ranged units. This way, ranged units no longer have to worry about failing to kill an enemy with a single strike. However, the biggest beneficiaries are actually magic units that cast area of effect spells. This is because magic units' attacks are less powerful when using area of effect spells. No matter how powerful a spell is, there will always be some misses. With this special ability, any missed enemies will be instantly killed. That would definitely be faster than clearing the battlefield himself. Furthermore, the emergence of this feature also told Gushi something. After a wonder is upgraded, not only will its original attributes be enhanced, but it will also gain corresponding new attributes. This clearly encourages people to upgrade their own wonders. As wonders become more powerful, the benefits they derive from them will increase. Then, people's appreciation for wonders will grow. Eventually, everyone will be looking for ways to accelerate the wonders upgrade. However, for Gushi, the story behind the wonders was actually of little concern. What Gushi saw now was that 3 more orange-clad guard positions had become available. Meanwhile, Gushi had yet to visit the Corpse Mountain War God statue in the Magic Mirror Victoria City. Chapter 2891. Unlike the beheaded War God statue in Arida's City, the War God statue in Magic Mirror Victoria City is still a Corpse Mountain War God statue. However, unlike the beheaded War God statue, the Corpse Mountain War God statue before him is no longer entirely composed of corpses. When Gushi arrived, he saw a large amount of rock-like objects serving as the base of the Corpse Mountain War God statue. However, Gushi understood that these were all fragments of other War God statues. The Corpse Mountain War God statue here is even more outrageous than the one in Arida's City. The one in Arida's City only wanted the War God statue's head, while this one wants everything, and only whatever can be disassembled is brought here. However, Gushi had to admit that this approach was quite beneficial to the Corpse Mountain War God statue's growth. Besides other things, the Corpse Mountain War God statue here has obtained far more than the one outside. Not to mention, this one has also absorbed the spiritual energy and luck of several War God statues. After all, when Gushi left, he had also gone to seek revenge. For this reason, the War God statue here was in better shape than the one outside. The beheading War God statue outside only had 3 new orange armored guard slots. But the War God statue before him was different. This Corpse Mountain War God statue had 4 more orange armored guard slots. At the same time, the Corpse Mountain War God's red armor remained. He could still wander around alone as before. This was something the beheading War God statue in Arida's City could never match. In addition, by absorbing the spiritual energy of the other War God statues, The Corpse Mountain War God statue here also gained corresponding special features. This trait is no match for the decapitation power of the War God statue. This trait directly unleashes a path within the cursed armor. The Blood Mist Curse. All soldiers who have come to pay homage to the Corpse Mountain War God statue will be imbued with a Blood Mist Curse. If they survive, nothing will happen. They can do whatever they need to do. But if they die in battle, they will immediately explode into a blood mist, which will then fall upon nearby enemies, forming a curse. Of course, Gushi's resurrection method can also be used. However, the resurrected troops will no longer be cursed with the Blood Mist Curse, and will need to return to pay homage to receive a new one. Gushi didn't comment on this situation. Although Gushi was not optimistic about the impact of this path on the overall battle situation, some things are better than nothing. Furthermore, the Blood Mist Curse path is clearly a last-ditch tactic. In any case, for Gushi, it is quite advantageous. At least the two War God statues in Gushi's possession had clearly embarked on different paths. After inspecting the War God statues, Gushi said nothing further. It was clear that Gushi's War God statue had been upgraded. This was enough for Gushi. At this point, Gushi had to consider whether he should invest more equipment or resources in the current insufficient number of orange guards. If it were before, Gushi might have invested some combat equipment, like the Orange Guard Triple Sacrifice, to aid him in battle. But later, Gushi's ideas for the War God statue weren't so clearly limited to combat. Instead, he was more drawn to some special orange equipment. For example, the late-stage orange-equipped Guardian New Nine-Tailed Fox, the red-equipped Guardian Blacksmith, and the orange-equipped Guardian Destiny Compass, each of which had its own unique strengths. They weren't necessarily the strongest in combat, but in certain situations, they could play an irreplaceable role. Now there were 7 new slots, plus the one that had been left at the Corpse Mountain War God statue on the Magic Mirror Victoria's side, meaning there were at least 8 slots available for orange-equipped guards. If all of them were filled with combat-oriented orange equipment, they could easily support 2 or 3 combat teams. But that was pointless. Gushi knew he had more than enough personal troops. Adding more orange-equipped guards would be useless for anything his current personal troops couldn't handle. Gushi felt he could recruit a whole army of experts. This way, Gushi would always have technical and knowledge support, no matter the situation. To achieve this goal, Gushi would need to carefully consider the type of orange-equipped guard he would choose. After all, for an expert, 8 positions really weren't that many. Gushi carefully considered the situation recently, wondering what he still lacked. During this time, Gushi had exposed quite a few shortcomings. In particular, the Pyramid Lightning incident was a significant failure for Gushi. For example, the diplomatic incident with the Thunderbolt Ancient God made Gushi realize that his method of movement outside his territory was a bit too simple. Between star regions, for places he had visited and left coordinates, Gushi could use the Polestar to locate them. For places he hadn't visited, Gushi could only teleport via the Red Line of the Underworld. But the problem was that the Red Line of the Underworld wasn't a panacea. In addition to coordinates, the Red Line of the Underworld also required a transit point through the Underworld. That meant he had to jump from the Underworld to the living world, a leap-forward process. This was somewhat cumbersome. Furthermore, beyond Gushi's territory, besides the real world and the depths of the game, there was also the game itself. Gushi needed transportation to many places. Mach 7 was no longer enough for Gushi, he needed more ways to move. Whether it was a direct speed increase or a means of teleportation, Gushi needed both. Then, there was communication. Gushi's current means of communication within the territory was telepathy, and the telepathic network had already been established. But outside the territory, whether in the real world or in the game, Gushi still had to communicate via messenger. Making connections this way would be quite cumbersome. Gushi needed a quick way to communicate, similar to the telepathic network within the territory. At the very least, it should be something like the special mirror in Gushi's hand, allowing for direct face-to-face communication. Gushi couldn't even think of such a method right now, he simply had no idea. Furthermore, the demands of vision, suppression, sealing, unsealing, treasure hunting, and so on only made Gushi feel that 8 orange-equipped guards weren't enough, and he definitely wasn't at a loss for what orange equipment to assign. So, upon learning he had 8 orange-equipped guards, Gushi immediately began to think about where to get some non-combat orange equipment. Chapter 2892. After confirming the gains and problems at the War God statue, Gushi didn't rush to do anything. He simply assigned the tasks, and returned to the main city of Aridov. The large bed over there had already been made for Gushi. Looking at the delivered bed, Gushi had to admit that the statues on it were all carved to Gushi's liking, and each one was full of spirituality. Sleeping on a bed like this would make you wake up laughing in your dreams. After receiving the bed, Gushi was quite straightforward and built a temporary palace in Aridov. The palace wasn't overly luxurious, just the size of a villa, and it couldn't compare to Gushi's residences in Yinzadu or Pixinching. But the location of this villa was truly excellent. The Aridov City Council chamber was only a minute's walk away. If Gushi's subordinates wanted to see him, they could just come directly. As for Gushi himself, here in Chengshi Mountain, he could go wherever he wanted with just a thought, without even having to walk. This bed is great, Catherine. Find another full order for 2, one to be delivered to Peishin City, and one to Inji City. I visit there when I have time. After the villa was built, and the bed was in place, Gushi slept there all day and all night. Upon rising, Gushi immediately gave orders. This clearly showed how much Gushi loved this bed. But love is love. Back to normal, Gushi resumed his daily routine of work and study. However, during this assignment, Gushi had a few more daily tasks. For example, the mortal object was crafted, but the quality and stats weren't very good, leaving few people wanting the orange gear. This was a rather strange proposition. In Gushi's previous White Lotus City, there were only a few pieces of orange gear. Having even a passing connection to orange gear was enough to establish a clan. When ordinary players obtained orange gear, no matter how incompatible its stats were or how poorly it looked, they would immediately bind it to their clan. They would then assess the situation and decide whether their clan needed to change its direction. Even in the real world, humans couldn't claim to have achieved orange gear freedom. Have you noticed that many college students still receive their orange gear from their schools? The military and government usually reward ordinary people with orange gear. Orange gear with poor stats or no one's wanted is only available to forces like Gushi, who have red guards, blacksmiths, and a large furnace capable of mass-producing orange gear. Others wouldn't even dare to think about it. Then, there's the matter of collecting and researching materials related to wrongful deaths and premature deaths. You could help with this research, and with the Death Codex, Underworld Edition, in hand, Gushi shouldn't find it too difficult. However, collecting materials related to wrongful deaths and premature deaths requires Gushi to personally conduct the collection. The best place to gather these materials isn't the death scenes of ordinary beings, but Gushi's Yellow Springs Road. Once Gushi's Yellow Springs Road is open, a large number of wandering souls will appear there every day. Those who cross the Yellow Springs Road and enter the gates of hell will become undead spirits under Gushi's command. Even if they initially had no connection to Gushi, they would still be recognized by him. But if they didn't enter the gates of hell and continued to wander the Yellow Springs Road, they would be eliminated by the guards Gushi had stationed there. Perhaps after a few more deaths, they would become part of the Yellow Springs Road, unable to leave. Here, Gushi could find a wealth of materials every day. Some of these materials contained the memories of the dead, while others were the souls of those who died in vain. Gushi had just the right thing to do with these materials. Of course, since the experiments were just beginning, Gushi was repeating the experiments according to the records in the Death Codex, Underworld Edition. The goal was to understand the properties of these materials. For example, Gushi had recently created Ghost Copper, a product made by mixing the Yin-Chi converted from lifespan with copper ingots. The original copper ingot was only a green quality material, a superior substitute for metal. But after being processed and transformed into Ghost Copper, its quality was elevated to blue. Don't underestimate the simple upgrade from green quality materials to blue quality materials. But for Gushi, this is a qualitative change. Because within the Death Ceremony, Underworld Edition, there are many subsequent recipes. From purple to red quality, there are all available. And starting with purple quality, there are prerequisites. For example, among the purple quality materials, there's something called cold copper. It requires 3 units of Ghost Copper, 1 unit of Ice Memory Stone, and a piece of Starlight Grass to create. The Ice Memory Stone is a green material formed by fusing memories of frostbite or death from premature death and the end of life with a stone. Starlight Grass is a green material created by blending common herbs with yangsho. It can be said that without the prerequisites, the subsequent materials cannot be crafted at all. And the purple quality materials are, in turn, prerequisites for the orange quality materials. It's a chain reaction. Even if Gushi has the recipe for the red material, he still has to complete the production of the green material. And during the production process, Gushi must personally conduct the research. He can't just hand the recipes off to his subordinates. Gushi must master these recipes before he can delegate the work. In addition, Gushi also has a lot of temporary work to do. It can be said that Gushi was immediately busy. If it weren't for secretaries like Li Yufang who really helped Gu Shi share so much of the basic work, even if Gu Shi was exhausted, he wouldn't have been able to handle it all. Even so, Gu Shi was busy to the point of being overwhelmed. Every day, Gu Shi felt like he was back in the Yin City studying. When he woke up, he would have his maid help him get up and take care of everything, so he could rest a little longer. Gu Shi also intensified his efforts in developing his 2 pairs of death hands and the head of the goddesses. Signing with 3 pens simultaneously, listening to or reading 2 different documents simultaneously, had become routine for Gu Shi. Gu Shi even mastered the art of studying, while also crafting. He even considered not being present at the underworld road himself, but simply having the death hands collect materials on unjust deaths and the end of life. But that idea didn't seem to work. Gu Shi's 4 death hands could only fly a distance of about 10 meters from him. Beyond that, they couldn't operate automatically. In the end, Gu Shi had to find his own way, multitasking his studies. He was tired, but he felt quite fulfilled. Chapter 2893. Sir, this is today's study material. Li Yufang placed 2 books in front of Gu Shi. These were the ones Yin Ryu had just copied. They contained some expanded information, as well as the Wanling clan's most cutting-edge technology regarding undead design. Gu Shi studied 1 or 2 books every day. Even if he couldn't pore over them, he still had to read them thoroughly, at least to understand the current state of undead technology. To see if there was anything new. Those new contents might not have any substantial impact, but a new perspective might open up a new world. So no matter how busy Gu Shi was each day, he would immediately read 1 or 2 books of study material or notes to enrich his knowledge. Today was no different. After Gu Shi finished his daily work, Li Yufang handed him today's study material. Gu Shi picked up the top book and began to flip through it. After studying for so long, Gu Shi could now identify the author of a book at a glance. The book before him was clearly written by a necromancer stuck at level 44, forever unable to advance beyond that level. Gu Shi could be so certain because this necromancer had been deeply immersed in the art of soul whispering for so long that he could easily master many of the little tricks. It was clear at a glance that all this content was the product of his immense hard work. He no longer had any chance of advancing further, so now he had to ensure that his efforts would be remembered by everyone. Everything in the information before him told Gu Shi this story. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly had a feeling that words could convey emotions. Their development of the death word was still too superficial. Just as Gu Shi was concentrating on reading the information before him, Shea suddenly appeared nearby. Gu Shi immediately sensed Shea's presence. He set down the information in his hand. Shea wouldn't have appeared without important intelligence. What's going on? 2 things, quite urgent. Shea spoke seriously. Hearing this, Gu Shi's face darkened. Here we go again, it's always like this, either nothing happens, or things pile up. Tell me what they are. No matter what, there's always a priority. 2 things. One is the news from the activated Rock City. There's a problem with the magic wand. Before Shea finished speaking, Gu Shi stood up. Even though Gu Shi already possessed 3 pieces of red armor, the magic wand was his personal red armor. Any problem with it would impact his future development. What's the problem? Shea didn't answer, but instead mentioned a second matter. News has arrived from the humans. They discovered the reason Genesis couldn't be completed, and their superiors wish to meet with you. Hearing this, Gu Shi immediately returned to his seat. At this point, Gu Shi finally understood why Shea had made such a special trip. Both of these matters were crucial to Gu Shi's future development and the handling of certain matters. What frustrated Gu Shi most was that these 2 issues were being pushed forward simultaneously. How should Gu Shi handle these 2 matters now? Before Gu Shi made a decision, Princess Anna entered. During this period, the redeployment of all Gu Shi's troops had been completed. Although some undead would continue to arrive, they would no longer be of concern to the military. From now on, it would simply be necessary to recruit new soldiers into the regular army every 6 months. Princess Anna's tasks would be relatively simple. As for the eliminated undead, Mary would be temporarily handling them, and Eve would conduct some experimental arrangements. We would see if the solutions proposed by the humans were effective. Construction of the corpse, which ecological park on the corpse, which side, had already begun. Eve was handling all the issues. It could be said that Princess Anna had no business being at Chongxi Mountain right now. Princess Anna's presence would definitely be a problem. As expected, upon entering, Princess Anna addressed him directly. Sir, Beifenjiwen City is under attack. Oh, it's under attack? Then send troops there. Wait, what was attacked? Beifenjiwen City? Gu Shi was stunned for a moment before realizing where Beifenjiwen City was. It was the compensation given by Hades University when Gushi gave up his first graduation project. It was a city of death in the real world. After acquiring Beifenjiwen City, Gushi didn't move it to the depths of the game, but instead placed it in the real world. At most, he installed it on the Tribulation Road and assigned personnel to guard and develop it. After so many years, Gushi had been to Moonlight City several times, but he had never been to Beifenjiwen City even once. At most, Gushi could get a glimpse of Beifenjiwen City's progress when Liu Yufang reported the news. Now, Princess Anna suddenly said this, leaving Gushi speechless. You really all gathered together, haven't you? You see I'm capable of multitasking and want to give me some fun. Despite his internal complaints, Gushi understood that some matters were extremely urgent. He stood up and asked, anything else? Tell me everything you have. I can handle it. Gushi asked a few more questions, but no one else came. He felt relieved. Then let's talk about these three matters. The simplest one is Beifenjiwen City. If we're attacked, we fight. Princess Anna, mobilize the troops first. I won't be present. You stabilize the front there. I don't care what the reason. We can lose this time, but the enemy must die. Gushi's attitude was clear. I can lose, and the Death City can be taken, but the enemy must die, and they must be annihilated. Even in the real world, this is true. He has a perfectly healthy city of the dead sitting there, recruiting no troops, and provoking no one. If you attack and are counterattacked, don't blame your own bad luck. Gushi's reasons, no matter where they are, make sense. Princess Anna nodded upon hearing this. She had been prepared long ago. This time, she came simply to get Gushi's orders. After all, dispatching troops without orders is a taboo. Gushi thought for a moment, and said something else. By the way, send some of the undead transformed by the wild twin phoenix over as well. Tell them directly to keep a close eye on the battlefield. Attack directly when they see an opportunity. If they can eliminate the enemy before I arrive, they be credited with a great achievement. Chapter 2894. After arranging matters related to the war, Gushi turned to Shea. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Have Mary go talk to the humans, and see if their situation is urgent. If it is, we schedule a meeting immediately. I put the matter of the magic wand aside. If it's not urgent, I deal with it first. Shea nodded and left. Gushi, in a flash, left his resting villa. In Flame Victoria, the quasi-red furnace was fully operational. Red Guard Blacksmith usually spent most of his free time working here. Sylvia even built a portal specifically for him to travel freely, making it easier for him to come and go. As for various supplies, that wasn't as convenient. Everything was transported by rail. Gushi often came here to see what orange equipment had been put into production that day. If there wasn't any good equipment, Gushi would simply transform a few into Death Gear and send them to Death Flower Wantong. Gushi had already completed his daily tasks for the day. He had been here before, and the Red Guard Blacksmith was crafting experimental equipment. This was the authority Gushi had granted the Red Guard Blacksmith. Daily, the Red Guard Blacksmith was researching how to utilize the furnace and his own skills to create orange equipment from a small amount of orange and purple materials. This research was nearing fruition. Much of the orange equipment Gushi had converted during this time was experimental. Today was no different. After Gushi left, the Red Guard Blacksmith was still diligently researching. Unless he had nothing else to do, he wouldn't even return to the War God statue on the Mountain of Corpses. Unexpectedly, while he was still researching and crafting, his vision suddenly blurred, and Gushi appeared before him. Sir, what brings you here so suddenly? It's urgent. How many of the orange equipment I asked you to design are ready for production? Gushi was referring to the Orange Guard equipment plan he had devised to fill the vacant slots at the War God statue. Gushi's requirements were very high. Besides requiring standard orange equipment, they also required accurate routing, precision, and strong scalability. After all, Gushi had specific requirements for each of the 8 positions this time. This wasn't intended for combat. It's still in the experimental stage, the Red Guard Blacksmith said without hesitation. Can the 2 orange equipment items, transportation and communications, be produced in advance? Gushi asked again. This time, everything was happening at once, leaving Gushi stretched thin. To meet deadlines and avoid unexpected situations, interstellar communication was essential. Space teleportation was also necessary. Only in this way could Gushi travel back and forth between key points in the shortest possible time. He handled everything by himself. Hearing Gushi's question, the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, said with some embarrassment, "Communication is fast. We already developed a suitable approach. The most critical issue now is group communication. As soon as this issue is resolved, we can begin production. Transportation might be slower there. We don't have any space-related materials. We also don't have a suitable computing system. Until these two issues are resolved, it's impossible to create suitable orange gear for the time being. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. This was a dead end. Gushi's initial thought was that orange gear was easy to obtain, but matching its stats wasn't so easy. That's why he decided to have the Red Guard blacksmith put more effort into crafting the orange gear he needed. Even if researching orange gear designs and collecting materials took more time, it was still far better than trying to gamble on a blind box. At least you can know the status of the items you research and create yourself. Gambling tells you when the orange gear you want will appear. Now, seeing the Red Guard blacksmith's reaction, Gushi knew he had to wait. At least, I'm afraid it won't be used this time. Gushi felt somewhat helpless at this moment. But it was just that, helpless. After all, even before Gushi didn't have so many orange-equipped guard slots, he could still fight. This time, things just piled up at once, and Gushi couldn't focus on them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to make this trip. Thinking of this, Gushi sighed again and flashed back to his villa. As soon as he returned to the villa, Gushi found Li Yufeng coming to greet him. Tell me, what happened again? Gushi knew from Li Yufeng's expression that something must have happened again. This left Gushi speechless. Couldn't these things be separated? How would Gushi handle all of this? Moore just sent word back that she's killed enough dragons. We need to make final arrangements now, so she can't come back for now. If she can't come back, then so be it. Anyway, Moore doesn't have much to do with her normally, so it doesn't matter whether she's there or not. Wait, what did you just say? Gushi casually replied. Moore's absence wasn't a big deal. In ordinary battles, the chances of Moore appearing were low. Unless it was a major battle involving the entire army, Moore usually stayed at Poison Peach Mountain, slaying waves of dragons. Moore said she's killed enough dragons, Li Yufeng repeated. Gushi couldn't help but press his forehead. 10 million already? How could that be so fast? Gushi wasn't more concerned about whether the dragon blood bottle would transform into a red item after completing the dragon slaying mission. Gushi was actually more concerned about why so many dragons had been slain so quickly. What about the newly emerged undead dragons? Moore was Gushi's subordinate, and the dragons she killed would inevitably undergo a double death and be transformed into undead dragons. In addition, the dragon corpses would be transported back to Dragon City, where they would undergo undead transformation and become new undead dragons. While many of the corpses might not be recovered, at least half could be recovered. This meant that Gushi now had at least 20 million undead dragon troops at his disposal. But why had no one told him this before? The key point was that the data Li Yufeng had reported didn't indicate this number. What was going on? It couldn't have been that Moore had stumbled upon something so unexpected that she had slain hundreds of millions of dragons. Chapter 2895. I understand. Keep an eye on Moore. She's not needed yet, so if she shows up, just keep an eye on her. Gushi pondered for a moment, still unable to understand how Moore had managed to break the number in such a short time. Although Gushi had over 100 million men under his command, he didn't think there were that many dragons. But right now, this matter wasn't that important. Gushi knew immediately where Moore had gone. She looked like she might have gone to bind the dragon blood vial. But that didn't make sense. Wasn't the dragon blood vial already bound? Could it be that the dragon blood vial had fulfilled the quest requirements and finally went on the red armor attack? Thinking of this, Gushi felt somewhat helpless. Under the circumstances, there was nothing Gushi could do to help Moore. He could only hope for her good luck. At this moment, Mary had also arrived. Sir, we already contacted the humans. They say the matter is urgent. They meet anytime, sir. Hearing this, Gushi understood that Genesis had truly encountered a major event on the human side. Otherwise, the administrative procedures on the human side wouldn't have allowed anyone in charge to see them for at least 10 days, or even half a month. The fact they were so anxious now, and even trying to accommodate Gushi's schedule, showed they were exhausted. Let's go! You contact them. I'd be there right away. I'd be staying in Xincheng. Gushi thought for a moment, and immediately confirmed the location. Gushi had intended to go all the way to Yuanzu City. But Gushi discovered that Yuanzu City's location seemed to have been erased from the coordinates. Gushi couldn't locate the coordinates and teleport in. This situation puzzled Gushi. After reaching an agreement with the humans, the coordinates of Yuanzu City became available to Gushi. Gushi only needed to contact the humans, notify them, and he could teleport there. This was a method specifically designed for Gushi. Gushi had a lot on his plate. If he had to take a train to enter Uenzu City, he probably wouldn't want to. Although Gushi hadn't teleported into Uenzu City before, he had always received a response whenever he sensed the coordinates. But this time, there was no response, as if the coordinates had been completely erased. This made Gushi wonder if something had happened in Uenzu City. Upon hearing Gushi's order, Mary quickly made arrangements. Gushi didn't rush to activate Giant Rock City. Instead, he left the city directly via his own Hearthstone and arrived at his accommodation in Beijing City. Because this place was already known to humans, Gushi simply opened it to the public, leaving only a few undead maidens to guard it. When Gushi emerged, some high-ranking human officials from the new city were already waiting. "Mr. Gu, you're here. Let me first explain the specifics. The portal is being constructed in Uenzu City, and it will take about half an hour to be ready." Gushi nodded. "Time is urgent, so you go first." The high-ranking human officials quickly explained the current situation. It turned out that the Genesis on the human side had reached its final stage. That is, the gate to the last game world, which had been stuck, had finally opened. As long as this game world is completed, the Genesis Bridge will be built, establishing a passage between the real world and the depths of the game. It's hard to say what will happen to humans in other areas of the game, but for the human players in Beilui right here, over 80% will be able to leave via the Genesis Bridge. Gushi had heard this story countless times. But ever since Gushi participated in Genesis once, progress on this Genesis has been stuck. Moore had already slain tens of millions of dragons in Poison Peach Mountain before their last game world opened. Gushi was reluctant to comment on this pace. After hearing the human leader's announcement that the gate to the last game world had been opened, Gushi offered a forced smile. "Congratulations." Inwardly, he was thinking, it's a good thing he didn't keep fighting the Genesis Bridge. If he had continued fighting inside Genesis, he probably wouldn't have achieved what he has today. The human leader said, "Mr. Gu, don't congratulate us yet. This time, things aren't that simple. Our Genesis Bridge has been blocked." "Oh, tell me about it." Blocked? Gushi immediately thought of Octopus Head. They had already planned to attack the Genesis Bridge. And they actually did it. If Gushi hadn't wiped out the Octopus Head clan, humans might still be cleaning up the Octopus Head players. But Gushi thought again. That didn't make sense. The Octopus Head players had all been wiped out. Then who would still be concerned about the Genesis Bridge? It made no sense. Gushi still felt a little confused. "Mr. Gu, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to the portal first. By the time we get there, the portal will be operational, giving Mr. Gu a more direct understanding of our current situation. Humanity is no longer hiding. This is the final step. If we successfully cross the Genesis Bridge and connect to the real world, the humans deep within the game will be ranked third, backed by the real world. With such strength, what else is there to hide? If we fail to make this step, all humans in Beilui will be annihilated. By then, there will be no life left. So what is there to hide? It can be said that humanity has now truly brought out everything they can. The goal is to unite the strength of all humanity and complete Genesis in one fell swoop. Gushi is the most suitable helper humanity can think of, so it's only right that they reveal everything. If they don't explain everything clearly now, if something happens to Gushi, they'd be truly doomed. So, as they led Gushi towards the portal, these high-ranking humans kept talking about the situation here. According to the intelligence. Well, don't even think about the intelligence. Humanity encountered 3 waves of enemy ambush. One wave was attacking the foundation of the Genesis Bridge, where Bailu Yi was located. This was why Gushi felt as if Bailu Yi had been wiped out. Now, Bailu Yi had truly been wiped out at a certain point. One wave was striking the Genesis Bridge. This wave was the main force of the attack and destruction, aiming to destroy the entire Genesis Bridge. You have to understand how much time and effort humanity had invested in this Genesis Bridge. If it were destroyed like this, humanity would absolutely not be able to build another one. The third wave was preventing the final world of the Genesis Bridge from being connected to the real world. Without this final connection, the Genesis Bridge would not be complete. Chapter 2896. After hearing the explanation from the human leaders, Gushi's expression grew solemn. He could clearly see that this operation against the Creation Bridge wasn't a spur-of-the-moment operation. Rather, it was organized, premeditated, and perhaps even long in the making. Besides the 3 hostile forces that had already emerged, Gushi suspected there were at least 2 or 3 more behind the scenes. Octopus Head was definitely one of them. And Octopus Head was clearly a crucial position. They were going to enter the Creation Bridge, coordinate internal and external forces, and destroy it. It was precisely because Gu Shi had annihilated the Octopus Head clan that the enemy's plan failed. In the end, only humans could destroy the creation bridge by attacking it. No one could enter and do the same. Gu Shi also felt that there must be an organizer behind this. After all, such an operation would require years, if not decades, of planning and the combined efforts of several races. Neither the three enemies before him nor Octopus Head could accomplish this. Even if they could, they had no reason to do so. So Gu Shi believed there must be an organization behind them. Gu Shi had always suspected that even if humans managed to reach third place, they could find a way to connect to the real world. Could the Celestials and the myriad spirits also have corresponding methods? If they truly could access the depths of the game, then given the Celestials' nature, disrupting human growth was perfectly natural. Gu Shi immediately cast his suspicions on the Celestials. However, Gu Shi couldn't bring himself to speak of this situation. The Celestials, after all, were the second most powerful race in the real world. Forget Gu Shi, even humans couldn't defeat them right now. So even if he knew, Gu Shi had no intention of sharing this information. This time, he only intended to protect the creation bridge and open up this lifeline for humanity. At this time, the human leaders also brought Gu Shi to a location outside Peichin City. There, Gu Shi noticed a newly constructed portal undergoing final adjustments. Gu Shi had experienced many portals before, and he knew at a glance that the one before him was a temporary one. After sending Gu Shi here, the human leader said, "Mr. Gu, I'm deeply sorry. All the positioning methods in Yuanzu City have been wiped out. Only the previously built railway is still usable. However, the railway line is constantly interrupted by attacks. The roads are under repair every day. Transporting supplies is still possible, but quickly entering Yuanzu City is no longer as convenient. You either have to take the more dangerous highway route or bite the bullet and take a delayed train. This portal was made from materials sent from Yuanzu City. Each set of materials can only produce one portal, and it will become ineffective after one use. We don't have many sets of materials on hand right now. This time, if Mr. Gu leaves Yuanzu City, it will be even more difficult to enter again. I understand, but this matter can't be delayed any longer. You're so anxious to contact me because you must have realized something's wrong. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I won't make it," Gu Shi said immediately. At this point, Gu Shi also realized that this might be his only chance. It would be relatively easy for Gu Shi to return to the city, but reaching Yuanzu City would be more troublesome. Even if Gu Shi transited from Poison Peach Mountain to the inside of the Genesis Bridge, and then exited the game to leave the Genesis Bridge, he wouldn't be able to return to Yuanzu City, because the coordinates for Yuanzu City had been erased. Exiting the game would only send him to a nearby city. As for things like Hearthstone, they have a similar effect. There's no way to determine the location of Yuanzu City. Only materials, like the one used to build the portal, are clearly deployed through the mutual attraction of a pair of special materials. This material. The quantity was definitely small. And each use of this material would deplete a pair, so it certainly couldn't be used constantly. Only experts like Gu Shi would use it, others wouldn't resort to such tactics to send people there. But this time, Gu Shi came to help. He didn't care about just 1 or 2 times. Gu Shi also planned to take a look to see if the gates of his Death City could serve as a transit point. If so, he'd find a way to send people through his city, ensuring the humans wouldn't be unable to transport their troops. If transit through the Death City wasn't possible, that wouldn't matter. Gu Shi alone could replace countless normal humans. As long as Gu Shi was there, with the red suit in hand, anything could be accomplished. Hearing Gu Shi's words, the human leaders breathed a sigh of relief. At first, they had worried that Gu Shi wouldn't help them. But now, it seemed, Gu Shi still remembered his birth. I won't say more. Everything is in my heart. Once we build the Genesis Bridge, I won't give you anything less than what I owe you. You're welcome. I'm also thinking about humanity. After all, I'm a human being. Gu Shi's words were quite sincere. Although he couldn't devote himself to humanity like Xinhua, he could still help in this situation. Besides, he was displeased by what he saw. Humanity was working so hard to survive, and yet someone came to sabotage it. If this hadn't happened, Gu Shi might have let it go. But if Gu Shi found out, he wouldn't tolerate it. For now, Gu Shi would deal with the Genesis matter. After that, he would return to the matter of the magic wand. Hopefully, the magic wand can hold up for a while longer, and nothing will go wrong while Gu Shi is dealing with Genesis. After all, Gu Shi is still lacking a main hand weapon. As for the magic wand turning red ahead of time, that's unlikely. After all, it's only been incubated for a short time, and there's still a long time before it's fully incubated. Furthermore, Gushi has been keeping an eye on the situation regarding the activation of the giant rock city, and he's been keeping a close eye on the magic wand's progress. It's impossible that it said yesterday that the incubation was still over 58% complete, and yet it's already been successfully incubated today. So, at most, there will be some minor issues. There's still time for Gushi to deal with the magic wand after he finishes dealing with Genesis. Meanwhile, the human portal has been fully deployed. The human leader extended a hand and offered a hand. Mr. Gu, that's all right. We come this way. Chapter 2897. Pushing open the makeshift portal, Gushi stepped through. The next moment, Gushi felt a strange gaze upon him. The leader of the goddesses turned her head and spotted an eye in the sky, watching her every move. A closer look revealed that it wasn't just him being watched. Countless eyes in the sky were watching everything below. It wasn't just Gushi being watched. Everything beneath the void was being watched. It seemed Gushi's suspicions were correct. Behind this ambush was a powerful alliance. If not, there wouldn't be so many eyes in the sky, monitoring him. Just as Gushi was about to seize an eye to see who the enemy was, they vanished on their own accord. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Humph. Gushi snorted. It was too late to hide. The mane of death at Gushi's waist transformed into a red thread, emanating and instantly piercing into the void. Gushi ignored all this and glanced around. Because the coordinates of Yuenzu City had been completely erased, even within Yuenzu City, there was no way to locate the coordinates and teleport. The portal that could barely get close to Yuenzu City could only be built approximately 100 kilometers outside. Any closer, and this one-to-one teleportation method would likely fail. Standing outside the portal, Gushi could clearly see a large number of thorny vines growing on the ground not far away. These vines were brimming with life. Seeing Gushi looking over, they unexpectedly twisted and swooped down on him like a multitude of giant snakes. Gushi didn't even take a single step back before 2 city gates and 30 dump trucks appeared beside him. The corpse witches and the blood disaster troops quickly rushed out from the gates and dump trucks. Faced with the entangling vines, the blood disaster troops exerted their might, pulling a large number of them from the ground. The corpse witches began to frantically sweep the ground, targeting the vines with various poisons. However, Gushi soon discovered that the corpse witches' poisons had little effect on the vines. The widespread poisonous cloud and mist had little effect on the vines. Instead, the blood disaster's actions inflicted immense damage on the vines. With just a few strikes, they tore through large swathes of earth. At this moment, a small group of human combatants also emerged from the vines. They rode spider-like mounts, charging forward, shouting something loudly. Behind them followed thick-skinned beasts like wild boars, rhinos, and elephants, capable of charging. Attack from a distance. Gushi immediately gave the order upon seeing the situation. So Shuazai and the others immediately set their sights on nearby vines, not stopping the players and their beasts from charging towards Gushi. When they were about 300 meters away from Gushi, all the players stopped. One player, taking a look at Gushi not far away, said loudly, "You are the Mr. Gu mentioned in the quest, right? We don't have much time. Can we leave first?" "Who are you?" "Oh, we accepted a quest and are here to pick you up," the player said again. "Let's go." Gushi spoke as he released the evil coffin. At this moment, 6 evil coffin guards appeared outside the evil coffin. Their appearance startled the players. Because all of Gushi's evil coffin guards were level 60, and the players here had probably never even seen a level 45 enemy, let alone a level 60. Seeing the evil coffin guards released by Gushi, especially the ghost behemoth standing in the front, their eyes widened. "Let's go, what are you waiting for?" Gushi, who had boarded the evil coffin, took a look at the players and saw that they had no intention of returning to fight, so he couldn't help but ask. "Oh, let's go. I'm a player too. I won't let you finish killing monsters before I retreat back to my original position and start again," Gushi said with a smile, then drove the evil coffin over to the players. The players breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. One of them said, "We're leaving now. Be careful. There's more on the road besides these damn vines." "It's okay. We just take out any more enemies. You guys lead the way. Which gate should we go through?" "The old town?" "Yes, the old town is the only one open now." "How did you know?" the player asked curiously. "I participated in Genesis once before," Gushi said casually. Upon hearing this, the player's eyes lit up with understanding. So it's Senior. They mistook Gushi for an old man who had participated in the last Genesis. Although Gushi looked younger now, the necromancer possessed so many skills, who knew if there was any that could grant him immortality. So, they didn't speculate further. The only difference was that they changed their address for Gu Shi from Mr. Gu to Senior Gu, clearly treating him as an elder. Gu Shi himself didn't take it personally. He had so many titles now that he was addressed with all sorts of names. Forget Senior Gu. The last time Gu Shi went to see his senior brothers, he even ran into his uncle, Master Gu. So, it was just a title. In fact, the players working together managed to clear the vines a bit further. As they moved forward, several players told Gu Shi about the vines. These vines were lifeless, yet full of life. Even a touch of it would instantly entangle a person to death, sucking their corpse into dust. And even if these vines were cut, there was no way to recover any material. Instead, they would regenerate instantly after soaking in blood. Worst of all, these vines grew at an incredibly fast rate. Just as they cleared a patch of space, new vines sprouted up the next moment. And the human players couldn't keep clearing it, everyone needed to rest. So, in the end, they could only let the vines grow, as long as they didn't affect the origin city. This time, they came because they had the ability to break through the vines, at least to protect themselves within them. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but ask, "I don't think your strength is very high. Is there no one left in the origin city now?" Of course there are people, but they're all in Genesis.